A baby, born amidst blood and fire, should have died that very night. But fate had other plans. Reborn in a world of martial arts, Ning-Chi awakens with a terrifying gift. Full-level enlightenment. Every truth of the heavens, every secret of martial arts, he comprehends in a single thought. To create a supreme cultivation method is as easy as breathing to him. From the ruins of Shueme Villa, from a helpless infant, he grows into a peerless genius. When others struggle for decades to grasp a single technique, he casually creates arts that defy heaven. The innate fetal breathing, the innate bone condensation, and countless secret methods that shake the world of martial arts. In 10 short years, he becomes invincible under heaven. But when he discovers this world has no path to ascension, he makes a decision that terrifies even the immortals themselves. If there is no way to ascend, I'll create one myself. He fuses the will of all beings, raises the limit of the mortal realm, and transforms the entire lower world into a new fairyland. As the heavens tremble, immortals descend in rage. How dare a mortal steal the fortune of the immortal realm? But Ning-Chi simply raises his gaze, and a single ray of light shatters eternity. His calm voice resounds across all realms. From today onwards, the fairyland changes positions. Chapter 1, Full Level of Enlightenment. Dian Dynasty. Qingzhou. Shueme Villa. The snow-like plum blossoms withered, mixed with blood and looked even more desolate. The shouts of killing completely broke the tranquility and beauty of the villa in the past. Kill. Today, Shueme Villa will not spare any chickens or dogs. Don't let me spare even an ant. The cold and ruthless shouts pass through the cold wind, making people feel a piercing chill. Ning-Chi regained consciousness in such an environment. Am I traveling through time? It's no wonder he thought so. He was waiting for the death countdown on the hospital bed in the last second, and in the next second he turned from an adult into a baby, and seemed to have encountered a revenge killing. That's right. Ning-Chi was absolutely sure that he had turned into a newborn baby. The warmth of being wrapped in swaddling clothes diluted the discomfort brought by the young body, but no matter what, this was much better than his previous life. In his previous life, he was very young and suffered from the extremely rare ALS. He spent the last few years of his life in bed and eventually died in darkness and loneliness. At least I'm still alive, although the current situation is not very good. Perhaps because of the time travel, Ning-Chi could easily understand the meaning of the words. Ning-Chi heard the murderous voices coming through, which made the body of the woman holding him and running quickly tremble slightly. He also began to get nervous. If possible, who would want to face death again just after rebirth? He tried to open his eyes, but there was still dried secretion on his eyelids. From his angle, he couldn't see the woman's true face, but the white and snowy chin alone was full of a warm and gentle feeling. Ning-Chi seemed to be able to feel the bond between him and the woman, as if the blood was resonating. She is my mother in this life? Ning-Chi just had this thought. The young woman had already rushed into a study room, and then she tapped a few times in a certain mechanism in a certain pattern, and then a secret compartment appeared. The woman leaned down and gently placed Ning-Chi in the secret compartment. With the faint light, Ning-Chi finally saw the outline of the woman's face clearly. She had a comfortable and delicate appearance, and her eyebrows were full of tenderness. As a new mother, the maternal radiance was enough to make people tremble. The weak and sad voice of the woman sounded. Cheer, you must live. Your mother will accompany your father to fight the enemy. If you have the blessing of the gods, don't blame your parents. In the future. Ning-Chi felt the warm lips on his forehead, and a few tears fell gently on his face. The reluctance in the woman's gentle eyes seemed real. Then, the woman turned around resolutely, the mechanism sounded, and the darkness enveloped Ning-Chi again. Ning-Chi couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in his heart. Although he had just come through the time travel, the resonance of blood could not be faked. This was his biological mother. Even if they had only been together for a short time, he could fully feel her love. But now, it was probably dangerous. From the weak tone of the biological mother, it was not difficult to see that she had just given birth and was forced to face the enemy. The situation was not good. She didn't know where the enemy came from, but she had seized this opportunity and would never let it go easily, like a poisonous snake out of the hole. Ningqi's nerves had already begun to tense up after encountering such a dangerous situation just after the time travel. He didn't want to die like this. He began to listen carefully. The thick walls of the secret compartment weakened most of the sound, but he could still hear the sound of killing getting closer, the collision of metal and iron, and all kinds of roars. Ningqi heard two pieces of information. First, the military power of this world was probably not low. Second, the Xueme villa where he was born was about to collapse. His heart kept sinking. What should I do? If this enemy massacres everyone in the villa, can I avoid their search? Although he is relatively safe in the secret compartment at the moment, what if the enemy finds out his movements through means such as sensing breathing? In such a world with high military power, Ningqi will not take chances. He began to reduce his movements in the swaddling clothes as much as possible, and also tried to reduce his breathing. But the feeling of uneasiness still lingered in him. Especially when the shouting and killing became quieter, and the dense footsteps, kicking the door and begging for mercy began to increase, this feeling of uneasiness became more intense. He had a strong premonition that he would be discovered and found. He knew that Xueme Villa was finished. His biological parents were probably in danger. But Ningqi had no time to feel sad, and the strong sense of crisis made him unable to care about anything else. Search. Search carefully. Don't miss any corner, don't leave any alive. Especially Ning Yi and Jiang Xueme's child, must be found, root out the roots. The deep and malicious voice made Ningqi's heart beat violently. He tried desperately to reduce his movements, but his body's instinctive reaction made him unable to control it. What should I do? What should I do? Ningqi's mind was spinning frantically, thinking of a countermeasure. He was now just a baby without the slightest resistance, and he didn't even have the ability to move, and couldn't even run away. The only thing he could do was to try not to let the enemy find him, otherwise he would die. At this time, the world suddenly became quiet. It seemed that light and time had lost their meaning. Ningqi felt that his mind had entered a strange state in an instant, as if he was omnipotent and could control everything. But this feeling only lasted for a short moment, and then the world became noisy again. Then, a ray of light passed through his mind. It also made Ningqi instantly understand what happened. He traveled through time and lived a new life. It seemed that something extraordinary had been activated. At this moment, he only felt that his mind was extremely jumping and his understanding had been extremely improved. The light illuminated his past and present lives, and only then did he know that this was actually his 100th life, and the previous 99 lives were all suffering, and even the beginning of this 100th life was also suffering. Hundreds of lives of suffering, even God can't stand it, and wants to give me a golden finger? Ningqi was stunned. I saw a correct version in the 16:9 book and bar. Then there was a surprise. He did not forget the current crisis and immediately began to comprehend. The aura gradually dissipated, and he also understood that his current comprehension was the strongest comprehension based on the current life strength that could be endured, and no one could surpass it. That is to say, under the same life strength, my comprehension has reached the limit that can be endured, and no one can beat it. Not only that, if my life strength jumps in the future, my comprehension will always remain in the strongest and full load state. This is the full level comprehension. It is full level at all times. Ningqi was surprised. This may be his dawn. He could feel that his mind was more active than ever at this moment, and thousands of ideas were born with any random thought. This is a miracle that mortals cannot understand. Full-level comprehension is powerful, but it can't make me become a peerless strongman in an instant. The most urgent thing is to get out of the predicament first. Before, Ningqi couldn't control his breathing and heartbeat, but now it's different. He can fully sense his physical condition and find the rules in it. The movement outside became more and more intense. Ningqi's thoughts were running at the speed of light. In my previous life, I heard that breathing without mouth and nose is like being in the womb, which is fetal breathing. I was just born, and my body has not been completely polluted by the outside world. I can occasionally enter the fetal breathing state, but I couldn't catch it before. But now it's different. I can not only catch it, but I can even find the rules and control it. The faint warm breath flowing in my body, could it be the innate chi of the baby? It's amazing. If I let it flow according to a specific rule, let the innate chi in my body gather and no longer loose, this warmth will be greatly enhanced, and it can protect my current baby body. Thoughts turned one after another. Ning Chi quickly caught that magical state, and even went a step further to merge it with the innate chi. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his originally chaotic heartbeat and breathing began to become even and low, until they disappeared completely. If Ning Chi closed his eyes at this moment, I'm afraid others would think it was a dead baby. Ning Chi's eyes were filled with surprise. Let's call this breathing method Xiantian fetal breathing gong. This is not a martial arts secret, but an internal breathing method. Its foundation is in the special state of the baby, but it is still extremely magical under the blessing of the Xiantian Qi. Ning Chi began to fully operate the Xiantian fetal breathing gong he had just created. At this moment, as the warm breath in Ning Chi's body flowed, even if he closed his mouth and nose tightly, there was no discomfort at all. The pores all over his body opened and closed slightly to replace breathing, and even the hunger that had become stronger with the passage of time was mostly dissipated. It was really magical. And the uneasiness that had been entangled with Ning Chi finally subsided a lot. Ning Chi entered the Xiantian fetal breathing state, and his perception was extremely sharp. He could clearly hear the situation outside. The chaotic and dense footsteps kept ringing, and even entered the study where he was more than once. There were also the sounds of swords and chopping and various roars, which seemed to violently destroy everything around. He guessed that it was knife energy or sword energy, which frightened him. Fortunately, Xueme Villa was big enough, and Ning Chi's study was inconspicuous. Without revealing any traces, this place was not given special attention. Instead, some hiding servants were caught and killed on the spot. The roof of Xueme Villa. A burly man in black frowned, holding his shoulder with his left hand, where there was a hideous sword wound, and his right hand swung out sword energy from time to time, splitting the houses in half, with unparalleled power. Occasionally, some fish that slipped through the net would be found, but this was undoubtedly too inefficient. Moreover, there was no trace of Ning Yi's son, whom he wanted to find the most. He became more and more irritated. One by one, the men in black gathered from all directions and said respectfully, "Master Feng, we have searched all the places we should look for, and there is no movement at all. I have also carefully sensed every corner, but there is no cry or heartbeat of the baby. Will it be?" He did not finish speaking. Lord Feng interrupted with a wave of his hand, and said coldly, "Absolutely impossible. John Xueme just gave birth to a child, and the couple died in my hands. The child couldn't be sent away so soon." He swept his eyes fiercely, and waved out large pieces of sword energy as if to vent his anger. His figure quickly leaped around the villa, but still did not sense any movement of the baby. Finally, Lord Feng smiled sinisterly. "You are really good at hiding. Set it on fire. Reduce Xueme Villa to ashes." Under the night, the flames shot up to the sky, and the raging flames engulfed Xueme and the pavilion together. The men in black looked at the increasingly terrifying sea of fire in front of them indifferently, ruthlessly, and cruelly. Occasionally, one or two fish that escaped the net could not stand the high temperature and ran out of the sea of fire, and were immediately beheaded by a sword. A smile slowly rose at the corner of Master Feng's mouth. He wanted to see Xueme Villa reduced to ashes with his own eyes. The fire was getting more and more fierce. A man in black ran towards them in panic in the distance. "Master Feng, the Taoist Longshan of the Jinwu school is on his way. Should we retreat now?" Master Feng frowned, and his eyes flashed with deep fear. "Wasn't Longshan Nubizi supposed to come tomorrow? Why did he come early now?" "I don't know." "Waste." Master Feng snorted coldly and finally ordered, "Retreat." Longshan Taoist is a natural talent. It is said that he has inherited the Jinwu tradition. He suddenly appeared in the Great Yin dynasty and made a great reputation. Later, he rebuilt the Zhenwu school and enjoyed a good reputation among the Taoist sects in the world. It is said that he is about to step into the realm of heaven and man. He and his subordinates are not sure of bullying the minority with the majority. He took a deep look at the villa that turned into a sea of fire. Under such a fire, ordinary martial artists could not survive, let alone a newborn baby. I am afraid that he has completely fainted and turned into charcoal in his sleep. With a cold smile, the group of black-clothed men left with a strong wind. In the secret compartment, Ningqi felt the gradually rising temperature around him, and was shocked and angry. He didn't expect these people to be so vicious. After slaughtering everyone in the villa, they wanted to turn this place into ashes. There was a cold chill in his eyes. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent thing is how to survive. The Xiantian fetal breathing technique continued to operate, slowing down the spreading high temperature a lot, but as the fire surged and engulfed the secret compartment, Ningqi had no way out. He was just born, had no ability to move, and had not even eaten. If it weren't for the Xiantian fetal breathing technique, I'm afraid he would be dead now. But even so, now this situation seems to be a dead end. What should I do? Ningqi's mind was constantly running. In the blazing flames, he heard that the group of black-clothed people had vaguely left. Longshan Taoist? Zhenwu sect? Is this Taoist a friend of my parents, or another righteous man? Ningqi's mind popped up one after another. He knew that his hope of survival might fall on this Longshan Taoist. He curled up in the swaddling clothes as much as possible. The material of the swaddling clothes was very special, which made him more comfortable. He needed to hold on until Taoist Longshan arrived, and he also needed to let Taoist Longshan discover his existence. Sound. I must have a loud enough sound, so as not to be drowned out by the sound of the burning flames. Although Taoist Longshan was a top master, as long as he exited the innate fetal breathing state, he would most likely be able to discover his existence, but Ningqi still needed to work hard. How can the sound be louder? Blend with the breath, let the sound be exhaled along with the breath. The cry of the baby is sharp enough. If the frequency of the vocal cord vibration can be more reasonable. A flash of light kept rising in Ningqi's mind. He tried to open and close his mouth, and the innate qi in his body was mobilized. He had a strong premonition that once he spoke, it would be loud enough. This is a vocalization technique. Ningqi thinks it can be called the sound wave vibration method. Ningqi's eyes flashed with light. If he didn't know martial arts now, he could even create a sound wave martial arts, such as the Buddhist lion roar in the martial arts novels of his previous life. This is the power of full-level enlightenment. Everything is ready. He began to look forward to it. Master Longshan, you must come quickly. If Master Longshan came late, I'm afraid he would have become a charred corpse. He could now feel the increasingly surging temperature, and the sound of the building collapsing in the flames was heard from time to time. If it weren't for the special material of this secret compartment, I'm afraid he would have been smashed to death. The night was getting deeper. But the area of Shueme Villa was red, like daytime, and the sea of fire dyed half the sky red. When Taoist Longshan arrived here, he saw this scene and couldn't help but rise in anger in his eyes. Good thief! He was invited here, but he didn't expect to see such a tragic scene of extermination. The cruelty of the murderer's means was simply outrageous. Taoist Longshan shouted angrily, and the energy between his palms continued to gush out, like a drizzle, suppressing the sea of fire. The flames went out one by one, but immediately there were more vigorous flames rising. This made his face look even uglier. If the fire had just started, he would have been sure to extinguish it, but now it was a foregone conclusion. Even if he tried his best, he could only save a pile of ruins. With the energy protecting his body, he walked in the flames without any injury, and kept shouting. Master Ning! Lady Jiang! Old Taoist Longshan is here. He knew that Ning Yi and his wife were probably in danger, but he still had a fluke fantasy in his heart. He kept calling. But there was no response. Taoist Longshan was extremely annoyed. If he had come half a day earlier, he might have been able to prevent this tragedy. Sudden. He paused and seemed to hear the cry of a baby. He subconsciously thought that he heard wrongly. After all, how could there be a baby in such a sea of fire? But immediately, his expression changed. Because the crying sound became louder and louder, passing through the flames, it was definitely not an auditory hallucination. There are still survivors. Taoist Longshan became excited. He used the force to fly into the air, shooting electricity towards the corner where the sound came from, and then condensed Gangchi in his palms, and the flames in that place were instantly suppressed. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. He approached slowly, with surprise in his eyes. The sound of the baby crying clearly came from the hidden compartment in front of him. The Gangchi in his palm was like a knife, slowly cutting open the hidden grid in front of him, and then, a figure wrapped in swaddling clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. Look at the baby in front of you. The surprise in Taoist Longshan's eyes was even greater, because after he opened the secret compartment, the baby stopped crying and just looked at him quietly, as if the crying was specifically attracting him. Not only that. He just felt the temperature inside the dark cell. Although it was better than outside, it was definitely a miracle for a newborn baby to survive until now. Even so, the baby's face began to turn red. This kid is really lucky. Taoist Master Longshan slowly picked up Ning Qi and found a jade pendant with the word Qi written on it and a book of night plum sword techniques in the baby's body. Yimei's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of the work created by Master Ning and Lady Jiang. It seems that you are their heir. Taoist Longshan sighed. Perhaps this is God's will, or perhaps it is the couple who are protecting you, so that you can miraculously survive the murder. From now on, your name will be Ning Qi. The words fell. Taoist Longshan was surprised to find that the baby in front of him seemed to be smiling happily. You little guy has extraordinary spirituality and is born with the ability to distinguish between good and evil. You will definitely be good in the future. Ning Qi was also sizing up the middle-aged Taoist in front of him. He had a gray preaching robe, a goat's beard, and gentle eyebrows. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him at a glance. After hearing the call from Taoist Longshan, he decisively used the sonic vibration method to cry out, and now he was finally out of danger. He immediately relaxed. He encountered such a situation just after time travel, not to mention that Ning Qi was just a newborn baby. At this moment, after hearing Taoist Longshan say that his name was still Ning Qi, he smiled slightly and finally couldn't help but fall into a drowsiness. Taoist Longshan was shocked. He quickly checked Ning Qi's pulse, and he breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that it was just excessive consumption and needed to replenish energy, but immediately, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Because according to his perception, the innate aura in this child's body is quite strong. No wonder I can survive in the sea of fire until now. Now that I think about it carefully, the crying sound before seemed to contain some kind of skill? Is there really someone who knows this from birth? Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi with even more surprise. There is no doubt that this is a piece of jade. He has a rich innate foundation, extraordinary spirituality, and incomparable intelligence. Master Ning, it's enough for you and your wife to rest in peace for leaving behind such a smart heir. Don't worry, I will take him as my disciple, raise him up, and teach him well. As for your murderer, I will track down your murderer. Looking at Xueme Villa being swallowed up by the sea of fire in front of him, Taoist Longshan silently made up his mind. The next day, Taoist Longshan held Ning Qi in his arms and stood in front of a tomb. This is the tomb he built for Ning Qi's parents. The fire was so intense last night that no one in the entire villa was alive except Ning Qi, and not even the bones could be found. Ning Qi ate the food borrowed from Taoist Longshan and is now awake. He looked at the tomb in front of him with complicated eyes. They had just crossed over and became an orphan, but the loving care of their biological mother Jiang Xueme from yesterday still always appeared in their minds. They sacrificed themselves to save Ning Qi. This kind of kindness should not be forgotten. One day, I will definitely avenge you. Ning Qi said silently in his heart. He thought of the master foam and those murderers yesterday, and a cold murderous intention emerged in his heart. This man not only killed his biological father and mother, but also almost let himself be buried in a sea of fire. This revenge must be avenged. With full level understanding, he only needs a stable growth environment to grow rapidly. Revenge will definitely not be difficult in the future, and this day will not be too far away. And now, a stable growth environment is already available. Taoist Longshan sighed, and all kinds of thoughts rose in his heart, which finally turned into a loving smile. He lowered his head and looked at Ning Qi. Little guy, from now on you will be my 9th disciple, Taoist Longshan. Follow me back to the mountain. Taking Ning Qi now is not the time to track down the murderer. After Ning Qi is settled, we can slowly track down the force in the future. The force that can kill Xueme Villa overnight is definitely not a weak hand. After all, Ning Yi and his wife are not weak. Seeing the smile on Ning Qi's lips, Taoist Longshan felt a little better. Holding Ning Qi in his arms, he floated away. Jinwu Mountain. Like a sharp sword thrust into the sky, it is steep and beautiful. It was originally called Xinjian Mountain, but since Taoist Longshan won the mountain in a bet with the owner of Xinjian Mountain, the Jinwu sect was rebuilt here. Slowly, this mountain became Jinwu Mountain. There are 13 states in the world of Dian. Jinwu Mountain is located at the junction of Qingzhou and Yunzhou. Taoist Longshan holds Ning Qi in his arms and stops to borrow some food for Ning Qi from time to time, so the speed is not very fast. Under the foot of the mountain, Taoist Longshan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he reached his own territory. Along the way, he was worried that someone would come to intercept and kill him. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that the murderer behind the scenes thought that Ning Qi had died in the fire, and had no idea that Xueme Villa had such a person left alive. This made him even more determined not to reveal Ning Qi's identity for the time being, so as not to cause a crisis for Ning Qi. Ning Qi curiously looked at Jinwu Mountain in front of him. During this period of time, he followed Taoist Longshan and got to know some of the local customs. Through the information about this scaly claw, he also had a certain understanding of the world he traveled through. This world is similar to the ancient feudal society in the previous life, and the ruling dynasty is called Dian. But different from the previous life in ancient times, this world has powerful existences called warriors, and martial arts are prosperous. Warrior. Those who pursue martial arts have combat prowess and lifespan far beyond those of ordinary people. The low one can open stone monuments, tear apart tigers and leopards, and the high one can even cut off rivers and intercept rivers with 100 feet of sword energy. And his master, Taoist Longshan, belongs to the latter, and he also has a high reputation in the world. This made Ning Qi secretly stunned, but also somewhat relieved. Although he became an orphan at the beginning, which was not smooth, he had a good master at least. Now, Taoist priests with strong auras and strong bodies have already come over. There are young people and teenagers, and there is also a female Taoist among them. When everyone sees Taoist Longshan, they are all excited and salute respectfully. Meet the master. Taoist Longshan nodded slightly. These are the 8 disciples he has accepted before, all of whom have extraordinary talents. He has high hopes that one day he can revive the Jinwu sect. Wentian, how is everything in the house lately? Taoist Longshan looked at the young man with a simple and honest face at the front. This was his eldest disciple, Luo Wentian. Luo Wentian said respectfully. Master, all the disciples' homework is as usual, and all the junior brothers and sisters are practicing hard. The entire Jinwu sect. He has hundreds of disciples. They are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and the 8 true disciples, Luo Wentian. Taoist Longshan smiled happily and said, diligence is natural, but it also requires a balance between work and rest. We will bear in mind Master's teachings. Will Master go to Xueme Villa smoothly? The eyes of several disciples showed curiosity, not for Taoist Longshan's whereabouts, but for the baby held in Taoist Longshan's hands, especially the only female Taoist Yi Qinghe and the youngest Taoist Qin Yun. The 2 of them had already started to wink at Ning Qi, trying to tease Ning Qi. But Ning Qi just rolled his eyes and ignored the 2 of them. He's not a baby who really doesn't understand anything. This surprised the two of them even more, and they couldn't help but smile on their faces. Taoist Longshan was not interested. He did not talk about what happened at Shueme Villa. He just smiled and said, "This baby's name is Ning Chi, and he will be your 9th junior brother from now on." Hear the words. Everyone was surprised. After all, since his master established the sect, he has rarely directly accepted true disciples. Luo Wentian and the other 7 disciples all rose to prominence as outer disciples step by step, and were eventually listed as true disciples by Taoist Longshan. The exception is Qin Yun, who started 10 years ago. He is a true disciple as soon as he enters the door. However, Qin Yun's talent is so high that it can be said to be unparalleled. He is called a natural talent by Taoist Longshan, and he even has a glimmer of hope to set foot in the martial arts world. Territory. Unexpectedly, his master accepted a disciple again after 10 years, and he turned out to be a little baby. And they all know that the 9th disciple is of extraordinary significance to the Jinwu sect. Could it be that this little baby is also extremely talented? Everyone congratulates. Disciple, congratulations to master for finding a good disciple. Taoist Longshan just smiled. Qin Yun couldn't wait to take Ning Chi from Yiqing his hand. He teased Ning Chi's face with his fingers with a smile, and the love in his eyes was beyond words. He used to be the youngest one, but now, there is finally someone younger than him. Qin Yun's voice was filled with excitement and pride. After 10 years, Master has accepted a disciple again, and our 9 Jinwu disciples are finally here. Give me 18 years, my junior brother. In the future, we, the 9 Jinwu disciples, will together shock Great Yen and let the Jinwu sect regain its former glory. Everyone laughed. There is longing in his eyes. The same is true for Taoist Longshan. Jinwu Jiuzi. It was a teaching he made after receiving the Jinwu inheritance, and it is closely related to its inheritance. There is a saying in the Jinwu inheritance that if the 9 Jinwu disciples were 9 heavenly beings, they would be able to defeat the martial saint. And therefore, the former Jinwu sect may not have had martial saints from generation to generation, but each generation was not afraid of martial saints. It can be called the heyday. It was only later that something unexpected happened and it completely disappeared in the long river of history. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. He has not accepted the last disciple in these years. Unexpectedly, he met Ning Chi by chance, which was considered God's will. The 9 true martial arts masters? Listening to the heartfelt laughter, Ning Chi was infected and couldn't help but smile. All his senior brothers and sisters seemed to be very good. He had a little expectation for his future life in Jinwu Mountain. In fact, Ning Chi's senior brothers and sisters were indeed very good. Perhaps because Ning Chi was the youngest and the last and 9th disciple, many senior brothers and sisters were particularly fond of Ning Chi, especially the 3rd senior sister Yiqing Hut and the 8th senior brother Qin Yun, who came to play with Ning Chi every few days. Ning Chi also went from resisting at the beginning to slowly accepting. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. He had completely integrated into the Jinwu sect. In the past 6 months, Ning Chi also showed his extraordinariness. Perhaps due to the rich innate energy in his body, his growth and development speed was much faster than that of ordinary babies. With full-level comprehension, he learned everything very quickly. Reading and writing are the most basic things. At only half a year old, he could already walk steadily on his own, and could even communicate clearly with everyone, which surprised everyone. They all called Ning Chi a child prodigy, and looked forward to his performance in martial arts after his bones were formed. And this was only shown in front of everyone. In fact, Ning Chi was much more exaggerated than they imagined. Because his body had not yet formed, he could not get in touch with martial arts for the time being. After learning the characters of this world, Ning Chi plunged into the miscellaneous books of Jinwu school. Astronomy, feng shui, shimen duanjia, medical skills. He basically did not miss anything he could learn now. To some extent, it was also laying the foundation for future martial arts. With full-level comprehension, Ning Chi did not have to worry about not being able to chew too much. He only learned by himself, and he had already reached an extremely high level in various fields. Longshan Taoist and others only thought that Ning Chi was just browsing around out of childish curiosity, but they had no idea what level Ning Chi had reached. For example, medical skills. Ning Chi can already be called a generation of miracle doctors. He created his own Ning's medical book based on the theories of a number of medical books, and also created wonderful acupuncture methods such as hanging needle method, golden needle crossing point, ghost gate 13 needles, etc. But he was also limited by the fact that he had not yet come into contact with martial arts, so some skills could not be used, otherwise he would have definitely reached a higher level. But even so, Ning Chi also had many ideas, and he would naturally be able to accomplish them in one fell swoop when he was strong enough in the future. Recently, after Ning Chi grew up to the point where he could walk steadily, he had been thinking about a problem. That is, how to speed up the formation of his own bones and get in touch with martial arts as soon as possible. According to the brothers, the bones of most people will not be completely formed until they are 8 years old, and only a very small number of people with special constitutions may be able to do it earlier. He felt that waiting until he was 8 years old was too long. Although Ning Chi is not an impatient person, the thought that he has to wait another 7.5 years before he can get into martial arts still feels a little too long. After all, he possesses a full level of understanding, and once he embarks on the path of martial arts, he will surely make rapid progress. Ning Chi has not forgotten the destruction of his family half a year ago. He didn't want to be like Huang Shan, who would wait until one day when his magical power was perfected and all his enemies would be dead. These days, he has begun to think about how to accelerate the formation of his own root bones. The rich innate energy in his body seems to have a good effect, but the maximum effect has not yet been discovered. Everyone in the Jinwu sect knows that Ning Chi is a child prodigy, and they are afraid that he will be exposed to it too soon. Martial arts has gone astray, so Ning Chi will not read any martial arts classics. Some of what Ning Chi knows is pieced together from miscellaneous knowledge, and there may be errors. It's better to ask Master. Ning Chi made up his mind. He was afraid that his understanding would be wrong, and he wanted to know what the so-called essence of the root bone was, so that he could create a secret technique to accelerate the formation of the root bone, and use the innate energy he had trapped. He moved his steps and swung his little arms and legs, which was very cute, and his pink and jade-like appearance made him even more endearing. Along the way, when the disciples of the Jinwu sect's outer sect and inner sect met Ning Chi, they all saluted respectfully and called him ninth senior brother. This is the rule, true disciples are the greatest. Ning Chi put his hands behind his back and nodded old-fashionedly. Hello, junior brothers and sisters. All the disciples laughed secretly, and at the same time they were a little surprised. This ninth senior brother was indeed not an ordinary person. His mind was already so mature at only half a year old, and his steps were steady and unusual. The way the little arms and legs are waving is so fun. Ning Chi walked. A pair of strong arms picked him up. Xiaojiu, you're running around again. Listening to the laughter, Ning Chi knew who it was without looking back. It was fifth senior brother Jiang Baishan. Ning Chi struggled down. Fifth senior brother, please let me down, I can leave on my own. The fair-skinned and handsome young man laughed, his eyes full of endearment. Slow down, don't fall, I'll let you down. Fifth senior brother, are you looking for master? That's right, after staying in the mountain for so long, I have to go down to practice and practice, so as not to make others look down on our Jinwu sect. Jiang Baishan had expectations in his eyes. Before Qin Yun got started, he was the most talented, and now his strength is close to that of senior brother Luo Wentian. Fifth senior brother, you are so powerful, what state are you in now? I'm sure your fifth senior brother is very powerful. You're only 25 years old and you're already. Bah, little Ning Chi, you want to trick me, but I won't tell you. You little devil, you will naturally know when you grow up. If you don't tell me, I'll ask the master myself. This scene happened many times. The brothers and sisters didn't even tell him about their martial arts realm. Ning Chi curled his lips, swung his arms and ran into Mingwu Pavilion. Jiang Baishan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and followed. Within the attic, Taoist Longshan was meditating with his eyes closed. It took a while before he gradually opened his eyes. Disciple meets master. Ning Qi and Jiang Baishan saluted respectfully. Taoist Longshan looked at the two disciples with a smile, especially Ning Qi. The affection in his eyes was not concealed at all. This disciple was really popular and learned everything quickly. He was already looking forward to Ning Qi's journey to martial arts. One day, perhaps the future of Jinwu's sect lies with this disciple. Master, this disciple wants to go down the mountain to practice and show off my true martial prowess. Jiang Baishan explained his intention. Taoist Longshan looked pleased. Going down the mountain to gain experience is a good thing, showing off one's prestige is second, and increasing one's knowledge is the most important thing. You need to pay attention to your own safety. In recent years, there have been signs of a resurgence of demons. Remember not to get involved. Feeling his master's care, Jiang Baishan looked moved. Master's teachings, disciples should remember. Taoist Longshan nodded slowly, then smiled kindly at Ning Qi and said, Xiaojiu, why are you here today when you are free, but your third senior sister is teasing you again and comes here to complain? Jiang Baishan also laughed. Yi Qinghe is the one who likes to tease Ning Qi the most. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi shook his head, his little face wrinkled, and he came over mysteriously and said, My disciple discovered a strange thing. Every night he always feels a numb and itchy feeling deep in his body. Master, are there no monsters on Jinwu Mountain? Taoist Longshan laughed and cursed. Nonsense. However, after hearing Ning Qi's words, he was thoughtful. He put his hand on Ning Qi's shoulder. Ning Qi could feel that there seemed to be a magical power surging in his body, and then there was a trace of surprise on Taoist Longshan's face. Color. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. This is, the root bone is accelerating its formation. How could it be so early? Ning Qi's face showed a look of surprise. Master, do you mean that I can practice martial arts in advance like 8th senior brother in the future? Jiang Baishan also looked at Taoist Longshan in surprise, but Taoist Longshan smiled and knocked Ning Qi on the head. Well, you little naughty boy, you were trying to test me by changing the law. With the mind of his little apprentice, how could he not notice this change? What he said about monsters was just a matter of deliberately letting himself say it. Ning Qi chuckled and asked what he had always wanted to know. Master, what exactly is the root bone? The Taoist Longshan pondered for a moment, and then said, Well, I'll tell you today, so that you don't have doubts and anxiety. Since your bones have been formed quickly, you must pay attention to medicine and food supplements in the future. Ning Qi sat upright. The so-called bones are not tendons, not bones. They are not tangible things, but the foundation of the human body, the treasure of the human body. When a child is born, the seeds fall and need time to be watered. As long as they grow between heaven and earth and are nurtured by mysterious power, they can continue to grow. Countless ancestors have explored and concluded that most children have formed bones at the age of 8, and a small number of people with strong innate qualities can form them earlier, such as your 8th senior brother, who has already embarked on the road of martial arts at the age of 7. As for you, maybe you will be faster. The Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and smiled. He remembered that when he saw Ning Qi in the secret compartment of the Sea of Fire half a year ago, his innate energy was indeed strong enough, but he didn't expect that he had begun to grow rapidly at only half a year old. Generally speaking, people who practice martial arts in advance can achieve remarkable results and have a greater chance of reaching a high level of martial arts, but it is not absolute. He naturally did not know that Ning Qi had begun to consciously mobilize his innate energy to integrate into his body. Ning Qi suddenly realized. He had always thought that root bones referred to the human body's tendons and bones, which needed to grow to a certain extent before they could carry martial arts. Now it seems that this is just an appearance. The theory of root bones is so mysterious, involving the human body's foundation and the power of heaven and earth. I had been a little bit of a mistake before, just happened to go from the outside to the inside. Fortunately, the direction was clarified in time. This is the benefit of having a master. Even if Ning Chi has a full level of comprehension, when he is weak in the early stage, appropriate guidance can help him avoid many detours. Disciple thanks the master for solving my doubts. Ning Chi said respectfully. He was happy in his heart, and his confusion was dispelled. He had found the direction. He only needed to give him a little time to create a secret technique to accelerate the formation of root bones. 6 years old? He felt it was still too long. Taoist Longshan said with a smile. Since we have already talked about the physique today, if you have any other questions, please tell us at the same time, so that you, a little devil, won't keep thinking about it every day. Ning Chi's eyes lit up, and he asked a question he really wanted to know. Master, is it possible to achieve immortality through martial arts? The desire in his eyes was extremely bright. In his previous life, Ning Chi suffered from ALS and died of despair. This life was in crisis as soon as he was born, and he learned that he had suffered hundreds of lifetimes, which gave him an obsession with living. He hates death. He wants to live and live forever. After Ning Chi finished speaking, Taoist Longshan was slightly stunned, and Jiang Baishan was even more stunned. Taoist Longshan frowned slightly. He originally wanted to scold Ning Chi for being too ambitious, but after seeing the astonishing desire in the half-year-old child's eyes, he fell silent and swallowed the reprimand that came to his lips. Jiang Baishan said, Xiaojiu, how can there be a way to live forever in this world? But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Taoist Longshan with a wave of his hand. He looked extremely solemn and stared at Ning Chi. Ning Chi, on the other hand, did not flinch at all. This is his goal and will never change. A long time. Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Chi and slowly said. At the beginning of martial arts, skin refining, meat refining, tendons refining, bone refining, organ refining, marrow refining, blood refining, and spirit refining are the 8 realms of body tempering. If the work is completed and there is no leakage, the qi and blood will not be lost. Absolutely, all diseases will not occur. At this level, the lifespan has reached the limit of mortals, which is 2 years. Ning Chi's eyes were bright but unmoved. Liang Jiazi is too few. When the body is tempered perfectly and the inner energy is clearly understood, it will be in the inner yuan state. The inner yuan will be added to the body, and the movements will be extremely powerful. The lifespan will be 200 years. Ning Chi remained unmoved. 200 years is not enough. Taoist Longshan withdrew his gaze and turned to the thousands of green mountains outside Ningwu Pavilion. 9 stacks of internal energy form the Gang, which is the Gang Yuan realm. The Gang Yuan breaks out of the body, with unforgettable power and a lifespan of 400 years. Gang Yuan has gone through the 3 realms of white mist, jade liquid, and Yuan Dan. The divine will has increased and can resonate with the heaven and earth. It has reached the realm where heaven and man are united. It is easy to split rivers and mountains. This is the realm of heaven and man. It has a lifespan of 800 years. Speaking of which, there is also a hint of yearning in Taoist Longshan's words. He is still half a step away from the realm of heaven and man, but even this half step is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Under heaven and man, all are ants. Fortunately, he has peerless qualifications and will definitely be able to reach it in a few years. Otherwise, he would not have achieved it back then. Xinwu inheritance. 800 years. Legend has it that there was a long-lived man named Peng Zhu in the past life, who lived for 800 years. If he had such a long lifespan, he could watch the replacement of mortals for dozens of generations. How different would a mortal be from a god? Ning Chi has a deeper understanding of the magic of this world. He looked forward to it slightly, but still shook his head slowly. 800 years is a long time, but compared to immortality, it is nothing more than the time it takes to close your eyes and sleep soundly. Master, is there anyone who has a longer lifespan than the gods? Jiang Baishan listened to the conversation between master and disciple with bated breath, and felt that his 9th junior brother was really different. He was already the most powerful person in the world in the realm of heaven and man, enough for countless people to spend their whole lives pursuing it. He was still not satisfied? The look of surprise in his eyes was even worse. Perhaps this was not childish arrogance. There was an inseparable relationship between a person's achievements and his ambitions. At least he had never thought of such a problem. Thinking about it this way, he actually felt a little respect for his little junior disciple. Taoist Master Longshan answered the wrong question. What do you think of these green mountains? Ningxi followed his gaze and saw the majestic green mountains, which made people feel insignificant. He subconsciously sighed. It is nurtured by nature and cannot be moved for thousands of years. Longshan Taoist said sincerely. It is difficult to move for thousands of years, but it is not impossible to move. Even if the green mountains are like this, they will not last forever, let alone humans. How can they live forever? A person's life is not determined by how long he lives, but by what he does. It is a good thing to have great ambitions, but he was worried that his disciple would have vain thoughts and take detours. Ningxi was slightly silent, hearing the advice of Taoist Longshan. If he were an ordinary person, he would indeed not dare to have extraordinary thoughts, but with his full level of understanding, immortality is not a delusion. Ningxi kowtowed respectfully and said solemnly, Master, please give me some advice. Taoist Longshan helped Ningxi up inside. Idiot. He is only half a year old and has such a mind, which cannot be judged by ordinary people's eyes. He said in a distant voice. The one above heaven and man is called the martial saint. If a martial saint emerges, he will be invincible in the world. As for lifespan, it is said that a martial saint can live for thousands of years, but no one has ever seen one. Some people say that they may have broken the limits of the world and gone to other worlds. As for those above the martial saint, I don't even know. Perhaps those at the higher peak of martial arts can be immortal for eternity. Everything is unknown. Only those who have reached the martial saint level will know. If you have the ambition to live forever, you may be able to see a different scenery when you climb to the highest peak of martial arts. Taoist Longshan decided to guide him, which might not be a bad thing. He looked at Ningxi in front of him with a smile. Ningxi's eyes were bright. The martial saint is invincible and can live for thousands of years? Although it was far different from what he expected, it was not bad. When he becomes a martial saint in the future, he will naturally have more time to pursue the true method of immortality. The meal must be eaten in one bite. It's unrealistic to do it all at once. Set a small goal first and become a martial saint. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Ningxi secretly made up his mind. If it is determined that martial arts cannot lead to immortality, then find another path. When the essence of life is improved, his understanding will inevitably be stronger, and he will be based on a high point and have a rich foundation. It will be easier to open up a new path, which is much better than digging into the horns now to find some method of immortality. After listening to Taoist Longshan's words today, Ningxi felt that his goal had become much clearer. He thanked him again. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Seeing Ningxi's energetic appearance, Zhang Baishan couldn't help but remind him for fear that he would be hit in the future. Xiaojiu, maybe there is no way to live forever in this world? Ningxi smiled slightly. He bowed respectfully to Taoist Longshan and Zhang Baishan, then waved his arms and left. Only his voice echoed in the attic. If there is no way to live forever, I will just find my way out. Inside the Mingwu pavilion, the condensing incense swirled up, and there was silence. Taoist Master Longshan and his disciples looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This boy is extraordinary. After the conversation with Taoist Longshan that day, several true disciples of Jinwu's sect were surprised to find that the precocious ninth junior brother no longer pestered them to ask questions about martial arts. Instead, he was wondering what he was thinking about alone. Xiaojiu, put the things you want here, and remember to eat them on time. Luo Wendian shouted to Ningxi's courtyard, then shook his head and left. Ningxi is very independent. Except for some things that are too small to be completed and require assistance, he does everything else by himself. After learning last time that Ningxi's root bones had begun to take shape at an accelerated rate, Taoist Longshan began to give Ningxi medicine to supplement, mostly medicines that strengthened the foundation and strengthened the body. Ning Qi took this opportunity to get some other medicinal materials. As for the function, it is naturally for his imagination. Inside the house at the moment, Ning Qi ate the medicinal soup he had developed, and then sat cross-legged on the bed like a little adult, closing his eyes tightly. In his body, the innate qi was moving according to a specific law. Every time it circulated, the innate qi dissipated a little, as if it dispersed into the limbs and bones. Immediately afterwards, Ning Qi noticed a numb and itchy feeling. The feeling rising deep inside the body was much more intense than the previous days. Ning Qi was not surprised but happy. It's done! He had a thorough understanding of the essence of root bones, based on the innate qi, and supplemented by the Ning's medical book he created, and finally fully understood the art of Yungu. This skill is called the innate bone accumulating skill. This is what Ning Qi gained during this period. After talking with Taoist Longshan, he learned that root bones are invisible things, so he has been experimenting with how to actively stimulate the innate energy to accelerate the growth of root bones. This is bound to be much faster than the previous passive acceleration. And now, it's finally done. With the innate bone accumulation skill, I can actively cultivate my root bones, and the speed of my root bone formation can be accelerated several times. Ning Qi's eyes were full of expectation. Spring goes and autumn comes. Ning Qi is almost 1 year old. However, with the nourishment of innate energy and the help of peerless medical skills, his body develops very quickly and is now almost the same as a 3-year-old child. Ning Qi optimized the innate bone nourishing skills several times. Finally, he felt that there was no more room for improvement. He has reached the limit of what he can do now. He speculated that at the current rate, his bones would be completely formed at the age of 3. This is much faster than the speed that Longshan Taoist had previously speculated. Although it is only a few years earlier, it is important to know that the earlier the harder it is. The difference between practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and practicing martial arts at the age of 6 is not just a simple twofold difference, but maybe several times. He used the exclusive ointment to exercise his skills every day. His bones were formed faster and faster day by day. Not only that, but it also accelerated his physical growth. A body that is too young is always not so convenient. Ning Qi hopes that he can grow up quickly. Ning Qi didn't waste time even though he couldn't study martial arts. He read classics every day, no matter what kind, just to increase his knowledge. He had the highest level of comprehension, which was unprecedented, but creation never came out of thin air. Take medicine as an example. Even without the reference of the classics of the predecessors, Ning Qi could still try, summarize, and open up medicine, and even go to unprecedented advanced fields, but the time spent would inevitably increase exponentially. In this case, why not stand on the shoulders of the predecessors and look far into the distance? Although other people's comprehension is not as good as Ning Qi's, the accumulation of generations should not be underestimated, and some of the wonderful ideas that suddenly appeared are also amazing. The same is true for other fields. Although he has not started practicing martial arts yet. But Ning Qi has already started to prepare. Learn from others, classics, heaven and earth, and nature. Gather the strengths of hundreds of schools to open up the way forward. This is the correct way to open the full level of comprehension. There are many books in Jinwu sect, enough for Ning Qi to read for a long time. Sometimes he read it once, and when he read it for the second time, he had different insights. Especially some Taoist books, they contain extremely profound truths, which benefited Ning Qi a lot. These are his foundation, and he only needs a key to open the treasure. If I have the opportunity to read all the books of Dian in the future, my foundation will be richer than ever before. One day, how happy it will be to get the strange ideas of the common people, and I am afraid that the method of immortality will be at my fingertips. When I thought of that scene, Ning Qi himself was a little fascinated. He did not forget that his ultimate goal was immortality. These days, senior brothers and sisters would occasionally go down the mountain to train, and after returning, they would bring Ning Qi some new gadgets, or tell him some stories. As Ning Qi showed more and more special features, they subconsciously stopped treating Ning Qi as a child less than 1 year old. Thanks to this combined with the records in the classics. Ningqi had a deeper understanding of the dynasty he was in. The Great Yin Empire consists of 13 states, with a vast territory. Qinzhou alone is larger than the territory of the previous life. There are even more martial arts sects in the world, but they are basically under the imperial power and need the permission of the imperial power. For example, when Master rebuilt the Zhenwu sect, he not only won the Zhenwu Foundation from the owner of Xinjian Mountain by betting, but also needed the endorsement of the governor of Qinzhou, and finally got the approval. He flipped through the Great Yin records in his hand, his eyes were a little surprised. But the most amazing thing is that the Great Yin Kingdom has been established for 2,000 years, and the lifespan of this dynasty alone is equivalent to nearly half of the ancient history of the previous life. This should be related to the longevity of warriors in this world. The lifespan of the heavenly man realm is up to 800 years. If there are some means of prolonging life, they may live for more than 1,000 years. As for the martial saint, they may really live for thousands of years. And the establishment of a dynasty is often directly related to the martial saint. The martial saint is invincible in the world. Even the strong men with perfect heaven and man are vulnerable in front of the martial saint. If the martial saint wants to establish a dynasty, it is indeed not difficult. The Great Yin dynasty was founded by the Great Yin martial saint. Ningqi had a thought in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Great Yin Kingdom has been in existence for 2,000 years. I wonder if the Great Yin martial saint is still alive now. The martial saint is his goal, but there are too few existences of this level. In some eras, there may even be only one, and the dragon can only be seen from the tail but not the head. A grinning voice came from a distance. That must be in the human world, otherwise the world would have been in chaos long ago. Ningqi looked over. Then he saw a figure coming at a high speed, and after a few jumps, he stood in front of him. The blue Taoist robe was slightly wide, but it still couldn't cover the slender and exquisite body. Looking up, the beautiful almond eyes were smiling. Yi Qinghe first kneaded Ningqi's fair face, and then hugged him with a smile, making Ningqi breathless. Xiaojiu, do you miss the third senior sister? Ningqi frowned repeatedly and struggled to jump out. Senior sister, you drank again. A correct version of the book in 1619. He smelled a strong smell of alcohol, which was very pungent. Yi Qinghe laughed and took out a gourd like a magic trick, and took a big sip. The wine flowed down his white neck into the Taoist robe. Wine is a treasure in the world. A woman who doesn't drink is not a good woman. Xiaojiu is still young and doesn't understand. She took out a small wine glass from somewhere and filled it. Try it? Looking at Yi Qinghe's expectant eyes, Ningqi frowned. Bringing a 1-year-old child to drink? You are really amazing. Yi Qinghe tempted. Drink a little and I'll tell you a secret about the Great Yin dynasty. Ningqi took a sip helplessly. This little bit of wine had no effect on him, and Yi Qinghe drank precious wine, which was not harmful to his body. It was just that he was not very interested in wine. Yi Qinghe clapped his hands and laughed. Xiaojiu, you understand me. Unlike Qin Yun and the others, they are not interesting at all. Ningqi just rolled his eyes. Yi Qinghe took the Great Yin record from Ningqi's hand and curled his lips and said, There are too many official words on it. The Great Yin dynasty has a national life of 2,000 years. It is the longest-lived dynasty in history, but there have been many turmoil during this period. Ningqi immediately became energetic. Didn't you overthrow the Great Yin during those times? Yi Qinghe shook his head. No, every time at a critical moment, the Great Yin dynasty had a martial saint to take action, suppress the enemies, and continue the national destiny. The Great Yin martial saint is still alive? He hasn't ascended in 2,000 years? Ningqi widened his eyes. Yi Qinghe raised his head and took a sip of wine. In fact, what I said before that the Great Yin martial saint is still alive may not be accurate. It is rumored that the martial saint has reached the limit of martial arts and can break through the realm and ascend. Over the years, the martial saints who appeared in each era would fall into silence after a period of glory, and it seems that they can't stay in this world for long. Therefore, the duration of the dynasty before Great Yan was not particularly exaggerated. Most of them lasted for hundreds of years, and at most 1,000 years. But Great Yan is an exception. Yi Ching had turned the gourd upside down, watching the few drops of wine slowly fall, frowned in dissatisfaction, but still swallowed the wine carefully. She said with lingering feelings. Some people say that the Great Yan martial saint is extremely talented, but he is greedy for the imperial power and refuses to ascend. He used some secret method to avoid the oppression of the world. Although he can stay for a long time, he cannot take action easily. He will only appear when the Great Yan is in danger. Some people also say that the Great Yan martial saint actually ascended a long time ago, but he created a world-shaking secret technique that allows the Great Yan dynasty royal family to continuously give birth to martial saints, so the Great Yan dynasty has been prosperous for a long time. Every Great Yan martial saint will use the secret technique to cultivate a new martial saint before ascending. So, there must be a martial saint in the Great Yan, but no one knows whether it is the first one, and no one has seen his true appearance. Yi Qinghe shrugged slightly. Ning Qi's eyebrows trembled, and he was silent for a long time. He didn't expect that the Great Yan dynasty had such a secret. After a long time, Ning Qi exhaled lightly, and fighting spirit rose in his eyes. No matter what secrets the Great Yan martial saint had, he was confident that as long as he gave himself time, it would be extremely easy to surpass him. The Great Yan secret reminded him again. If he achieved the martial saint himself this year and still could not see the hope of immortality, then breaking through the realm and ascending would also be a way. In a wider world, the upper limit would definitely be higher. Ning Qi was even more clear-headed. The Great Yan dynasty has a long history of martial saints. Will they dominate this land in the future? Yi Qinghe sneered. That may not be the case. She did not see any respect for the imperial power in her eyes, but rather some dissatisfaction. Ning Qi could understand. The martial arts sects were dependent on the imperial power for 2,000 years, which was too long, enough to breed countless contradictions, but they were always suppressed. Just waiting for an opportunity, that is, a stone-breaking shock. This time when senior sister went down the mountain, she found that the demon sect appeared in Qingzhou. This demon sect is not simple and is suspected to be related to the previous dynasty. Not only that, the attitudes of the martial arts sects in various states are also quite ambiguous, and the border of Dian is also ready to move. You know, it has only been 100 years since the last time the Great Yan martial saint took action. If there were no clues found last time, it would be impossible to start the second attempt so soon. Yi Qinghe's expression gradually became excited. Xiaojiu, do you think there has been a mess in Dian, and the life of the martial saint is coming to an end? Maybe there is no new martial saint born? Ning Qi was a little surprised. When the fifth senior brother returned from training, he also told him that he had found traces of the demon sect. Now the third senior sister has also found it. It seems that the demon sect is making a lot of moves. Listening to Yi Qinghe's guess, he just shrugged slightly. Anyway, no matter what kind it is, we can't interfere. He hasn't even started practicing martial arts yet. Looking at the situation in the world, it is indeed a little insignificant. Even if things really got chaotic, he could only go with the flow. If he had time to think about this, he might as well seize the time to improve himself. If he was strong enough, everything would come naturally. That's true. Yi Qinghe muttered. Suddenly realizing that he was actually taught by a 1-year-old child, he couldn't help but rub Ning Qi's face hard. Little devil. Ning Qi ignored him. He put the Great Flame record back, turned around and took out another Feng Shui miscellaneous records to read. This made Yi Qinghe a little frustrated, and she couldn't help scratching her hair. She said angrily. Sometimes I wonder if there is an old monster living in your body, Xiaojiu. Ning Qi paused and continued to read. Oh, don't read it. You have to combine work and rest. Xiaojiu, if you want to work hard, you will suffer a lot after practicing martial arts. Now you should cherish your rare leisure time. Yi Qinghe muttered. Ning Qi responded. Is it difficult to practice martial arts? Yi Qinghe was excited. Of course, if you want to achieve success in martial arts, it is not enough to have talent, you have to work hard enough and spend enough time. Take your 8th senior brother for example, his talent is outstanding in Dian, but guess how long it took him to temper his body? Ningqi flipped the pages of the book, and there was a constant spiritual light rising in his mind. He absorbed the essence of it into his feng shui system. Even so, he still had the energy to deal with Yi Qinghe. 5 or 6 years? Yi Qinghe laughed. It seems that Xiaojiu, you haven't realized the hard life ahead. I tell you, from the age of 7 to 18, it took 11 years. Qin Yun practiced diligently day and night, and he finally completed the tempering of his body and stepped into the inner Yuan realm. It took so long? This was indeed beyond Ningqi's expectations. This is only your 8th senior brother's natural talent. For others, this time will be longer. In Dian, those under 30 years old belong to the young generation. Those who can step into the inner essence at the age of 20 are all peerless geniuses. Although Xiaojiu, you are definitely a genius, it is normal to spend 10 years to temper your body. Now you know, there will be a lot of suffering in the future, so there is no need to rush now. There is a saying that as long as you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering. How about it? How about I take you out to play? I always regret that the 8 years of carefree childhood were too short. Facing Yi Qinghe's chattering and expectant eyes, Ningqi glanced at him lightly and responded. Oh. He didn't think he needed that long. Mortals would not understand the world of geniuses. Yi Qinghe was immediately crazy and felt that he was wasting his breath. Next. No matter how she talked, Ningqi no longer paid attention. He was completely immersed in his own world of perception. Yi Qinghe sighed, lying on his back on the rattan chair in the yard, and then he fell asleep without knowing when. Look at the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Ningqi glanced at Yi Qinghe and smiled slightly. 3rd senior sister was noisy, but she was actually afraid of being lonely. However, he was not lonely. With full-level comprehension, every minute and every second is rewarding, and that feeling is actually quite refreshing, but ordinary people can't experience it. Time passed slowly. The days on Jinwu Mountain were very comfortable. Compared with the previous life when he was unable to move on the hospital bed, this life is really too beautiful. Although his body was a little small, at least he could walk freely, and he had a master and senior brothers and sisters who loved him, which made Ningqi very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed since the discussion of immortality with Taoist Longshan. Ningqi, 3 years old. In the past 2.5 years, several senior brothers and sisters took great care of Ningqi. Every time they went down the mountain, they would bring him a bunch of things. Knowing that Ningqi liked to collect classics, they would consciously collect and bring them back. In their spare time, they would come to play with Ningqi. And the master Taoist Longshan also taught patiently without any reservations. Except for not allowing Ningqi to contact martial arts too early, the rest was unreserved, which made other disciples a little jealous. In addition, Ningqi found that his master went down the mountain several times in the middle, suspected of tracking down the murderer who slaughtered Shueme Villa 3 years ago, but it didn't seem to be going well. Taoist Longshan never took the initiative to talk to Ningqi about the past, perhaps hoping that Ningqi would be carefree and not blinded by hatred, but he didn't know that Ningqi clearly remembered everything that happened that day. Ningqi was not in a hurry. He needed time to grow up. He would solve it himself by then. In the past 3 years, he showed enough intelligence, which made Taoist Longshan and Luo Wentian and others look forward to how amazing Ningqi would be after he started to get involved in martial arts. They had estimated the time when Ningqi's bones would be formed more than once. Basically, they thought it was expected to be formed at the age of 6. But what they didn't know was that the changes in Ningqi's body were getting bigger and bigger. Early in the morning, Ningqi got up. He looked expectant and calm, everything was as he expected. He operated the Xiantian bone condensation technique as always, and the tiny traces of Xiantian qi left in his body were completely dispersed into various parts of his body with the last cycle, and it seemed that some mysterious power between heaven and earth poured into his body. In an instant, Ning Qi's body trembled slightly, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rose from his heart, as if something incomplete in his body was finally complete. He even vaguely felt that he had a stronger connection with the world, which was something he had never experienced before. There was no earth-shattering vision. Ning Qi opened his eyes and was overjoyed. 2.5 years, 900 days and nights of practice and persistence. The bones were finally completely formed. Xiantian bone conservation skill is really powerful. I will find a suitable opportunity to pass it on to master in the future. Ning Qi had no intention of keeping it to himself. The Taoist of Longshan had done him a great favor. If he had the ability, he would definitely repay him. If the Jinwu sect had the Xiantian bone conservation skill, its foundation would definitely be even deeper in the future. If it could find a suitable disciple, there would be endless geniuses in the future, and prosperity would only be a matter of time. For the Taoist of Longshan, revitalizing the Jinwu sect was his biggest wish. However, it is not easy to practice Xiantian bone conservation skill. Not only does it require a strong Xiantian origin, but it also requires sufficient comprehension. When the time comes, I will take the time to revise the Xiantian bone conservation skill and try to make it easier to comprehend. No way. The methods created by Ning Qi were all tailor-made for him. He could understand it, but it did not mean that others could understand it. Not everyone is born with knowledge like Ning Qi. It is difficult for a child of a few years old to learn such a secret technique. Not to mention the Xiantian fetal breathing skill, which is almost impossible. Ning Qi had all sorts of thoughts in his mind. He stretched his body, and his young body made a sound like muscles and bones. He looked into the distance and walked forward. A strong gray-robed figure strode over with a bunch of herbs in his hand. Second senior brother Xiongshi. As his name suggests, he is as strong as a bear. Sometimes Ning Qi thought that his second senior brother did not look like a Taoist, but a butcher. Xiaojiao, senior brother is not free today, I'm here to deliver something to you. A dull voice sounded. Xiongshi scratched his head, and then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Xiaojiao, how did you know I was coming? Ning Qi said with a smile. Second senior brother, I can hear your movement even in the room. Xiongshi put the herbs aside and said, don't try to fool me. Second senior brother only looks strong, but the spirit turtle step I practice is the most flexible. Not to mention you, even the masters of the inner Yuan realm can't hear the movement of my steps. He smiled foolishly as if he had seen through Ning Qi's trick. But Ning Qi really didn't lie. The moment his bones were formed, he had a trace of connection with the world and found Xiongshi's trace, but now that trace of connection began to weaken, as if it was dormant in the body waiting for a special opportunity to be stimulated. I didn't lie to you. I felt very comfortable when I woke up this morning. I really heard your footsteps just now. Ning Qi was anxious. Xiongshi laughed dumbly and was about to coax his little junior brother. But immediately, he seemed to think of something, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Xiongshi put his hand on Ning Qi's shoulder. The next moment, he bounced back as if he had been electrocuted, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost. He took 2 deep breaths, and then reached out to touch Ning Qi's shoulder again. The shock on his face became more intense, and then turned into a surprise visible to the naked eye. Xiaojiao, your bones have taken shape? Ning Qi smiled in his heart, and his face showed excitement. Brother, are you saying that I can practice martial arts? After all, he was only 3 years old, and he needed a suitable opportunity to expose the opportunity of his bones taking shape. He didn't expect that the second brother would come to him so soon. Xiongshi's eyes were full of excitement, and he nodded repeatedly, but then he said, No. I still have to let the master come to see it, lest I see it wrong and be happy for nothing. He took deep breaths repeatedly, suppressing his inner shock and joy. What happened in front of him was really beyond his understanding. Ning Qi was only 3 years old. Great Emperor Jinwu, he has lived for decades and has never heard of anyone who can have a full-fledged bone structure at such an early age. This is simply unbelievable. You should know that the 8th junior brother is known as a peerless figure, but his bone structure was only fully formed at the age of 7. The full-fledged bone structure at the age of 3 is simply a monster. Xiongshi didn't bother to talk. He picked up Ningqi and put him on his shoulders, and then walked towards Mingwu Pavilion with the spirit turtle step. He attracted countless surprised eyes along the way. Xiongshi ignored the greetings of the outer and inner disciples. In Mingwu Pavilion, Taoist Longshan sat opposite Luo Wentian. Wentian, in a few days, the master may need to retreat for a period of time. At that time, you have to take responsibility for everything in the sect. Taoist Longshan reminded. Luo Wentian nodded, with joy in his eyes. Master, are you going to be promoted to the Heavenly Man realm? He looked at Longshan Taoist with some expectation. The Heavenly Man realm is a place where all the masters in the world are peerless masters. If Longshan Taoist can reach the Heavenly Man realm, then the Jinwu sect can become the overlord of Qingzhou, which means it has a real foundation and hundreds of years to develop and grow. Longshan Taoist shook his head slightly. There is no wrong version in the 16:9 book and forum. It's just a little bit of inspiration. It's hard to say. If you want to step into the Heavenly Man realm steadily, it may take a few years. Luo Wentian said admiringly. With Master's peerless talent, it's only a matter of time to step into the Heavenly Man realm. The Heavenly Man has a lifespan of 800 years. It is already a great talent to be able to step into the Heavenly Man realm at the age of 100, and Longshan Taoist is only in his 80s. Longshan Taoist's talent is indeed quite good, otherwise he would not be qualified to obtain the Jinwu inheritance, and he rebuilt the Jinwu sect single-handedly. He smiled slightly, with confidence in his eyes. The master and the disciple discussed many matters in the sect. Taoist Longshan asked Luo Wentian to start preparing. He could try to recruit a group of outer disciples, and even the older disciples among the true disciples could start to accept disciples. As the two talked, they suddenly looked outside the pavilion. Xiongshi ran in panting. Taoist Longshan frowned and wanted to scold him, but after seeing the figure on Xiongshi's shoulder, his expression eased and he just said, "How can you be so flustered?" Luo Wentian smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Second junior brother, Master just told me that we can start looking for disciples. In the future, we need to pay attention to our words and deeds, so as not to teach our disciples bad things in the future." Xiongshi put Ningqi down and apologized to Master and senior brother. He took a deep breath and said, "Master, it's not that I'm reckless, but there are things that need your decision. It's about Xiaojiu." As he said this, Longshan Taoist's expression suddenly became serious. Luo Wentian was also a little surprised. Could it be that the little apprentice brother caused some trouble, but the little apprentice brother has always been smart, knows the limits, and understands the truth, so it shouldn't be. "What's the matter?" Longshan Taoist asked. "You will know once you find out." Xiongshi gently pushed Ningqi. Ningqi respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Longshan Taoist looked at Ningqi, who was like a 5 or 6-year-old child in front of him kindly. His heart jumped inexplicably, and some guesses came to his mind. He smiled and stretched out his right hand and stroked Ningqi's head. The next moment, Longshan Taoist's body stiffened. Although his face was calm, his heart was already full of turmoil. He stared blankly at the young apprentice in front of him, almost suspecting that he had sensed it wrong. But the Yuandan in his body already had magical powers, and it was impossible to sense it wrong. Luo Wentian looked at his master, who was reluctant to move his hand away, and his heart tightened. He asked with concern, "Master, junior brother. His bones have taken shape." Taoist Longshan said softly. Inside the Mingwu Pavilion, you can hear the needle drop. All 3 pairs of eyes fell on Ningqi, with disbelief. Luo Wentian finally understood why Xiongshi was so reckless, but his master had not moved his hand away for a long time. Junior brother's bones have taken shape. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Junior brother is only 3 years old. He is the senior brother of Jinwu sect, and has been vaguely cultivated by Taoist Longshan as his successor. His wish is also to revitalize Jinwu, Now, after knowing that Ning Chi has already formed his bones at the age of 3, he is shocked and is filled with joy. Luo Wentian rubbed his hands excitedly. Xiongshi subconsciously raised his chest and smiled, now you know why I was in such a hurry. Both of them looked at Taoist Longshan. Master, it should be right. Taoist Longshan ignored the two of them and just looked at Ning Chi kindly. Xiaojiu, have you felt anything unusual recently? Ning Chi said. My disciple feels that his body has been itching and numbing recently, especially late at night. This feeling is particularly severe. When he woke up this morning, he seemed to be more connected to the world, but this feeling disappeared very quickly. Quick! He temporarily concealed the matter of the innate bone accumulation skill, and planned to find a suitable opportunity to talk to Taoist Longshan alone after practicing martial arts. Taoist Longshan said slightly reproachfully. Why didn't you tell Master about this situation earlier? Immediately, his eyes showed wonder. The root bone is naturally formed. When it reaches perfection, it will indeed have some connection with heaven and earth. It will restart again in the future to help you reach the peak of martial arts. I originally thought that you need 6 years old to be able to form the root bone. I didn't expect it to be so fast. It's for my teacher's sake. You're wrong, Xiaojiu, you can start practicing martial arts. Ning Chi was extremely happy, and he bowed respectfully. Please master, teach me. After all the hard work and even more effort to create peerless secret techniques such as the innate bone accumulation technique, it was not just to be able to practice martial arts in advance. Now, the goal is finally achieved. Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and laughed, while Luo Wentian and Xiongshi also smiled happily. They saw in Ning Chi the rising future of the Zhenwu sect. You should find an opportunity to tell Qinghe and the others about this. As for the others, please keep quiet for the time being. Luo Wentian and Xiongshi both nodded respectfully. Xiaojiu, come with me. Taoist Longshan was no longer in the mood to discuss things with Luo Wentian. He just wanted to see Ning Chi's performance in martial arts. Luo Wentian and the two of them were also scratching their heads. They looked at each other and followed. Behind Mingwu Pavilion, there is a small martial arts performance ground, which is a place where outer disciples and inner disciples are not allowed to set foot. Taoist Longshan clasped his hands behind his back. Xiaojiu, are you already fully familiar with the initial state of martial arts? Ning Chi nodded. The beginning of martial arts is the 8 realms of body tempering, skin refining, meat refining, tendon refining, bone refining, viscera refining, marrow refining, blood refining, and God refining. After refining the blood, you will be free from all diseases. If you integrate it with divine will, the internal energy will be generated by itself and you will be able to step into the Niyuan realm. Taoist Master Longshan's robe moves automatically without wind, and a master's demeanor emerges naturally. Martial arts is difficult, and you need to be down to earth every step of the way. It may be possible to waste decades at a certain level. Although you are quite talented, you still need to work hard, otherwise martial arts will be difficult to achieve. Ning Chi said firmly. Disciple, remember this. Taoist Longshan smiled, and he felt a little emotional. He recalled the scene when Ning Chi, who was only half a year old, asked himself about the possibility of immortality in martial arts. This young apprentice's mind is far more mature than ordinary people. I am afraid that he has already determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts since then. The body tempering realm is the beginning of martial arts, and it is also the most important part of martial arts. If you lay a good foundation, you will be brave and diligent in the future. If you want to temper the body, you need pile skills. Ning Chi's eyes were extremely bright. There was no surprise at all. In the past 3 years, although he could not practice martial arts, he also thought about whether he could create a martial arts path that no one before him had taken. However, he gave up in the end, not because it was impossible, but because it would take too much time. Long, the gain outweighs the loss. But even so, he had several ideas. Tempering the body with pile work is one of them. The world's pile of skills consists of 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The superior the level, the more solid the foundation is laid. And my Jinwu sect has 9 superior pile skills. These are the 9 true martial arts pillars. Speaking of which, a trace of pride flashed in Taoist Longshan's eyes, and Luo Wendian and Xiongshi on the side could not help but puff up their chests. Others did not know the true martial arts background, only a few of their true disciples knew about it. A dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each of whom is different. The 9 pillars of Jinwu correspond to the 9 sons of the dragon: Xinyo, Yisui, Xiaofeng, Puleo, Swaneneng, Basya, Baipai, Fushi, and Chikis. Your 8 senior brothers and sisters have already chosen 8 of them. Xiaojiu, you can practice Bai Wanzuang. Check out the 16-9 book bar to see the correct version. He had a look of relief on his face. Why did he accept 9 true successors? It was for these 9 true martial arts. Every time he accepts a disciple, he will see which pile skill the disciple is suitable for. Of course, there are also some disciples who are suitable for multiple pile skills, such as Qin Yun and Ning Qi, but they are all asked to choose non-overlapping pile skills. Ning Qi asked, "May I ask, Master, what do you think of these 9 Jinwu pillars?" Taoist Longshan's voice was filled with yearning. There is no difference between the 9 Jinwu postures. It is said that during the heyday of the Jinwu sect, those who excelled in practicing the 9 Jinwu postures were called the 9 Jinwu sons. If the 9 Jinwu sons were all celestial beings, they could fight against the martial saint. Ning Qi's breathing stagnated slightly. He now knew what kind of existence the martial saint was. He was an invincible strong man who suppressed an era. Unless there were other martial saints born in the same era, it would be difficult to find an opponent. And the 9 Jinwu sons in the past could actually fight against the martial saint. What a powerful method! Doesn't it mean that the Jinwu sect has the fighting power of the martial saint level from generation to generation? It is hard to imagine how such a powerful Jinwu sect declined and went to extinction. However, Ning Qi guessed that if he wanted to fight against the martial saint, the 9 Jinwu postures might only be the foundation. There should be more advanced secret techniques. No wonder when he was carried up the mountain by his master, his 8th senior brother shouted that the 9 Jinwu sons had finally gathered. Ning Qi smiled and said solemnly, "Master, please teach me the Bayan posture." "Okay, watch carefully." After saying this, Longshan Taoist's expression became serious. He stood with his legs apart, and his momentum suddenly changed, like a tiger in the mountains, 100 times more terrifying than a tiger. Then he moved, although his movements were slow. But there was a mysterious rhythm in it. Posture can be moving or still, the appearance is secondary, the spirit is in it, breathing in and out, get its spirit. Visualize Bayan, exhale like thunder. Longshan Taoist's voice was steady and he spoke slowly. While demonstrating the moves, he talked about various precautions. Ordinary people were dazzled enough. The foundation of superior posture is naturally good, but it is also difficult to practice. Ning Qi watched carefully, and felt that the world was peeling away in his eyes. Every move of Taoist Longshan was reflected in his pupils. He saw the essence directly through the appearance. The moves drove the membrane to move, the breathing rhythm changed and the breath moved, and the Bayan spirit came from the heart. Along with Taoist Longshan's practice, all the wonders of Bayan posture were already displayed in front of Ning Qi. This superior posture skill seems to be quite simple? Ning Qi thought. As Taoist Longshan explained slowly, countless inspirations emerged in Ning Qi's mind in an instant. This was the only way to achieve enlightenment. Not only that, some of the inspirations he had thought about before were also integrated into it at this moment. Only after contacting martial arts did he know what it was. The difficulty was much simpler than creating it out of thin air. But this was only for Ning Qi. For example, Luo Wendian and Xiongshi at this moment had amazement and awe in their eyes. They mainly practiced one pile, and they also dabbled in the other piles, but they were not as proficient as those who mainly practiced the pile. Only top masters like Taoist Longshan who were close to heaven could get the essence of other piles from a high place. Master is not far from the realm of heaven. Both disciples admired him in their hearts. Taoist Longshan slowly stopped and said in a rare serious manner, "Ning Qi, do you understand?" Ning Qi nodded respectfully. Disciple understands. Taoist Longshan stood aside with a blank expression. You try it. Luo Wentian and Xiongshi looked at each other and saw the playful smile in each other's eyes. When they first came into contact with the Zhuanggong, they were also so confident and felt that they had completely understood it. But Zhuanggong is specifically for genius arrogance. Even if it is a low-level Zhuanggong, it needs to be combined with breathing methods. Every move and every style has subtle details. Just imitating the movements will not have any effect, not to mention the high-level Zhuanggong such as Jinwu Juzhuang, which even requires gradual understanding of the Zhuanggong spirit. Thinking back then, none of their fellow apprentices had their arrogance polished by the master in this way, even the most talented Qin Yan only performed better. They knew that this was their master's desire to polish the character of the little junior brother and let him understand that practicing martial arts is not an easy task. Although the little junior brother has always been smart, he has to bow down in front of the high-level Zhuanggong. There is a good show to watch. Ningqi naturally didn't know that Taoist Longshan had this thought. He recalled the actions of Taoist Longshan in his mind, and his understanding deepened. Master, please guide me. Ningqi said, and his legs spread apart, and his momentum changed. Before Luo Wentian and Xiongshi noticed, Taoist Longshan's eyes were already shocked, and he was a little doubtful. Is this starting? He deliberately didn't mention this key point just now, but he didn't expect Ningqi to be able to do it without a teacher. Before he could think about it, Ningqi had already started to move. He exhaled and spoke, his face solemn, starting from the first move by and sitting on the mountain, although there was still a little sluggishness, but there was no mistake at all, from the outside to the inside, all the same. Bayan is like a tiger, but more majestic and fierce. At this moment, Ningqi was like a young Bayan, maneuvering freely. Behind the martial arts arena, the sound of strong wind driven by fists and feet was heard faintly. Ningqi's body began to have white mist steaming, which was caused by the evaporation of sweat. His skin was even redder, like a shrimp. The exposed membrane was bulging, and it was obvious that it had begun to be tempered. This is the first level, refining the skin. Taoist Longshan had not yet started to talk about how to use the pile exercise to temper various parts of the body, but Ningqi had already learned it without a teacher. He knew that the first level was to refine the skin, so he mobilized the qi brought by the pile exercise to bulge back and forth between the membranes. For him, this was very simple, because he had the experience of moving qi in the previous Xiantian fetal breathing exercise and Xiantian bone condensation exercise. Luo Wentian and Xiongshi widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. Originally, the two of them were still folding their arms to watch the good show of the junior brother. But they didn't expect it. What a good show! The two were dumbfounded. In just a few times, he was able to complete the pile exercise and then start to refine the skin. What kind of monster is this? Thinking back to the time when they were. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Compared to Ningqi, they felt that they were nothing geniuses. If they didn't know their master well, they would even think that their master had given their junior brother some special treatment in advance. The two of them stole a glance at Longshan Taoist. Longshan Taoist's face was still expressionless, but Luo Wentian, who knew him well, knew that his master's heart was probably not calm either. Didn't he see that his beard was shaking slightly? In fact, Longshan Taoist's heart was indeed not calm. He himself was a genius, and his disciples were also geniuses, and he had lived for more than 80 years. What kind of genius had he not seen? But it was the first time that Ningqi was so exaggerated. Just watching himself practice the Zhuanggong a few times, he had already understood all the key points in it, and even used a few places that he deliberately didn't point out, and now he started to refine the skin without a teacher. If this is not a monster, what is it? Taoist Longshan suddenly had an idea. If it was his little disciple who inherited the Jinwu, he would have been a celestial being in 80 years, and even, there is a possibility that he would reach the realm of martial saint. He suddenly felt extremely hot. He did not expect that the little disciple he accepted by chance would bring him such a big surprise. The master and his disciples were all shocked. There is no wrong version in the 16:9 book form. But Ningqi was completely immersed in his own world. Every time he played the buy and pile, he would gain something. Countless spiritual lights suddenly appeared in his mind, which made him unable to stop. His personal practice was much more profound than his previous observation. Is this the world of martial arts, tempering the membrane? He could feel the changes in his body. At the same time, he was also amazed at the wisdom of the predecessors. Generations of people worked hard and finally summed up such a martial arts method, which can raise the strength of the human body to an incredible level. If it were him, it would probably take several years to create such a martial arts. It is better to stand on the shoulders of the predecessors. There is no need to waste time on such things. If you want your body to keep up with the understanding, you also need to practice. Fortunately, the foundation laid by the Xiantian Bon Yunggong is also very solid. The first time was still a little sluggish. The second time was already very proficient. The third time was already smooth. After 2 more times, he even began to touch the spirit of the Bayan. The 3 people of Longshan Taoist were completely silent, their breathing slowed down subconsciously, and they were stunned. Ning Qi was very happy, but he still stopped. He was afraid that his performance would scare his master and 2 senior brothers. He felt that if he practiced a few more times, it would not be a problem to understand the spirit of the Bayan, but it would be better to practice it in private. Although he didn't know how others were progressing, he was very confident in himself. Master. Ning Qi stopped and waited for instructions respectfully. The body of Taoist Longshan was shocked, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. You fought well, and you are better than your useless senior brothers and sisters. Luo Wentian and Xiongshi staggered and covered their faces with shame. This is really unbearable. The Taoist Longshan wanted to find some faults, but when he thought about it, he couldn't find any problems at all. He couldn't help but feel a sour tooth. It's not good for this disciple to be too evil. He can only start from Ning Qi's blind spot in knowledge. Well, in the future, practice the standing practice well and start tempering the body. By the way, after tempering the body, you need to cooperate with the medicinal bath to accelerate the transformation of the body. You need to be diligent and persistent every day, but you can't be too hard, so as not to overdraw the essence. My disciple will remember this. Ning Qi bowed respectfully. The Taoist Longshan nodded slowly, and he was already looking forward to how long it would take for his little disciple to complete the tempering of the body. Maybe within 5 years. Ning Qi was only 8 years old at that time. The inner essence realm at the age of 8, just thinking about it makes Longshan Taoist feel a bit dreamy. Ordinary people only start to temper their bodies at the age of 8. Jinwu sect, there is hope for revival. After 1 stick of incense, Taoist Longshan left with mixed feelings. He was happy and frustrated. He was happy that his disciple was indeed born with a martial body. No matter what he said, he could quickly understand it and draw inferences from it. There were even some understandings that he had not thought of. It was a great thing to be able to accept such a monster into the sect. And the frustration was also here. The master was under double the pressure when the disciple was too monster. In just a short moment, he felt like he was being drained. If he continued, if he asked questions that he could not solve, wouldn't he lose his dignity? He thought of this. Taoist Longshan immediately found an excuse to leave. Master, you haven't taught me the other few Zhuanggong yet? Ning Qi was obviously a little reluctant. What Taoist Longshan didn't know was that he had already restrained himself a lot, otherwise it would be even more shocking. If someone else said this, Taoist Longshan would have to scold him, saying bite off more than you can chew. But at this moment, listening to the voice of the little disciple behind him, he suddenly felt a little numb. Still teaching? If he continued to teach, his heart would be broken. Let your senior brothers and sisters teach you. Leaving this sentence, Longshan Taoist disappeared in the distance in an instant. Looking at his master's slightly flustered back, Ning Qi shook his head helplessly. Am I so scary? He seemed to have underestimated the impact of a demon. Although he had shown great intelligence and wisdom in the previous 3 years, it was the first time that he showed his understanding of martial arts like today. He should have restrained himself a little more. Then, he smiled and looked at Luo Wendian and Xiongshi beside him with a naive look. Big brother, second brother. The two of them were shocked and looked at each other in unison. You go first? You are the eldest senior brother, you go first. Nonsense, you are younger than me, you should go first. Bullshit, Master went first just now, do you mean you are more important than Master? Looking at the two senior brothers who were arguing with each other, Ningqi held his forehead helplessly. Stop arguing, let's go together. Luo Wendian and the other looked at each other in surprise. Can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Ningqi's eyes were bright, he didn't want to waste time here. After the initial contact with martial arts, especially the Bian pile had reached a high level, he had a lot of insights into martial arts. Then, try it? After the two were puzzled, they began to practice and talk together. After an incense stick. Looking at Ningqi's back as he left, the two began to doubt life. You just taught me the prison bull posture? Nonsense, aren't you talking about the Bashya posture? Then junior brother, did you learn it together? It seems that he is learning it quite fast. The two looked at each other and saw the hurt in each other's eyes. They were in the same boat and wanted to cry. This is not just learning fast. It is simply amazing speed. Compared with Ningqi, they felt that they had practiced the posture for many years like a dog. Junior brother is not a human being. Luo Wendian sighed and smiled bitterly. The same was true for Xiongshi. It was really uncomfortable in front of such a monster. They finally understood the eyes of those ordinary people looking at themselves and others. But it's a good thing. Although they were hit, they were more relieved in their hearts. Ningqi left with joy. Today's harvest was great. The master taught the Bian posture, the eldest brother taught the prison bull posture, which he specialized in, and the second brother taught the Basha posture. I have already mastered 3 of the 9 Jinwu postures. There are still 6 more postures left: Chaofeng, Paleo, Fushi, Chiwen, Swani, and Yazi. Big brother and second brother are really something. They not only taught me their own main posture, but also said that they were not proficient in other postures and were afraid that they would lead me astray. Ningqi shook his head and laughed. He thought this was one of the reasons, but he probably didn't want to be hit by him again, or maybe they also wanted other brothers and sisters to have a sense of participation. In short, they also wanted to experience their Feng Zhong Chao. Ningqi could only shrug his shoulders. There was no way, he had tried his best to restrain himself. But he couldn't pretend to be an ordinary person when he was obviously a genius. He didn't have that habit, and there was no need to do that in front of his closest people. Next, practice while learning the other postures. Ningqi made a decision. Just practicing a Bian pile is not enough for him. Although Bian pile is a superior pile exercise, Ningqi wants to create a pile exercise method that is more suitable for him, so that he can temper his body faster and lay a stronger foundation. Check the correct version in 16 to 9 books and bars. In the past, I had no contact with martial arts, so it took more time to go from 0 to 1, but now it is just from 1 to many, which is much simpler. In fact, just now, in the process of learning 3 pile exercises, Ningqi has already had a lot of inspiration. And he also discovered something. Although these 3 pile exercises have their own advantages, there seems to be some commonality between them. Ningqi became interested. He remembered the bold words of Longshan Taoist that the 9 sons of Jinwu can fight against the martial saint, and felt that this commonality might be the key. Back to the residence. With no one to disturb him, Ningqi could finally go all out. He first drove the piles. The look in his eyes changed almost instantly. Before he started to move, he already had a fierce and powerful look, like a young beast wearing human skin. If Taoist Longshan saw it, he would definitely call him a monster. By Fan's divine will. And it's not over yet. Ningqi performed the pile technique over and over again, and the small courtyard roared like a strange beast. He had reached the state of perfection of divine will, which was the highest state that the Baiyuan Zhuan could achieve. That is to say, the residences of the true disciples are far apart, and the disciples of the outer sect and the inner sect are not allowed to approach, otherwise it will inevitably cause chaos. Ningqi felt better and better as he beat, his sweat evaporated, his skin turned red, and his membrane swelled, as if there was a mouse walking through his body. It can be seen how powerful the effect of skin refining is. Each of the 8 realms of body tempering is difficult to achieve. For example, in the leather refining realm, there are cowhide, stone skin, iron skin, and jade skin. Some people with ordinary qualifications may waste several years just to reach the skin refining realm, or even stop at one of the small realms. But Ningqi thinks it may not take more than a few days to reach the realm of cowhide by yourself. Practicing martial arts seems quite simple. It's not as difficult as third senior sister said, right? Ningqi thought. If Yiqinghe knew Ningqi's inner thoughts, he would be speechless and choked. Who is a good person who can practice an excellent pile skill to the highest level just after he sets foot in martial arts? The higher the level of pile skill, the better the body tempering effect will naturally be. It starts at full power as soon as it starts. Who can do this better than you? Ningqi naturally didn't know this. When I got tired of practicing the pile, I switched to the prisoner ox pile. Not long after, Prisoner Nyo's divine will blessed me, and then it became even more perfect. Then came Ba Xia Zhuang. Ningqi carefully experienced the uniqueness of the 3 pile skills. It wasn't until he felt a tingling sensation in his body that Ningqi stopped practicing and took a medicinal bath decisively. Lying in the bathtub, Ningqi touched his much tougher skin, feeling extremely happy. Martial arts is simpler than I thought. The road to martial arts is open to him. When he becomes a heavenly being or even a martial saint in the future, he will live a long life and naturally have more time to pursue the method of immortality. As for revenge, it will be a matter of convenience once you have enough strength. Ningqi lay in the barrel, his thoughts gradually diverging. The most important thing for me right now is to gain strength as quickly as possible. If you want to practice martial arts quickly, the first thing is to do the skills, and the second thing is to take medicinal baths. The Zhuang Gong has reached its peak at present. Baiyuan Zhuang, Prisoner Nyo Zhuang and Ba Xia Zhuang have all reached perfection and there is no way forward. Compared with the other 6 pile skills, the effects are similar. If you want to continue to improve in this area, you must become stronger. It's a great success. But there is still room for improvement in medicinal bathing. Ningqi's eyes lit up. Maybe he could improve the prescription. This is not difficult for him. Recalling the prescription, the dosage and properties of each medicinal material immediately came to mind. Honeysuckle doesn't seem to be necessary. I think the amount of violet root can be reduced, and blood-striped flower can be used instead of strong blood grass. In an instant, many inspirations have already appeared in Ningqi's mind. But the prescription is different from martial arts and needs to be tested. As he thought about it, he felt the medicine being absorbed by the skin. Waiting until the power of the medicine completely dissipated, Ningqi felt that most of the fatigue in his body had disappeared, and then he jumped out, immediately got into the room and started tinkering. He had read so many medical books and classics in the previous 3 years, and even created his own Ning's medical book. This little thing is easy for Ningqi. Worked until late at night. The medicine had just been tinkered with. Ningqi couldn't wait to pour the improved version of tempered body powder into the bathtub, filled it with water, and then jumped in. In an instant, Ningqi was overwhelmed by an unusual feeling of joy. Some remaining soreness, redness and swelling on the skin disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect is at least twice as strong as before. With this improved version of the body tempering powder, I can have more time to practice, and I don't have to worry about my body not being able to bear it. A smile appeared at the corner of Ningqi's mouth. If you want to sharpen your tools, you must first do your job well. This is a must. You can continue to improve slowly in the future. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Third senior sister, I'm leaving first. Ningqi smiled and said hello, then strode away. Behind. It was Yiqinghe, whose eyes were dull and his face was hollowed out. She seemed quite hopeless. At first. After learning that her junior brother could start practicing martial arts at the age of 3, she first didn't believe it, and then became excited. When she learned that Ning Chi wanted to learn the chi kissing stick from her, she even shouted that she would practice Ning Chi well. And the result is naturally what it is now. Got hit hard. Is this really a human being? They are both human beings, why is there such a big gap? Yi Qinghe remembered what he had said to Ning Chi before, saying that if you practice martial arts, you will know that hard times are coming. Think about it now. I'm so stupid, it's obviously me who is suffering. She rubbed her face frantically, and finally looked at Ning Chi's back and smiled, with a hint of relief. Anyway, this is a good thing. The little kid that Master brought back is growing up little by little, and growing up at a speed that no one expected. Ning Chi had a smile on his lips. Without looking back, he knew what Yi Qinghe was thinking. Because this scene has been repeated several times in the past few days. In the past 3 days, I have not only been promoted to the Cowhide realm, but I have also learned 5 more Zhuang Kung Fu from third senior sister and the others, namely the wind-shaking Zhuang, Puleo Zhuang, Suenia Zhuang, Negative Shi Zhuang and Chi-kissing Zhuang. I have already mastered 8 of the 9 Jinwu Zhuangs. That is to say, I haven't learned the Jiazhuan Zhuan that the 8th senior brother learned. Ning Chi was already a little impatient. After learning the 8 pile skills, he has become more and more aware of the connection between the 9 Jinwu piles. If he can learn the remaining Jiazhuan pile, he is fully confident that he can use it to create a more powerful pile skill. But there's no rush. The 8th senior brother has made a breakthrough in seclusion recently. Let's go find him after he comes out of seclusion. Ning Chi also thought about asking other senior brothers to teach him Yazhu Zhuan, but they were not proficient in it and were afraid that he could not teach it well. As for his master, Taoist Longshan, he went into seclusion directly. There is no choice but to wait. 7 days passed. By in a flash. Ning Chi's realm has broken through again and has reached the stone skin realm. Skin refining is already a success. After reaching this state, the skin all over the body is as tough as stone, and it is difficult to be hurt by ordinary fists and feet, and the strength has increased a lot. In just 10 days, Ning Chi has already completed a road that many people would need to complete in years. With such merit, thanks to several skills of divine will perfection, and also thanks to the improved version of the body tempering cream, Ning Chi has made some small optimizations in the past few days, but Ning Chi is too lazy to change his name, so it has always been called the improved version of body quenching cream. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Ning Chi planned to wait for the master to come out of seclusion and find an opportunity to give him this improved version of the body tempering ointment. For example, many martial arts or secret techniques created by Ning Chi have a very high threshold of understanding, but this prescription has no threshold. If it can be popularized, the strength of the disciples of the Jinwu sect can be improved more quickly, and their foundation will become deeper and deeper. This day, Ning Chi was thinking about whether to go to Qin Yun's residence. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun's figure appeared in the distance. Qin Yun is only 20 years old and quite handsome. From a distance, he looks like a handsome young Taoist. He has the best relationship with Yi Qinghe and Ning Chi. He comes to play with Ning Chi the most, but Qin Yun is a martial arts fanatic and extremely talented. He shoulders the hope of becoming the strongest person in the Jinwu sect in the future, so he spends most of his time practicing martial arts. 8th senior brother, have you made a breakthrough? Ning Chi greeted him with a smile. His steps were even more steady after practicing martial arts. Although he was only 3 years old, his body was the same as that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and he was even more powerful. Qin Yun nodded, and then his eyes showed shock. Xiaojiu, senior brother, and the others told me before that you can start practicing martial arts. I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. Ning Chi chuckled. 8th senior brother, I want to learn Yazhuan from you. Qin Yun was still digesting the impact of the news that his junior brother could practice martial arts at the age of 3, and he frowned slightly. There is no problem with learning, but you need to know that you can bite off more than you can chew. How are you doing with your major, Bai Wanzhuang? Ning Chi didn't say much. Facts are the best words. This scene has appeared several times with other senior brothers. Seeing the young feral beasts leaping and leaping around in the courtyard, Xinyan felt a surge of fear in his heart, and there was even a hint of sourness that he was not even aware of. How long did it take you to practice the Yazhuang to the point where you could first glimpse the will of God? Half a year? Or a year? Even so, he has been praised as a peerless genius, but now in front of his junior brother, what does he mean? He fell silent unconsciously. Ning Qi stopped his stance, raised his head and asked. Eighth senior brother, I can learn from you about Yazhuang. I just want to increase my knowledge. Don't worry, I won't be greedy for more. Looking at his cute and smart junior brother, Xinyan forced a smile on his face. Okay, I'll teach you. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but he felt that it was wrong for him to do so. He mentally cursed himself. Then he began to drive the Yazhuang, while explaining various key points of the Yazhuang. Junior brother, have you learned it? Ning Qi nodded repeatedly. With the previous 8 pile skills as a foundation, he can learn it much faster now than before. After a while, Xinyan looked at Ning Qi's extremely proficient Yazuan and fell silent again. Junior brother, you can practice slowly by yourself. I have to leave beforehand. He tried his best to put a smile on his face, then turned and left, taking a deep breath with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. Ning Qi responded and didn't take it to heart. He only thought that Qin Yun was hit by him, but he tried his best to restrain himself and even controlled the abnormality of sheepy. Shaking his head slightly, Ning Qi continued to practice martial arts. If Qin Yun were here, it would be difficult for him to let go of his hands and feet to practice. After a while, Yazan's divine will was perfected. Ning Qi's eyes were extremely bright. The 9 Jinwu piles are finally gathered together in Ning Qi's courtyard. The roars of strange beasts, either low or sharp, could be heard from time to time. If anyone was here, they would be stunned. Ning Qi's eyes were fixed, and he was completely immersed in the world of the stance. Sometimes he roared like a bayan, sometimes he leaped like a swanee, sometimes he was like a basha calming the sea, and sometimes he was like a prisoner crossing the water. He had practiced the 9 stances of Jinwu until he could send and receive them as he wished, and even the switching of his mind was extremely smooth. The last move was the bayan stance, but the next move was the Chiwan stance. The originally different stances of the 9 schools seemed like one stance, as if they were integrated into one. If the true disciples saw this, they would probably doubt their lives. Ning Qi's eyes were bright. There was a constant flash of inspiration in his mind. Not enough. Not enough. It seems that I have integrated the 9 piles into one, but it is just an appearance. Although the efficiency of quenching skin has been improved after combining their advantages, it is far from my expectation and still has not deviated from the category of superior piles. Ning Qi was thinking while practicing piles. When he reached his level, he almost didn't need to think about the piles. He just had to follow his instincts. At this moment, Ning Qi's skin membrane was constantly agitated, which was very scary. The reddish skin membrane had taken on an iron color and was full of powerful texture. 10 days passed. He suddenly went one step further and reached the iron skin realm. After this realm, it was difficult to be injured by swords and knives. Although he was young, many adults could not match his combat power. This training speed was already very fast, but Ning Qi was still not satisfied. There is obviously a certain law between the 9 piles of Jinwu. It is not enough to just integrate the appearance. The key lies in the divine will. After stepping into the iron skin realm yesterday, Ning Qi looked at the 9 piles of Jinwu and obviously had a different feeling. The process of tempering the body is the process of understanding. Standing high, seeing far. If Ning Qi is in the inner Yuan realm at this moment, and has gone through the whole process of tempering the body, he feels that it may only take a quarter of an hour, or even less time, for him to understand the relationship between the 9 Jinwu piles. No matter how strong the understanding is, it also needs sufficient cognition and foundation to support it. After all, the pile training is not just about refining the skin, but covers the entire process of tempering the body. However, 10 days of research is enough. The spiritual light in Ning Qi's mind is more and more vigorous. His mind moves, and his divine will is added to his body, switching from time to time. Later, it is gradually integrated. It is not the kind of forced rubbing together, but taking the essence of each and turning it into a new thing. The fierceness of Bayan, the heaviness of Basha, the agility of Chaofeng, the calmness of Chunyo, the ferocity of Jiaozi. The 9 sons of the dragon are different, but they all come from the body of the real dragon. Tracing back to the source, that is, the real dragon. The moment when Ning Qi understood it. The roar of the strange beasts in the courtyard disappeared, and a majestic dragon roar resounded. The speed at which Ning Qi's sweat evaporated suddenly accelerated, turning into a white mist that covered his true face. His moves gradually changed, escaping from the Jinwu 9 postures, but completely different. From a distance, it was like a young real dragon leaping in the white mist. Ning Qi just felt extremely happy. This was the posture he created himself, so it naturally reached the highest level immediately. At this time, the efficiency of body tempering increased again, and it felt twice as good as before. Fun. Cool. Cool. Ning Qi laughed happily in his heart. He did not stop, and practiced until he was exhausted, and then he jumped into the medicinal bath that had been prepared long ago with a sense of unsatisfaction. Close your eyes. Ning Qi was still a little excited. The sense of accomplishment brought by solving a difficult problem after thinking hard is no less than the breakthrough above the realm, and even more than that. It is a bit similar to the exhilaration after solving an extremely difficult math problem in high school in the previous life, and even more so. I can now be sure that there must be a stronger stance above the Jinwu 9 stances. To some extent, I am working backwards. I wonder if the Jinlong stance I created is the same as the original one, stronger or weaker. Maybe. I should ask my master? He couldn't help but think of this. But he felt that he might not get the answer. He had heard from his senior brother Luo Wendian that the Jinwu inheritance obtained by his master, Taoist Longshan, seemed to be incomplete, lacking some more core things. Besides, based on Ning Qi's understanding of Taoist Longshan, he felt that his master was not a person who would hide his skills. If there was a stance that was stronger than the Jinwu 9 stances, he would have taken it out long ago. But he still planned to find time to ask, in case there was such a stance, it could be verified with the Jinlong stance he created, and perhaps make the Jinlong stance even stronger. Although the Jinlong stance can already be called a peerless stance, Ning Qi still wanted to try whether it could be further strengthened. A correct version was found in the 16:9 book forum. And Ning Qi felt that he needed to tell Longshan Taoist about his progress in cultivation, which was related to whether he could get more freedom in the future. As for other senior brothers and sisters, he did not plan to tell them what realm he had reached for the time being. Ning Qi was afraid of discouraging them. Other senior brothers and sisters were fine, and they were still normal when they met again, but that day, the 8th senior brother was a little strange. One day later, when Ning Qi went to find Qin Yun again, he found that the 8th senior brother was in seclusion again. Could it be that he was stimulated? Ning Qi was a little puzzled and planned to go and see later. After Master comes out of retreat, I'll go talk to him about the Jinwu pillar and the improved body tempering powder. Ning Qi put aside all distractions, emptied his mind, and concentrated on the medicinal bath. A burning stinging sensation came from the skin membrane, but he was happy with it, which was a sign of gradually becoming stronger. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Another 8 days passed. Ning Qi did not wait for Taoist Longshan to come out of retreat, but stepped into the jade skin realm first. It took him 10 days to advance from stone skin to iron skin, but it only took 8 days to advance from iron skin to jade skin, and even 1 day was used to recultivate the previous 3 realms. This shows how powerful the true dragon pillar is. Ning Qi looked at his skin curiously. As white as a precious jade, it was completely different from before. But the jade skin realm is the realm of perfect skin refining, which is not only difficult to be injured by swords and knives, but can also withstand huge impacts, and can be hard or soft. And Ning Qi practiced the peerless pile of the true dragon pillar, and his foundation was much more solid than others. The next step is the flesh refining stage. To be honest, it only took me 1 month to perfect my skin refining stage, or even less. If I follow this pace, 1 stage per month, wouldn't it take a year to complete the body tempering stage and give birth to the inner Yuan? Ningqi was a little surprised at first, then shook his head. No, tempering the body is easier at first and harder later. The later you go, the more time you need to spend, especially in the later stages. When you go deeper into the human body, you have to be more careful. And the reason why I have such a fast speed now is that I have already comprehended the perfect posture of divine will when I just stepped into the martial arts, and even created the peerless posture of the true dragon posture. But think about it carefully, Brother 8 is also very talented. He came into contact with martial arts at the age of 7. I am afraid that 3 or 4 years would be enough to practice the Jiaozi posture to the perfection of divine will. But even so, he still spent a full 11 years to temper his body and complete the birth of the inner essence. You can imagine the difficulty later. But my speed will still be much faster. My martial arts journey has just begun. I will have more time to create a method to accelerate later. The true dragon posture is not my limit. Ningqi's eyes are firm and confident. Time passes slowly. Mingwu Pavilion. Taoist Longshan slowly opened his eyes and sighed slightly. The realm of gods and humans is indeed as difficult as ascending to the sky. I have been in the Yuandan realm for more than 10 years, but I still don't have enough energy to resonate with the heaven and earth with my divine will. He smiled slightly. After teaching Ningqi more than a month ago, he was quite stimulated and had a slight sense of crisis. He simply took advantage of this energy to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, but unexpectedly he still failed. He still needed the lack of foundation. Time to grind. But he was not discouraged. The lifespan of a celestial being is 800. 100 years old is very young for a strong celestial being. Most of the strong celestial beings achieve success at around 200 years old. Some even achieve success when their lifespan of 400 years is about to end. Only then did he finally break through. The Longshan Taoist talent is over 80 years old, very young. He felt that he had been a little impatient these days, perhaps affected by the increasingly chaotic situation in the Great Yin dynasty. He shook his head, realizing this wasn't right. Although this retreat did not break the situation, it was not without gains. At least it allowed him to regain his mentality. It's been more than a month. I wonder how Xiaojiu is doing now. Xiaojiu has just come into contact with martial arts, and I am somewhat incompetent as a master. Taoist Longshan was a little annoyed. Thinking of the scene of teaching martial arts that day, he couldn't help but smile. He was really shocked at that time, which made him think that he had found an opportunity to break through, so he hurriedly retreated. Xiaojiu is a peerless jade, and his qualifications are far above mine. If he is properly cultivated, he has a great chance of becoming a martial saint. Taoist Longshan stood up and appeared at the door of the attic as if he were shrinking to the ground. This is an extremely advanced body technique. He planned to go to Ningqi first to see and fulfill his responsibility as a teacher. No matter how talented a disciple is, he will always be able to do it. There are also things that I don't understand. I have practiced Chuankung for so many years. From a high position, there is always something worth learning for Ningqi. He felt that he needed to plan a suitable path for Ningqi to avoid wasting this great talent. Although the Jinwu sect occupies Jinwu Mountain, it actually only builds pavilions on the best parts of the mountainside. Taoist Longshan and the 9 true disciples were in the core area, while the residences of the other inner and outer disciples were arranged outwards. At Taoist Longshan's speed, it didn't take much time to get to the small courtyard where Ningqi was. He had a smile on his face, his hands behind his back, his Taoist robes fluttering, and he looked like a crane-bone fairy. He has sensed the breath of life in the distance. But suddenly, his expression changed. Groan. A faint dragon roar sounded from the courtyard in front, carrying a vague sense of majesty. This is... Taoist Longshan's pupils shrank sharply, his heart skipped a beat, and his figure appeared quietly outside the courtyard. What he saw immediately made him freeze on the spot. Only inside the courtyard. The white mist is steaming and rolling, and dragon chants occasionally appear inside it, just like a young real dragon soaring and leaping. With Taoist Longshan's eyesight, it was not difficult to see that this was not a young true dragon, but his own little apprentice with terrifying talent. At this moment, Ning Qi's skin was as crystal clear as jade, but the flesh and blood underneath was faintly red and constantly stirring. Compared to January before, Ning Qi's figure is taller and stronger. The most conspicuous thing is the breath of life, which is much stronger. Meat refining realm? Taoist Longshan's breathing was slightly rapid. Even though he was a little nervous, this speed was too exaggerated. Although he expected that Ning Qi's cultivation speed would be beyond imagination, he was still frightened. He almost thought that he had remembered the time wrongly. The retreat is not just 1 month, but longer. But that wasn't what shocked him the most. This skill is not a Baifeng skill. With Taoist Longshan's level, he could immediately see the foundation of the 9 Zhenwu Zhuang from this strange Zhuang Kung Fu, and the shadow of almost every Zhuang Kung Fu could be seen. Just looking at it like this, he was a little frightened. The level of dominance of those tempered bodies was far from being comparable to that of Zhenwu Jiuzhuan. Watch slowly. A flash of thunder suddenly flashed through Taoist Longshan's mind, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Is this a real martial arts pile? His breathing was rapid, his mood was agitated, and his breathing method, which was originally integrated into the heaven and earth, suddenly fluctuated. Ning Qi almost immediately noticed an additional breath outside the hospital. He stopped his stance and shouted sharply. Who is it? When the sharp gaze glanced over, Ning Qi was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Master, are you out of seclusion? Why did you come here quietly? He just went to ask his senior brother yesterday, but he didn't expect his master to be released from seclusion today. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Taoist Longshan was slightly embarrassed. He originally wanted to secretly observe the progress of his young apprentice's martial arts so that he could prepare himself for the next lesson, but he didn't expect to see such an astonishing scene. He couldn't care less. Appeared in front of Ning Qi instantly. He stared at Ning Qi, suppressed his inner excitement and said, Xiaojiu, tell master, which master taught you Zhenwu Zhuang? Is he still in Zhenwu Mountain now? Did he say anything else? Taoist Longshan asked again and again. Ning Qi froze in place. He hesitated and said, Master, what is the Zhenwu Zhuang you are talking about? It's the pile skill you just practiced. Ning Qi suddenly understood something. His previous guess may be somewhat close to the truth. There is indeed a stronger pile skill above the 9 Zhenwu Zhuangs. It seems to be called Zhenwu Zhuang? But looking at his master's expression, I'm afraid that this Zhenwu sect is not in the Zhenwu sect. He said truthfully. Master, this is the true dragon stake that I created myself, not the true martial stake as you call it. The words fell. Taoist Longshan's beating goatee was stagnant. He looked at Ning Qi like a statue, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. You said, you created this yourself? This is even more outrageous than someone from the Zhenwu sect leaving the world and passing it on as a gift, but Taoist Longshan understands his apprentice. Although he is young, he is definitely not a person who talks nonsense. Ning Qi had already thought about a showdown with Taoist Longshan, but at this moment, Taoist Longshan came to him first. Master Qi, after you retreated, I learned several other Zhuang Kung Fu from my brothers and sisters. After I learned all 9 Zhenwu Zhuang Kung Fu, I always felt that there was something in common between these 9 Zhuang Kung Fu. Finally, one time I fell into an epiphany and reversed a skill. Ning Qi explained his thoughts and process of creating the true dragon stake. On one side, he handed over a secret book that had been prepared long ago, which recorded the true dragon stake in detail. Taoist Longshan finally recovered from the turbulent emotions. He forced himself to calm down, looked through the secret book in his hand, and listened to the explanation of his little apprentice, his eyes still wavering. Of course he knew that there was something in common between the 9 Zhenwu pillars. But the problem is, but if you want to use this to reversely deduce the true martial arts, it is no less difficult than recreating a peerless martial arts. It's simply a fantasy. After so many years since he received the Jinwu inheritance, he also tried, but no matter how much he scratched his head, it was to no avail. He thought that maybe there might be a glimmer of hope after he was promoted to heaven, but there was a high probability that it would end in vain. Maybe only a martial saint could do it. Unexpectedly, after he had been in seclusion for a month, this Xinwu Zhuang actually appeared in front of him in this way. When he saw Ning Qi practicing this skill before, Taoist Longshan's first reaction was that there was a peerless strongman left by the Xinwu sect, and that was why he asked the question before. But now I know that this was actually created by the young apprentice himself. He looked at the secret book in his hand. Gradually sink in. So that's what it is. Wonderful. A stroke of genius. He sat on the stone pillar next to him and patted his legs from time to time. Doing the questions to the answers is fast. He is also a top expert in the Yuan Dan realm, and he is extremely familiar with the Nine Jinwu Zhuan. He has tried to deduce it many times and has several vague directions. Now that he sees the secret book, he can naturally figure it out immediately. The best of them. The wonder took his breath away. Finally, Taoist Longshan sighed, closed the secret book, and looked at Ning Qi with slightly complicated eyes. Originally, he thought that if Ning Qi followed his plan, he would have a high probability of becoming a martial saint in the future. But now he feels. It is certain that Ning Qi will become a martial saint in the future, and it is not unusual to even set foot on a martial saint in the future. This kind of understanding is really too outrageous. He could no longer speculate on Ning Qi's upper limit. This moment. Taoist Longshan recalled that day when Ning Qi asked about immortality. A word suddenly came to mind. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. As Master said, should this skill be called Jinwu Zhuan? Ning Qi's curious inquiry brought Taoist Longshan back from his thoughts. He smiled and patted the stone pillar next to him. After seeing Ning Qi sit down, he continued. Xiaojiu, do you still remember that Master told you that the world's pile skills are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower? Disciple, remember. But my master is telling you now that in addition to the upper, middle, and lower threefold pile skills, there is actually a very rare pile skill that is unknown to everyone, and it is called the peerless pile skill. Looking at the world, there are only a handful of forces with peerless skills. At least there are only 2 places that sure knows about. There is one in the Great Yen royal family, one in the Demon sect, and the rest are in Deju Temple, Wenjin Pavilion, etc. What the sect has can only be regarded as half-step unparalleled. Ning Qi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Taoist Longshan start talking about the secrets of the world. And when our Jinwu sect was at its peak, we also had a peerless skill. Looking at Ning Qi's bright eyes, Taoist Longshan smiled on his face. That's right, it's a real martial arts stake. The 9 Jinwu Zhuangs passed down to you by my master are actually derived from the Jinwu Zhuang. This is the general outline, and it is also peerless. Practitioners can build a peerless foundation and have greater hope of becoming a martial saint. It is a pity that my master did not get it back then. When Jinwu was inherited, there were only 9 Jinwu pillars and no general outline, which I have always regretted. I didn't expect that you would realize it. Perhaps this is God's will. Taoist Longshan smiled and stroked Ning Qi's head. Master, do you mean that the true dragon stake I created is the true martial stake? Yes, there is a description in the Jinwu inheritance. The Jinwu Zhuang can obtain the true dragon's divine will. Even if the Zhuang Gong you create is not completely consistent with the Jinwu Zhuang, it is definitely not too different. However, since this Zhuang Gong was created by you, it will be called the True Dragon Pile from now on. Speaking of which, I feel that the name True Dragon Pile is more appropriate. Just as the Byron Pile can gain the divine will of Byron, since it is the true dragon's divine will, it should naturally be called the True Dragon Pile. Taoist Longshan respected Ning Qi very much. He was smiling and in a good mood. Ning Qi also smiled. He finally settled the doubts in his heart. He knew that there was indeed a more powerful pile skill above the 9 Jinwu piles. He was just a little regretful that his master did not have it and could not use it to prove each other. Hearing Taoist Longshan's words, Ning Qi shook his head and said, "Since it was called the Jinwu Zhuang in ancient times, it will be the Jinwu Zhuang from now on. Master, you should keep it well. If there are suitable junior brothers and sisters in the future, you can pass it on to them. As for those senior brothers and sisters, they have already set foot in the inner Yuan realm and cannot cultivate again. Ning Qi doesn't care what this skill is called, it's a trivial matter." Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi and laughed heartily. The name is indeed a trivial matter, but he saw Ning Qi's thoughts from it. He did not accept the secret book, but said, "This true martial arts post can only be left to your disciples and disciples to practice. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version." Ning Qi said in surprise. "Why?" Taoist Longshan's eyes were distant. "Do you still remember that my master once said that the 9 Jinwu sons could defeat the martial saint?" Disciple, remember. Actually, in the former Jinwu sect, in addition to the 9 Jinwu sons, there was also a more powerful secret existence, the Jinwu Dao Protector. Protecting the Dao does not protect a certain person, but protects the Jinwu. Inheritance. The guardians practice true martial arts. Although the peerless martial art is powerful, the requirements are also high. There is only one guardian in each generation, and he will almost certainly be a martial saint. Ning Qi was a little surprised. So, when the Jinwu sect was at its peak, didn't it mean that there were 2 martial saints with the fighting power? That's right. How did such a powerful Jinwu sect disappear in the long river of history? Ning Qi was puzzled. He now knew that it was not easy to become a martial saint. Looking back at ancient history, there were even times when only one martial saint suppressed the world. Even in the era of martial arts prosperity, there might not be more than 2 hands. Logically speaking, with such a foundation, the Jinwu sect should be able to continue, right? The Taoist Longshan shook his head slightly. Maybe it was a civil strife, maybe it was an accident. The truth is unknown to anyone. There is no mention of it in the inheritance that my master received that year. Ning Qi suppressed his inner speculation and heard the Taoist Longshan's expression gradually becoming serious. Ning Qi, are you willing to be the protector of this generation of the Jinwu sect? The Taoist Longshan had some expectations in his eyes. Originally, there was no Jinwu pillar, so he naturally never thought about the matter of protectors, but now, is there a more suitable protector than Ning Qi? As long as Ning Qi grows up, the Jinwu sect will have no worries for the rest of his life. At this moment, Ning Qi immediately understood why Taoist Longshan said that the Jinwu posture could only be practiced by future disciples. So he had already had this idea. Ning Qi did not hesitate. He stood up with a solemn look. My disciple is willing. People need to be grateful. Taoist Longshan saved his life, protected him, and taught him carefully. All the senior brothers and sisters loved him very much. Even if he was not a Taoist guardian, he would never sit idly by and watch what the Jinwu sect did. This was not a conflict in the first place. Now he just has a more legitimate identity. Taoist Longshan laughed. Good. Very good. Xiaojiu, keep this secret book for yourself. If you meet a suitable Taoist guardian in the future, pass it on to him. As for others, you don't need to tell them. Yes, my disciple will remember it. The master and the disciple smiled at each other. Master, I have something else for you. Taoist Longshan looked over curiously and saw Ning Qi handing over a prescription. Improved version of tempered body powder. In my spare time, my disciple felt that there was still room for improvement in the original efficacy of the body tempering powder, so he made some changes, and the effect was more than doubled compared to before. Taoist Longshan was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He did not doubt Ning Qi's words. With the Jinwu stake in front of him, Taoist Longshan accepted it quickly. The Jinwu stake is already a huge surprise, and this improved body tempering powder can benefit the Jinwu sect visibly, enough to make Jinwu disciples grow faster. This is a peerless treasure that enhances the sect's heritage. Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of relief. This moment. He felt sincerely. Taking Ning Chi to Jinwu Mountain back then was probably the wisest decision in his life. If someone is like this, what else can I ask for? Xiaojiu, if you have any needs, just tell me. Since you are now a Jinwu protector, you can use all the resources of the Jinwu sect at will. Taoist Longshan said solemnly. The Jinwu protector hides in the dark and is the absolute trump card of the Jinwu sect, so his treatment is naturally excellent. Not to mention Ning Chi's contribution to the Jinwu sect. At this time, Taoist Longshan had completely abandoned his previous thoughts. When he just came out of seclusion, he still thought that he should plan a path for Ning Chi to be a martial saint so as not to waste his talent. However, after seeing Ning Chi's evil talent, later, he changed his mind. The best way to teach such a genius is to provide sufficient resources and allow him to grow freely. No intervention is required in other places. Otherwise, if he is led astray, Taoist Longshan will never forgive him for the rest of his life. Ning Chi was slightly excited. She didn't expect that becoming a protector would have such benefits. What does he yearn for most? That must be the Buddhist scripture pavilion of Jinwu sect. It contains not only various martial arts secrets, but also many Taoist classics, feng shui, medical books, etc. In the past, even if Taoist Longshan loved him very much, he could only see part of it. After all, there are no rules, and even if many true disciples in the sect are treated better, they must pay attention to a contribution and cannot take it at will. Otherwise, if things go on like this, the sect will be ruined. It is bound to decline or even perish. Master, can I live in the Sutra Pavilion from now on? Ning Chi asked expectantly. You have to spend time every time you borrow it, otherwise you can just move it over. Although the true dragon stake can be called a peerless skill, Ning Chi is still not satisfied. If it is based on the many martial arts of Zongjing Pavilion, it may be possible to create a more powerful pile skill. If he could turn this entire Sutra Pavilion into his own heritage, Ning Chi's growth path would be smoother. The full level of understanding is indeed powerful, but it also requires constant self-preservation. Taoist Longshan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Ning Chi to propose such a condition. He thought for a while and said, It's inconvenient to live in the Sutra Pavilion, and you can't use your hands and feet to practice martial arts. How about this? I'll ask someone to build you a new residence near the Sutra Pavilion. It's quiet and undisturbed. If you want to read a book, just go to the Sutra Pavilion. If you want to practice martial arts, just stay at your residence. Ning Chi was overjoyed. This is naturally better. Thank you, Master. However, there are so many books in the Sutra Pavilion. You must not be blinded by them. You must grasp the balance between them. Taoist Longshan smiled. No other requirements? Not yet. Then we'll think about it later. He motioned for Ning Chi to sit down. I came here today just to talk to you about martial arts levels. It's also a bit of experience gained from being a teacher for so many years. The 8 realms of body tempering, skin, flesh, muscles, and bones are the outer 4 realms, and the internal organs, marrow, and blood gods are the 4 inner realms. When the inner and outer are in harmony, it is perfect. In the outer 4 realms, bone refining is the top priority. This is the bridge connecting the inside and outside. In the 4 inner realms, refining the gods is the most dangerous and requires the most patience. Longshan Taoist talked eloquently. He only talked about experience and nothing else. How much he can use depends entirely on Ning Chi himself. Ning Chi was fascinated by what he heard. This is a teaching without reservation. For him, this kind of martial arts experience is what he needs most, so that he can avoid detours. At this time, Ning Chi had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he suddenly felt that there were some imperfections in the Jinwu stake he created before. As the setting sun slants, a master and a disciple discuss the Tao relative to each other. Like a painting. Time flies by. Ning Chi has reached the stage of meat refining, and he has a strength of 800 kilograms with one arm. This is a bit exaggerated for a 3-year-old child, but it is normal when you think about it. The peerless foundation created by Shang Ningqi Zhenwu Zhuang is even more exaggerated. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. And today, Ningqi is packing things. The residence in Zongjing Pavilion is finally ready. Third senior sister Yi Qinghe, fourth senior brother He Yan, and fifth senior brother Zhang Baishan all came to help. Tisk, TSK, Xiaojiu, tell me honestly, are you master's illegitimate son? While Yi Qinghe was packing his things, he couldn't help but pinch Ningqi's face. Ningqi rolled her eyes and opened her hand. Third senior sister, if you have the ability, go and tell master face to face. He Yan and Zhang Baishan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to say such things. As the only female disciple among the 9 true traditions, Yi Qinghe was extremely favored by Taoist master Longshan, but it was okay to complain in private. If he dared to say it in person, he would inevitably be punished by copying scriptures. She shrugged her nose and spoke out the thoughts of He Yan and Zhang Baishan. Humph, how could master allow you to live alone in the Sutra Pavilion and tell us not to disturb you while you practice martial arts? All 3 of them have some taste. I feel that my master is a bit biased, but more of it just wants to tease Ningqi. Ningqi rolled his eyes and smiled. You really want to know? 3 pairs of eyes looked over. Because I am a genius. Ningqi shouldered the burden, leaving the 3 of them with Long Outyan's back. Yi Qinghe and the other 3 were dumbfounded, their teeth were itchy, and then they looked at each other and smiled. Stupid Xiaojiu. Although they are a little bit offended, they don't feel unbalanced. Ningqi's talent is obvious to all. Many true disciples have vaguely regarded Ningqi as the future of the true martial arts sect. Moreover, they watched Ningqi grow up day by day. As a brother. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at Ning Qixin's residence. Yi Qinghe and the other 2 couldn't help but tease each other for a while, and left after giving some instructions. Xiaojiu, practice well on your own and come to us anytime if you have anything. Ningqi watched the 3 of them off, and then looked at their new home, feeling happy in her heart. The courtyard is spacious and quiet. It is located behind the Sutra Pavilion and no one will disturb it. He looked towards the Sutra Pavilion in the distance, excitement gradually emerging in his eyes. To him, it was the foundation of eternal life. Next, Ningqi's life gradually stabilized. Since moving to the new residence, he was close to the Sutra Library, which made him feel like a fish in water. He practiced martial arts every day, and spent the rest of his time in the Sutra Library, eagerly absorbing the nutrients in it and turning it into his own foundation. Thanks to this, Ningqi felt that when he was thinking about the principles of martial arts, he was even more exaggerated than before. Due to the instructions of Taoist Longshan, the other brothers and sisters basically did not come to disturb him, and Ningqi was also happy. He did not feel bored at all. In this life, he had a full level of comprehension, and the fun of cultivation was infinitely magnified, which made him taste the marrow. He was very satisfied to be alone. It was much better than in the previous life. Moreover, the master and many brothers and sisters did not ignore him, but they were already diligent when they did not come, so as not to disturb him. Yi Qinghe was still the one who came the most. Occasionally, if a senior brother went down the mountain, he would definitely bring some gifts to Ningqi, all of which were brought by her. However, the types of gifts gradually became unified from the previous variety, that is, books. Everyone knows. The little junior brother is keen on reading and often stays in the Sutra Pavilion. However, what makes Ningqi sigh secretly is that the 8th senior brother is not as close to him as before. Later, Xinyan came to Ningqi's new residence once, but only stayed for a short time and said some words about cultivation before leaving, and never came again. Every time he only saw him when many true disciples gathered during festivals. Of course, he still smiled when he saw him. If Xinyan went down the mountain, he would also bring some books back to Ningqi, but inevitably, there was a little more alienation. Ningqi roughly felt it. The 8th senior brother seemed to be a little jealous of him, not knowing whether it was because of his talent or because of the master's preference for him. He had no choice but to do nothing about it. No matter how talented he was, he could not control other people's thoughts. He could only keep a low profile as much as possible. Most of the time he practiced in the sutra library and his own courtyard. Occasionally, he would observe the world alone. Slowly, the ninth disciple of the Zhenwu sect gradually became mysterious in front of many outer and inner disciples. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. Ning Qi was 4 years old. In the sutra library, a short figure in a white Taoist robe was reading books with his hands behind his back, muttering something. This tiger evil fist is quite interesting. If you can get the meaning of tiger evil, it can be breathtaking. It can be regarded as an exquisite fighting method. Ning Qi's eyes were slightly amazed. In the blink of an eye, he had already understood the tiger evil fist thoroughly, and even intercepted the essence of it and added it to the Zhenwu fist he created. Zhuanggong is a method of tempering the body, which also includes fighting methods, but it is still inferior to martial arts that specialize in attacking. For this reason, Ning Qi would practice some offensive techniques in his spare time, and eventually created this all-encompassing and unparalleled Zhenwu fist, which can be called invincible in the tempering body realm. Although he seeks immortality. But he also needs the art of protecting the way. Otherwise, he will inevitably be killed by others if he only has the realm. He has dabbled in boxing, body movements, and sword and blade techniques, and the ones he mainly practices have all reached realms that ordinary people can hardly imagine. In this year, he has grown too much. He reads classics every day, and at least reads 10% of the books in the Sutra Pavilion, all of which have become his own foundation. In terms of martial arts knowledge, even the strong men in the Gangyuan realm may not be able to match him. Ning Qi put back the Tiger Evil Fist secret book, stretched his waist, and his thoughts drifted to the distance. In 1 year, I have completed the bone refining, and the 4 stages of tempering the body have been completely completed. Now, I have a force of 5,000 kilograms in one arm, which is much more solid than the foundation of my senior brothers. They only had 3,000 kilograms of force when they reached this stage. But this is not enough. This is not the perfect foundation I imagined. It takes 1 year to complete the 4 outer stages. If you want to complete the 4 inner stages, and then integrate the inner and outer to enter the inner Yuan stage, it may take another 2 years. In other words, you can enter the inner Yuan at the age of 6. Compared to ordinary people, this speed is already very fast, but I can be faster. Ning Qi looked outside the pavilion. In fact, he could have entered the Zhang refining stage a month ago, but he did not choose to break through. Sometimes, slowness is for faster speed. In this year, in addition to martial arts training, I actually put a lot of energy into creating the Zhuanggong. I don't know if it's because I've reached the upper limit, but it's more difficult to create this Zhuanggong than I thought, and it took me so much time. But it's almost done. The essence of Zhuanggong is no longer a secret in my eyes. After understanding more than 100 Zhuanggongs, this supreme Zhuanggong will definitely be completed in a few days. Ning Qi's eyes were full of expectations. In his imagination, the supreme Zhuanggong is above the peerless Zhuanggong. If he succeeds, he is sure that he will give birth to internal energy in a year and step into the inner Yuan realm. The gap is much bigger, which is why he doesn't break through the Zhang refining realm for the time being. If he is in a hurry to break through now, it will take more time to use the supreme Zhuanggong to retrain the foundation later, but if he only retrains the outer 4 realms, it will be much simpler. Observe the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth to get inspiration. Although the real dragon is extremely powerful, it is just one of the myriad phenomena in the end. A correct version at 16,191 book in 1 forum. Time, if it can be saved, it's better to save it. Ning Qi turned around and picked up a book beside him. Miscellaneous notes from Shueme Villa. He rubbed it gently without opening it. He knew what was written inside. The chivalrous deeds of the founder of Shueme Villa, Mr. Yi, Ning Yi, and Mei Jianjiang Shueme. And at the end was a few words. In the 27th year of Yangxing, Shueme Villa was massacred by a mysterious force, and no one survived. It was a pity. This was brought back by the eldest brother when he went down the mountain to travel 2 years ago and placed in the Sutra Library. Ning Qi exhaled slowly. That year, Master Feng retreated because of Master. I think his realm would not be higher than the Yuandan realm. It is likely to be the second realm of Gangyuan, Yuye realm. The lifespan of Gangyuan realm is 400 years. I just hope that you will not be killed by others. If possible. Ning Qi still wanted to do it himself. He felt that when he reached Gangyuan realm, it should not be a big problem to beat that man to death. Putting down the miscellaneous notes, Ning Qi looked outside the pavilion. Sure enough, a familiar lazy voice sounded. Xiaojiu, are you ready to go? Yi Qinghe pushed the door open with an expression of you are here as expected. Looking at the vast amount of books in the sutra library, she felt overwhelmed. We're leaving soon, and you're still reading here. Just call you a nerd. Yi Qinghe bent down and tapped Ning Qi's face with her green jade finger. Ning Qi habitually slapped her hand away and smiled. You haven't come yet, have you? Let's go. Ning Qi took the initiative to walk out. It's rare that you take the initiative to go out, Xiaojiu. Today, I have to take you around. Don't get bored. Yi Qinghe became excited. Ning Qi shook his head and laughed. The supreme pile skill he expected was related to the world. On weekdays, he would at most watch the clouds and snow, the mountains and the water in some safe places in Jinwu Mountain. Recently, he felt that he needed an opportunity, so he thought about walking around the periphery of Jinwu Mountain. However, the periphery of Jinwu Mountain has not been cleared, and there are inevitably strange beasts among them. For safety, Ning Qi called Yi Qinghe, a ready-made bodyguard. He cherishes his life very much, and does not think that he is invincible just because he has perfected his bone refining. He can run around alone, and if he encounters a powerful beast, he will be doomed. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghe is more excited than him. Jinwu Mountain is located at the junction of Qingzhou and Yunzhou, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. When Taoist Longshan chose to rebuild the Jinwu sect here, he cleared the mountain. Although there were still some wild beasts left, they were not too threatening and could serve as a means for his disciples to train. But Ning Qi was going to the mountains outside Jinwu Mountain today, which was more dangerous. There are powerful beasts in this world called strange beasts. Among them, the strong ones can even compete with the strong ones of heaven and man. They can move mountains and call rain, and can be called the king of beasts. Although there are no such exaggerated beasts outside Jinwu Mountain, it is better to have a master to accompany you for safety. The two leaped between the mountains and forests. Yi Qinghe's eyes showed a strange look. I just feel that my little junior brother is so swift and elegant that he can keep up with me completely, and he still has a graceful demeanor. Although there is a reason that I didn't try my best, it is still amazing enough. Xiaojiu, the old master is giving you a special treatment again. Yi Qinghe pouted. Ning Qi smiled slightly. I created it myself. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yi Qinghe chuckled, thinking Ning Qi was joking. The two stopped at the edge of a cliff. The cliff was so high that you couldn't see the bottom. The clouds were steaming, and the sunlight was passing through it, shining with colorful colors. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He slowly sat cross-legged in Yi Qinghe's surprised eyes, and then he was fascinated by the clouds rolling and unrolling. Clouds have no form and shape. They gather and disperse with the wind. Yi Qinghe watched from the side, wondering in her heart. She imitated Ning Qi's appearance and watched the clouds in a trance, but she felt that it was just an ordinary cloud. Although it was beautiful, it was nothing more than that. She wanted to ask, but she was afraid to disturb Ning Qi. For a long time, Ning Qi's body shook, and he slowly stood up. There seemed to be a light in his eyes. Yi Qinghe asked hurriedly. Xiaojiu, what are you doing? Looking at the clouds. The clouds on the cliff of Jinwu Mountain are much more beautiful than these. Why did you come here to see them? There are similarities and differences. Why do I see clouds everywhere? What's the difference? You don't understand enough. Yi Qinghe was immediately angry. Sometimes, the junior brother's words are really annoying, but there is no way to refute them. Watching Ning Qi go away, she hurried to catch up. But soon, she saw Ningqi sitting down in front of a strange stone again. The stone was several people tall and seemed to be in human shape. What is this for? She smiled bitterly in her heart. After a while, Ningqi stood up again, and his mind was more brilliant. This time, Yi Qinghe didn't ask again. The junior brother has always been independent. She just chatted with Ningqi about other things. Next, Ningqi stopped to observe from time to time. Whether it is the clouds between the cliffs, or the strange-shaped stones, or the dew on the roots, or the wind in the mountains, or even a leaf, a piece of mud. Ningqi would stop and even sit cross-legged in meditation at some things that seemed ordinary to Yi Qinghe. This made her smile bitterly. She couldn't understand it. The world of geniuses was simply incomprehensible. She knew that Ningqi was definitely not doing something meaningless. And Ningqi did gain a lot. After being in a cage for a long time, he was able to return to nature. The things here are not much different from those on Jinwu Mountain, but the key lies in the state of mind. The change in environment made Ningqi feel different. He felt that he was right to come out this time. The supreme pile skill has almost taken shape in his mind. Xiaojiu, why don't we go and see something more interesting? After Ningqi woke up, Yi Qinghe asked in a low voice. Although she felt that Ningqi was comprehending something, she was also a little worried that her junior brother might have something wrong with him because he stayed alone for too long. Ningqi came back to his senses, looked at Yi Qinghe who was bored to death and smiled. Okay. After a while, pushing aside the leaves, two pairs of eyes looked over cunningly, and saw two black snakes entangled with each other crazily. They were not fighting, but more intense. Yi Qinghe was full of black lines. Xiaojiu, do you think this is interesting? Of course it's interesting, the origin of life is here. Ningqi looked at it seriously. And was fascinated again. Yi Qinghe was helpless. But it was more interesting than looking at stones or something. She muttered from time to time, as if she was controlling two snakes from a distance. After a while, Ningqi was satisfied, and the two left quietly. Then, Ningqi seemed to be fighting with beasts. Yi Qinghe took him to shuttle through the mountains and forests. Constantly observing the activities of various beasts and even strange beasts at close range. Tigers roaring in the mountains and forests. Goshawks fighting rabbits. A perfect version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Ants move their nests. Wolves hunt in groups. Ningqi was very interested in watching all these things. Of course, watching from such a close distance will inevitably lead to some mistakes. For example, he once encountered a blood-horned wolf beast, which had the strength to fight with a warrior in the inner realm. If Ningqi encountered it alone, he would have to retreat temporarily. He also encountered several other beasts with slightly weaker strength. Fortunately, there was Yi Qinghe. He easily suppressed them. Yi Qinghe was tired, but when she saw the smile on Ningqi's little face, she lost her resentment and just rubbed Ningqi's face fiercely, almost kissing him. In fact, she kissed Ningqi when he was a baby, but Ningqi firmly refused after he became able to move. This made Yi Qinghe sigh with emotion. Junior brother grows up so fast. Unknowingly, the sun is already setting in the sky. Ningqi raised his head, looking very energetic. Yi Qinghe, on the other hand, looked hollowed out. It's so boring. If she hadn't had a sip of wine to keep her alive, I'm afraid she would have stopped eating. Ningqi smiled and said, Sister, let's go back. Today's goal has been achieved and the harvest has been huge. He was confident that within 3 days, this supreme skill would be accomplished. Just need to comb it after you get home. It seems that if you have the opportunity in the future, you will have to look around and see the natural world and the world of mortals. Yi Qinghe's eyes lit up, she stood up, pulled Ningqi and left. Ningqi couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, and drew a cake for Yi Qinghe. Senior sister, don't worry. From now on, junior brother, I will be invincible in the world, and I will collect the best wine in the world for you. Yi Qinghe laughed happily. Then senior sister will remember it. Immediately. She was stunned for a moment, the corners of her mouth gradually curved, and her eyes sparkled. "Senior sister number one in the world, I don't think about it for now. Why don't you give me a pot of monkey bar first?" Ning-Chi also sensed the movement in front. The unique howl all revealed the identity of the visitor, a gibbon. The gibbon's arms are flexible, and the monkey-whined bruise has a unique flavor. When he thinks of this, the corners of Yi Ching-ha's mouth sparkle. The two stopped walking. Everyone was startled. The leaves of the dense forest were pushed aside, and the gibbon they imagined did not appear. Instead, it was a white ape whose body was as white as snow. The white ape was only one head taller than Ning-Chi and had slender arms. When they saw Ning-Chi and the two of them, afterwards, human panic appeared in his eyes. Ning-Chi's eyes showed surprise. Then, even a few gibbons covered with black hair rushed out of the dense forest. Their eyes showed fierceness and bared their teeth at the white ape. After seeing Ning-Chi and the two of them, they did not restrain themselves at all. They bared their teeth and showed their fierce look. Yi Ching had crossed his arms, looked away from Bai Yuan, and looked at Ning-Chi lazily. "Xiaojiu, senior sister is tired, how about you educate these little monkeys?" Yi Ching-ha had no intention of attacking. The gibbon was not a strange beast. It was considered a ferocious beast for ordinary people, but it was not a big problem for warriors. She wanted to be lazy. Besides, she was also a little curious about Ning-Chi's current strength. When she first set foot on the martial arts, Ning-Chi's comprehension, which could be called a demon, was still fresh in her memory. She felt that with her junior brother's comprehension, he was at least in the flesh-refining realm, and might even have been perfected. With such strength, it should be no problem to deal with a few gibbons. Ning-Chi met Yi Ching-ha's smiling eyes and shrugged slightly. Okay. He had always treated Yi Ching-ha as a thug, and he felt a little embarrassed. Who told him that the big cake he had just drawn was too coincidental? Now the opportunity to get the monkey wine was delivered to his door, and it would be unreasonable not to take it. Anyway, it was just a matter of convenience, so he just regarded it as a reward for his senior sister to come out to protect him. Ning-Chi glanced at the white ape. Then he walked forward slowly. The white ape was particularly tactful. As soon as its eyes lit up, it immediately flashed behind the two of them. After meeting Yi Ching-ha's gaze, it bowed repeatedly to show its flattery, but in return Yi Ching-ha rolled his eyes, making it scratch its head in dismay. At this time, seeing Ning-Chi approach, the gibbons bared their teeth fiercely and kept making low roars. When Ning-Chi took two more steps forward, a gibbon had already raised a stone and smashed it. The whistling sound was powerful and heavy. All the gibbons surrounded and attacked. This was a very aggressive beast. Even if Ning-Chi and Yi Ching-ha did nothing, they would be attacked. Ning-Chi stepped lightly and slightly turned sideways to avoid the flying stone. He was so elegant and graceful that Yi Ching-ha looked at him sideways. But what surprised her even more was that behind her, she saw Ning-Chi stretched out his hand and caught the arm of a gibbon that was smashing at her. Like Buddha throwing an elephant, the gibbon was immediately thrown out lightly. It was just a little strange in comparison between Ning-Chi's young body and the size of the gibbon. Boom! The tree trunk fell down with a loud noise. The gibbon wailed and couldn't get up. Ning-Chi was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, one in each hand, and the gibbon flew and fell into the forest. The white ape behind him couldn't help shivering, this human child was so cruel. Ning-Chi's face was calm. With his current strength, beating the gibbon was no different from an adult beating a child. After doing all this, Ning-Chi did not chase, but looked forward. Yi Ching-ha also looked at it, his face changed slightly. A low roar sounded, and a dark figure came from far to near, standing up like a gibbon, but much stronger, with explosive muscles, especially the pair of arms, which were as black as iron, like a sledgehammer. Iron-armed ape. This is a strange beast, a gibbon species, with amazing strength, one arm weighing at least 1,000 pounds, and a pair of iron arms that are even tougher. The best of them can even fight against the strong men in the bone-refining realm. Yi Ching-ha subconsciously took a step forward, but then stepped back. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Ning-Chi was too relaxed just now, and she found that she seemed to have underestimated her junior brother. She might as well use this iron-armed ape to see his limits and train his actual combat ability. However, her mind was also completely focused. Once Ningqi was defeated, she would immediately take action and would not let Ningqi get hurt at all. Ningqi's eyes were also eager to try. He didn't fight many times. Occasionally, he would find some beasts in Jinwu to test his martial arts, but he had never met a beast of the level of the iron-armed ape. The iron-armed ape was amazing, and its eyes were equally fierce. It stared at the white ape in the distance and then roared again and again to signal Ningqi to leave the territory. Ningqi ignored it. The next moment, the iron-armed ape attacked without warning. Grabbing the tree trunk, it leaped forward and pounced. Standing high up, it carried a mighty force. Its pair of iron arms smashed down like a sledgehammer, bringing with it a shrill sound that made people's scalps numb. Yi Qinghe's face tightened. This iron-armed ape was not ordinary. Her internal strength had already begun to mobilize, and she was ready to attack at any time. Ningqi's tender body was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the iron-armed ape, but his expression remained unchanged. He stretched out his hands, without any fancy moves, just a pull and a hug, and held the iron arm that was coming in his arms, and then, like a king in the world, he lifted the whole iron-armed ape and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! The mountains and forests shook, and the leaves withered. Still strong? Smashed to the right again, and the iron-armed ape was completely defeated. The originally ferocious expression was directly confused, and it felt that all the bones and muscles in the body were about to fall apart. The white ape in the distance shuddered, and its hair stood up. Cruel. So cruel. Yi Qinghe was stunned, and the internal energy she had raised was released, almost causing internal injuries to herself. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never expected this one. The scene of the child smashing the ape made her doubt her life and almost thought she was dreaming. I saw the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Is this really her 4-year-old junior brother? Ningqi's voice brought her back to her thoughts. Hey, everyone, my senior sister wants to drink monkey wine. If you offer me monkey wine, I will spare you this time. Ningqi asked while stepping on the iron-armed ape's shoulder, which touched Yi Qinghe a little. This junior brother did not suffer in vain. The iron-armed ape was dizzy, and the muscles in his arms were about to tear apart. It looked at Ningqi in fear, and had no idea what Ningqi was talking about. The strange beasts have a certain amount of wisdom, but they may not understand human language. Seeing that Ningqi was about to take action again, the iron-armed ape wailed anxiously. A white ape came quickly from a distance. He first bowed to Ningqi, then pointed at himself and then at the iron-armed ape, as if to say that he would communicate with him. Ningqi was surprised. This white ape looked like a strange beast, but it was so weak that it couldn't even beat a few gibbons. But if it was an ordinary beast, it was too smart and could understand what he said. He nodded slightly. The white ape bowed respectfully, and then kicked the iron-armed ape in the face while Ningqi was not paying attention. The damage was not high, but it was extremely insulting. Ningqi heard the movement behind him and laughed. This little white ape is quite interesting. The iron-armed ape was so angry that his nose was crooked, but he didn't dare to resist. The white ape was arrogant, with his hands on his waist, and then he screamed and made various gestures. Ningqi clearly saw resistance on the iron-armed ape's face, and finally he was depressed. The situation was stronger than the person, and it was better to lose the wine than to lose his life. After completing the task, the white ape excitedly rolled and jumped in front of Ningqi and the others. Ningqi smiled slightly. Lead the way. This translator is really good. The two followed the iron-armed ape and the white ape into the forest. Yi Qinghe finally had time to ask Ningqi. Her voice was a little low, as if she was afraid of disturbing others. Xiaojiu, tell me honestly, what realm are you in now? Ningqi thought for a while and replied. Bone refining. He didn't say that he had already completed the bone refining, for fear of irritating Yi Qinghe. Bone refining is also bone refining, isn't it considered lying? Yi Qinghe was stunned. In 1 year, he stepped into the bone refining realm? What kind of peerless? monster is this? Now she understood why the master always told herself and others not to ask too much about the little junior brother's martial arts training. It turned out that it was not to protect the little junior brother, but to protect them. Yi Qinghe looked at Ning Qi with a resentful look. I'm honest now, I won't ask again. On top of 8 Peak. Yi Qinghe happily drank the monkey wine filled in the gourd, his pretty face flushed, and the previous depression had been swept away. Belch. She burped and said to Ning Qi with a smile. Xiaojiu, this monkey wine is a good thing. If you drink more, it will be of great help to your bone refining. Ning Qi looked at the large and small bamboo wine bags on Yi Qinghe's body and couldn't help but hold his forehead. But this is true. When refining the foundation later, monkey wine can speed up the process. He looked back at the iron arm ape and the many gibbons, and clearly saw the lament in their eyes. This was their accumulation over the years, but now it was wiped away by Yi Qinghe. Thanks, monkeys. I'll come and play with you next time when I have time. Yi Qinghe waved his hand behind him. All the apes wanted to cry but had no tears. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. His senior sister was really naughty sometimes, and she would come up with whatever she wanted. The little white ape also had bamboo tubes hanging on his body. He turned around, winked at the apes, made faces, and gloated. After seeing Yi Qinghe and Ning Qi far away, a quickie hurriedly followed them. This little thing can be regarded as a vivid demonstration of the power of a fox and a tiger. Okay, little white ape, give us the bamboo tube, and we'll say goodbye. Ning Qi smiled. Bai Yuan suddenly became anxious. He scratched his head, jumped up and down, and expressed something eagerly. Yi Qinghe watched with interest. Ning Qi quickly understood its meaning. With his understanding and through the exchange between the white ape and the iron-armed ape just now, it was not difficult to figure out the rules. He said curiously. You mean, if you have something to give us, let us go with you? Hear the words. The white ape was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the bamboo tube on his body, he would have to do 2 somersaults. Ning Qi and Yi Qinghe looked at each other. They all saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. As long as you are not blind, you can naturally see the strangeness of this white ape. Although it is not a strange beast, it is better than a strange beast. It's still early, let's go take a look. Yi Qinghe became interested. Ning Qi looked up at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still time before it completely set. Walk. White ape was even more excited and quickly led the way. The 2 people and the ape were walking through the forest. The white ape looked back from time to time, as if he was afraid that the 2 people would suddenly leave. Soon, the white ape stopped in front of a cave. It called the 2 of them to go in, as if they were home. Ning Qi and Ning Qi looked at each other. Yi Qinghe was slightly vigilant and stepped in one after another. It was dark inside the cave, so Yi Qinghe lit the fire to see clearly the scene inside the cave. Ordinary, nothing strange at all. She was a little disappointed. I originally thought that something strange was about to happen. But right away, her eyes lit up. I saw the white ape groping for something in an unknown corner, and then walked over with something in his hand. When he got closer, he discovered that it turned out to be a roll of parchment. Is this really an adventure? Yi Qinghe smiled. Ning Qi also found it interesting, but he didn't expect the white ape to bring a surprise. The 2 looked at the parchment. I was immediately attracted by the first 3 words. Ice Silkworm Strength. This is a powerful skill. Yi Qinghe became more interested and looked at 10 lines at a glance. Ning Qi was also watching. He saw faster, but he had not yet set foot in the Niyuan realm. This technique was of little use to him. At most, it could increase his knowledge. After a while, the 2 of them came to their senses. Ice Silkworm Gene, if the strength is achieved, it is continuous and frost-piercing. What's even better is that the senior who created Ice Silkworm Gene had a wonderful idea. He was inspired by the ice silkworm's rebirth after breaking out of the cocoon. Every time he breaks out of the cocoon, rebirth is a matter of reincarnation. 9 times of rebirth is 9 times of repeated strength. At this point, the magical power is so great that it is difficult to find an opponent in the same situation. Wonderful! Yi Qinghe couldn't help but exclaim, with a brilliant look in his eyes. This ice silkworm power is not inferior to the top 2 aging powers of the Zhenwu sect, and even has a higher meaning. But then, a look of regret appeared in her eyes. Unfortunately, this parchment only has the first 3 layers. If it is a complete 9-layer ice silkworm energy, then this time it will definitely be a great blessing, but if there are only 3 layers, it will be greatly reduced. Little White Ape, is this the only parchment you have? Yi Qinghe asked with some anticipation. Bai Yuan shook his head. Yi Qinghe sighed regretfully, but then he smiled. I am lucky to have it, but I have lost my life. It is quite good to have such a blessing. Although it is not used, the sense of surprise is still full. The expression she looked at Bai Yuan was even more kind. What an ape! Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. Ning Qi also had some regrets, but not much. When he is promoted to the Niyuan realm in the future, he can try to make up for this incomplete ice silkworm power, and even surpassing the original version is not a problem. On the contrary, Bing Sanjin's intention was refreshing to him. Both of them were in a happy mood. Thanks, Little White Ape. Ningxi put away the sheepskin scroll and prepared it to be placed in the Sutra Collection Pavilion to strengthen the sect's heritage. Bai Yuan grinned excitedly. Then he pointed inside the cave. The two of them were even more curious. Keep going. I didn't expect this cave to be so winding and deep. The deeper you go in, the more you can hear a dull sound. At the end, a curtain of water with colored lights appeared, with rattans hanging down from it. The roar came from behind the water curtain. The white ape took off the bamboo tube and put it in place, then cheered, and in the eyes of the two people, it swung along the vine and rushed out of the water curtain. The two were shocked. Then the white ape called faintly from the opposite side. Yi Qinghe was eager to try. I'll go first. She laughed, without the help of the vine, just a tip of the toes, and rushed over like a light swallow. Xiaojiu, come here quickly, it's so beautiful here. Ningxi no longer hesitated, he also did not use the vine, and exerted force on the tip of the toes, like a tiger crossing the stream. After crossing the water curtain, he found that he was standing on a stone platform. A brand new world suddenly appeared in front of him. The waterfall fell straight down beside him, the setting sun in the sky tilted, and the water and light met here, which was magnificent. In the distance, birds flew, and the vision was extremely far, a scene of vastness in vastness. Ningxi looked at the scene in front of him, like a sculpture, and the light in his mind gushed out like a spring. Yi Qinghe was first attracted by the scene in front of her, and then by the call of the white ape. She looked over and saw the white ape excitedly pointing at the red fruit on the small tree on the side of the cliff. Yi Qinghe could not recognize what kind of strange fruit it was. Could it be that the white ape is so smart because it ate the red fruit? She thought instinctively, because there were two small trees below, but the trees were bare. Then Yi Qinghe understood the intention of the white ape. Good little white ape, you originally gave me the secret book as a lie, and asked me to help you pick the red fruit as the truth. She couldn't help laughing. At the same time, she felt that the white ape was too innocent. If it was replaced by a cruel one, wouldn't it be a loss of both the wife and the army? But Yi Qinghe was obviously not that kind of person. She spit out her strength, and her body was as light as a swallow. She picked the red fruit lightly and threw it to the white ape. The white ape looked grateful, bowed to thank her, and couldn't wait to eat the red fruit. In Yi Qinghe's astonished eyes, the white ape's hair seemed to flash with a strange light, and it became even softer and whiter. She couldn't help but want to share this wonder with Ningxi. She turned her head and looked, and the call on her lips stopped immediately. Because she found that her junior brother seemed to have entered a strange state. Yi Qinghe looked at Ningxi and froze on the spot. I don't know when I started to see Ningxi. She had closed her eyes tightly and stood with her hands hanging down. Her posture was extremely relaxed, but there seemed to be some kind of strange charm contained in it. The afterglow of the setting sun leaned on Ningxi, and the figure of the young child it actually has a bit of a sacred feel.
Could it be that my junior brother is having an epiphany? Yi Qinghe was surprised, and then overjoyed.
She once heard her master, Taoist Master Longshan, talk about this magical state. If she could achieve enlightenment, it would be like having divine help, and all the problems and confusions that she could not think through in the past would be solved.
This is a supreme opportunity, and some people may not even be able to enter it in their lifetime. The state of enlightenment.
Junior brother was able to have an epiphany when he was only 4 years old.
What an amazing understanding.
Yi Qinghe was a little envious, but also a little impressed. Both of them saw this wonderful scene in front of them, but they didn't feel the slightest bit.
That was the difference.
In the eyes of ordinary people, she is also an out-and-out genius, but compared with Ning Qi, she is not in the same dimension at all. But thinking about Ning Qi's bone refining after 1 year of practice, she was immediately relieved. What could be compared with such a monster? She began to protect Ning Qi seriously to avoid being disturbed. On the stone platform.
2 people and 1 ape.
Ning Qi and Bai Yuan both closed their eyes, while Yi Qinghe concentrated on sensing the surroundings to avoid the appearance of strange beasts.
Now,
Ning Qi's mind was filled with flashes of inspiration. All the thoughts I had been thinking about during this year came out in an instant. In the Sutra Pavilion, you can see all kinds of skills and realize the nature of heaven and earth everywhere.
He has indeed become enlightened.
But it is not entirely because of the wonders of the world in front of him.
This is just an introduction. His accumulation is enough. Today, accompanied by Yi Qinghe, he confirmed what he thought.
It only took a few days to succeed. Now, it is considered ahead of schedule. The essence of the body tempering pile skill is to temper the body with qi.
The Baiyan pile is to condense the Baiyan energy, and the Junwu pile is to condense the true dragon's energy.
The Baiyan is powerful, and the real dragon is even more majestic and noble.
It is considered the most powerful among all the phenomena in the world.
The qi condensed by imitating such creatures is naturally more powerful, so the body tempering effect is excellent.
However, the human body has endless secrets.
Even true dragon energy may not be all good. It may have excellent effects in some places, but in some places it may not be as effective as others. The best way is to take advantage of the situation, change with the situation, and use different elements to temper different places, so that every tempering can achieve a strong effect.
So, to control all the phenomena of heaven and earth and to temper the human body.
Various thoughts kept popping up in Ning Qi's mind, like a rope, gradually stringing together the previously scattered spiritual light.
He started to take action. In Yi Qinghe's surprised eyes,
Ning Qi still closed his eyes. But his hands were already in a posture. The punches and kicks are not fast, but powerful.
Xiaojiu is practicing Zhuang Kung Fu? Yi Qinghe was stunned.
With her eyesight, she could only tell that this was probably a body tempering skill.
But isn't Xiaojiu practicing by Feng Zhuan? She knows.
With his natural talent, his younger junior brother might have already cultivated Bai Wanzhuang to a very deep and perfect state. After all, his talent when he first learned Shikizhuang from me was too strong.
But now, she can't understand this skill. It's obviously not a pig pile.
There is no Bython divine will, not even basic moves, no visions manifested, but there is an inexplicable charm. Her eyes narrowed and she observed more and more seriously.
Watch and watch. Yi Qinghe's pupils gradually widened.
In her eyes, Ning Qi's figure slowly disappeared. She seemed to see a river, a mountain, a cloud, a wisp of wind, and also seemed to see tigers roaring, dragons roaring, wolves attacking and eagles chirping.
Mountains, rivers, clouds, dragons, tigers, eagles, and wolves. Yi Qinghe couldn't understand, but was shocked.
She rubbed her eyes desperately, and then she found that all those scenes had disappeared. Ning Qi was still boxing in front of her, and the boxing path was still mediocre, but Yi Qinghe knew that this was probably an incredible skill. Perhaps it can be compared to the Bai Feng Zhuang.
As for transcendence? She didn't dare to think about it.
After all, the 9 Zhenwu sects were the real skills of the Zhenwu sect that had been accumulated and created for generations. It was already extremely remarkable that her junior brother could create a Zhuangkun that was comparable to it at the age of 4. This guy Xiaojiu is incredible. Don't know when the white ape has woken up. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. Yi Qinghe listened to the movement and looked over, and saw that after the white ape digested the red fruit, his whole body was even more white, glowing white, and full of vitality. His hands, feet, eyebrows and eyes were all covered with white hair, and he was even mysterious, if not for the clever and cunning meaning in his eyes. If others see it, they might think that he is a wise old ape. The white ape was about to writhe with excitement. Yi Qinghe quickly signaled to be silent. It immediately saw Ningqi punching with his eyes closed in the distance, and wisely stopped his movements so as not to affect Ningqi. The previous scene of Ningqi hitting the iron-armed ape left a deep impression on it. There was curiosity in its eyes, and it carefully observed Ningqi's movements like Yi Qinghe. The white ape's smart eyes gradually widened. In its sight, Ningqi slowly disappeared, replaced by a golden monkey wearing a Taoist robe. The golden monkey's fists and feet were filled with some special charm, like asking the sky, making the white monkey feel like he was struck by lightning. And couldn't help but learn from it. But no matter how hard it tries, it can't learn. It was just a simple boxing routine, but it looked very awkward and even uncomfortable when it was performed by itself. Yi Qinghe looked at the staggering white ape and whispered, "Little monkey, this is a martial art that only humans can learn. Don't force yourself to learn it, or you will get hurt." The white ape froze, with a look of great disappointment on its face. But then, it couldn't help but look at Ningqi's back, with deep respect and desire in its eyes. It always felt that it was different from what it had seen before. Yi Qinghe was amazed. It was for the spirituality of the white ape and the magic of Ningqi's martial art that the white ape wanted to learn it. Finally, under the gaze of a man and an ape, Ningqi slowly stopped his movements. He opened his eyes and found that he was only one fist away from the edge of the stone platform, but he was not panicked at all. Although he closed his eyes, he could see the gods and sense the surroundings, so he would not fall off the cliff. After reading the 132nd Zhuanggong, he understood the essence of Zhuanggong, observed the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, the scenery of the 4 seasons, and used the Zhenwu Zhuang as a foundation to refine all phenomena. At this time, he finally got enlightenment. Ningqi smiled. The origin of all phenomena. It was the result of this enlightenment. The meaning of the origin of all phenomena placed his hopes on him. He was just taking a glimpse of all phenomena now, and perhaps he could only get the superficial appearance, but when he had a profound cultivation and stood high and saw far, he might not be able to point directly to the origin. There was no doubt. This was a supreme Zhuanggong. In Ningqi's imagination, it was much stronger than the peerless Zhuanggong. After that, the road to tempering the body was already smooth. Ningqi couldn't help laughing out loud. "Xiaojiu, your smile is too restrained." Yi Qinghe's voice sounded. I saw her walking up to Ningqi's side, then placing her hands on her hips, her dantian filled with anger, looking arrogant, her laughter spread across the sky, and the birds in the distance were so frightened that they kept circling. Did you see it? If you smile like this from now on, your enemies will definitely be afraid of you. Ningqi's head was full of black lines. You smiled so arrogantly that those who didn't know thought you had achieved enlightenment. Seeing Ningqi surrendering, Yi Qinghe smiled even more wantonly, and the previous depression suddenly disappeared. In terms of understanding, I am not as good as you, but in other aspects, Xiaojiu, you are still a bit immature. Yi Qinghe didn't ask what skills Ningqi had realized. Although she was a little curious, she didn't want to be shocked. The two of them stopped on the stone platform for a long time. Drinking monkey wine and admiring the beautiful scenery was a unique experience. Yi Qinghe was still not satisfied, and felt that the previous dullness had disappeared. Xiaojiu, you are really lucky. Next time you go out to play, you must call your senior sister. Yi Qinghe smiled. Then she stopped by Yuan, who was about to continue pouring wine. She stood up and dusted herself off.
It's almost time to go back. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Little white ape, it's fate that we meet each other. I hope you won't be chased by a few gibbons next time we meet. Yi Qinghe echoed and smiled. That's right, it's so embarrassing, little monkey. However, she felt that this little white ape was not simple. He ate a few magical red fruits and had magical changes. Maybe it was just not developed yet. Bai Yuan scratched his head shyly. The two of them walked through the water curtain and returned to the cave again, and then walked through the cave into the mountain forest. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun was getting shallower and shallower, and the mountain forest became more mottled. Bai Yuan looked at the two of them with some reluctance. It waved its arms, trying to keep him. Ning Chi shook his head and smiled. We still have to go back to the teacher's gate. It's getting late and the mountains and forests are dangerous. You should go back as soon as possible. Said. The two waved their hands and walked forward. Bai Yuan was slumped. He looked at the backs of the two of them, with a bit of struggle in his eyes. It is spiritual and can distinguish between good and evil. Even though they got along briefly, they knew they were good friends. Not only did he teach it a lesson to the group of gibbons that often bullied him, but he also didn't steal his fruits. If it were the people he met before, he would have had cramps and peeled off his skin. Seeing that the figure was about to disappear at the end of the forest, its mind suddenly flashed, and it remembered Ning Chi's boxing training before, and the scene where the golden monkey asked the question became more and more profound, making its eyes gradually firmer. The white ape didn't know where the strength came from, and he screamed twice and rushed forward quickly. Ning Chi and Yi Qinghe were chatting and laughing. Sudden. Both of them were stunned, with surprise in their eyes. Then he saw Bai Yuan panting and climbing over in front of the two of them. Yi Qinghe said with a smile. Little monkey, you still want to rely on us. Bai Yuan took 2 breaths to calm down his breathing. Suddenly he knelt down and kowtowed respectfully to Ning Chi. His appearance was no different from that of a human being. Ning Chi and Ning Chi were even more surprised. Yi Qinghe clicked his tongue in surprise. It seems that it doesn't depend on us, but on you, Xiaojiu. Ning Chi asked. You want to go back with us? The white ape's eyes lit up, he nodded repeatedly, and kept making gestures. Finally, his face showed a cautious look. Ning Chi was stunned. He could see that this was the original pile of all things he created before, and white ape only imitated a few of its styles. Yi Qinghe took a sip of wine. This little monkey was stealing a lesson just now. Now it seems that it wants to go back with you to practice your Zhuang Kung Fu. Ning Chi laughed dumbly. The source pile of all phenomena is so difficult. Qin Yun, the most talented person in Jinwu sect, may not even be able to learn it, let alone a little white ape. Ning Chi knew that the white ape probably saw a few related elephants in it. Only then did I feel that it might be suitable for me. After saying that, Yi Qinghe said angrily. This little monkey has no eyesight. I am much better than you, Xiaojiu. It actually looks for you instead of me, you little stupid monkey. Bai Yuan quickly showed a flattering smile on his face and gave Yi Qinghe a thumbs up. Yi Qinghe teased the flower branches and trembled, feeling happy. She looked at the thoughtful Ning Chi and persuaded. Xiaojiu, why don't you take the little monkey back? There is no problem for the Jinwu sect to raise another little monkey. This little white ape is lovable on the one hand. There is another reason, that is, she feels that Ning Chi is a little lonely. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. After all, he is young and practicing martial arts, and reading alone for so long would not be good if he becomes withdrawn in the future. This little white ape is very agile. It would be a good thing if he could stay with Ning Chi. This was the main reason for her persuasion. Ning Chi nodded slightly. White apes cannot practice the original pile of all things, but maybe I can streamline some of it to create a pile skill suitable for white apes. What if the alien beasts learned human martial arts? Ning Chi suddenly became curious. Although this white ape is a little naughty, it's not a ferocious thing, and he quite likes it. He looked over, and Bai Yuan suddenly became nervous. Ning Qi smiled and said. Forget it, then you can go back with us.
The white ape's pupils suddenly dilated, and then he rolled and jumped excitedly, constantly flying through the jungle.
Ning Qi and Yi Qinghe couldn't help but smile at each other. Jinwu's sect.
Fortunately, night had already fallen, otherwise the combination of two people and one ape would have attracted a lot of attention. Yi Qinghe first hid the collected monkey wine, then used his inner strength to get rid of the drunkenness in his body, and then said,
Let's go see Master.
After all, she brought back a strange beast, a white ape,
and placed it next to Ning Qi.
She felt it was necessary to tell her master.
Ning Qi nodded.
On the contrary, Bai Yuan became a little nervous.
In fact, it has been a little nervous since entering the Jinwu sect. Ning Qi said with relief. Don't worry, Master is kind and tolerant. The white ape relaxed slightly and followed Ning Qi's steps. Disciple pays homage to Master.
The two of them saluted respectfully, and white ape followed suit.
Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi, his eyes full of kindness.
After all, Ning Qi rarely came to his place.
He usually only came when he was confused.
He looked at Yi Qinghe again and shook his head slightly.
The smell of alcohol had been eliminated. But how could I hide it from him?
Yi Qinghe suddenly blushed and twisted slightly. Behind the two people Taoist Longshan was looking at, White Ape was hiding most of his body behind Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi was only 4 years old now, and White Ape was taller than him.
This move was obviously a bit redundant, but actually a bit funny.
His eyes narrowed slightly.
Yi Qinghe said quickly. I'm about to report it to Master. Said.
He told the story of the two people's encounters, starting from meeting the iron-armed ape, to the white ape presenting the secret book, seeing the wonders, and finally following him back.
Every detail was not missed. This is the secret book given to us by the little white ape.
Yi Qinghe signaled, and Ning Qi took out the ice silkworm energy from his arms.
Taoist Longshan listened and gradually fell into deep thought. Taoist Longshan took the Binkingen and read it quickly, with admiration in his eyes. The senior who created the ice silkworm strength is indeed an unparalleled genius.
Unfortunately, it only has the first 3 levels, otherwise it would be slightly better than the several stacking strength skills you have practiced. Hearing Taoist Longshan's comments like this, Yi Qinghe couldn't help but was shocked, and then he realized that he had underestimated this ice silkworm power.
I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, Taoist Longshan did not dwell on Binkingen. Instead, he asked another question. You just said that the white ape swallowed a red fruit. Please tell me the characteristics of the red fruit in detail.
Taoist Longshan looked a little solemn. Seeing him like this, Yi Qinghe didn't dare to neglect and immediately described the appearance of the red fruit. The color is bright, the handle is dark yellow, and the whole body is round. Although it only took a few breaths to get the red fruit, Yi Qinghe could still recall it completely with his memory. And the red fruit does look extraordinary. She couldn't help but asked curiously. Master, do you know what a strange thing this red fruit is? Taoist Longshan frowned slightly. Some are like the legendary red fruit, but the red fruit can reshape one's body and cleanse the essence and cut the marrow. If it is as you said, this white ape has eaten more than one red fruit, and his strength will definitely not be weak.
I'm afraid that even you may not be weak. It's an opponent.
It's unlikely that the red fruit is the legendary red fruit. This red fruit can enlighten wisdom, but the white ape is only as strong as an ordinary beast, which is really strange. Then he shook his head.
There are all kinds of wonders in the world. It doesn't matter what kind of wonder it is. Since this little ape got it, it is its destiny. You two need to correct your mentality and not have any delusions.
Ning Qi and Yi Qinghe looked serious and said respectfully.
Disciple, thank you Master for your guidance. The Jinwu sect has always been like this.
The disciples under the sect are chivalrous and righteous, and do not engage in banditry and violence.
Taoist Longshan nodded with satisfaction.
He was very reassured about the character of his disciples and waved to White Ape. Bai Yuan first glanced at Ning Qi nervously.
After seeing the Encouragement in his eyes, he respectfully walked to Taoist Longshan, knelt down and kowtowed, and bowed repeatedly.
Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and said with a smile.
Sure enough, the spirituality is extraordinary. He asked solemnly. White Ape, let me ask you, are you willing to join my Jinwu sect?
You need to know that after joining the Jinwu sect, you are not allowed to act recklessly or commit crimes wantonly.
Taoist Longshan's voice was deafening and extremely majestic. White Ape was overjoyed. It nodded repeatedly.
All he needed to do was say, "Disciple is willing." Seeing that Bai Yuan was recognized by the master, Ningqi and Yi Qinghe looked at each other and smiled.
Taoist Longshan looked over.
Xiaojiu, since you brought the White Ape back, let him live with you from now on so that he can be taken care of.
He and Yi Qinghe had similar thoughts.
It was better to have such a spiritual white ape accompanying his young apprentice than to practice alone every day.
Disciple accepts the order. Since the little monkey has joined our Jinwu sect, how about giving him a name?
Yi Qinghe suggested.
Very good.
Taoist Longshan nodded. Since White Ape wants to follow Xiaojiu, let Xiaojiu come and get it.
Ningqi did not shirk. He thought for a moment, looked at the White Ape and said,
Since you belong to the ape tribe, then take the character Yuan as your surname. You walk alone in the mountains and forests, you are unique, and you have many opportunities.
You can be called the child of heaven and earth, so how about you be called Yuan Tianshang?
The words fell.
Taoist Longshan and Yi Qinghe were still chewing on the meaning of this name.
White Ape's pupils were already wide open and he was very excited. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have started to roll and jump, but even so, the scratching of his ears and cheeks still betrayed his mood.
Obviously, White Ape is very satisfied with this name. All three of them were smiling. Ningqi suddenly said, I have a question for you, teacher.
This disciple and his senior sister went into the mountains this time and met many strange beasts. Among them, the strong ones can rival the inner Yuan realm, and the weak ones are even inferior to the bone-refining realm. Why is there such a big gap in the strength of these strange beasts?
Do they have any methods of cultivation?
Although there are records about strange beasts in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, they are not comprehensive.
Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. Taoist Longshan glanced at Bai Yuan and then said,
The origin of the strange beasts cannot be tested.
There are only rumors.
It is said that in the beginning, some beasts were loved by heaven and earth by chance. From then on, they could directly temper their bodies with the power of heaven and earth, and even control the power of heaven and earth.
It is said that it's a heavenly beast.
But the cause and effect of the love of heaven and earth is too great, and it is not that easy to bear it. Something happened in the middle, and there was a backlash, and the beast gradually disappeared.
After that came the era of alien beasts. It is said that alien beasts all have the blood of heavenly beasts.
The alien beasts are not as innately intelligent as us humans. Although they have a higher starting point, they do not have the step-by-step method of cultivation like us humans. Their path to becoming powerful is to tap into the bloodline of the heavenly beasts in their bodies until the bloodline reaches its limit. This was the first time Ningqi heard this statement, and he couldn't help but be surprised.
Heavenly beasts can actually directly use the power of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. This starting point is much higher than that of humans.
After all, humans can only resonate with the power of heaven and earth when they reach the realm of heaven and earth.
Whether a strange beast is powerful or not depends entirely on the strength of its bloodline?
That's right. For example, the iron arm ape you met before can only rival the body-tempering warrior at most, unless there are other ancient bloodlines in its body.
In the Great Yin Baichuan Lake, there is a Zhao Jun, whose bloodline is extremely top-notch.
It has become a force to be reckoned with now, and even the heavenly man and the strongest dare not challenge it lightly. The white ape was fascinated by what he heard, and felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that he should not have any powerful bloodline in his body, but after eating a few red fruits, he understood more and more things.
The Taoist Longshan glanced at the white ape and said,
But in theory, there is no special difference between humans and other beasts.
The reason why humans have the way of cultivation is that generations of ancestors have tried to create it. If there are great wisdom among beasts, maybe they can also create a way of cultivation suitable for beasts. It's just that the body structure of each beast is different, which is difficult. The white ape's eyes suddenly lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Ning Qi understood even more. It's not that beasts can't practice, but there is no corresponding method. Beasts are just a general term. For example, if we want to create a method suitable for the cultivation of snakes, we need snakes with amazing wisdom to create a way forward for generations, just like humans. But just think about it and you will know how difficult it is. It is not easy for snakes to have wisdom. They need great wisdom and efforts from generation to generation. It may be 100,000 or 1,000,000 years before they succeed. Ning Qi shook his head slightly. However, apes are similar to humans. Even if their body structures are different, they can learn from human martial arts and make adjustments. The difficulty is much smaller. For me, they can also verify each other. This is the thought. Ning Qi already had an idea. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for clearing up my doubts." He felt that he still needed to grow. No matter how strong his comprehension was, he still needed to accumulate some knowledge. After Ning Qi saluted, he took Yuan Tiancheng away. Seeing that something was not going well, Yi Qing has slightly stuck out his tongue and prepared to run away, but was stopped by Taoist Longshan. She looked bitter and said, "Master, it's not me who disturbs my junior brother this time. He took the initiative to ask me to accompany him into the mountain." Taoist Longshan snorted, but his expression softened in the end. Your talent is no weaker than Bai Shan's, but you are focusing on wine, and now Bai Shan's cultivation has surpassed you. He scolded softly, but Yi Qinghe chuckled. "Isn't it great to have Lao Wu as the front man? There will be Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiao behind me. When they grow up, my Jinwu sect will be full of powerful people, and the disciples will feel at ease." "You're relieved, I'm not worried yet." Taoist Longshan was helpless. The only thing that pleased him was that although this third disciple was a casual drinker, she was pure-hearted and had a good cultivation among her peers. However, she could have been stronger. That's all. In the autumn of next year, the old man with the divine sword will come again with his apprentice. Just don't lose the face of your master then. Yi Qinghe was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to remember something. The old man named Xinjian that his master said was no ordinary person. To be honest, this man was the former owner of Jinwu Mountain, but at that time Jinwu Mountain was still called Xinjian Mountain. Yi Qinghe finally felt a sense of urgency in his heart and said solemnly, "Disciple understands." Taoist Longshan waved his hand. "Go ahead and tell your senior brother what happened tomorrow and let him inform the disciples to avoid accidental injury." Disciple accepts. The order. Yi Qinghe left respectfully. Ning Qi took Bai Yuan, who was looking around, all the way to his small courtyard. "Sheng Tian, from now on you can live here with me. The room next to it belongs to you. Take good care of it yourself. Don't disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts and reading a book. You can move around freely in the Jinwu sect, but remember not to disturb other disciples' practice. As for the practice method that suits you, I will slowly teach it to you after I sort it out. During this period, first learn to read and read more books." Bai Yuan nodded repeatedly, extremely excited. He felt that he had been exposed to a whole new world. A night of silence. The next day. When Ning Qi got up, he found that Bai Yuan was already busy with chores. He couldn't help but smile, and his mood changed a little. It feels good to have a living being by my side. Ning Qi found a wooden board, wrote the words Zhou Daoyuan on it, and set it up outside the courtyard. Inspired by the name given to the white ape yesterday, he felt that he should give his small courtyard a name to seek for the Tao. What he was seeking was the way to immortality. This was to alert himself at all times. Look at this simple wooden plaque. Ning Qi felt that his thoughts were even more clear. He wants to practice martial arts. After creating the origin pile of everything yesterday, he has not yet started trying with all his strength.
It just happens to rebuild the first four realms once again to create a supreme foundation. It was precisely for this reason that I didn't rush to break through Zhang refining before. This is the thought. Ning Qi moved. His body moved with his heart, and he entered a mysterious state in an instant. The origin of all phenomena was created by him, and all the subtleties were naturally understood. The so-called state of perfection of divine will was easily grasped. The white ape who was chopping firewood on the side had his eyes widened. He seemed to have seen the scene of the golden monkey asking the sky again, and it took him a while to recover. Looking at the firewood in his hand, Bai Yuan's eyes gradually became firm. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He believed that as long as he did these small things well, he would be able to obtain the fax method one day. He continued to chop wood, more seriously. Ning Qi is practicing martial arts. Ning Qi could feel the qi of Zhuang Gong in his body moving according to his will. Starting from the skin membrane, he rebuilt it again. This time, he suddenly discovered that the skin membrane that he had tempered with the true dragon qi was still like this. There are many places that are not in place. The gas turns into white clouds, green mountains, and goshawks. Everything missing is gradually made up. The process is very quick. After all, it's a journey all over again. Ning Qi's growth is visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye it was already 7 days later. Seeking Taoism in the courtyard. When Ning Qi practiced boxing, there was no abnormality, only ordinary punches, but the changes in his body were enough to make people stunned. Quenching the four realms outside the body, refining skin has unparalleled defense, refining flesh can carry a cauldron, refining muscles as fast as a leopard, and refining bones coordinates the three, raising the warrior's strength, speed and defense to a higher level again. A person with an inferior foundation can only achieve a perfect bone refining strength of 1,000 kilograms with one arm. A person with an excellent foundation such as Jinwu Zhuang can only have 3,000 kilograms with one arm. I used to refine Jinwu Zhuang and create a peerless foundation, with a single arm that can reach 5,000 kilograms. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. But now, I use the original pile of all things to build the supreme foundation, and I can exert tens of thousands of pounds of strength with one arm. This time is well spent. This is not just a difference in strength, but also a profound difference. Ning Qi will be invincible in the same situation from now on. He pushed his palm gently, which was obviously light, but the white ape was frightened by the sight, as if he was seeing a prehistoric beast walking beside him, and felt a sudden sense of oppression. Then, white ape's eyes widened. He saw Ning Qi stop slowly and exhale a long breath of white air. The white air penetrated the void like an arrow and landed on the ground, whereupon a crater appeared. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth slowly curved. The breath is like an arrow. Ordinary Zhang refining may not be able to be like this. I have just started refining Zhang, and I have already reached this level. This is the difference in foundation. Being promoted to the Zhang refining realm is just a natural thing. After all, he has been able to break through for a long time, but he just wanted to wait for the Zhuangkung to be created. He could feel that his condition was better than ever. The four realms after body quenching are called the inner four realms and involve more secrets of the human body. Since then, the journey of body tempering has been smooth. The internal organs are responsible for endurance, the marrow is responsible for explosion, the blood is responsible for longevity, and finally it is unified by God, and the four inner realms are perfect. At this point, the physical body is flawless, immune to all diseases, and can live for 2 decades. Ning Qi has some expectations. That may be the first improvement in the essence of life. He turned his head, looked at Bai Yuan's longing eyes and said, Tian, how did you do with your homework today? Bai Yuan was excited and came back from his longing. Then he took out a pamphlet from his Taoist robe and wrote, Teacher, please take a test. The current white ape is also wearing the Taoist robes of a disciple of the Jinwu sect. He is extremely proud of this. Writing and communicating in pamphlets is also a way of practice to prevent others from guessing. As for the name White Ape calls Ning Qi, it is White Ape himself insists on this.
He felt that he had entered Ning Chi's sect and wanted to call Ning Chi his master. But Ning Chi felt that he was also seeking Taoism and was not qualified to accept disciples, so he flatly refused. In the end, White Ape could only pitifully call him teacher. Ning Chi acquiesced. Considered a disciple? Ning Chi asked with a smile. White Ape kept writing and answering, and there were no mistakes or omissions. This made Ning Chi very satisfied. Although this disciple was far inferior to himself, he was still among the most intelligent among humans. Writing like this is indeed a bit troublesome. If there is an opportunity for Tianqing to enter martial arts in the future, maybe I can create a ventriloquism technique for him. Ning Chi thought silently. He is still pondering the martial arts of the White Ape. After figuring out the body structure of the White Ape, he may be able to simplify a martial art from the source of all things. Please recommend monthly tickets. Thank you all. True martial arts have no time. Winter is passing and spring is coming, and autumn is full of joy. Nearly a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Ning Chi was born in winter. He was about to be 5 years old. Ning Chi has grown taller again, and is now a little taller than the White Ape. He looks like a 7 or 8-year-old child. In the past year, the Jinwu sect has changed a lot. Longshan Taoist frequently retreated to look for opportunities to break through the heavenly realm. All the affairs of the sect were handed over to his eldest disciple Luo Wentian. With the help of several other disciples, the Jinwu sect gradually opened up and recruited disciples. To this day, the number of disciples under the sect has passed 1,000. There are also many third-generation disciples. Ning Chi's seniority has risen again. He started to be called Uncle Ninth Master. But Ning Chi is too mysterious and low-key, and many disciples don't have much idea about this mysterious Ninth Master uncle. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the White Ape who was under the Ninth Master uncle's sect. As Ning Chi's disciple, Bai Yuan can naturally be regarded as a third-generation disciple of the Jinwu sect. From being cautious at the beginning to finally revealing his true nature, being naughty and agile, it only took White Ape 1 month. After all, he has a lively temperament. Unlike Ning Chi, who can endure loneliness, he has to go out to play from time to time. Therefore, he is very familiar with many disciples of the Jinwu sect. The disciples of the Jinwu sect are also completely accustomed to such a special person as Bai Yuan. The third-generation disciple also loves the naughty White Ape. Ning Chi also went with him. He doesn't force everyone to be like him. For him, enlightenment and cultivation is the ultimate enjoyment, but it may not be the case for others. But it's not that the White Ape doesn't strive for improvement, it's just his nature. In fact, White Ape works harder than most people. More than half a year ago, Ning Chi learned from human pile skills, took the ape elephant in the middle of the pile that is the source of all things, and created merit for the White Ape. With the experience of creating the origin stake of everything, Ning Chi's background in martial arts has greatly improved. It didn't take much effort to create an Ape King stake suitable for the White Ape's practice. Since then, Bai Yuan officially embarked on the path of cultivation. As a White Ape, he is naturally blessed to cultivate the Ape King stake. He is born with the ability to understand the Ape King's will. Coupled with his own intelligence, he can practice extremely quickly. Although it is not as good as Ning Chi, it is better than the peerless genius among humans. Faster. Ning Chi was surprised and observed carefully. It was discovered that perhaps the bodies of beasts are stronger than humans, so body tempering would be more convenient. Perhaps there is also the reason for the mysterious red fruit. But whatever it is, Ning Chi gave Bai Yuan an ultimatum. Without his permission, he must not reveal his involvement in martial arts at will, otherwise he would be kicked out. Ning Chi was worried that if news of the White Ape's strangeness came out, powerful strange beasts would come after hearing the news. Bai Yuan naturally agreed honestly. So now, except for Ning Chi, no one in the Jinwu sect knows that Bai Yuan has also begun to practice martial arts and has reached a high level. But the changes in Jinwu sect and White Ape are still secondary. What really changed the most? Or Ning Chi himself? seeking Taoism in the courtyard.
Ning Qi is practicing pile kung fu.
The fists and feet are gentle and have a special charm.
But this is not cultivation, it is just the instinctive practice in the past 2 years. Ning Qi sighed slightly as he reflected on the path of practice that he had spent in the past year. Since the creation of the source pile of all things.
Just 2 months.
He has already perfected his internal organs. From then on, the internal organs are strong and vigorous, and can be used on the battlefield to defeat thousands of people.
March again. The marrow is perfected.
The marrow fluid is like mercury, the energy sublimates, and the movement is like a stripped rabbit.
March again. The blood refining is complete.
From then on, the qi and blood in the body are as one, the body is as smooth as desired, and everything is flawless.
The last 2 months. That was 7 days ago.
Ning Qi has overcome the last difficulty of body tempering and refining the spirit. This situation is the most difficult. It is necessary to simply temper the head with the qi of Zhuanggong and stimulate one's
own spirit.
But for Ning Qi, it is not difficult. His understanding is extraordinary, and mastering the divine will of Zhuanggong is also helpful for the level of refining the gods. The type of divine will he masters is far beyond what others can match, so it takes less time than the previous 2 levels. Today, I have perfected my spiritual training, my thoughts are clear, and my thinking is clear. When ordinary warriors reach this state, they will also have the effect of wisdom.
But to me, it's more than that. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version.
With the coordination of gods and the harmony of inside and outside, my physical body has now reached a state of perfect perfection. I can live for 2 decades, my life strength has been increased, and my understanding has also been enhanced again. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with joy.
He seeks immortality. Although Shou Lian Jiatzi has only improved slightly, it still makes him happy.
This is walking on the road step by step.
And
the full level of understanding will improve with the continuous improvement of his life essence, and he will always be in the strongest state. This is his foundation. If he could raise his life essence to the level of heaven and earth in his youth, it would probably be easy for him to realize all the ways with one thought.
Certainly. It's not just about longevity.
Ning Qi's combat power is also extremely exaggerated. The supreme foundation is built with the original pile of all things. Now his physical body is perfect, and his arms can exert a force of 100,000 kilograms. Ning Qi also has some knowledge of the art of killing. Ordinary people can hardly compare to him. He can do it easily, which is enough to make geniuses feel ashamed. Especially the Wanxiang fist he created later with the Wanxiang origin post is even more powerful. Ning Qi almost never fights with others.
But he feels that even those in the inner Yuan realm may not be his opponents. It's hard to imagine. This is just a child under 5 years old. It's simply a human-shaped beast. But we can't underestimate the inner Yuan realm. Internal strength is a very powerful force.
Although it can't break out of the body like Gang Yuan, split mountains and cut rivers, it can greatly increase the human body. 9 times of strength, the more powerful it is. Ning Qi is not proud and complacent. Although he has achieved certain achievements now.
But it's still too early to be invincible. Now my body is complete.
The next step is to stimulate the body with spirit, generate internal energy, and then step into the inner realm.
For ordinary people, this level is also not easy to pass.
Some people are even stuck here for their whole lives, until they are old and weak, and their bodies are withered, and they cannot break through the realm and prolong their lives.
But for Ning Qi, it's just a matter of course.
His foundation is too strong, and it can be predicted that with his body, the internal energy generated must be strong enough.
2 months is enough. Ning Qi silently estimated. There is some expectation in his eyes.
By then, he will be exactly 5 years old, and he can step into the inner realm. His lifespan will be 200, which is another leap in life. During this time, I can think about the path of inner realm cultivation and prepare in advance. However, before that, there is one thing that needs to be solved.
Ning Qi called the white ape next to him. Tianshan, we should go. The white ape was wearing a gray Taoist robe, almost the same as a human. He stopped practicing the Ape King pillar and hurriedly followed. Today. It is a 10-year agreement between the old man Xinjian and the Taoist Longshan. Jinwu Mountain was originally named Xinjian Mountain. The old man Xinjian is the master of Xinjian Mountain. Decades ago, when Longshan Taoist traveled here, he met the old man Xinjian. The old man Xinjian had a hot temper. The two had a dispute for some unknown reason. Then the old man Xinjian made a bet in person. If he lost, he would give Xinjian Mountain to him. Unexpectedly, he was really one step behind and lost to Longshan Taoist. Longshan Taoist had no choice but to refuse. But the old man Xinjian kept his promise and took his servants away. In the end, Longshan Taoist simply rebuilt the Jinwu school on this Xinjian Mountain. But the matter was not over. The old man Xinjian was very dissatisfied. After seeing that Longshan Taoist established the Jinwu school, he also created the Xinjian sect in a competitive manner, and the two made a 10-year agreement. After every 10 years, the old man Xinjian would go to Jinwu Mountain to fight with Longshan Taoist. If he won, he could take back Jinwu Mountain. The relationship between the two families was established from then on. But it was obvious. Taoist Longshan was more talented. The old man Xinjian was only one step behind decades ago, but now, Taoist Longshan has already achieved Yuandan perfection and has half a foot in the realm of heaven and man, while the old man Xinjian has only just stepped into Yuandan not long ago. The previous 10-year appointments. The old man Xinjian left in disappointment. But he always came as promised. Ningqi thought about these things and couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, his master and the old man Xinjian might have been close friends in the past, but the old man Xinjian had a bad temper and couldn't let go of his face. But now the old man Xinjian went up the mountain again to fulfill the appointment. As one of the true disciples of the Jinwu school, he naturally had to show up. Ningqi walked steadily and briskly, with his hands behind his back like a little adult. Behind him was a white ape. The white ape was wearing a Taoist robe, but the hair it showed was like snow, and its eyes were lively, which made people feel magical at first glance. In contrast, Ningqi looked even more extraordinary. At this moment, the disciples of Jinwu sect gathered, and the true disciples also arrived one by one. Is that Uncle Nine? I didn't expect Uncle Nine to be so young. I'm afraid he is only 7 or 8 years old. I wonder if he has stepped into the martial arts. Some new third-generation disciples were curious and discussed. They were surprised to see that the naughty white ape was following Ningqi so obediently. Some second-generation disciples greeted him with a smile. They called him Brother Nine. Ningqi smiled and nodded. The Jinwu sect was united, and there were rarely any dirty things. Thanks to the body tempering powder improved by Ningqi, the foundation of the Jinwu sect has begun to show, and the cultivation of the disciples in the body tempering realm is higher than that of their peers. Hello, Master and all the senior brothers and sisters. Ningqi walked to the front and bowed respectfully. The white ape did the same. The Taoist of Longshan stroked his beard and smiled. When Luo Wentian and others saw Ningqi, they all smiled. In the past year, except for some special days, they rarely saw Ningqi and missed him very much. Xiaojiu, you have grown taller again. Fifth senior brother Zhang Baishan said. Yes, the little brat back then is getting bigger and bigger now. Everyone sighed, time flies so fast. It always feels like Ningqi was just carried to Jinwu Mountain yesterday, but I didn't expect that 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and Ningqi has grown so big. After a while, the 8th disciple Qin Yin came. He first apologized to Taoist of Longshan, and then smiled and greeted all the senior brothers. In the past 2 years, Qin Yun has been practicing martial arts more and more hard, almost becoming a martial arts fanatic. He looked at Ningqi and smiled. Xiaojiu, you are here. He was a little surprised and doubtful, and he couldn't tell whether Ningqi was real or fake. Ningqi nodded and smiled. I thought I was hard-working enough, but I didn't expect that Brother Eighth would be later than me. Shi Yun said helplessly. There is no way, I can only work hard to make up for my lack of talent.
Longshan Taoist frowned slightly when he heard this.
These days, most of his energy has been focused on breaking through the heavenly man, and all the affairs of the sect have been handed over to the eldest disciple Luo Wendian, so other disciples don't have so much energy to worry about. He had heard Luo Wendian mention Qin Yun's crazy practice before.
Now it seems that it may be more excessive than he imagined.
Martial arts is about perseverance and relaxation. He plans to find a time to talk to Qin Yun. With Qin Yun's talent not inferior to his own, there is no need to be so anxious. If he follows the steps, his future achievements will only be better than his own. As for Ning Qi, he is different. Taoist Longshan knew that this young disciple could not be judged by common sense. While he was thinking, there was already movement at the foot of the mountain. There is a correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Everyone looked at it.
One after another, figures in strong clothes carrying long swords rushed over, like flying swords, with extremely fast speed, treating the mountains and fields as flat land, and even carrying a kind of sharp aura.
The divine sword step created by the old man Shinjian? It is indeed extraordinary. Ning Qi nodded secretly.
He habitually observed the exquisiteness of it, and some inspiration flowed into his heart, which was all the food and foundation for growth.
Taoist Longshan laughed and took the initiative to greet him. Brother Shinjian is indeed a trustworthy person, never early or late.
A cold snort sounded.
Longshan Yobi, stop talking nonsense here.
All the disciples of Jinwu sect were unhappy, but Taoist Longshan was not unhappy at all. Still smiling, he knew that the old man of divine sword had such a character.
Ning Qi looked over.
A strong and vigorous old man appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were sharp, and he carried a long sword on his back. The sword was wider and longer than ordinary swords, very domineering.
It was the old man of divine sword.
Behind the old man of divine sword were the disciples of divine sword sect. These disciples of divine sword sect were dressed in tight clothes, with imposing bearing and swordsmanship, but they looked at the disciples of Jinwu sect with unfriendly eyes. Ning Qi was very familiar with that look. Usually if a child was robbed of a toy by an older child and couldn't beat him, he would basically have such an expression. However, one person caught Ning Qi's attention. It was a white and tender little fat boy, also carrying a sword, but looking around, with a runny nose, and didn't look very smart. He met Ning Qi's gaze, his eyes lit up, he smirked, and was pulled by a senior brother from the Xinjian sect next to him.
Ning Qi smiled back.
Brother Xinjian, I haven't seen you for 10 years. But you are still as charming as ever.
Taoist Longshan sighed.
The old man Xinjian's expression eased a little. He looked at Taoist Longshan, and was slightly shocked. He could no longer see through the other party's strengths and weaknesses.
The old man Xinjian couldn't help asking. Have you taken that step? Taoist Longshan shook his head.
Still a little short. The old man Xinjian was silent, and after a moment, he couldn't help but say sourly. You, a big nose, have lived well in Jinwu Mountain these years.
Taoist Longshan smiled and said. Thanks to brother Xinjian, Jinwu Mountain is indeed a blessed place. The old man Xinjian's face darkened, and he always felt that the guy opposite him was talking very irritatingly, but he couldn't refute it. He could only snort coldly. Don't be so proud, Jinwu Mountain is only temporarily kept by you. The Taoist Longshan shook his head and laughed, he said sincerely. As long as brother Xinjian asks, this Jinwu
Mountain will be returned to you, I will find another place.
Stop, stop.
The old man Xinjian shouted angrily. Don't give me that, I don't need others to point fingers at me in my life. Since I lost Jinwu Mountain to you, I will not break my promise.
Even if I want to take it back, I have to do it in an upright manner. Longshan Yobi, do you think you are not my opponent and want to give it up first? I tell you, it's impossible. You haven't forgotten the 10-year agreement?
The old man Xinjian's hair and beard were all standing up, and he was very powerful, and the disciples of Xinjian sect behind him held their heads high.
The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were all arrogant and high-spirited.
They looked at the Jinwu sect with evil eyes, and they felt as if their things had been robbed and they vowed to take them back.
To this, the Jinwu sect disciples also refused to give in. Led by the 9 true inheritors, all the disciples had cold eyes. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. Taoist Longshan was helpless. He sighed. Of course I won't forget the 10-year promise. As Brother Shinjian said, is this still the old rule? The original mighty aura of the old man with the sword suddenly stagnated, and his expression was a little unnatural. 10 years ago, he had already felt something from the battle with Taoist Longshan. The other party was vaguely letting go. This time, he knew that Taoist Longshan had already half-stepped into the realm of heaven and human beings. If he fought again, it would not be an inevitable defeat. His teeth ached at the thought of being tortured in front of so many disciples again. But the words have been spoken. Naturally, he would not slap himself in the face in public. He coughed twice and hummed. Longshan Nyobi, is this how you treat guests? Taoist Longshan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Brother Shinjian brings all the disciples of Shinjian sect over here. Our Jinwu sect has already prepared for the Feast of Wind and Dust. Wentian, bring the disciples of the Divine Sword sect over there. Brother Shinjian, please. Said. Taoist Longshan and the old man Shinjian walked towards Ningwu Pavilion. The two obviously had something to discuss. See this. The disciples of the two sects were quite confused and looked at each other. It was obvious that a fight was about to start, and the tension was high, so why did he suddenly start eating? Only a few of them could see clearly. They knew that these two elders just didn't seem to deal with each other. I'm afraid they still regarded each other as good friends in their hearts, mainly because they couldn't let go. Ning Qi couldn't help but smile. Luo Wentian also shook his head. He knows the things inside better. Everyone, please. He smiled at Dongyi, the senior brother of the Divine Sword sect, and Dongyi also smiled helplessly. Xin Yun followed Luo Wentian, the sharpness in his eyes gradually dissipated, but he was still a little cold. Ning Qi walked behind with Bai Yuan. At this time, a thief voice sounded. Is this your pet? Ning Qi turned around and saw that the fair and tender little fat man was looking at Bai Yuan with fiery eyes. He sniffed and seemed to be envious of Ning Qi for having such a magical pet. In fact, there were many disciples of the Divine Sword sect. His eyes stayed on the white ape. Hear the words. Before Ning Qi said anything, Bai Yuan was already furious. He now regarded himself as a human being. When he heard the little fat man say this, he suddenly bared his teeth and startled the little fat man. If Ning Qi hadn't been by his side, he would have teased the little fat man no matter what. Ning Qi said seriously. He is not my pet. He is a third-generation disciple of the Jinwu sect. His name is Yuan Tiansheng. The little fat man was stunned for a moment, and then saw Bai Yuan snorting coldly, and he responded with an ah. I'm sorry. He couldn't help but said. Yuan. Tiansheng, you are so smart, you can actually understand what I say. But Bai Yuan folded his arms and snorted, ignoring him. The little fat man wiped his nose angrily and looked at Ning Qi. My name is Zhuangchen. Ning Qi nodded and smiled. Ning Qi. He could sense that the vitality in Zhuangchen's body was not weak, and he had obviously already entered the martial arts. Looking at his age, he was obviously a peerless genius. Disciples from both factions took their seats. With Luo Wentian and others accompanying him, Ning Qi naturally didn't need to do anything. He only had to take care of himself. But there's an extra oil bottle. Perhaps because he discovered that there was another disciple of the Jinwu sect who was similar to his own age, Zhuangchen sat directly next to Ning Qi. Originally, Dongyi, the senior brother of the Divine Sword sect, wanted to stop him, but Luo Wentian smiled and dissuaded him, saying that there would be no problem for our junior brother to take Zhuangchen with him. This made Dongyi look at Ning Qi in surprise. But this is a bit painful for Ning Qi. The fat little Zhuangchen turned out to be a talkative man. Ning Qi, have you started practicing martial arts? I've been practicing for a while. Ning Qi, do you know swordsmanship? Know a little. Ning Qi, how do you and Yuan Tianchang know each other?
Ning Qi, let me tell you quietly, I am very strong.
Ning Qi. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Just started.
Ning Qi also gave a few perfunctory answers. But after seeing the little fat man talking more and more, Ning Qi wisely shut up. He was wandering in the world, and after listening to the conversation between the disciples of the two sects for a moment, he was immersed in his own world, and he could understand the Tao and practice the Dharma anywhere.
Ning Qi, Ning Qi.
Zhuangchen looked at Ning Qi, who was unfocused and did not answer his questions, and felt pity in his heart. Ning Qi doesn't seem very smart.
I asked him several questions and he only answered me one. Zhuangchen looked at Bai Yuan again and tried to talk to him.
But the white ape just made a face and ignored him. The little white ape also held a grudge. Zhuangchen curled his lips slightly, and then focused all his attention on the food in front of him.
Eating is his second favorite hobby.
There are no waves on the reception banquet. Although the disciples of the two sects were young and vigorous, and some disliked each other, they all knew etiquette and restrained themselves. It wasn't until near the end that the figures of the old man Xinjian and Taoist Longshan appeared again. Ning Qi woke up from the fugue state.
The two of them sat at the head of the table. Taoist Longshan said with a smile.
Just now I discussed with Brother Xinjian, from now on, the 10-year agreement between the two sects needs to be changed.
Everyone stared at him intently. The old man Xinjian coughed lightly and said lightly.
We are old now, so it is inconvenient for us to fight. There is a saying that when the master is busy, the disciples will do the work. From now on, the 10-year agreement will be based on the competition between you disciples. This time it will be just an adaptation experience, and the next time it will officially start. By then, whoever wins will have the right to use Jinwu Mountain for 10 years. The disciples were all shocked. Fighting spirit rose in their eyes. Originally, they were just bystanders and witnesses of the 10-year agreement, but from now on, they have to participate in it. Ning Qi felt a little strange. I'm afraid that the old man Xinjian knew that he couldn't beat his master, so he deliberately proposed a change of method. But looking at Taoist Longshan's smiling face, it seems that he doesn't care. The two changed the bet to a different form, probably because they wanted to put some pressure on their disciples. Pressure is motivation, and the 10-year agreement hanging over their heads can make them progress faster. Ning Qi smiled secretly. This method is obviously useful, even the white ape and the fat man next to him are excited. Some young disciples blushed. For the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, this is a great opportunity to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the old man Divine Sword, and for the disciples of the Jinwu sect, it is to defend the honor of the sect. Ning Qi always felt that his master and the old man Divine Sword had some bad taste in their smiles. I don't know what the two said in the Mingwu pavilion. Seeing that the atmosphere has been mobilized, Taoist Longshan stood up and said, although this time is just for you to adapt to the experience, you can't be careless. You need to go all out. Brother Divine Sword and I have prepared some rewards, and those who perform well can get them. The disciples were immediately more excited. But Ning Qi didn't feel anything. He could freely browse the entire scripture library of the Jinwu sect, and he didn't expect that the old man with the magic sword would take out any shocking secret books. Soon, the disciples of the two sects have gathered in the martial arts arena. Each of them is full of fighting spirit. Taoist Longshan and old man Xinjian are sitting on the armchair, smiling. The two of them communicated with each other. Brother Xinjian, what do you think of my idea? I didn't expect you to be so treacherous. Brother Xinjian, this is wrong. I want the disciples to experience more. Think about it. In the past, we fought and they watched. What can they learn? They just watched the excitement. But now, they are on the field themselves and have the important task of the sect. They must go all out. The effect will be different. You are smart. When the disciples of my Xinjian sect beat your Jinwu sect to tears, I will reluctantly let you stay in Jinwu Mountain for a few more years.
Listening to his old friend's harsh words, Taoist Longshan just smiled and did not refute. Old man Shinjian was slightly grateful in his heart. He knew that Taoist Longshan took the initiative to propose this plan to save his face. But in reality, he didn't think about taking back Jinwu Mountain. At most, he would ridicule it a few times. Gratitude is gratitude. Face still needs to be fought for. Since I can't beat you, then my disciples can beat your disciples too. The old man Shinjian was very confident. Luo Wendian got the signal from Taoist Longshan and looked at the disciples of the two sects. Everyone, according to what my master and senior Shinjian said, this competition is mainly for experience. Although you have to go all out, you must stop at the right time and avoid hurting people at will, otherwise you will be severely punished. Of course, if you perform well, the two teachers will not hesitate to reward you. Which disciple wants to go first? Everyone was eager to try. Soon, a disciple from the outer sect of Jinwu sect stepped out. I am Wang Chong from the outer sect of Jinwu sect. Who from Shinjian sect can teach me a thing or two? The young man was full of vigor and vitality. Whether it is the Jinwu sect or the Shinjian sect, they are divided into the outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples. The outer sect disciples are all in the tempering body realm, while the inner sect disciples are in the inner Yuan realm. If they are in the Gang Yuan realm, they are the elders of the sect. However, both sects were founded not long ago, and there are very few people in the Gang Yuan realm. As for the true disciples, they are not ranked according to strength. These are the disciples personally accepted by Longshan Taoist and Shinjian elder. A young man from the Shinjian sect drew his sword and stepped out, showing his sharp edge. I, Li Bing from the outer sect of the Shinjian sect, will meet you. The two fought in a group. The sword light was flying, and the fist wind was whistling. The one who dared to come out first naturally had some confidence. Everyone nodded secretly. Ning Qi was also watching. He rarely fought, but with his understanding, this kind of experience was much simpler than creating a method. He only needed 1 or 2 battles to gain much more growth than others, and even watching others fight, he gained a lot of growth. Wang Chong is going to win. Wang Chong used the Tiger Evil Fist, which Ning Qi had also practiced before. In just a short moment, he had already reached perfection, and then integrated it into his own Wanxiang Fist. I'm afraid he knows this fist better than the founder of the Tiger Evil Fist. With this thought, Wang Chong punched out with a tiger roar, carrying a murderous aura, and blasted Li Bing backwards. Thank you. Wang Chong stopped there. The disciples of the Jinwu school were all excited and happy, and the disciples of the Divine Sword sect could not hold back. I'll meet you. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena was completely mobilized. The outer disciples came on stage one after another. But it was obvious that the disciples of the Jinwu school were stronger than the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, and their foundation was deeper. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect lost more than they won. The old man Shinjian was in doubt and said with some envy. Longshan Nyobi, you have a group of good disciples, right? The Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and laughed, and glanced at Ning Qi inconspicuously, feeling very pleased. It has been nearly 2 years since the improved body tempering powder was obtained, and it has begun to show results. It can be predicted that the foundation of Jinwu sect will become more and more profound in the future. The old man Shinjian saw that the Taoist Longshan pretended to be profound, and snorted unhappily. Soon, it was the inner disciples who came on the stage. Now the advantage of Jinwu sect was not so great. After all, the old man Shinjian was not a vegetarian. It was said that he had received the incomplete inheritance of a sword saint, and the disciples of Shinjian sect were all good at killing. The victory of Jinwu sect was almost equal to that of the disciples of Shinjian sect. Now, the old man Shinjian's face finally looked better, but it was still dark. He swept his eyes, and a young man in white understood and flew out immediately. The young man in white was dignified, his eyes were like lightning, and the 3-foot-long sword in his hand was as cold as autumn water. The 6th true disciple of the Divine Sword sect, Yan Xiang, is here. Please teach me, the true disciple of the Jinwu sect. All eyes were shocked. The competition between the true disciples is the biggest attraction. After all, in a sense, the true disciples represent the true foundation of a sect. Ningqi raised his eyebrows and became interested. Qin Yun was about to get up. A figure next to him held him down. The skinny young man in a blue Taoist robe smiled and said, "Sun Xuanhai, the sixth true disciple of the Jinwu sect, please teach me, Brother Yan." The sixth true disciple against the sixth true disciple, this is the correct answer. The two greeted each other. Then they almost killed each other at the same time. In the 1619 book and one forum, there is no wrong version. As soon as the Jinwu disciples made their move, people immediately felt something different. Both of them were in the inner Yuan realm, but their fighting power was much stronger than that of the inner gate disciples. Their moves were exquisite, which amazed all the disciples and made them exclaim in amazement. Even Longshan Taoist and the Divine Sword Elder watched them more seriously. "Sixth senior brother, I'm afraid you're going to lose." Ningqi watched very seriously. He wanted to observe the operation of internal energy, but the internal energy of the masters of the inner Yuan realm was very restrained and could only bless the human body. Among them, those with profound cultivation could extend it outside the body, but they could not leave the body like Gang Yuan. Ningqi tried his best and could only speculate the changes in the internal energy through the changes in the two people's moves. Therefore, he could see that after the two fought for hundreds of moves, Sun Xuanhai was a little overwhelmed. The old man Shenjian had a look of joy in his eyes. Sure enough, Sun Xuanhai's expression changed, and the sword in Yan Shiheng's hand had fallen to his throat without knowing when. The first battle of the true teaching, the Xinjian sect won. Brother Yan's swordsmanship is amazing. Sun Xuanhai took a deep breath and said, "His skills are not as good as others, there is nothing to say." Yan Xiang returned the compliment. "Brother Sun, you are too kind. I just ate 2 more years of meals." He looked at the other people in Jinwu sect and said calmly, "Is there any other true disciple who can teach me?" The disciples of Xinjian sect relaxed, but the disciples of Jinwu sect were a little anxious this time. Qin Yun finally couldn't hold back. He tiptoed and landed in front of Yan Xiang. The eighth true disciple of Jinwu sect, Qin Yun. The fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Yan Xiang frowned slightly. If Sun Xuanhai was still in the same age group as him, then Qin Yun was much younger. He was probably 5 or 6 years younger than him. It would be unfair if he won. But the next moment, he changed his mind. Qin Yun held the knife and just slashed it. The strong and sharp knife light made him throw away his previous thoughts. This boy is even stronger than the previous sixth true disciple. The sword light was everywhere in the arena. Even if the two tried their best to control it, they could not help but leave crisscross marks on the martial arts arena. Qin Yun's eyes were cold, and he became stronger and stronger. After only 100 moves, a flash of knife light cut through the clothes on Yan Shiheng's chest. The disciples of Jinwu sect cheered excitedly. Eighth brother is mighty. The eighth true disciple defeated the sixth true disciple, which boosted morale. The old man Shenjian had a complicated expression. He could see that the eighth true disciple of Jinwu sect was extremely talented, and he was probably already moving towards the inner Yuan realm. At this age, he could not find anyone who could achieve such an achievement. Taoist Longshan couldn't help but smile. Before Ningqi went up the mountain, Qin Yun was the most talented disciple of Jinwu sect. Qin Yun enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and his mood was inexplicably happy. He said calmly, "Thank you." Yan Xiang just smiled bitterly and waved his hand, slightly frustrated. Taoist Longshan said to the old man beside him with a smile, "Brother Shenjian, how about we stop the battle today? I believe the disciples have a certain understanding of each other's strength. Let's wait for the next 10 years to discuss the victory or defeat." The old man Shenjian was silent for a while. He felt a little aggrieved. The outer disciples were completely defeated, and the inner disciples were also slightly inferior. The true disciple said that it was 1 win and 1 loss, but the other's eighth true disciple defeated his sixth true disciple, which was not a draw at all. His face was burning, and he looked at the fat boy Zhuangchen who was blowing his nose on the side, and made up his mind. Why not have another match? The old man Shinjian was somewhat unwilling. Originally, he had accepted the fact that he was not as good as Taoist Longshan, and was ready to save face with his disciples, but he did not expect that he was still at a disadvantage. Although it was just a casual competition now, and neither side had tried their best, he still felt very uncomfortable with the ending. Taoist Longshan said helplessly. According to Brother Shinjian's words, let the true disciples continue? The old man Shinjian shook his head, pointed at Zhuang Chen, and said with a hint of pampering on his face. A few years ago, I accepted a close disciple named Zhuang Chen. He is now 8 years old and has just practiced martial arts for 2 years. After 10 years, most of the true disciples will be over 30 years old, and it will not be their turn to play. In the future, these young people will be the main force of the next 10-year agreement. Why not let them get familiar with it first? I will not take advantage of you. As long as you are a disciple of the Jinwu sect under 10 years old, you can fight with Zhuang Chen. Whoever wins will be given this dragon owl sword. Said. He pulled out the broad and long sword from his back and stuck it on the martial arts arena. The blade was dull, but it had a breathtaking edge. A top-notch sword. This was undoubtedly the top-notch reward that appeared this time. Obviously, the old man Shinjian was a little embarrassed and directly took out his sword as a reward. Of course, to some extent, it also showed his confidence. In an instant, the eyes of many Jinwu disciples lit up. Then he couldn't help but feel regretful, and only regretted that he was not under 10 years old, otherwise he might have a chance to get this famous sword. But some people also noticed the hidden information in the words of the old man Shinjian. This boy is 8 years old and has practiced martial arts for 2 years. Doesn't it mean that his bones have been formed at the age of 6? Qin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mood fluctuated. His bones were formed at the age of 7, and Zhuang Chen was 1 year faster than him. Although whether the bones are formed early or not is not entirely related to talent, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Ningqi looked at Zhuang Chen with a little surprise, and got a simple smile from the other party in response. He didn't expect that this seemingly unintelligent little fat boy actually had such a high talent. When Taoist Longshan saw that the old man Shinjian even took out his own sword, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Shinjian, why do you have to do this? The old man Shinjian waved his hand and said heroically. It doesn't matter. If the Jinwu sect has such a talent, just take the dragon owl sword. Yi Qinghe looked strange. Isn't this rushing to give the famous sword? She knew how powerful her little junior brother was. When he met the white ape a year ago, he had already refined his bones. Now he might have refined his organs or even his marrow. She didn't believe that the silly little fat boy could be so evil after practicing for 2 years. Everyone had different thoughts. Donghe, the eldest brother of Shinjian sect, whispered a few words in Zhuang Chen's ear, and Zhuang Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to be bargaining with Donghe until Donghe smiled bitterly. Zhuang Chen walked to the center of the martial arts field. His voice was a bit silly. I am Zhuang Chen, the true disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Who of you will give me a chicken leg? Oh, no, who will fight me? Seeing the fat boy sucking his nose hard, a low laugh came from the Jinwu sect. Everyone in the Divine Sword sect held their foreheads. The old man of the Divine Sword sect was silent and turned his head away. I, Zhao Changhe, will meet you. Before Ningqi got up, a 10-year-old boy from the Jinwu sect had already rushed out first. This boy developed very early and looked more than 2 heads taller than Zhuang Chen. He was the best among the disciples of the same age. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 8 and has been practicing martial arts for 2 years now. He just broke through to the flesh-refining realm 2 days ago. His talent is almost second only to the true disciples. You are not my opponent. The fat boy shook his head. Zhao Changhe snorted coldly. You will know after the fight. He practiced a rock-hard spear technique, which was defensive and offensive. At this time, he was holding a spear and killing, and with the increase in strength from the flesh refining, he was quite powerful.
Zhuangqin drew his sword, as if he had suddenly become a different person. His eyes were sharp, and even his snout seemed to have turned into two green swords. His chubby body was incredibly flexible, and he moved gently, like a breeze caressing a willow, and easily avoided Zhao Changhe's spear thrust. Xin Yun's pupils shrank slightly. Refining tendons? This guy has been practicing martial arts for 2 years and has already reached the realm of refining tendons? This practice speed is faster than his. Taoist Longshan also glanced sideways. The old man with the magic sword raised his mouth. On the field, Zhuangqin counterattacked, and he was holding a wooden sword in his hand. The sword stabbed out with the meaning of dragon roar and tiger roar, heavy as a green mountain pressing down on the top. Zhao Changhe's forehead was sweating, and his spear was like a rock, very stable and solid. But he couldn't stop it. The strength and martial arts realm were not on the same level. With a bang, Zhao Changhe flew back and fell to the ground. Some Jinwu disciples hurriedly went up to check if there were any injuries, but saw Zhao Changhe climbed up by himself. There was something incredible in his eyes. Just now, the wooden sword was like a green mountain pressing down on his head, as if it was going to crush his bones and body, but at the critical moment, the power disappeared without a trace. He just fell a little embarrassed, but he was not injured at all. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so weak, I almost didn't stop." Zhuangqin's words made him angry. But the other party's eyes were so sincere. Taoist Longshan stared at Zhuangqin and said uncertainly, "Lifting heavy things as if it were light? At such a young age, the sword has reached such a level. Does this boy have an innate sword bone?" A correct version of the book in 16-9-1 forum. The old man Xinjian finally couldn't help laughing triumphantly. "You are a cow-nose with some knowledge, otherwise do you think I am taking this last disciple for fun? Your 8th disciple is indeed talented, but if Chen'er is the same age as him, he may not be Chen'er's opponent." Xin Yun lowered his head and clenched his fist, without saying anything. The Taoist Longshan nodded slightly with admiration in his eyes. "Innate sword bone, and a pure heart, brother Xinjian, you have accepted a good disciple." The old man Xinjian felt extremely comfortable. He smiled and turned his head, wanting to see the change in the expression of the Taoist Longshan, but what surprised him was that although the Taoist Longshan admired, he did not have the envy he imagined. The Taoist Longshan laughed secretly. If it was before, he would indeed be a little envious. But since he accepted Ning Qi, no matter what kind of genius disciple in the world, he would not be envious of him anymore. He looked over. Ning Qi had already stood up and walked towards Zhuangqin. Taoist Longshan quickly sent a message. "Xiaojiu, hold back a little." He was afraid that his disciple would accidentally break the treasure of the old man with the magic sword. Perhaps he was the only one who knew Ning Qi's realm best in the entire Jinwu mountain. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He stopped a disciple who was about to go on stage and said lightly, "Let me do it." He saw clearly that the little fat man should have just entered the realm of tendon training, and he also had a good level of swordsmanship. No disciple under the age of 10 in the entire Jinwu sect could be his opponent. Except him. Ning Qi did not have the idea of shrinking back. As a true disciple of the Jinwu sect, it was impossible for him to watch the little fat man sweeping recklessly. He only showed a little bit of his strength, which was not a problem. He did not have the bad taste of waiting for his disciples to be defeated one after another before finally appearing as the savior. He wanted to solve it early and went back to Kadaoyuan to read. Everyone was stunned. After all, Ning Qi is showing up less and less now, and many Jinwu disciples see Ning Qi as a bit mysterious. But there was no time to think about it. Ning Qi was already standing opposite Zhuangqin. "Little fatty, go ahead." Zhuangqin didn't care about Ning Qi's address, he said seriously. "Ning Qi, I don't want to hit you, you go down." He originally wanted to say, "Ning Qi, you are not very smart, I can't bear to hit you," but he felt that this seemed impolite, so he changed his words in the end. But Ning Qi obviously saw what Zhuangqin was thinking from his eyes. Ning Qi was helpless. He exhaled slowly and decided to teach this silly little fat boy a lesson. Seeing Ning Qi, he didn't speak.
The fat little Zhuangchen turned on the chatterbox mode. Ning Qi, really, go down.
Ning Qi, that wasn't all my strength just now.
Ning Qi, why are you ignoring me? Ning Qi, aren't you not very smart? If you can't survive, then I'll be gentler.
When Zhuangchen finally couldn't help but say these words, everyone looked strange. The mouths of the elder brother of the Divine Sword sect and the old man of the Divine Sword twitched.
Taoist Longshan smiled. This little fat guy is very interesting.
Ning Qi glanced at Zhuangchen speechlessly, and finally spoke.
If you keep talking, your master will beat you.
Zhuangchen looked back and saw the gradually darkening face of the old man Xinjian, and couldn't help but sniff hard. He reached out and pulled out the black wooden sword from behind, and his whole aura gradually changed. A sharp edge rose up and entangled, making Ning Qi slightly surprised. Only when he faced it in person did he realize that someone had changed so much before and after. If Zhuangchen was just a silly and gluttonous little fat man before, then he now seems to be the prototype of a peerless swordsman.
Ning Qi, are you empty-handed? Zhuangchen's voice was different from the solemn one before.
In this state, he seemed to see that Ning Qi was not simple. Ning Qi raised his eyebrows slightly.
I also use a sword.
He did not specialize in swordsmanship, but he had read quite a few sword manuals. With his understanding, he could easily obtain it better than ordinary people who had to practice countless times. Moreover, one method can be used to master all methods. Wanxiang fist is also called Wanxiang sword. The little fat man can be called a peerless prodigy in the way of swordsmanship, but in front of Ning Qi, he was still a bit immature. Zhuangchen had fighting spirit in his eyes.
Then why don't you take a sword?
The words fell.
Yi Qinghe's voice from the Zhenwu sect has already sounded.
Junior brother, take the sword. A wooden sword that matched Ning Qi's height flew towards him. Ning Qi did not look back, but just held it casually, and the wooden sword fell right into Ning Qi's palm as if it had a spirit. It may seem ordinary to ordinary people, but the eyes of the old man with the sword suddenly narrowed.
Somewhat confused. As if realizing that Ning Qi was not simple, Zhuangchen couldn't help but laugh.
Sword training was his first hobby. He was very happy to be able to fight against different swordsman masters, but there was no one of the same age in the Divine Sword sect who could compete with him. In the First World War, there was no one who was a few years older.
Ning Qi, be careful.
His fat body has unmatched flexibility, and he has obviously already practiced muscle training. The first level of muscle training is to temper the muscles and gain extraordinary toughness and flexibility, which is enough to allow the human body to make all kinds of incredible movements. Such as this time. Zhuangchen stabbed with his sword, and with a flick of his wrist, more than a dozen sword flowers flashed
out, and there were waves of uproar and exclamation from the audience. Zhuangchen's expression was solemn, different from his previous stupidity, with sharpness and hesitation.
The sword flowers seemed light and fluttering, but also carried a sense of heaviness, like a cauldron or a boulder. A light weight is worth a heavy weight. Xin Yun said every word. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuangchen had already demonstrated the advanced state of being able to lift a heavy sword as if it were a light weight before, and he could send and receive it with ease, and now he was able to swing a dozen swords that were as light as a heavy sword. It is unimaginable that this level of swordsmanship would appear in an 8-year-old child.
Is this a natural sword bone?
Xin Yun was silent in his heart. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with the words of the Excalibur old man, but now, he is silent. Ning Qi held the wooden sword casually in his hand. Now that his body is flawless, he can lift his arms with a force of 100,000 kilograms. If he goes all out, he can easily slap the little fat man flat. Even Taoist Master Longshan didn't know that he had such an exaggerated foundation. Not to mention that Ning Qi's swordsmanship level far surpassed that of Zhuangchen, and the two were not on the same level. But there's no need to be so ostentatious.
Ning Qi takes action.
One is that he is somewhat interested in the Dragon Shao sword.
After all, it is the sword of a strong man in the Gangyuan realm.
The other is to fight for face for the master. If the master has something to do, the disciple will do his job.
Ning Qi has to earn back this face. As to whether Longshan Taoist wants it or not is his own business. Just use the same physical strength as the little fat man, right? This is not difficult for Ning Qi. The sword light approaches. Ning Qi didn't move for a long time. This made everyone in the Divine Sword sect puzzled. But Zhuang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. Ning Qi, who was opposite him, had not yet drawn his sword. He was obviously just standing there loosely, but he seemed to be facing thousands of invisible swords, and sweat was already breaking out on his forehead. Beads. He has never seen such an opponent. Zhuang Chen shouted loudly. Finally, I couldn't stand the pressure. He went all out, more than a dozen sword flowers disappeared, and the wooden sword stabbed straight, but the sound of the sword breaking through the air was extremely clear. Taoist Longshan couldn't help but said in surprise. Is this the fusion of man and sword? Although Zhuang Chen only glimpsed this realm for the first time, it was still quite astonishing. The old man of Divine Sword was not proud this time, because he saw something even more amazing in Ning Qi, and a look of horror gradually rose in his eyes. Ning Qi finally moved. He looked at Zhuang Chen calmly, raised his hand casually, and slashed out with his sword, like the breeze blowing through the willows. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The speed and power are not amazing, even slightly inferior to Zhuang Chen, but there is an intoxicating beauty and artistic conception. In Zhuang Chen's eyes, the sword in Ning Qi's hand is like a wisp of wind or a cloud, light and fluttering, but everywhere and nowhere to hide. Zhuang Chen's eyes widened, almost dull. Wait until he comes to his senses. Only then did he realize that the sword in his hand had fallen to the ground at some point, and Ning Qi's sword was touching his chubby belly. Ning Qi smiled and tapped the little fat man's belly with his sword. Swords must be used this way. Looking at the dumbfounded little fat man, he always felt guilty and happy about bullying a child. Now, the martial arts arena was already silent. Everyone around looked at this scene blankly. The Xinjiang sect and others were in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Zhuang Chen was killed instantly. Among the Jinwu sect, those disciples who had never seen Ning Qi take action were extremely excited. Ninth senior brother, turns out to be so powerful. Yi Qing has secretly stuck out his tongue. Xiao Jiu is really a monster. I can't even understand the realm of swordsmanship. She originally thought that Ning Qi would defeat him with overwhelming strength and beat the little fat man violently, but she didn't expect that he would suppress the opponent with swordsmanship. In an instant, Ning Qi seemed to have become the focus of everyone. Qin Yun looked at this scene with complicated eyes. There is joy, but also a bit of sourness. Old man Xinjian's heart was filled with turmoil. This moment. He finally understood why Taoist Longshan was only amazed but not envious before. With such a disciple, who would envy other people's disciples? He suppressed the envy and jealousy in his heart, and his tone was extremely sour. You have understood the meaning of the sword at a young age and have embarked on your own path of swordsmanship. You are like a swordsman. Longshan Nyobi, what kind of bad luck have you had? Taoist Longshan laughed, pretending to be relaxed. Brother Xinjian is too praised. In fact, he was a little confused. He only knew that Ning Qi's progress in body tempering was extremely exaggerated, but he had never seen Ning Qi show his sword skills. Today's sword also refreshed his knowledge. Such a swordsman monster would be a waste in your Jinwu sect. I heard the envy and covetousness in the words of the old man of Divine Sword. Taoist Longshan was wary, he was eyeing his own baby. I'm warning you, don't make any crooked ideas. The old man with the sword curled his lips slightly, that's what he said. He looked towards the martial arts arena. Ning Qi looked calm, and then looked at his silly apprentice. I couldn't help but feel sour in my heart again. At this time, Zhuang Chen had recovered from his sluggishness, with incomparable passion in his eyes, and he hugged Ning Qi's trouser legs. Ning Qi, what was that sword just now? Can you teach me, and I can become your teacher? The old man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This traitor! There is no doubt that the little fat boy Zhuang Chen is passionate about swordsmanship.
After seeing Ning Chi's sword, he even thought of becoming a disciple. The old man with the divine sword almost lost his eyesight and fainted on the spot. If other disciples did such treacherous and unethical things, he would have already started to clean up the family. But for Zhuang Chen's precious lump, he could only feel so angry that his liver ached, and he couldn't bear to fight it. The little fat man acts foolishly when he is not in combat mode. It is not difficult to understand his behavior like this. Ning Chi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect to teach the little fat man a lesson and almost give him an apprentice. However, this apprentice obviously couldn't be accepted. The old man had to be anxious about accepting the divine sword. Fortunately, Dong He had the foresight and saw his master's expression as black as the bottom of a pot. He rushed over and hugged Zhuang Chen down in a flash. The little fat man could only look at Ning Chi helplessly. Everyone in the divine sword sect breathed a sigh of relief. Taoist Longshan coughed lightly. Brother Shinjian, is that all for today? The old man of Shinjian regrets it so much now. If he had known it, it would not be like this last battle, losing his wife and losing his troops. He almost even ran away with his stupid disciple. He glanced at the dragon Shao sword in front of him, feeling a dull pain in his heart. But the words he spoke were like water thrown out, and he would naturally not regret it. With a wave of his hand, the long Shao sword fell beside Taoist Longshan. You, Longshan Nyobi, are superior today. Let's compete again in 10 years. He planned to go back and train the little fat man properly. He must not slack off like this. Everyone has already understood the meaning of the sword. It can't be justified for you, who has an innate sword bone and still combines the human sword with the sword. The old man Shinjian felt that if he trained carefully for 10 years, he might not be able to fight Ning Chi in 10 years. The innate sword bone also has the appearance of a swordmaster, but the little fat man had no opponent before, so he was slacking off. He could clearly see that Ning Chi's body tempering progress was at most the same as his stupid apprentice, or even worse. Taoist Longshan smiled bitterly. Brother Shinjian, why are you doing this? But he finally put away the dragon Shao sword. Shinjian Mountain gave it to him as promised, let alone the dragon Shao sword. The old man with the sword stood up. Today's discussion can be regarded as letting me, an incompetent disciple, know the truth that there are people outside the world and there is a world outside the world. However, if you are too proud, you still don't know who will win in 10 years. With a dark face, he took a deep breath and waved his hand solemnly, preparing to leave with his disciples. He felt that his last bit of dignity had been lost by Zhuang Chen. Taoist Longshan persuaded him. Brother Shinjian, stay. Just as the old man Shinjian was about to speak, he heard a voice from Taoist Longshan. Brother Shinjian, you and I haven't seen each other for 10 years, why are you in such a hurry? Recently, I happened to have some insights into the secrets of heaven and man. How about staying here and participating together? It's just for the disciples to communicate with each other. In fact, you and I also know it, what happened back then was just a moment of anger. He spoke sincerely and looked sincere. The old man with the divine sword froze on the spot and looked at Taoist Longshan with a complicated look. He was willing to share his experience of being promoted to a heavenly being with him, but he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Longshan you. Taoist Longshan laughed. If you and I work together, we will naturally have more hope. This is a good thing that is mutually beneficial. The old man of divine sword suddenly felt convinced. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Taoist Longshan stretched out his hand, and the long Shao sword fell in front of Ning Chi. He nodded approvingly to his young apprentice, and then told Luo Wentian. Wentian, make arrangements for everyone from the divine sword sect properly. You will communicate with each other in the next few days. Don't hurt your harmony. The old man with the divine sword also spoke in a deep voice. Donghe, don't make mistakes on Jinwu Mountain. Disciples from both factions responded respectfully. I will obey the orders of my two teachers. Then, Taoist Longshan and old man Shinjian left. Ning Chi was slightly surprised, but he could probably guess something. He shook his head.
That was not an area he could spy on yet. No one expected that the 10-year agreement would end in this way. Ning Qi originally thought that he would have the opportunity to see two top masters of the Gangyuan realm fight today, but he did not expect that it would eventually turn into a competition between disciples. However, he is not at a loss either. Pulling out the Dragon Shao sword, which was almost as tall as him, Ning Qi secretly praised the sword. Such top-notch famous swords can not only cut iron like mud, cut gold and jade, but also increase the inner strength of the Gangyuan. He will soon be promoted to the Nei Yuan realm. Even if he doesn't use it, he can still find a chance to practice a suitable one again. No matter how bad it is, it can be used to study the mysteries of these weapons. Ning Qi threw the long Shao sword to Bai Yuan and left. He was no longer interested in what happened next. One after another, they looked at Ning Qi and the white ape who were following suit, with wonder. They knew that this was truly a genius. But what they didn't know was that what Ning Qi showed was not even 1% of his true evil self. Seeking Taoism in the courtyard. Ning Qi lay on the wicker chair and read the classics. He felt that his body was transforming, and the silent feeling of moisturizing things made him intoxicated. Wisps of powerful power were being born, gathering towards the dantian. Is this inner strength? Ning Qi's eyes were extremely bright. The magical power flowing in the body, even if it is only a tiny trace, can feel its strength, can easily make the body burst out with more terrifying power than the original, but this amount can only bless one finger. This is the essence of physical strength. The process of the birth of internal strength will last for 2 months. This is the fruit of the physical body. When the fruit is fully mature, it can be considered a breakthrough in the inner realm. Now I am at best half a step into the inner realm? He laughed dumbly. In fact, according to martial artists, this transitional stage of martial artists can also be regarded as the inner realm, but the internal strength has not been fully formed, and the destructive power is not as good as the inner realm. The most important thing is that there is no process of the internal strength being fully formed and feeding back to the physical body, and the lifespan has not changed. Generally speaking, people in the transitional stage rarely walk outside. But for me, even if there is only a trace of it, it is enough for me to know the essence of internal strength. The so-called internal strength is not a real thing. It is the magical power born from the body stimulated by the spirit of the body, but it is relatively illusory. To some extent, it is like the power suggested by the mind. Therefore, the internal strength can only bless oneself and cannot leave the body. In fact, from the internal Yuan realm to the Gang Yuan realm, it is the process of condensing the virtual into the real. Ning Qi had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The internal strength martial arts that he read in the sutra library in the past kept flashing. In the past, it was pure theory, but now that he has also generated internal strength, touching the reality, it is naturally very different. The inner Yuan realm is divided into 9 levels, that is, 9 levels form Gang. Every time you level up, the inner force becomes more solid. The process of the first generation of inner force in the physical body is actually the first level, which is the entry into the inner Yuan. After 3 levels, it is a small success. 6 levels, great success. 9 levels, perfection. After that, you can condense the void into reality and try to break through the Gang Yuan realm. Feeling the magical power in his body, Ning Qi has completely figured out the way forward. From the inner Yuan realm to the Gang Yuan realm, there is no secret. He stood up and slowly hit the Wanxiang origin post. The trace of inner force that had just been born suddenly became more active. Internal strength comes from the body, and it is a continuation of the standing practice. The method of cultivating internal strength is called the overlapping strength practice. For example, the ice silkworm strength I obtained before is a superior overlapping strength practice, and in Maizhenwu school, there are 4 superior overlapping strength practices, 3 of which correspond to the Zhenwu 9 postures, namely the heaven-shaking strength, earth-shaking strength, and sea-covering strength. If I had practiced the Bayan posture before, then I should practice the earth-shaking strength now, and so on. Step by step, the connection is established, 9 combined with 3, and 3 combined with 1, so that there is a chance to reproduce the grand occasion of the 9 celestial beings fighting the martial saint. And
above the heaven-shaking strength, earth-shaking strength, and sea-covering strength is the Jinwu strength, which Master also did not pass on. But this is not difficult for me. Ningqi took a long breath and had an inspiration. He had been thinking hard for a long time. These days in the sutra library were not wasted. He had already started to accumulate. Now that the internal strength was born and he understood the essence, everything was logical. In an instant, the exquisiteness of the three overlapping strength skills of shaking heaven strength kept emerging in his mind. The common points among them were constantly being unraveled, and their essence was integrated together. I don't know how long it has been. I saw a correct version in the 16:9 book and forum. A new overlapping strength skill quietly took shape. It was the Jinwu strength that Ningqi reversed. It took Ningqi 10 days to create the Jinwu strength from the Jinwu 9 strengths. But now it only took him 2 hours to create the Jinwu strength from shaking heaven strength, earth-shaking strength, and sea-covering strength. Because the paths are similar, it saves him a lot of time. And he had already started to prepare theories before. This Jinwu strength may not be the same as the original, but the difference will not be too big. But Ningqi was still not satisfied. Now I have laid the foundation of the supreme stance, the myriad origin stance, so naturally I can no longer cultivate the true martial strength. As Master said before, the true martial stance matches the true martial strength, so I naturally have to create a Dai Jin Kung that matches the myriad origin stance. To some extent, this is also the shortcoming of creating a method by myself, and the road ahead needs to be walked by myself. If Ningqi lowers his configuration to practice the true martial strength, he will feel very uncomfortable, and it will be a waste of the supreme foundation he has laid. And it will reduce his growth rate. A warrior in the inner Yuan realm has a lifespan of 200 years. If he can cultivate to the 9 Dai Jin realm in 20 years, he is considered a natural talent. But for me, 20 years is too long. Now there are still 2 months to wait for the internal strength to be completely formed. This period of time is enough for me to create the supreme Dai Jin Kung that matches the myriad origin stance, and it may not even take that long. Ningqi's eyes were full of confidence. With the experience of creating the myriad origin stance, and the true martial strength and many Dai Jin Kung as references, plus his current comprehension is better than before, he is fully confident. He let out a long breath. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Tian Shang, a guest is coming." The white ape, who was originally practicing the Ape King post, stopped immediately. He went into the house to make tea, but when he walked out of the house again with the teapot, he suddenly became uneasy. In the distance, a sneaky little fat man was looking around and moving over. The white ape put down the teapot in his hand and rushed over angrily. He is now a beginner in martial arts. As long as he doesn't use martial arts, others will only think that he has a strong bloodline. The white ape is very fast, and Zhuangchen was shocked. "Yuan Tiansheng, you found me." But the white ape just grinned and sneered, kicked out and went straight to Zhuangchen's butt. He still remembered that the little fat man said he was a pet 2 days ago, and now the little fat man came sneaking over again, settling old and new grudges together. Zhuangchen fled in panic. But there is no way to avoid it. Got a solid kick. Zhuangchen began to fight back, but he was shocked to find that he could not suppress the white ape. One person and one ape were fighting fiercely, and they were evenly matched. "Yuan Tiansheng, you are so strong," he said in shock. Ningqi looked at it from a distance and nodded. Slightly. The white ape is indeed extraordinary. He has been practicing martial arts for a long time, and he can actually fight on par with Zhuangchen. Moreover, the white ape did not use his martial arts skills. Of course, Zhuangchen did not draw his sword. Bang! Zhuangchen was kicked in the butt again. He said angrily, "Yuan Tiansheng, if you do this again, I won't let you." Seeing Zhuangchen about to draw his sword, Ningqi finally spoke. Tian, let him come over." White ape immediately stopped respectfully. He made a face at Zhuangchen and slipped into the courtyard. Zhuangchen also smiled. He looked at Ningqi, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over quickly. "Little Master Ningqi, I finally found you." Everyone from the Divine Sword sect was still staying at the Jinwu sect, but Ningqi never showed up to hide away. Unexpectedly, Zhuangchen found this place. Ningqi lay on the wicker chair and said lightly, "Don't call me master, be careful of Senior Shinjian expelling you from the school." Zhuangchen shook his head quickly. "No, my master said before that if I see anyone who wants to become my master, they can do it. Master Ningqi, here I am, please accept my disciple's bow." "I don't accept disciples, even if I kowtow 100 times, it will be useless." "Then can you teach me the swordsmanship that day? With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you understand the meaning of the sword. You don't need to be taught by me." "No, it's different. Your sword is different from everyone else's swords I've seen." Seeing the determination in the little fat man's eyes, Ningqi was slightly surprised. The sword he used was the Shinbo Wanxiang fist. That sword contained more than just the sword's intention. I'm afraid even the old man of the Excalibur didn't see it, but he didn't expect that the little fat man in front of him saw it? This innate sword bone looks really extraordinary. What's the difference? Ningqi became interested. Very handsome. Invincibly handsome. Zhuangchen's face was full of excitement. Master's sword is not as handsome as yours. He just instinctively felt that Ningqi's sword was very powerful, but he couldn't tell exactly what was so powerful. Ningqi's mouth twitched. A little discerning, but not much. But he was still in a good mood when someone admired his swordsmanship so much. Ningqi looked at the little fat man with a smile. "I don't accept disciples, nor do I teach anyone casually." The little fat man seemed to have a blessed soul, and his IQ was suddenly online. He came over mysteriously and said, "Ningqi, I will tell you a peerless secret technique. In exchange, can you teach me the sword technique that day?" Ningqi's eyes lit up slightly. "The secret technique of the Divine Sword sect?" The little fat man nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "That's right. Ningqi, let me tell you, I have 3 hobbies." "Which 3? "I like practicing swords the most, eating second, and sleeping third. Eating and sleeping are all because of the secret technique I practice." Zhuangchen looked full of pride. Ningqi was completely interested. During the dinner, he once saw the little fat man devouring his food, but he just thought it was because he was born this way, but now it seems that this is not the case. This secret technique is called Tao Tai in dreams. The glutton devours the heaven and the earth, absorbs the essence of all things, and uses it for his own purposes in his sleep. Zhuangchen's childish voice began to sound. The words he said slowly made Ningqi's eyes more and more surprised. This secret of gluttony in dreams is not simple. After listening to Zhuangchen's explanation, Ningqi couldn't help but feel fresh about the subtleties and strange ideas. This is a secret technique that is independent of Zhuanggong and Dai Jin Gong, but it can also assist the former. Blessing. This makes practice faster. By swallowing a large amount of food or other more precious treasures, absorbing the essence, and digesting it in the special state while sleeping. It has to be said that the person who made the achievement is a talented person. Ningqi, this dream Tao Tai skill is absolutely powerful. Let me tell you, part of the reason why I can reach the Jin training realm so quickly is because of this secret skill. My master said that if this secret technique can reach a high level, you can even eat treasures such as iron nuggets and crystals, which will cause changes in the physical body and internal energy. It is very powerful. Unfortunately, I can only eat food. Don't think I'm stupid. I'm the only person in the Divine Sword sect who has learned this secret technique. Even my master hasn't learned it. The little fat man puffed up his chest proudly, but then seemed to feel a little guilty. But don't worry Ningqi, you are so smart, you will definitely be able to learn it. Seeing that Ningqi didn't speak, the little fat man became anxious. Ningqi, I've told you the secret technique, you won't stop teaching me swordsmanship, right? He didn't mean to trick Ningqi, but he simply forgot about the difficulty of Tao Tai in his dream. As he talked, he remembered that he was afraid that Ningqi wouldn't be able to learn it and would not teach him swordsmanship. Ningqi came back to his senses and smiled. This little fat guy was a little thoughtful, but not much. For ordinary people, it would be difficult to learn this secret technique, and it might even require a specific physique. But for Ning Chi, simple. He can completely take the essence and perfect it into a secret technique that suits him. What matters to him are ideas and inspiration. But with ready-made paths, he can also save a lot of time. He didn't expect Zhuang Chen to bring him such a surprise. All kinds of inspirations are already popping up in his mind. However, Ning Chi naturally would not bully him and take advantage of him in vain. Don't worry, I'll teach you what I said. Zhuang Chen nodded repeatedly, with a happy look on his face. Then I'll tell you a few more times so you don't forget. No, I've written it all down. Zhuang Chen immediately scratched his head. Ning Chi, you are so smart. It took me a long time to memorize this secret technique, but you are so fast. But he didn't think much about it. He felt that Ning Chi would not be able to learn this secret skill now no matter how fast he was. Ning Chi smiled slightly and didn't explain much. Stand still, practice sword practice now and show me. Now that you have learned someone else's secret technique, you have to teach it well. Ning Chi will not be perfunctory. His expression was plain, but he had an air of majesty. Zhuang Chen, who was still laughing and joking at first, couldn't help but be shocked. A trace of fear instinctively appeared on his face. He just felt as if he saw the shadow of his master in Ning Chi. The entire Xinjian sect, that is, when the old man of Xinjian teaches martial arts, he will be afraid of it. Yes. The little fat man responded respectfully, then took a deep breath and slowly pulled out the wooden sword from his back. His eyes suddenly became sharp. With a soft drink, Zhuang Chen's chubby body became more flexible, and he swung his sword to slash, and a set of advanced swordsmanship was at his fingertips. Zhuang Chen didn't hold anything back and went all out. In the Temple of Seeking Tao, rays of sword light flew across the fallen leaves. Occasionally, the sword light flashed by, and it was accurately divided into two, demonstrating its powerful control of the sword. Many senior swordsmen who have practiced hard for 10 or 20 years may not be able to reach this level. Zhuang Chen's sword was sometimes as frivolous as a fallen leaf, and sometimes as light and heavy as a green mountain pressing against the top of the mountain. Later, only the sound of the sword was heard and no one was seen. It was not that the person really disappeared, but that the exquisite sword was enough to make people ignore the person. Exist. The realm of the unity of man and sword has become more and more proficient. In just a few days, Zhuang Chen has made some progress. How mysterious is this innate sword bone? A trace of curiosity flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. He even wanted to dissect the little fat man. If he could observe the mystery of the innate sword bones up close, he might be able to realize something incredible. Of course, just think about it. He is not such a person. I don't know when. Zhuang Chen stopped. When he saw Ning Chi's eyes, he couldn't help but feel chills all over his body, and said timidly, Ning Chi, is there anything wrong with my swordsmanship just now? Ning Chi came back to his senses and said with a smile, it's pretty eye-catching. With his eyesight, it was not difficult to see that the little fat man was taking a domineering path. Domineering sword intent is also a very powerful type of sword intent. He probably understood why the little fat man wanted to learn his swordsmanship so much. It was because Ning Chi had more than one kind of sword intent. A random sword strike that day was actually a combination of several sword intents. Become. Ning Chi's observation of all phenomena in the world, and what he gained was not just as simple as creating the source pile of all phenomena, it was accumulation that could be used for a lifetime and could be used at any time. However, Ning Chi used it very covertly that day, and he was confident that even the old man of Excalibur and his master could not see it. Unexpectedly, the little fat man instinctively noticed something strange. He already knows how to teach the little fat man. Taking a breath, Ning Chi solemnly said, watch my sword carefully. Zhuang Chen's eyes widened. Ning Chi waved his hand casually, and the wooden sword in Zhuang Chen's hand flew uncontrollably into Ning Chi's hand. Then, Ning Chi moved. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand waved the sword lightly.
the little fat man's eyes suddenly widened even more. In his eyes, Ning Chi suddenly disappeared. With that ordinary sword swing, he seemed to see a long ancient mountain suppressing him, and he seemed to see an ancient divine elephant roaring up to the sky, and he vaguely saw a big sun rising. He was stunned and froze on the spot. Until Ning Chi's voice sounded. "What did you see?" Zhuangchen was excited, woke up, and looked at Ning Chi with eyes filled with admiration. "I saw an ancient mountain, a sacred elephant and a brilliant golden sun." As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ning Chi nodded lightly. "My understanding is acceptable. Keep watching." Ning Chi waved his sword again. Zhuangchen couldn't take his eyes away. Then Ning Chi asked again. Zhuangchen answered truthfully. Repeatedly. Until Zhuangchen's eyes became more and more eager to try, Ning Chi finally said. "Try it yourself." Zhuangchen waved his sword. Compared with before, it is already a bit different. Ning Chi nodded secretly. This innate sword bone is indeed extraordinary, and his understanding of the sword is far beyond ordinary people. Ning Chi has only seen this kind of learning speed when Bai Ape learned the Ape King stake. Compared with this person and the other apes, the other people are not as good as this one. Ning Chi asked Zhuangchen to practice his sword, and corrected him from time to time. He didn't let him stop until he was sweating profusely and his face turned pale. To come into contact with the sword's will, you also need a strong physical body and God to support it. Zhuangchen was still unfinished, his face was full of excitement. "Ning Chi, I feel it, I feel it. You are so awesome." He felt that following Ning Chi's guidance was like divine help, and a casual word could save him from many detours. He even thought to himself that his master, the old man divine sword, was not as capable as Ning Chi to teach him. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Zhuangchen's eyes were filled with admiration. But Ning Chi just smiled faintly. "In the next few days, you will come over at noon every day for half an hour to practice swordplay, and you are not allowed to come over the rest of the time." If it was before, the little fat man might be a stalker. But now, he already has an indescribable awe for Ning Chi. Although he was reluctant to give up, he still said respectfully, "Yes." The next few days. Every noon, the little fat man would come as scheduled to practice swordplay in the Chiodao Academy. Ning Chi gave him occasional advice, but he had already created a tailor-made sword for him. As long as the little fat man didn't slack off and practiced step by step, it would be natural for him to understand the domineering sword intention in advance. Even this domineering sword intention has some other magical qualities. The little fat man practiced his sword, while the white ape watched from the side. A few days passed, and the little fat man humiliated him, which finally made the white ape's anger dissipate. The man and the ape had not known each other before, and now their relationship was surprisingly good. However, White Ape did not practice Zhuang Kung Fu when the little fat man was around. This was a rule given to him by Ning Chi. He was not allowed to show Zhuang Kung Fu when outsiders were around. As for Ning Chi himself, apart from occasionally giving Zhuangchen some advice, he was still studying the newly acquired secret technique of gluttony in dreams. This secret technique is indeed extraordinary, but Ning Chi also discovered its drawbacks. That is, if you continue to practice this secret technique, your body will become fatter and fatter. Later, it may even become a mountain of flesh, which Ning Chi cannot bear. In the final analysis, the secret technique of Tao Tai in dreams cannot completely digest the energy taken into the body, and needs to be converted into fat for storage. Ning Chi plans to take its essence, improve it, and integrate it into the Dui Jin Gong he envisioned. He already has an idea. In this way, 7 days passed by in a flash. The inner strength in Ning Chi's body is growing day by day. At the same time, he is also re-understanding the various martial arts, especially the ice silkworm strength. He feels that the intention is quite good, and may not even be inferior to Tao Tai in the dream. It is worth it. Learn from it yourself. This day, the little fat man walked outside the Chiodao courtyard but did not come in. There was some disappointment on his face. Ningqi, Yuan Tiansheng, I have to leave.
Today is the day to leave the Divine Sword sect. After communicating here for so many days, it is indeed time to leave. The white ape jumped out with some reluctance in his eyes. Although he hated the little fat man's disrespect at first, after getting familiar with him, he found that the little fat man was still a good person.
Are you reluctant to leave me? Zhuangchen looked at Yuan Tiansheng with bright eyes.
Bai Yuan curled his lips proudly and turned his head.
Zhuangchen chuckled and looked at the figures in the courtyard with reverence in his eyes. Ningqi, I will miss you. Ningqi smiled. Go back and practice hard. Zhuangchen nodded repeatedly.
I will definitely work hard and strive to surpass you in 10 years.
Said. The little fat man ran away.
Ningqi glanced at his back, shook his head and laughed. It was impossible to surpass him. His mood was slightly disturbed, but he quickly regained his composure. With the talent of the little fat man, if there is no accident, he is at least in the realm of heaven and human. He has a long lifespan. If he wants to see it in the future, there will be many opportunities, so he is not in a hurry now. His eyes returned to the parchment in his hand. Bing's silkworm gene, 9 times of breaking out of the cocoon and rebirth, is 9 times of overlapping strength. Each qualitative change is extremely thorough, but breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn is not easy. Each time requires going through hardships. Perhaps, we can change the way. Ningqi has a flash of inspiration in his mind. At this time, outside Jinwu Mountain, the old man Xinjian and Taoist Longshan also said goodbye. This time, I accept your love. The old man with the sword rarely said. It is said that the two of them share the secrets of heaven and man, but in fact it is mainly shared by Taoist Longshan. At most, old man Xinjian can occasionally put forward some different opinions. With these, old man Xinjian is not sure of breaking through immediately. In the heaven-human realm, at least there is a little more hope and a way forward. Taoist Longshan laughed. It's rare to hear such words from your mouth, brother Xinjian. The old man with the sword turned his head away angrily and snorted coldly. Longshan Yobi, don't think that I will give in to you once I accept your love. Don't slack off on your next 10-year appointment, or else you may be swept away by my disciples. Taoist Longshan just smiled. After saying this, the old man with the sword also laughed loudly. Let's go, see you in 10 years. Everyone from the Divine Sword sect performed a sword salute, then sped away with their swords. On the road, the little fat man was absent-minded and hesitated every time he wanted to speak. When the old man of Xinjian saw the young apprentice like this, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He pulled Zhuangchen to the front, and only when he couldn't see the disciple behind him, he asked kindly. Chener, do you have something to tell your teacher? Zhuangchen said cautiously. I told you, master, can you not spank me? Old man Xinjian's heart skipped a beat, he took a deep breath and said with a smile. You say. I taught Ningqi about Tao Tai in my dream. The little fat man mustered up his courage. The old man of Excalibur stayed where he was. He knew that his young apprentice had been playing with the Jinwu sect prodigy these days, but he never expected that his stupid apprentice would pass on this peerless secret technique. However, he was not angry, but had mixed emotions. Longshan shared the secret of my heaven and humanity, and Chener passed the Tao Tai in his dream to Ningqi. Could it be that this is fate? He felt that there was something strange about the world. When Zhuangchen saw his master was silent for a long time, he thought he was angry, so he quickly said. Master, don't be angry. Ningqi didn't ask for my secret technique in vain. He taught me a sword technique. The old man with the divine sword was shocked. After a while, he watched Zhuangchen swing his sword and suddenly stood there like a sculpture, and his heart was filled with turmoil. In just a few days, Chener has already had his first glimpse of the sword's intention. This moment, he understood that the ninth true successor of the Jinwu sect was probably far more evil than he imagined. Longshan, you have gained an incredible disciple. He sighed in his heart, feeling a little envious and a little happy for his old friend. Then he solemnly brushed his head on Zhuang Chen's head and said solemnly, "Chen'er, you can't tell others that this swordsmanship was taught to you by Ning Qi. If others ask, just say that I taught it to you. Do you understand?" Zhuang Chen had never seen his master look so serious. But he still responded respectfully. "Yeah. I understand, master." The old man of Xinjiang smiled happily. No matter how evil other people's apprentices are, it is better to be his own stupid apprentice. Time flies by. 1 month has passed since the departure of the Divine Sword sect, and the Jinwu sect has returned to peace again. Ning Qi's creation of his own dual strength skill has also reached a critical moment. Inside the Seeking Tao Academy, Ning Qi was slowly practicing the Wanxiang origin posture. Although his physical body was now flawless and had reached its limit, he still needed to use his spirit to stimulate his physical body, thereby continuously generating internal energy. For example, at this moment, the internal energy in Ning Qi's body was no longer just a few strands as before, but had gradually condensed into a ball. After a few more days, it would be completely condensed into the internal energy fruit, thus feeding back to the physical body and increasing lifespan again. That is, the real promotion to the internal energy realm. For Ning Qi, this day is not far away, and another 20 days will be enough. During this period of time, Ning Qi has a more thorough understanding of the nature of internal energy. Internal energy is invisible and formless, it is a virtual object. Whether it is the strands of sensory organs before or the condensation of the current mass, it is actually the perception fed back to me by the flesh, which may not really exist in the body. But the cultivation of the inner realm is to condense the virtual into the real. After reaching the advanced level of the inner realm, the internal energy is almost in a semi-real state. In addition to amplifying the flesh, it can also be attached to fists, palms and weapons to increase power. How to condense the virtual into the real? Ning Qi gently waved his fist, feeling the flesh gently peeling off and squeezing out a little bit of internal energy. The light of inspiration continued to rise in his mind. The various techniques and secrets he had read these days kept appearing in his mind, and he also had the answer to this question. Each time you practice the power, you are actually letting the internal power merge with the body again, so that the body can produce stronger and more real internal power. After 9 times, you can completely transform into Gang Yuan. Therefore, all the power playing skills in the world can be divided into 2 steps. The first step is to establish a connection between the internal power and the body, merge them again, and improve the strength of the body. The second step is to squeeze out new internal power from the improved body. In other words, the body plays the role of strengthening and compressing the internal power in this process. Whether the power playing skills are powerful or not depends on whether the body can be used to the extreme in this process. For example, the ice silkworm power, 9 times of breaking out of the cocoon and rebirth, is actually 9 times to squeeze the body to an extremely high degree, even better than the 4 superior power playing skills of my Jinwu school. But, I don't think this is the real limit. Ning Qi has forgotten that he is practicing the pile skill, and the whole person has entered a wonderful state of enlightenment. Ning Qi's mind is like a spring, constantly gushing. If you want to make the body reach its true limit every time during this process, you must let the body die and then be reborn again. Not only can you squeeze out stronger internal energy, but you can also transform the body again. This is the real rebirth from the cocoon. However, the death of the body is a very dangerous behavior. If you are not careful, the vitality will be completely cut off and you will really die. Therefore, you can use fake death as a substitute, 9 deaths and 9 rebirths, and then reach the true limit of the body. There was a faint explosion of thunder in my mind. I don't know when. Ning Qi has stopped practicing the pile. He closed his eyes and stood in the yard like a sculpture. There was a drizzle in the sky. Seeing this, the white ape quickly stopped the Ape King pile, took an oil paper umbrella from the material house, and walked carefully to Ning Qi's side to hold it for him. He tried to be as quiet as possible during the whole process, for fear of disturbing Ning Qi. There was reverence in his eyes. After living with Ning Qi, he realized how powerful Ning Qi was and how kind he was to him.
Although Ning Chi did not admit that he was a disciple, in the heart of the white ape, Ning Chi had already been regarded as his master. One person and one ape stood quietly in the rain. Until the rain stopped late at night. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes, with sincere joy in his eyes. "Tian Shang, you go to rest," he said gently. The white ape bowed respectfully and returned to his own courtyard. Ning Chi looked at the light rain in the sky and smiled. Reading the 76th Dai Jin Gong, based on the Wanxiang origin post, taking the meaning of breaking the cocoon and rebirth of the ice silkworm Gong, and getting the essence of the Tao Tai in the dream, he has already realized something. The Great Dream 9 Death Power. It is the result of Ning Chi's work during this period, and it is also the Dai Jin Gong that he tailored for himself. The body dies in the dream, and is reborn after waking up. Each time you repeat the power, you can reach the real limit, which is the Great Dream 9 Deaths. Every time you break through the realm, you can use a long sleep instead, so there will be no danger. It's just that you need to take in enough energy before falling asleep. Fortunately, I have optimized the absorption problem, so that the body can be transformed again, so that I won't become a little fat man like Zhuang Chen. Ning Chi smiled. He stretched lazily, feeling very satisfied. Then you just need to wait until you have completely stepped into the inner Yuan power, and you can try the power of the Great Dream 9 Deaths in the next 2 or 3 repeats. Looking at the world, it is already a natural talent to complete the inner Yuan realm in 20 years, but Ning Chi thinks he will be very fast. But strictly speaking, the current Great Dream 9 Deaths strength still lacks the second half of the content. After the inner Yuan realm is fully developed, it reaches the semi-solid state, which can add various attributes to the inner strength, such as the ice silkworm strength, which can condense the ice silkworm inner strength. Concentrating it in the palm can freeze people's bones. It is powerful and even related to the method of cultivating the true Gang in the Gang Yuan realm later. But don't rush for now. It will take at least a year to reach the inner Yuan realm. I have to think about it. Ning Chi suppressed his thoughts. I will work hard in this direction in the future. Autumn is gradually fading, and the cold wind is biting. There was a bit more coldness on Jinwu Mountain. The disturbance on the mountain of Xinjian sect gradually subsided. Ning Chi's easy suppression of the fat boy Zhuangchen that day attracted a lot of attention in Jinwu sect. Many people had a clear understanding of the talent of Ning Chi, the 9th true disciple, for the first time. Some curious disciples would inevitably come into close contact with Ning Chi under the pretext of borrowing from the sutra library. However, Ning Chi has always been mysterious and rarely comes into contact with other disciples. Slowly, the heat passed and the sutra library gradually became deserted. After all, most disciples are still concerned about the improvement of their own cultivation. However, the third sister Yi Qinghe and the fifth brother Jiang Baishan came one after another to see how Ning Chi was doing. After teasing the white ape, Yi Qinghe told Ning Chi a piece of news. Yi Qinghe told Ning Chi. After Qin Yun came down the mountain from Xinjian sect, he was ordered by Taoist Longshan to go down the mountain for training. Ning Chi just sighed slightly. Qin Yun hadn't been to the Seeking Tao Academy for a long time. He had no choice but to do so. Ning Chi still remembered that Qin Yun had said to him in the past that he wanted to become the best in the world and make the Jinwu sect the best in the world again. But today, no one disturbed the Seeking Tao Academy, not even the white ape was there. When the white ape was practicing the Zhuanggong diligently, he would sometimes go to the sect to find some young disciples to play with, and sometimes Yi Qinghe would even take him around. The white ape had a good status in the Jinwu sect. Ning Chi sat cross-legged on his bed, which was rare. He looked up to the sky with a solemn expression, and had some expectations. In his body, amazing changes were taking place. The strong physical foundation made the internal energy generated in Ning Chi's body extremely powerful, and the amount was probably more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. At this time, the internal energy born from the physical body was about to completely form a fruit. Ning Chi could feel that the dantian in his body seemed to be filled with invisible things, showing a mixed state. Gather. After a certain moment, the last bit of sweet rain in the body was squeezed out, and the internal energy was completely condensed.
Ningqi felt a shock and his whole state was sublimated. In the dantian in the body, the internal energy can be called up at will, condensed on the right arm, and suddenly felt that the right arm could blow up the mountain. This is an illusion caused by the great increase in strength. The internal energy blesses the body, which can burst out much more powerful than the body. Ningqi is now so powerful that it is terrifying. Originally, his body was far better than others. Now with the blessing of more powerful internal energy, it is even better than before. He has just broken through the inner Yuan realm, but I am afraid that ordinary 6-level realm and 7-level realm masters may not be his opponents. But what makes Ningqi most happy? It is still the sublimation of the body in the dark. After condensing the internal energy fruit, the lifespan is increased again, and it can reach 200 years. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book and forum. Ningqi is only 5 years old now, which means he can live for a full 195 years, or even longer. His body is too strong, reaching a realm unprecedented in ancient times, and perhaps his lifespan will be beyond ordinary people. At this moment, he is full of energy and his body is comfortable. Ningqi only feels that the speed of his thinking has increased again, and he occasionally has a flash of inspiration, which is even better than before. Is this the inner Yuan realm? It's amazing. Ningqi smiled slightly. Cultivation is indeed an interesting thing. The feeling of climbing to the top step by step makes him very fascinated. Now he is one step closer to immortality. After immersing himself for a moment, Ningqi began to try the great dream 9 deaths. He entered the cultivation state in an instant, and Ningqi immediately found the feeling. For others, it takes a lot of time to reach this step. Ningqi manipulated the inner force fruit and established a deeper connection with the body step by step. When the connection is completed, you can try to absorb the inner force with the body and transform it into a stronger inner force. But the process of establishing a connection is pure time-consuming. Even a genius will need 1 or 2 years. Fortunately, the Great Dream 9 Deaths I created can greatly shorten this process. 2 or 3 months is enough. Ningqi smiled confidently. He slowly finished his work and decided to find his master. The Taoist Longshan once said that if Ningqi broke through the inner realm, he would go to him and tell Ningqi something important. Therefore, Ningqi's progress in cultivation was never hidden from the Taoist Longshan. There was no need. Ningqi stood up and used the misty wandering dragon step he created. The inner strength was silently integrated into it, and the speed immediately soared. In just a short moment, he was already familiar with the use of inner strength in many martial arts. By analogy, the martial arts he created can be easily adjusted according to his own cultivation. But he can create a few more powerful martial arts in the future. First, it can be used to enrich his own foundation of protecting the Tao, and second, it can be handed over to Taoist Longshan to enrich the collection of the Sutra Library. There are already many exercises created by Ningqi in the Sutra Library. Sometimes when he is bored, he will secretly observe the practice of the disciples of the Zhenwu sect and create some suitable martial arts for them. Walking with his hands behind his back, Ningqi's figure has an indescribable sense of chic. But when he arrived at the Mingwu pavilion, he saw that the pavilion was closed. Ningqi was stunned in place, and the voice of his senior brother Luo Wentian came from behind. Xiaojiu, you came at an untimely time. Master just went into seclusion yesterday. I wanted Tianqing to inform you, but it was too late. What is the matter with Master? Senior brother will solve it for you. Ningqi looked at the concern of his senior brother and said with a smile. It's not an important matter. Since the master is in seclusion, I will come to him after the master comes out of seclusion. He thought about it and still didn't tell Luo Wentian that he had been promoted to the inner Yuan realm. Although the senior brother is a very good person, it is better to have less trouble than more. The two chatted for a while, and Ningqi left. Looking at Ningqi's back, Luo Wentian's eyes were a little puzzled. He felt that Ningqi seemed to have changed compared to 2 months ago, but he couldn't tell what the specific change was. Finally, he shook his head and erased a ridiculous guess in his heart.
My junior brother is only 5 years old, how is it possible? He shook his head and laughed, then saluted the closed Mingwu pavilion and strode away. Taoist Longshan was in seclusion, and he had to worry about the affairs of Jinwu sect. Luo Wendian is almost 50 years old now, but he is only at the 9th level of the inner Yuan realm. Looking at the world, it is not bad, but he is still not the top one. Although he is also dragged down by the affairs of the Jinwu sect, his talent is indeed not the best among the 9 disciples of Jinwu. For example, the 5th disciple Jiang Baishan, who is now a latecomer, has also reached the 9th level of the inner Yuan realm and is expected to become the first of the 9 disciples of Jinwu to step into the Gang Yuan realm. Luo Wendian has no idea about this. He just feels relieved. Luo Wendian thinks that if his junior brothers and sisters are talented and brave, then it is no problem for him to sacrifice some time to help them with logistics. Taoist Longshan is in seclusion, and Ningqi is not too entangled. He still practices step by step. He reads scriptures and books in the Sutra Pavilion and asks the Taoist Academy to practice the 9 Deaths Great Dream Strength. His life is extremely fulfilling. During this period, Ningqi tried to use internal strength to explore the blood and physique of the white ape, but failed in the end. The internal energy is still too weak. Perhaps only when he steps into the Gang Yuan can the Gang Yuan penetrate into the body of the white ape and explore its mysteries. Like Zhuang Chen's innate sword bone, Ningqi is also very curious about the physique of the white ape. After practicing the Ape King pillar for these days, Ningqi has discovered that the white ape has no special features. There are 2 possibilities. Either the blood of the heavenly beast in the white ape is too little to activate it, not enough to make it a strange beast and increase its strength through blood. Or the blood of the heavenly beast in the white ape is too strong and the difficulty of activation is too high. Ningqi tends to the latter. He thinks that just a few red fruits will not make the white ape so smart. He also asked the white ape that before swallowing the red fruit, his wisdom was already different from that of ordinary beasts. Ningqi can only suppress his desire to explore. Wait until he is stronger in the future and then explore slowly. Time is long. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year is approaching. Ningqi's cultivation went very smoothly. He had once again connected his internal energy with his physical body. The next step was to let his physical body die and achieve transformation. To use the Great Dream 9 Death Energy method, he needed to fall into a short sleep. This was Ningqi's first attempt, and he was not sure how long he would sleep. Just as he was hesitating, the white ape brought news. Taoist Longshan had come out of retreat. Taoist Longshan gained a lot this time. Sharing the secrets of heaven and man with Old Man Shinjian is not only helping Old Man Shinjian, it is actually a win-win situation. Although the old man's talent in divine sword is not as good as that of Taoist Longshan, he is still a master of swordsmanship in the Yuan Dan realm. Sometimes some inspirations also give Taoist Longshan a lot of inspiration. This retreat. Complete digestion of the insights gained during this period. Taoist Longshan already has a bit of renunciation in him. Just standing there, he already felt a unique sense of oppression, which was that he was blending into the world. Now, he can truly be called a half-step heavenly being, which is fundamentally different from the previous Yuandan perfection. Luo Wendian next to him had respect and admiration in his eyes. He was the earliest disciple to follow Taoist Longshan, and he had even joined the sect before Taoist Longshan re-established the Jinwu sect. He could see the changes in his master. The faint feeling of oppression made his heart palpitate. "Master, are you?" Luo Wendian asked cautiously. Taoist Longshan smiled. "It's coming soon. It can take as little as 1 year or as long as 3 years. As a teacher, you will definitely reach the realm of heaven and man. It may seem like it will take a long time, but in fact this is already a certainty. Looking at the world, how many people have the courage to say such things before they have entered the realm of heaven and human beings? Even if it takes 3 years to achieve success, Taoist Longshan is still far away from being 100 years old. Such talent is enough to make people laugh." Ao Dian. Luo Wendian was overjoyed. "Congratulations, Master.
It seems that my disciple has to prepare for this heavenly ceremony in advance. According to the usual practice, if there is a new powerful heavenly man in the Great Yin dynasty, the heavenly man ceremony will be held. This is an excellent opportunity to strengthen the reputation of the Jinwu sect, and even allow the Jinwu sect to break out of Qingzhou and become famous in Great Yin. Throughout the Great Yin dynasty, there are also countless peerless experts in the heavenly realm, enough to be treated with courtesy by countless people. Taoist Longshan calmed down and waved his hand slightly. Has anything important happened at the door recently? Luo Wentian thought for a while and said, everything is normal inside the door, except that the 8th junior brother has not returned from the mountain training. It seems to have been a long time. Taoist Longshan frowned slightly. Well, it seems that Shaba has not calmed down his obsession. It seems that he will not come back at the end of this year. Let him go. He will naturally come back when he figures it out. Luo Wentian was silent, and then said, by the way, Xiaojiu came to see you more than a month ago. I wonder if there is something important. Taoist Longshan was stunned. His young apprentice Ning Qi is the one who makes him most proud and the one who gives him the most peace of mind. Except for the painstaking efforts to impart some martial arts experience when he first set foot in martial arts, he basically didn't need to worry about it after that, and generally he wouldn't actively look for him. Taoist Longshan only needed to provide corresponding resources. Sudden. Taoist Longshan thought of something. His eyes were shocked. No way, right? Xiaojiu is only 5 years old. Even if he has reached the realm of refining gods before, the bottleneck of reaching the realm of flawless physical body and the birth of internal energy is not that easy to break. This is the thought. Taoist Longshan couldn't sit still. He wanted to go to the Taoist temple to see if it was really as he guessed. But just got up. He looked outside the pavilion, his eyes moved slightly, and he sat back. Wentian, please go down first. Luo Wentian was a little stunned. After all, he had only arrived not long ago. Logically speaking, there were still some things that needed to be reported. But he always respected his teacher. After saluting, he strode away. But as soon as he walked out of the pavilion, Luo Wentian saw Ning Qi. He smiled and said, Xiaojiu, you came just in time. Master has already left seclusion. We mentioned you just now. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Looking at Ning Qi's back, Luo Wentian reacted belatedly. Master sensed that Xiaojiu was coming, so he asked me to leave? This thought came to his mind, but he didn't have any special thoughts or dissatisfaction. He was just curious about what the master wanted to do with Xiaojiu alone. Immediately, he shook his head and laughed. This was not something he should worry about. If the master breaks through to the realm of heaven and man in the past 2 years, a heaven and man ceremony will be held at that time. The disciples will have to improve their strength to avoid weakening the master's prestige. Perhaps, at the end of this year, we can hold a sect competition and let the 2nd junior brother and the 3rd junior sister give guidance to the outer sect and inner sect disciples? All kinds of thoughts came to his mind, and his figure gradually moved away. And inside Ningwu Pavilion. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. After Ning Qi bowed respectfully, Taoist Longshan stared over with his eyes, feeling carefully. He suppressed his inner excitement and asked, Xiaojiu, have you achieved a breakthrough? Ning Qi was slightly stunned, then nodded. I just broke through the Niyuan realm a few days ago. I was supposed to inform Master at that time, but you are in seclusion. Got a positive reply from Ning Qi. Taoist Longshan stood stunned on the spot. It's one thing to speculate, but it's another thing to see the facts before you. The impact was completely different. My lord, Dao Ancestor, Xiaojiu is only 5 years old. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and broke through to the Niyuan realm at the age of 5. What kind of unparalleled genius is this? Originally, according to Taoist Longshan's speculation, Ning Qi might set foot in the inner Yuan realm after the age of 6. Even then, he already felt extremely evil. However, he never expected that Ning Qi would be even more shocking.
It seemed that he was only 1 year ahead of schedule. However, the qualification gap among the representatives cannot be calculated rationally. This moment, Taoist Longshan felt a little regretful. When the Divine Sword sect went up the mountain, he should have stopped Ningqi from taking action. If he lost some face, he should lose some face. Fortunately, Ningqi's body tempering realm was not high at the beginning. It is estimated that only Old Man Shinjian could see some clues, but Taoist Longshan still trusted Old Man Shinjian's character. Xiaojiu, from now on, you must remember not to show your cultivation in front of outsiders. Even if you show your cultivation, it is best not to reveal your age, unless one day, you have become a heavenly being. Taoist Longshan gave serious instructions. It is essential to be on guard against others. With qualifications like Qin Yun or Zhuang Chen, unless the hostile forces have deep hatred, no one will specifically target them. But Ningqi is too scary. If someone knows about it, even if there is no hatred, there may be people in advance. Kill the idea. Only when you reach the realm of heaven and man can you have the power to protect yourself. However, in a year or two, Taoist Longshan will probably be promoted to heaven, and by then there will be no problem in protecting Ningqi in Jinwu Mountain. This warning to Ningqi is just a double insurance to prevent problems before they happen. Ningqi nodded seriously. He felt the love and concern of his master. Master, you said before that you had something important to tell me after I broke through the inner Yuan realm. I wonder what it was. Ningqi asked. In fact, he already had some guesses in his heart. Really? Taoist Longshan's face froze, and he sighed deeply, seeming to be a little hesitant, and finally said slowly. About your life experience. Ningqi's eyes were shocked. 5 years ago, he traveled through time and was immediately faced with a crisis. If he had not awakened his full level of understanding and waited until Taoist Longshan arrived, he would have died again. Although he was able to sense some things at that time, it was not comprehensive enough and he did not know the ins and outs. You are not an orphan picked up from the mountains for my master. Your parents are Ningyi and Zhang Xueme of Xueme Villa. They were killed by traitors, and my master brought you out of the Sea of Fire. Taoist Longshan slowly said that when he brought Ningqi back, he announced that he was an orphan picked up from the wilderness. He saw Ningqi's serious but not too shocked look, and finally settled a doubt in his heart. Xiaojiu, you are indeed born with knowledge. He sighed. Back then, he was still doubting that when he rushed to the Sea of Fire, the sound of the baby's cry seemed to come out on his own initiative to attract his discovery. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. His disciple is born with spiritual intelligence and can distinguish good from evil. His instinctive desire to survive makes him wait until he is his. Ningqi acquiesced. He trusts Taoist Longshan enough. Master, I want to know who was the person who killed my parents back then. At that time, he only knew that there was one Master Foam, but he didn't know his specific origin or the reason why Xueme Villa was wiped out. Taoist Longshan fell into memories. 5 years ago, I received an invitation from your parents to celebrate your birthday and discuss important matters. Unexpectedly, when I arrived, there was no one alive in Xueme Villa, and the murderer had gone far away. Fortunately, you were born before the energy is strong enough to protect you for such a long time. For these years, I have been secretly investigating, and finally I have some clues. The murderer back then may be related to the Shueyu Tower that has risen in recent years, but it is still being investigated. I don't know if other people were involved, or why Xueme Villa was wiped out in the first place. I just guessed that maybe he mentioned it to your father. Important matters. There was fear in his eyes. Ningqi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard from his senior brothers and sisters who had gone down the mountain to experience the Blood Rain Tower. It was an extremely powerful killer organization. Among them were the 4 gold medal killers of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, all of whom were in the Gangyuan realm. It was even rumored that 4 of them joined forces in the heavenly human realm. The record of escaping undefeated in his hands was unparalleled in the limelight. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Lord Feng? Ningqi pondered in his heart. Seeing that Ningqi didn't speak,
Taoist Longshan stroked Ning Chi's head and comforted him. "Cheer, the reason why I'm telling you this today is just because you have the right to know, but you must remember not to be blinded by hatred. And become obsessed with it. With your talent, you will devote yourself to practicing with me for 20 years. Revenge will be easy in the future. Don't worry, my teacher will help you when the time comes." His concern and love are beyond words. Actually, Taoist Longshan also hesitated for a long time. He originally wanted to wait until Ning Chi became an adult before slowly telling the matter. But as Ning Chi's performance became more and more evil, and his revealed mind was far beyond ordinary people, he set the goal for Ning Chi to go to the Niyuan realm to tell the truth. Because he suspected that Ning Chi knew it from birth. He might have noticed some things when he was a baby. Rather than hiding it, it would be better to be honest. This would prevent Ning Chi from holding it in his heart. He was worried that Ning Chi would become obsessed with it and become obsessed with it. Magic. Along the way of martial arts, if you have inner demons that you cannot get rid of, you will be almost useless. Ning Chi saluted respectfully. "Master, my disciple understands. My disciple will not forget the enemy who destroyed the family, but I will not be impulsive. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will definitely kill those murderers," Ning Chi said firmly. He has full-level understanding, so there is no need to rush. Now that he knows the goal, he will be less anxious. Blood Rain Tower. He chewed the name slowly in his mind. Taoist Longshan stroked his beard with joy. "That's good. Now that you have set foot in the Niyuan realm, if you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly. As for now, I will tell you about the cultivation of the Niyuan realm." Ning Chi smiled and sat cross-legged opposite Taoist Longshan. "Make a listening gesture." Taoist Longshan talked eloquently, and Ning Chi put forward different opinions from time to time, which always left Taoist Longshan speechless. He was filled with wonder and joy in his heart. He found that he could teach Ning Chi less and less, and perhaps the only one who could what we do is to create a good environment for Ning Chi. A long time. Watching Ning Chi leave with his hands behind his back like a little adult. Taoist Master Longshan stroked his beard with joy. If you have a disciple like this, what else can you ask for? Ning Chi sat with eyes closed in the Taoist court. I benefited a lot from my conversation with Taoist Master Longshan. After learning that the murderer was Zueyalu, he was not anxious, but felt more settled. At least he now had a target, unlike before where he only had an illusory hypothesis. Let alone being promoted to the heavenly realm, as long as I reach the Yuandan realm, I'm afraid I can easily kill the Blood Rain Tower. Ning Chi has never made a full-strength attack, but his combat power at the same level is actually extremely exaggerated, and it is not difficult to fight across levels. One day, when he sets foot in the Gangyuan realm, he will most likely be able to fight with the heavenly realm. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. I didn't think about it for too long. Ning Chi began to look inwards at himself. The internal energy and the physical body have been completely connected. Judging from Master's practice experience, the initial transformation of the physical body will not take long, and it will be enough time to catch up with the year. No hesitation. Ning Chi started eating. Ning Chi ate many nourishing things, including exotic beast meat, 3-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, century-old ginseng, qi, and blood fruit. He ate slowly but steadily. After a while, all the prepared things were eaten up. He felt a little bloated. Ning Chi had already told the white ape to protect him. It was also safe inside the Jinwu sect. The door was locked, and Ning Chi lay down slowly. His breath was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye, his face turned pale, and then gray, and his originally shiny skin became dull and withered. In just a short moment, Ning Chi slowly became like a corpse. He began his first physical death. The physical body can only achieve the ultimate transformation when it is reborn in the desolation. This is very dangerous, but Ning Chi has the great dream 9 deaths to protect him. At this moment, the various nourishing things swallowed in the body have begun to take effect, and are transformed into the deepest part of the physical body in a magical way.
Wonderful changes are taking place in Ningqi's physical body. Outside the house, the white ape sensed something, and his pupils were full of worry. He resisted the urge to go in and check. Ningqi had told him that he would go into seclusion and let the white ape protect him. The white ape made up his mind not to go anywhere in the next few days, just waiting for Ningqi to wake up. Time passed slowly. The festive atmosphere on Jinwu Mountain became more and more intense, and the end of the year was getting closer and closer, especially after Luo Wendian proposed the Jinwu end of the year competition, which made the disciples eager to try. In contrast, the Seeking Tao Academy seemed a little deserted. The white ape would listen to the movement outside the house every day. But there was no breath in the house, as if there was no one, which made him extremely anxious, but he did not dare to disobey Ningqi. Fortunately, this anxiety did not last too long. 7 days later, a familiar breath appeared in the house again. The white ape was overjoyed. Ask for a monthly ticket. The white ape scratched his head and wanted to check instinctively, but he suppressed the impulse in the end. He began to practice the Ape King pillar to divert his attention, but still kept a little attention on Ningqi. Inside the house, Ningqi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of vicissitudes and confusion in his eyes, but fortunately he immediately recovered. The great dream has 9 deaths. Every time the body dies, it is actually a life and death experience. It's not just the transformation of the body, but also some benefits that I have never expected before. Ningqi was a little amazed. He estimated the time and knew that 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, he entered an extremely magical state. No knowledge, no feeling, no light. But he was not afraid or lonely. There, time seemed to have lost its meaning. It seemed very slow but actually very fast. He felt that he had just entered the state of physical death and woke up again. With a slight smile, the withered skin on his face twitched, which immediately let Ningqi know the state of his current body. But he did not panic. Ningqi's mind moved. The light of vitality hidden deep in his body immediately jumped again. Invisibly, it seemed as if he could hear the humming sound of a flame burning again, and a stream of extremely rich vitality emerged from his limbs and bones. Not only that, the internal energy was integrated with the vitality and penetrated deep into his body. Buzz! The withered body began to fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and immediately showed a crystal luster like jade. Vitality is vigorous and the breath is strong. The white ape who was practicing the Ape King post in the courtyard could not help but look over in shock, with respect and joy on his face. But soon, this vitality gradually disappeared. Ningqi got up from the bed, with a happy smile on his face. He clenched his fist slightly and could feel that his body was stronger again. Not only that. After the original internal energy was absorbed into the body, it was born again from the new body at this moment, and both the quality and quantity were greatly improved. Reborn from death, the potential of the body is tapped to the extreme, and it is doubled. This is unattainable for other strength reinforcing skills. Not only that, the internal strength is also stronger. Now I am only in the 2nd level, but I have begun to have some real meaning. According to this trend, maybe I can start to attach attributes to the internal strength without the internal essence being perfected? The heaven-defying power of the Great Dream 9 Deaths has gradually begun to show. Ningqi's foundation is a bit exaggerated. Other people's strength-reinforcing skills are slow and grinding, and even after the connection is established, the internal strength is slowly transformed. However, Ningqi can transform all the internal strength in an instant with the help of the physical body's rebirth, saving a lot of time. The faster the practice, the stronger the condensed body and internal strength. The only disadvantage may be that it is difficult. This Great Dream 9 Deaths power, even if it is placed in front of others can't understand it. But for Ningqi, with this experience of physical rebirth, the rest is much simpler. Next, just keep accumulating, constantly reborn from death. At most it takes a little more effort to break through the 3 bottlenecks of small success, great success and perfection. Ningqi pushed the door open and walked out. The white ape came over with a happy expression.
He has now begun to slowly abandon the habit of walking, jumping and rolling like a monkey, and is becoming more and more like a human. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Normal practice, maybe there will be a few more times in the future, don't worry.
The white ape nodded repeatedly.
He respectfully began to practice the pile on the side again.
Ning Qi watched calmly and nodded secretly.
The white ape's body tempering progress is very fast, only inferior to him. His future strength will definitely not be weak, and it may be possible to surpass the other members of the Jinwu Nine Sons.
Ning Qi couldn't help laughing when he thought of that scene.
If the third sister knew one day that the little monkey she brought back had surpassed her strength, I wonder what her expression would be.
It must be very funny. In the blink of an eye. The end of the year is here. The whole Jinwu sect is very lively.
It's a pity that Xiao Ba is not here, and we have one less disciple of Jinwu.
Seventh disciple Song Chang sighed.
He entered the sect only a few years earlier than Qin Yun. The two were not much different in age and had a good relationship.
Everyone was silent.
Then Yi Qinghe smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior brother 8 has always been smart. I guess he has gained a lot from this experience. We have to work hard, otherwise it will be embarrassing if junior brother 8 catches up with us in the future."
Luo Wentian waved his hand and said,
"I hope you all surpass me. You have to learn from junior brother 5, especially you, Qinghe, who wasted your great talent and took Xiaojiu to drink with you."
Everyone laughed immediately.
Ning Qi also curled his lips. Although he practiced alone most of the time, his senior brothers and sisters loved him as always and responded to his requests.
A correct version of the book in 1619. He liked the atmosphere on Jinwu Mountain very much. After a while,
Luo Wentian saluted the Taoist Longshan on the high platform and shouted loudly, "I declare that this year-end competition has officially begun. It is divided into the inner sect competition and the outer sect competition. The top 20 will all receive rewards." The disciples who had been prepared for a long time were eager to try. The competition was in full swing. First, the outer sect disciples competed. Then the inner sect disciples competed. The true disciples watched from the sidelines. Ning Qi chatted with his senior brothers and sisters from time to time, and occasionally focused on the competition. However, in his opinion, the battles of these disciples were like children playing house. Only occasionally a few people could make him shine. Although Ning Qi was only at the second level, no one among the inner disciples could match him. Even among the true disciples, it was estimated that there were a few who would not be his opponents. As for the great masters of the 9th level of the inner realm such as Luo Wentian and Jiang Baishan, Ning Qi could not be completely sure. He would have to fight to know, but it was obviously not necessary. The competition was over. Luo Wentian awarded rewards to the top-ranked disciples, and the following true disciples also shared their martial arts experiences one after another, aiming to improve the strength of the outer and inner disciples and prepare for the subsequent Tianren ceremony.
"Xiaojiu, do you want to go up and try? Senior brother, teach you some moves?"
The 5th disciple Jiang Baishan smiled and put his arm around Ning Qi's shoulder.
The true disciples next to him all showed curiosity.
They still don't know what level Ning Qi has reached in body tempering. But they are not blind, they always feel that the aura revealed by Ning Qi is not simple.
Yi Qinghe showed a wicked smile in his eyes. "Be careful not to blind your dog eyes."
But Ning Qi refused seriously. "No, I don't have a tendency to be masochistic. I will come to ask for help from my brother in another 20 years.
Everyone laughed, and felt a little sorry. Jiang Baishan smiled bitterly.
"You are so grudgeful, and you plan to beat me again in 20 years. But he didn't take it to heart.
Luo Wentian took the initiative to say, "Fifth junior brother, let's fight."
Okay. The two of them were eager to fight.
After watching for so long, they were a little itchy.
They originally wanted to let the true disciples show a little bit, set an example for the other disciples, and play a motivating role.
Now is the opportunity. On the martial arts field,
everyone's eyes were attracted to the fight between the two. In the 9 stages of Niyuan realm, the inner energy is extremely solid and can be attached to the physical body or a weapon. Even powerful ones can extend it by 10 feet, but it will dissipate immediately if it is separated from the body. One of them cultivated the heaven-shaking strength, and the other cultivated the sea-shaking strength. Their destructive power was astonishing with their movements. Ningqi watched carefully. But my heart gradually became weird. The eldest brother and the 5th brother are very strong, and their internal strength is almost 10 feet high, but why do I think I have the strength to fight with them? He wanted to fight the 2 of them to test how strong he was now, but in the end he suppressed this idea. Soon, Zhang Baishan won by a narrow margin. Everyone watched with excitement. Luo Wentian's face was full of joy. 5th junior brother, from now on you will be the 2nd master of Jinwu sect. Zhang Baishan waved his hands repeatedly. If it weren't for you, senior brother, to be distracted by our chores, I'm afraid you would have broken through the Gangyuan realm long ago. Junior brother would be ashamed. Luo Wentian laughed. Why do you and I, my senior fellow apprentices, have to be so open-minded? If you are strong, then my senior fellow apprentices are strong. Everyone was moved. Taoist Longshan smiled happily when he saw his disciples being so harmonious. Next, the true disciples competed with each other, and the other disciples were all fascinated and motivated. They have seen the power of superior overlapping Jin Kung. In the Jinwu sect, as long as you make a contribution, you will have the opportunity to exchange for superior overlapping Jin Kung. Ningqi looked at Luo Wentian and sighed in his heart, the Jinwu sect is all a family. In this case, it doesn't matter who is strong and who is weak. It doesn't matter whether he is stronger or weaker than his senior brother and 5th senior brother now. He originally had a trace of the competitive thoughts immediately dissipated. He suddenly felt that he had been a little naive before. When the Divine Sword sect went up the mountain, it was so important even if the little fat man defeated the invincible opponents of the Jinwu sect. Quietly, he felt that his mood was much more open-minded. I learned this from my senior brother. The New Year competition ended successfully, the Jinwu sect was more cohesive than before, and the enthusiasm of the disciples for practicing martial arts was even higher than before. Winter passes and spring comes. Seeking Taoism outside the courtyard. There are more peach blossom trees. Ningqi moved this from Jinwu Mountain. He always felt that the yard was a little monotonous sometimes, but now it looks much better. The peach blossoms are in full bloom, which has its own artistic conception, which can make him feel more comfortable. Ningqi is making great achievements. Bai Yuan went to play after sending a few secret books. Nowadays, Ningqi rarely goes to the Sutra Pavilion. Since the last New Year's Eve competition, the disciples have become more enthusiastic about martial arts, and they will go to the Sutra Pavilion to borrow books from time to time. Naturally, they are not so leisurely. Ningqi simply asked Bai Yuan to go to the Scripture Collection Pavilion to take out the books he wanted to read. Here at Shodao Temple, casual disciples are expressly prohibited from approaching. Ningqi looked at several martial arts in his hands. Black Turtle Breath Technique. Deadwood Breathing Technique. Bloody Breath Technique. These martial arts are all excellent martial arts for restraining the aura. If practiced to a high level, they are enough to make ordinary people confused about reality and reality. They are a must-have for traveling in the world. Ningqi turned around. The aura on his body has begun to change. Sometimes the breath is long and slow, inaudible, sometimes it fades like a dead tree, as if it is a lifeless trance, and sometimes the breath disappears completely, making people feel like they are seeing nothing. It is obvious that he has practiced these martial arts to an extremely powerful level. After chatting with Taoist Longshan last time, Ningqi thought about paying more attention to restraining his aura in the future. This time, after being vaguely noticed by his senior brothers and sisters, it was a bit strange, and he was even more determined to create a new one. He is a powerful martial arts master. These breathing techniques are all good, but they all have flaws. After they are put into operation, others cannot tell how good you are, but they will know at a glance that you are not simple.
For example, the black turtle breathing technique. After operation, the breath is long and slow.
As long as you don't use your skills or actively show your strength, ordinary people will not be able to see your strength, but the characteristic of holding your breath is also very obvious, and others will naturally know that you are deliberately hiding it.
Itself.
The other martial arts of Lingxi are similar. This is not in line with Ning Qi's expectations. He needs the kind of vitality that others can't see at all, and can even reach the realm of disguise to look real.
Perhaps, we can learn from the suspended animation state of damning 9 death technique.
An idea appeared in Ning Qi's mind. The essence of several breath-holding martial arts flows together.
Soon. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version.
A martial arts has taken shape. For Ning Qi, the difficulty of creating this kind of martial arts that is more technical is much lower than practicing the techniques.
Silence decides.
That is, the physical body is silent and the vitality is peaceful. Ning Qi ran the newly created technique, and the vitality in his body immediately dropped. Soon, it reached the vitality intensity similar to that of the ordinary Jinjin realm. A smile appeared on his lips.
Then he reversed the luck of the technique, and the vitality intensity skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching a level that surpassed Luo Wentian and Zhang Baishan Inan. Instant.
The silence technique I created can not only restrain the vitality intensity, but also imitate higher realms.
However, I have only seen the master and the old man of the Excalibur realm who are strong in the Gang Yuan realm. I may not be able to imitate that well, but even so, don't be afraid. Ordinary people have no problem. Ning Qi is in a good mood.
He is confident that he can operate the silent art, and even Taoist Longshan cannot tell the truth about him. Even in the process of fighting, as long as he is not going all out, he will not reveal his true realm.
However, he has not seen the realm of heaven and man yet.
I don't know what the so-called resonance of heaven and man in this realm is. The silence technique may not be hidden from the heaven and man, but I will slowly improve it when I meet such a strong man in the future.
As for now, it is enough for now.
In addition to the martial arts of concealing breath, I also need a martial arts of changing the body. Ning Qi thought that his current body was too young and his features were obvious. If he really needed to take action one day, it would be best not to reveal his identity.
He remembered the instructions of Taoist Longshan that day. 2 days later,
Ning Qi looked at a pile of horizontal training martial arts and bone-shrinking skills in his hands and got what he wanted.
Shapeshifting and bone-changing technique. You can change your appearance and shape.
Ning Qi's medical skills played a big role in this. As his martial arts reached the inner Yuan realm and his internal strength was born, his medical skills became more powerful, and his control over acupuncture became more ingenious.
Shapeshifting and bone-changing technique was just one of them.
Ning Qi used the shapeshifting and bone-changing technique. His jade-like face became unfamiliar at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his facial features became ordinary. Then, the sound of bones crackling continued to sound, and his body began to grow taller.
In the blink of an eye, he had become almost like a teenager of 15 or 16 years old.
The originally smart and beautiful little Taoist boy suddenly became an ordinary boy. Ning Qi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but this is not the limit of the shapeshifting and bone-changing technique. This kind of skill still needs the help of some medicine to be cultivated to the perfect state. At that time, the effect of both the disguise and the shape-changing will be better. This is different from the various skills created before, such as the iron shirt. Even if Ning Qi can instantly comprehend the subtleties of it, he still has to practice step by step, because this kind of skill is essentially to polish the body, not just rely on comprehension.
However,
Ning Qi's body is very strong, and it will take less time to practice than ordinary people. Ning Qi asked for some auxiliary drugs from Taoist Longshan, and spent half a month finally practicing the bone transformation technique to the highest level he imagined.
Since then, the operability of his disguise is much greater.
He can easily switch between old and young, middle-aged and young, and the same goes for his body shape. Thanks to his powerful physical body, Ning Qi can shrink to half his current height, and he can also pull out his body. It rose to more than 2 meters.
When the physical body becomes stronger in the future, it will be even stronger. But transfiguration is only used for emergencies. Silence is definitely more useful.
Ningqi usually maintains his aura at the strength of the Jinjin realm.
Occasionally, it will leak out, but basically only those who can sense martial arts can see it. The strength or weakness of a warrior can only be known after fighting. Vitality and breath intensity can only be used as a reference.
With these two martial arts, Ningqi's heart is undoubtedly much more stable.
He still practiced step by step. Although the senior brothers and sisters occasionally came back from their experiences and talked about the prosperity and excitement at the foot of the mountain, which made Ningqi slightly yearn for it, he could endure the loneliness. Of course, the most important thing is that Ningqi can feel his growth every day. Practicing is a lot of fun. This makes him less eager for the outside world. The peach blossoms outside the Taoist temple are blooming more and more brightly and dazzlingly. Once, a big boss like second senior brother Xiongshi came over and couldn't help but praise him, saying that junior brother, the feng shui here is very nurturing, and even the peach blossoms are better than those in other places in Jinwu Mountain. Yi Qingha even picked some with a smile and said he wanted to make peach blossom stuffing. Ningqi smiled. He felt that third senior sister would definitely not succeed. Yi Qingha likes to drink, but she is not very good at making wine. Once she asked White Ape to teach her how to make monkey wine, but the result was so sour that White Ape shook his head. This time, when Bai Yuan saw that Yi Qingha was making peach blossom wine, he quickly brewed a batch himself to avoid disaster later. None of them know. Ningqi has specially studied the cultivation techniques. These peach blossom trees will become more and more vigorous and stronger every year. Maybe they will bear spiritual fruits one day in the future. When the peach blossoms gradually wither, peaches appeared one after another on the peach branches, looking extremely happy. Ningqi picked a peach and bit it. It is mouth-watering and extremely sweet. He asked Bai Yuan to send some to his master and other senior brothers and sisters. Received many compliments. Ningqi's mood became more and more peaceful. Taoist Longshan was also surprised to find that he could not see through this young apprentice, which made him even more emotional. And Ningqi already ushered in the second suspended death. After the first experience of suspended animation, this time he was familiar with the road. After Ningqi prepared the resources and warned the White Ape, he locked himself in the house and entered a state of silence. White Ape has also begun to practice muscle training now. He moves extremely quickly and keeps making progress while playing the King of Ape stakes. This time he didn't panic, he just waited silently for Ningqi to wake up. 10 days later, Ningqi wakes up. His eyes became a little calmer again, and he realized that his recent changes in mood may be related to his two fake deaths, but he did not panic, and actually liked his current state. Promoted to the 3 layers realm, Inner Yuan Xiaocheng. My physical body has doubled again. In other words, it is 3 times what it was when the body tempering realm was perfect and flawless. I feel, my lifespan seems to have increased again? Ningqi's eyes lit up slightly. This was an unexpected surprise. He had never heard of such changes in every breakthrough in the Niyuan realm before. He guessed that it might be related to the fact that he reached the limit every time his body was reborn. Although he didn't know how much his lifespan had increased, he could not believe the feeling in the dark, and his mental aura had obviously increased somewhat. This is a good thing. According to this trend, perhaps when he reaches the perfection of Inner Yuan, he may be able to achieve a lifespan similar to that of Gang Yuan realm. In addition to the physical body and lifespan, it is the change of internal energy. Unsurprisingly, my internal energy has become semi-real. This is a state that is usually achieved after the inner energy is fully achieved, and I am afraid it is not as good as mine. General warriors, who have reached this level of great achievement, can already practice the gene transformation method in Dui Jinggong, and can add various powerful characteristics to their own internal energy. Ningqi is thinking. He circulated the inner energy in his body, and he could clearly feel that it was no longer as illusory as before, and began to have a real sense of existence.
His power was greatly increased, and his effect on the physical body was even stronger. Inner energy has many characteristics. For example, ice silkworm energy can be used to develop extremely cold inner energy, which can make the inner energy extremely cold. There are also other techniques that can add flames, poisons, evil spirits, etc. to the inner energy, and even some special iterations. Jin Gong also needs corresponding resources to be successful. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. But there are also other characteristics, such as earth-shaking strength, which gives the inner strength the shock characteristic. A single strike of the palm can shock people to the heart, reaching straight to the inside. But these are not what I want. In addition to practicing Dui Jin Gong these days, Ning Qi has also been thinking about the second half of Damning 9 Death Jin's Jin turning method, and now he has some ideas. He is ambitious and feels that ordinary characteristics cannot satisfy him. You have to train to be the strongest. Zhuan Jin is not only a way to strengthen the strength of Niyuan realm warriors, but also involves the subsequent cultivation of Gang Yuan Jin. Wait a little longer, don't rush, you can turn your strength later. Anyway, I'm not fighting with anyone now, so I'm not in a hurry to turn my strength. Ning Qi made up his mind. Even if he doesn't turn his strength, it won't delay his continued cultivation and improvement. He felt that his current strength was not weak. He had a strong body and a magnificent and solid internal strength. He could easily practice many martial arts to a very high level. His combat power was a bit exaggerated. If I was still a little uncertain before, but now, the eldest brother and the fifth brother should not be my opponent. Ning Qi was not arrogant. His body was too strong. According to this trend, he might be able to raise his arm to 1,000,000 pounds in the future, which was a height that no one dared to dream of. No one knew that this ninth true disciple had quietly become the second strongest person in the Zhenwu school. As for the Gangyuan realm, I don't know if I can beat him. The three realms of Gangyuan, Baiwu, Yuyet and Yuandan, each realm has a huge gap. The only two people in Gangyuan realm that Ning Qi had seen up close were the old man Shenjian and his own master. However, they were both in Yuandan realm, and the gap was too big. He didn't think he could match them now. But Ning Qi didn't waste time on this. If he met them in the future, he would know naturally. Summer was gradually coming. One afternoon, Yi Qinghe was shocked to find that all the peach blossom wine she had sealed had leaked and turned into a stream of sour water. This made her extremely frustrated, and she lamented that the talent of winemaking could not be reflected because of the jealousy of talents. Fortunately, Bai Yuan took out the peach blossom wine he brewed in time. After tasting it, Yi Qinghe's eyes were bright and she smiled happily. She took Yuan Tianqing to find all the brothers and sisters to taste the peach blossom wine one by one. She said without blushing and heartbeat that she and Bai Yuan brewed it together. Everyone praised and laughed in their hearts. This greatly satisfied her vanity. Well, leave this jar for the eighth brother to taste. Perhaps Yi Qinghe's words worked. A few days later, the eighth disciple Qin Yun really returned to the mountain. Qin Yun's return to the mountain caused quite a stir in the Zhenwu sect. After all, he had been away from the mountain for more than half a year, and he didn't even come back during the new year. All the disciples missed him very much. All the true disciples on the mountain came and surrounded Qin Yun. "You little bastard, you have been staying at the foot of the mountain for so long without saying a word. I'm afraid you have been dazzled by the world." Qin Yun looked at the familiar faces and felt as if he was in another world. He was about to speak. Yi Qinghe had already said with a smile, "We will forgive you if you drink this pot of wine." Looking at the wine handed over by Yi Qinghe, Qin Yun's scalp numbed. He was a victim of Yi Qinghe's winemaking experiment before. He drank it with gritted teeth, and the result was unexpectedly good. "Third sister, your winemaking skills have improved greatly." Qin Yun was generous with his praise. Yi Qinghe laughed even happier, but after seeing the smirks on everyone's faces, Qin Yun probably understood something. His eyes fell on the white ape and then on Ning Qi. He instinctively wanted to see Ning Qi's depth, but he couldn't. "Xiao Jiao." He smiled brightly, just like before. But Ning Chi always felt that Qin Yun seemed to be suppressing something.
Later, Qin Yun went to see Taoist Longshan.
What everyone didn't expect was that maybe because he had been down the mountain for too long before, Taoist Longshan actually ordered Qin Yun to stay at home and retreat.
Luo Wentian tried to persuade him tactfully, but was also reprimanded.
All the true disciples were stunned.
This was a rare thing.
They could only hope that the master would calm down as soon as possible.
Ning Chi sighed a little.
People's hearts are hard to figure out. He vaguely felt that the master's behavior was related to the state of the eighth senior brother. But he couldn't control these things, and he didn't have the ability for the time being. Ning Chi could only practice silently.
I hope Qin Yun will recover soon. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year is approaching again.
Ning Chi performed 2 more fake deaths and completed 2 repeated strengths. 2 months ago, he had successfully advanced to the 5th level, and his cultivation officially surpassed that of his 7th senior brother Song Chang.
If I complete another level of strength, I can advance to the inner Yuan realm. Ordinary inner Yuan realm warriors can start to transfer strength to add characteristics to their inner strength, but I can already do this at the small level. Now my inner strength is becoming more and more solid.
If I reach the great level, I'm afraid I can extend my inner strength outside the body like other people in the perfect level. This made Ning Chi look forward to it. The inner Yuan 9 level perfection can extend the inner strength outside the body for nearly 10 feet, and the power is greatly increased.
He estimated that he would not be much different, or even exceed it.
But
I should be able to compete with the strong men in the White Mist realm now, right?
Ning Chi was not completely sure, but he had this expectation. The Gang Yuan realm's Gang Chi was too powerful, but he felt that he had the strength to fight. He had not forgotten the goal of the Blood Rain Tower. When he could easily defeat his master one day, he should be able to take revenge. It's the method of transferring strength of the Great Dream 9 deadly strength.
It's still in its infancy, and it will take some time.
Ning Chi was not anxious about this. He has high requirements for turning the power, because it involves the cultivation of the Gang Yuan realm later. He hopes that the characteristics of his internal power can be all-encompassing. This is difficult. But with the Wanxiang origin pillar in front, this is not impossible to do, but it takes time to summarize and deduce.
If Ning Chi does not have the full level of comprehension, this is almost impossible to do.
Ning Chi feels that he will definitely succeed next year.
Let's go, Tiancheng.
Looking at the hard-working white ape on the side, Ning Chi smiled and called. The white ape has now completed the bone refining and is hitting the bottleneck of refining the internal organs.
Perhaps it will take 6 years to complete. The body tempering.
This speed is very fast, and the little fat man Zhuangchen can't match it, let alone Qin Yun. And the white ape's strength also exceeds the same level. Because the foundation of the physical body is quite solid, although it is not as good as Ning Chi, I am afraid that people who practice the Jinwu pillar are no more than this. Ning Chi discovered that as the white ape's cultivation realm becomes higher and higher, there seems to be a wonderful change in his body.
I don't know if it is activating the blood. This makes Ning Chi even more curious.
He feels. After my internal energy can extend outside my body, I might try to explore it. As thoughts turned in my mind, Ning Chi and the white ape had already arrived at the martial arts arena.
Last year's year-end competition achieved quite good results.
Luo Wentian naturally continued to work hard and planned to continue this fine tradition.
Ning Chi found out after he arrived. Qin Yun was here too.
He had been confined by Longshan Taoist for more than half a year. Now at the end of the year, he was allowed to come out temporarily and was talking to a group of true disciples.
A correct version in the 16:9 book in one forum.
Everyone advised him that if he had angered the master in any way, he should bow his head and be submissive instead of being stubborn.
Qin Yun just smiled and agreed. Seeing Ning Chi, Qin Yun looked over instinctively and sensed Xiaojiu.
He could see that Ning Chi's aura was much stronger than half a year ago, but he would have to wait for Ning Chi to make a move to know what realm he was in. Ning Chi also sat over.
Everyone talked.
And the competition of the outer disciples began again.
Compared to last year, the strength of the outer disciples has improved, and several outstanding disciples have emerged, which makes everyone very happy.
Then it was the inner disciples. After awarding the top 20 disciples, the true disciples learned from each other and answered questions for the other disciples. But this time there was one more Qin Yun. Luo Wentian fought with Jiang Baishan again, and this time Luo Wentian was defeated even more easily.
This completely established Jiang Baishan's position as the second strongest Xinwu.
Today, Jiang Baishan has the hope of breaking through to the Gangyuan realm at the age of 40 and becoming the second Gangyuan realm master of Xinwu sect. At the age of 40, in this world where warriors live long, he is still a young generation with a strong momentum. But watching the two fight, Ning Qi was calm in his heart, and he was even more certain that the eldest brother and the fifth brother combined might not be his opponent.
However, after Luo Wentian was defeated, Qin Yun actually took the initiative to challenge Jiang Baishan.
As expected, Qin Yun was defeated.
But what shocked everyone was Qin Yun actually showed the realm of the 6th level of the inner Yuan realm. You know,
Qin Yun is only in his 20s, but he has already achieved the inner Yuan. According to this trend, he may have the hope of being promoted to the Gangyuan realm before the age of 35, or even faster.
Everyone in Xinwu sect was extremely excited.
They praised Qin Yun loudly. This is a sign of the prosperity of Xinwu. Only Taoist Longshan had a slight worry in his eyes. Ning Qi was also a little surprised.
Qin Yun's cultivation progress seemed too fast. Could it be that he had an adventure when he went down the mountain before? After Jiang Baishan went down,
Qin Yun stood in the center of the martial arts field. He did not go down, but looked at Ning Qi and invited him.
"Junior brother, why don't you try it? Senior brother will teach you a move?"
There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and even the other disciples could vaguely see that something was wrong. A year ago, Jiang Baishan invited him like this, but Ning Qi could just smile and refuse. But a year later, Qin Yun made another invitation.
But it made Ning Qi hesitate. Qin Yun was different from Jiang Baishan.
He felt that Qin Yun's changes in the last few years might have something to do with himself.
Ning Qi could feel it. 8th senior brother Qin Yun was extremely curious about his progress in cultivation.
Although other senior brothers and sisters were also curious, they were basically at a normal level.
But Qin Yun was different. Ning Qi could often sense Qin Yun's inquiring eyes.
Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt that 8th senior brother must be jealous of him, so he had an obsession.
His strange state might be related to this. Ning Qi knew that Qin Yun had always taken it as his responsibility to revitalize the Xinwu sect.
Before Ning Qi went up the mountain, Qin Yun was the most highly expected person among many true disciples. His talent was even better than Jiang Baishan, and he was the focus of everyone. But after Ning Qi gradually showed his martial arts,
things gradually changed. Just the performance when he first practiced the pile exercise had shocked everyone.
Later, Taoist Longshan asked many disciples not to ask Ning Qi about his progress in cultivation, and even let him live alone near the sutra library. All these special treatments let everyone know that Ning Qi was extraordinary. It's just that the others are all relieved, and Qin Yun may also feel a little bitter and jealous in his happiness. Ning Qi can feel the complexity in Qin Yun's heart, and I'm afraid even Qin Yun himself can't control it.
At this time, Qin Yun invited.
If he doesn't play, Qin Yun may think too much. If he plays, even if he uses the silence technique to restrain most of his cultivation, he still has to show a realm that matches his talent, and showing the bone refining realm is at least, otherwise Qin Yun is treated as a fool.
No matter which approach it is, it doesn't seem good.
Ning Qi hesitated slightly.
Fortunately, Taoist Longshan spoke. "Okay, let's end the competition today. Xiaoba, follow me. I have something to tell you."
Qin Yun was stunned, and then nodded respectfully. The two figures left. Luo Wentian was slightly stunned, and then began to summarize this competition. Ning Qi's eyes flashed, and he sighed slightly in his heart.
Taoist Longshan's actions have basically confirmed his guess. 8th senior brother Qin Yun should have an obsessive demon. Go to the sutra library and see if you can find some records about the demon. If you can know what form the demon is in, maybe you can try to create a method to eliminate the demon.
Before Ning Qi set foot on the martial arts, Yi Qinghe and Qin Yun were the closest to him. Although the relationship between Qin Yun and him became much colder after practicing martial arts, Ning Qi still hoped that Qin Yun would be fine. If he could, he would not be stingy with his help.
Late at night. Qin Yun's residence.
Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, practicing the exercises.
The scene of Mingwu Pavilion in the daytime could not help but float in his mind again. Taoist Longshan taught him earnestly. Yuner, your master knows what you are thinking. You have always been gifted and strong.
You regard the revitalization of Jinwu sect as your own responsibility, but sometimes you must remember not to be too impatient, otherwise one wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. It is a good thing that you have achieved the great success of inner essence, but you must also lay a solid foundation and not be reckless. Although your master hopes the Jinwu sect can be revived, you are equally important to your master. You, the 9 disciples of Jinwu, should be as close as brothers and sisters and share weal and woe.
This is the Qingxinju.
Your master knows that you have been thinking about chaos recently. If you recite this mantra often, it may help you concentrate and calm your mind. Qin Yun thought of these words, and his eyes were touched.
He recited slowly. The highest.
Good is like water, the heart is as clear as nothing, and the heart is solemn with few thoughts.
The originally disturbing thoughts gradually faded away.
But for some reason, the scene in the daytime kept reappearing, and Ning Qi's figure kept magnifying in his mind.
Junior brother, what is your cultivation level now? This thought came to him.
He suddenly felt his heart fire surging, his head was splitting, and the little comfort and peace brought by the Qingxinju suddenly dissipated. Qin Yun circulated the heaven-shaking strength, and the internal strength in his body continued to flow through his flesh, trying to relieve his discomfort in this way.
But even he didn't notice it.
I don't know when a trace of black air appeared on the surface of his body, and the operation method of the heaven-shaking strength also changed unconsciously.
This is a fragment he got when he went down the mountain this time.
Once after the instinctive operation, he found that the cultivation speed was much faster than the heaven-shaking strength, but Qin Yun also found that practicing this fragment seemed to make his mentality change unexpectedly. He didn't tell Longshan Taoist about the fragment.
Running it over and over again.
Qin Yun's pain that was about to explode was finally relieved, but he didn't notice that the black air on his body became more and more dense, and even his eyes were covered with a trace of black air.
Many chaotic thoughts finally gathered into one. I'll go and try Junior brother in secret.
A correct version was found in the 16:9 book forum. Qin Yun grinned strangely, put on his nightgown, and headed towards the sutra library with his face covered. At this time in the sutra library,
Ning Qi turned out all the records and methods about the inner demon. The so-called inner demon is caused by thoughts.
The essence is the amplification and condensation of negative emotions, which has undergone unpredictable changes.
If the inner demon is not eliminated, I am afraid that the martial arts will not make any progress. In severe cases, even bleeding from all 7 orifices will die?
Ning Qi's heart trembled. The inner demon is more serious than he thought, but according to this record, the inner demon is also divided into several stages. If you want to get rid of it, you have to start from the root and get rid of the obsession to get rid of the inner demons. But according to this record, those who remove the inner demons all did it by chance.
There is no trace to be found. There were even sects in the past.
Created a method that specifically uses inner demons to speed up cultivation. In the Sutra Pavilion, only a few techniques such as Qingxinju have a certain calming effect and can suppress distracting thoughts.
No wonder Master took away Qingxinju. It's a bit difficult to create a method to completely eliminate the inner demons. The main reason is that I don't know in what form the inner demons appear and exist. Moreover, my cultivation is not enough.
Ning Qi had various thoughts in his heart. He plans to spend some time every day to study, and strive to create a secret technique to remove the inner demons as soon as possible.
While thinking,
Ning Qi raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. He could feel a strange aura coming quietly, heading in the direction of the Sutra Pavilion and the Temple of Seeking Tao. If you have a visitor late at night, I'm afraid the visitor is not a good person. The shapeshifting and bone-changing technique worked quietly, and a middle-aged Taoist with an unremarkable face suddenly appeared in the Sutra Pavilion. Ning Qi moved his body, and after getting used to it, he stopped breathing and disappeared. Xin Yun wore night clothes and walked with his face covered, blending in the night to hide himself. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Jinwu sect, and he easily bypassed the patrolling disciples. The thoughts in his heart were extremely fiery, but he still retained some sanity. I will pretend to be a thief and attack my junior brother later. He will mistakenly think that he will not hide his clumsiness anymore when he encounters a life-or-death crisis. By then, you will know at a glance what your junior brother's state is, but you cannot hurt him. Xin Yun's eyes were slightly complicated. He himself was very conflicted, but he knew that after his junior brother easily learned Yazuan from him, he and Ning Qi would not be able to be the same as before. Perhaps I am a naturally narrow-minded person. Xin Yun felt bitter in his heart. But suddenly, his figure stopped suddenly, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Only the front can be seen. A figure stood with hands behind his back, as if waiting for him there. Your Excellency, sneaking in and out of my Jinwu sect late at night, what is your intention? The voice was faint, but it exploded in Xin Yun's ears like thunder. Xin Yun's pupils shrank sharply. He looked at the strange middle-aged Taoist who turned around, and his heart was filled with shock. When did such a strong man appear in my Jinwu sect? I can't see through it, I can't see through it at all. Xin Yun instantly became serious. In the Jinwu sect, his master, Taoist Longshan, is the absolute strongest, and he claims that he can fight a few moves with the other senior brothers and sisters, even the eldest and fifth senior brothers. But he has never seen this person before. The vague sense of oppression cannot be faked at all. Xin Yun said coldly. You are not from the Jinwu sect. You are not among Taoist Longshan and the 9 sons of Jinwu. Who are you? There was a test in his words. Ning Qi on the opposite side laughed dumbly. This middle-aged Taoist was naturally disguised by him. In fact, he had secretly observed the man in black, and his aura was vaguely strange. Ning Qi originally planned to suppress him directly, but he found that the man in black seemed to be very familiar with the situation of Jinwu sect, so he showed up. Hearing the words of the man in black opposite, Ning Qi was even more certain. The man in front of him really knew the Jinwu sect well. He even wanted to capture this man. If the enemy infiltrates the Jinwu sect silently, the consequences will be serious. Ning Qi said lightly. How can you know the background of my Jinwu sect? Since you come uninvited today, stay. Xin Yun's body shook. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, but at the same time, he also had an inexplicable emotion in his heart. This Taoist is a hidden strong man in my Jinwu sect. He appeared when I was close to my junior brother's residence. Doesn't it mean that he has been protecting my junior brother in secret? When he thought of this, Xin Yun felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to know what level Ning Qi had reached to make his master treat him like this. The jealousy and evil thoughts in his heart suddenly surged. A black gas suddenly rose from Xin Yun's body, and his eyes were even darker. Then let me test your so-called Jinwu school's foundation. He sneered in a low voice. His figure suddenly rushed towards Ning Qi like lightning. He did not carry any weapons, but a faint black gas was wrapped around his fists, full of murderous intent. Such a heavy murderous aura. Is this person from the demon sect? Ning Qi had this thought in his mind. He had heard Yi Qinghe and others mention that most of the martial arts practiced by people from the demon sect were like this. To be able to make the internal energy have characteristics, this person must have at least achieved great internal energy. However, Ning Qi was not too panicked. As long as he was not in the Gangyuan realm, he was not afraid. He did not sense any danger from the person in front of him, and even had the energy to observe the moves of the black-clothed man opposite. Xin Yun was getting closer. Seeing the middle-aged Taoist standing there as if he was frightened, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but the next moment, he was stunned, and then his whole body was cold.
Ningqi finally moved.
He was the last to act, but he just stretched out his right palm slightly. It was like a real dragon stretching out its claws, full of infinite power. Ningqi's body and internal energy burst out at the same time.
Qin Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't even notice the fluctuation of internal energy, but he vaguely heard a terrible roar.
A palm slapped as if to suppress the world at will. He saw towering mountains and divine elephants stepping on the sky from that palm. There was almost no resistance.
Qin Yun was slapped away by a palm.
With a muffled bang, the whole person flew backwards, and the sound of broken bones was extremely loud.
Two completely different thoughts arose in the minds of the two. So weak?
Ningqi was stunned. If he hadn't held back at the critical moment, he would have slapped this man to death with a palm.
Qin Yun couldn't believe it. So strong? Gangyuan realm.
With such terrifying strength, this person must be a Gangyuan realm expert. He never expected that in addition to his master, Taoist Longshan, the Jinwu sect actually had a second Gangyuan realm expert. No wonder he dared to claim to be the foundation of the Jinwu sect. At this moment, his heart was even more bitter.
The Gangyuan realm expert was protecting his junior brother.
But this slap also dispersed a lot of his jealous evil thoughts, and the whole person gradually sobered up. He realized that he had done such a stupid thing, pretending to attack his junior brother at night to find out his true cultivation. But it was too late to regret it now. Looking at the middle-aged Taoist who was gradually approaching, Qin Yun knew that he must not be his opponent. If he was captured by the other party, he would not be able to face his master and fellow apprentices. He gritted his teeth. He reached out and took out two black balls from his arms and threw them at Ningqi.
Ningqi instinctively dodged. Bang!
With a muffled sound, the black ball exploded, and a large amount of white smoke enveloped the front. Ningqi suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart, knowing that the other party was going to escape.
Check the correct version in the 16:9 book forum.
He stepped lightly and instantly passed through the white smoke. Ningqi looked into the distance, and the man in black had already run a distance.
But it didn't matter.
With his speed of the misty dragon step, it was extremely easy to catch up with the man in black. However, Ningqi only chased for a few breaths, and then stood still and did not continue to chase. A complex look rose in his eyes, and he recognized the identity of the person who came. After the evil thoughts temporarily faded away and the black energy retracted from the body, Qin Yun's internal energy characteristics became particularly conspicuous, especially the fact that he did not bother to hide his body skills while running with all his strength, which Ningqi could see clearly.
It's the 8th senior brother. How could he? Could it be that he came to look for me?
Looking at Qin Yun's attire, combined with the various theories about inner demons that he had read today, Ningqi guessed that Qin Yun might have been reminded of his inner demons and wanted to explore his true self. But it was suppressed by his own slap. He was a little lucky that he had saved his hand, otherwise if he slapped Qin Yun to death, he would never let go of it for the rest of his life. Although Qin Yun had the idea of exploring him at night, he did not have murderous intent after all.
An injury like this will heal after a period of recovery. With the inner demons, I am afraid that I don't even know what I am doing.
The 8th senior brother is trapped in his own obsession.
He wants the Jinwu sect to prosper in his hands. He can accept that the Jinwu sect has geniuses, but he cannot accept those who are better than him. More genius.
Ningqi sighed, already guessing the cause and effect.
He didn't know how to deal with it.
Qin Yun posed no threat to him, but Qin Yun himself would be in some danger. After a moment, he made a decision. At least I need to tell Taoist Longshan about what happened tonight and see if I can find a way to solve Qin Yun's inner demons. Ningqi changed his body and restored his true appearance. A patrolling disciple heard the sound and came over. Ningqi just smiled and explained that he was making a lot of noise while experimenting with martial arts just now. At this time, Qin Yun, after sensing that the mysterious middle-aged Taoist behind him was not chasing him, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
Why doesn't he chase me? Shin Yun was confused. Maybe it's that person's responsibility and he can't leave that area at will? It's just that he never imagined that Ning Chi would be the person with Jinwu's sect background who could suppress him with a wave of his palm. But immediately, his heart was filled with endless regret. Am I affected by that technique again? How could I do such a nasty thing to Xiujio? I am a brother in vain.
Shin Yun was in great pain in his heart. He had been affected by it after he got the fragment. He originally thought it was a technique to suppress the inner demons, but he didn't expect it to be a weird secret technique that used the inner demons as seeds to lead him to the dark side. The stronger you become as you practice inner demons, but with this fragment, I can barely control it and retain some of my original intention. If you don't continue to practice, your inner demons will rebound and get even more out of control. I am not suitable to stay in the Jinwu sect. If I continue to lose control and hurt Xiaojio or others next time, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Shin Yun sighed. He was in severe pain all over his body, some bones were broken, and his internal organs were bleeding. But the regret and pain in my heart are even worse at this moment. After returning to his residence to take care of everything, Shin Yun looked in the direction of Mingwu Pavilion, cowed out heavily, and burst into tears. Then, he went down the mountain late at night. He has no face to face his master. Please vote for me at the beginning of the month. Thank you all. The next day, Ning Chi went to see Taoist Longshan early in the morning. Xiaojio, what's the matter? Taoist Longshan felt inexplicably nervous. Ning Chi rarely chose to come at this time. Ning Chi said softly. About 8th senior brother. He slowly told what happened last night, including Qinyan's various strange behaviors and his own guesses. Originally, he wanted to come to find Taoist Longshan last night, but then he thought that it might be embarrassing to find Qinyan immediately. This was until the second day. Taoist Longshan's expression became more solemn as he listened. He walked at night and touched your residence last night? No, let's go and take a look now. I originally thought that Sheba was just obsessed with it, but I didn't expect that his inner demons were so deep that he might even have been affected by an external force. Influence of power. Ning Chi was also surprised. The two of them immediately rushed to Qinyan's residence using their movement skills. But he happened to bump into Song Chang rushing out of Qinyan's residence. When he saw Taoist Longshan, he quickly shouted. Master, it's not good. I came here this morning to chat with the 8th junior brother, but I found that the 8th junior brother was missing and found 2 letters on his desk. Taoist Longshan was shocked. He took the letter from Song Chang. One of them read clearly. My master personally initiated it. Taoist Longshan quickly opened it and looked at it. He didn't know what Qin Yun wrote on it. Taoist Longshan's expression changed and he couldn't help but sigh. Ning Chi watched from the side. I saw Song Chang hand over another letter. Xiaojio, there is another letter for you. Ning Chi was stunned. He took the letter and it said Xiaojio personally signed it. Open. There are a lot of scrawls on the letter paper, which can give a glimpse of the messy mood of the person who wrote the letter. In the end, only a few words were left. Xiaojio, I know you like reading. I have collected a batch of classics in my room in recent years. If you don't mind, you can take them. Ning Chi's eyes were complicated. He seemed to have seen that when he first went to Jinwu Mountain a few years ago, the Sunny Boy said with high spirits that the 9 Jinwu sons had finally gathered together. Just by looking at his own letter, he roughly guessed what the letter in Taoist Longshan's hand said. Just afraid. The 8th senior brother will not come back again. He could feel the contradictions and complexity in Qin Yun's heart. Perhaps even he himself couldn't control the evil thoughts in his heart, so he chose to stay away. Now, the other true disciples also came after hearing the news. Master, what happened to Xiaoba? Luo Wendian asked everyone's thoughts. Taoist Longshan put down the letter and remained silent without explanation. Finally, he said slowly. Wendian, please pay more attention to what is going on in the sect during this time and come down the mountain as a teacher. With that said, he stroked Ning Chi's head again and went down the mountain without even packing his things. Everyone noticed something was wrong and felt a little uneasy. Xiaojiao, do you know what the reason is? Looking at Ning Chi one after another. Ning Chi pondered for a moment and said, perhaps it has something to do with the inner demons of the 8th senior brother. He didn't say it too clearly, but everyone had already guessed it, and their expressions dimmed. They looked at the direction in which Taoist Longshan was leaving, hoping that everything would go well. Seeking Taoism in the courtyard. Ning Chi took a long breath. There was a pile of precious classics in front of him. Among them are medical scriptures and miscellaneous studies, but most of them are martial arts secret books. Several of them are internal strength exercises, which are of high grade and are not found in the Sutra Pavilion. 8th senior brother seems to have really had an adventure. Could it be that he has some kind of inheritance? Ning Chi guessed. To be honest, these classics are quite useful to him. Then he sighed a little. Although the 8th senior brother has inner demons because of himself, he has never hurt himself in these years, and he is even very kind to himself. With such a nature, sometimes I may not even be able to control myself. Yazhuang is just a martial art of Zhuang Kung Fu. It is not like this. I can only say that the 8th senior brother had God's will when he chose the Zhuang Kung Fu. However, maybe when I learned it at the beginning the roots of inner demons have already been planted when doing the exercises. I just hope that Master can bring the 8th brother back. In the future, when my cultivation becomes more advanced, I can try to remove his inner demons. Shake his head. Ning Chi didn't think much about it. Even if he went to look for Qin Yun last night, the result might not be any different. The key lies in Qin Yun himself. If Qin Yun wants to come back, he will come back naturally. If he doesn't want to, he can always find a chance to go down the mountain, unless he is locked up like a prisoner. Adjust your emotions and gradually throw away distracting thoughts. Ning Chi began to enter a state of cultivation. His understanding of the method of turning energy has reached the most critical moment, and Qin Yun's batch of martial arts classics are very helpful to him. Time flies by. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Half a month later. Taoist Longshan returned to the mountain. Alone. All the disciples gathered in Mingwu Pavilion. Master, where is the 8th junior brother? Taoist Longshan spoke slowly, his voice a little dry. Qin Yun has entered the demon gate. His eyes were a little complicated. In the letter, Qin Yun talked about many things. Longshan Taoist people knew what the 8th disciple's inner state was like these years. Not long after going down the mountain, he had already found Qin Yun's traces. But Qin Yun refused to return to the mountain. He even knelt under the hands of Taoist Longshan and was willing to die. He felt ashamed of himself and his fellow disciples. That night, the master and his disciples stood still like statues. Finally, Longshan Taoist waved his hand tiredly and let Qin Yun leave. Later, he heard the news that Qin Yun was suspected to be spotted by the powerful celestial beings in the demon sect and joined the demon sect. At this time, he regretted it. After fighting with the people of the demon sect, he could only return to the mountain helplessly. Demon sect? All the disciples couldn't believe that the sunny boy in the past would actually join the demon sect. The demon sect was suspected to be related to the previous dynasty. In recent years, its activities have become more and more frequent. It is not a good thing to mix with the demon sect. Master. Longshan Taoist waved his hand and said, "You go, there will be no Qin Yun in the Jinwu sect in the future. You are not allowed to care about this matter. I am tired and need to rest." All the disciples left silently. Everyone sighed after leaving Mingwu Pavilion. The 5th disciple Jiang Baishan snorted coldly. "If I meet this traitor one day, I will definitely ask the reason and give him a slap in the face. Has the master's kindness in raising him for so many years been wasted?" He strode away. The others smiled bitterly. Luo Wentian said quietly to Ning Chi, Xiaojiu, this matter has nothing to do with you, you don't have to think too much.
Ningqi nodded silently. He didn't expect that the eighth brother Qin Yun would join the demon sect in the end. The development of the world is not controlled by people. Even the invincible martial saint in the world has things that he can't do, but he thought that if there is a chance in the future, he would help Qin Yun. Late at night, the Taoist Longshan quietly arrived at the Kadaoyuan. He saw Ning Qi standing quietly under the moon. Xiaojiu, Qin Yun's matter is his own choice. It's his nature. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Qi turned his head to look at Longshan Taoist. He could sense that he seemed a little depressed. Longshan Taoist was the one who was hit the hardest by Qin Yun's matter. Master, I have never blamed Brother 8. If one day I can create a secret technique to remove the inner demon, you can give it to Brother 8.
Longshan Taoist's body stiffened, and there seemed to be a flash of relief in his eyes. Then he shook his head and said, "Let's talk about this later. Xiaojiu, from now on, you don't even need to tell me how your practice progresses. This is the key to the treasure house of Jinwu sect. If you need anything, just go and get it yourself." Longshan Taoist left the treasure house key and floated away. This time he went down the mountain to find Qin Yun. He heard him talk about the background of Jinwu sect, but how could he not know what the background of Jinwu sect is? He knew. I'm afraid that the strength of the little apprentice has reached an extremely powerful realm. The fewer people who know about it, the better. It would be best if even I didn't know about it. Ningqi just sighed. Qin Yun's affairs caused quite a stir in Jinwu sect, which made all the disciples feel frustrated. Ningqi also gradually returned to his previous state of cultivation, but when reading the classics left by Qin Yun, he would inevitably think of this former eighth brother, and wondered what it would be like when they met again. Next time. But time can heal everything. Jinwu sect gradually returned to the past. Everyone worked together to prepare for the upcoming Heavenly Man ceremony. Perhaps influenced by Qin Yun's affairs, Taoist Longshan went into seclusion, waiting to break through the seclusion, and must be in the Heavenly Man realm. Another year of peach blossoms in full bloom. This year, the peach blossoms outside the Seeking Tao Academy are more bright and beautiful. Yi Qinghe picked some more to make peach blossom wine. She secretly made up her mind to make wine successfully, but this time she did not publicize it, and decided to work hard quietly and surprise everyone. Ning Qi smiled secretly. Bai Yuan had already told him that Yi Qinghe secretly found Bai Yuan, coerced and induced Bai Yuan to secretly brew a batch. If I succeed, I will use my own, if I fail, I will use the white apes. Ning Qi got a rattan chair and lay under the peach tree. Leisurely and contented. He is now more than 6 years old, but he looks no different from a young boy of about 10 years old. He wears a Taoist robe, has a calm look, and has an extraordinary demeanor. He is thinking about the method of turning the power of the great dream 9 deaths. The so-called turning power is to let the internal power attach different characteristics. Some characteristics do not require the help of external objects, such as the 3 gates of shaking the sky, shaking the earth, and covering the sea. But some characteristics do require the help of external objects, such as the ice silkworm power. It is mentioned that it is best to practice with the help of extremely cold treasures, so that the internal power can be more powerful, but in fact, it can also be done without the help of external objects, but the power is not that great. What I pursue is not just a certain characteristic, but it needs to be all-encompassing, just like the original Wanxiang origin pillar. Ningqi has slowly understood his own path. He has a full level of comprehension and is destined to be different from ordinary people. Melting the myriad ways may help him achieve the highest and go further. These days, I have seen many internal energy techniques, some in the Sutra library, and some left by Brother 8. The so-called internal energy characteristics are actually to let the internal energy form different trajectories in the human body, which can form various different characteristics. In this case, as long as I make the trajectory uncertain, I can switch freely at any time. Ningqi looked up, and a peach blossom slowly fell. He pinched it casually and smiled. He observed the 92 methods of turning the energy, understood the essence of turning the energy, and observed the world and tried various trajectories.
At this moment, he finally understood. In the body. The already extremely condensed internal energy kept turning, and turned into various special trajectories with his thoughts. A little bit of internal energy burst out along Ning Chi's palm, and a fiery heat came, and the originally bright peach petals actually ignited without wind. But it's not over yet. The trajectory of the internal energy in the body changed, the original fiery red and dryness disappeared, and turned into extreme cold. There was a crackling sound, and the burning flame petals were instantly frozen and turned into ice sculptures, which were magnificent. Ning Chi's mind moved again. His fingers did not change, and a stream of internal energy drilled out, shaking slightly. The ice sculpture turned into powder, crystal clear like fine sand, and fell from Ning Chi's fingers. Ning Chi's eyes were filled with joy. The internal energy can be transformed freely, and the characteristics can be switched at will, covering everything. This is the Great Dream 9 Deaths Power Wanxiang chapter, that is, the Great Dream 9 Deaths Powers Power Transfer Method. My internal energy can be extremely hot or extremely cold. Can be vibrated, can be rotated, and can even be poisonous and poisonous. It can be as breathtaking as the divine tiger and ancient eagle. Not only that, it can also have superimposed characteristics, with both extreme cold and vibration. This is what Ning Chi has gained during this period of time. It is not easy to do this. The trajectory of other people's internal energy is fixed after the transformation, while Ning Chi's is changeable. This requires a very high physical body, and only Ning Chi's strong physical foundation can do it. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that the physical body would collapse and die in a minute. However, there is still a long way to go for the Wanxiang chapter to truly be all-encompassing. It's not that Ning Chi's understanding is not enough, but there are too few ready-made methods of turning energy, only 92. Ning Chi has created many kinds of internal energy characteristics based on this, but this is not enough. If he collects new methods of turning energy in the future, he will integrate them. With the Wanxiang chapter, my strength has become even stronger. The power of the internal energy with additional characteristics is not comparable to the 3-no internal energy. For example, Ning Chi can freeze people into ice sculptures with a palm strike, and before, at most he could kill people with force. The next step is to focus on the inner energy. With the degree of my inner energy, I can then extend it outside my body. I found a correct version in the book forum on 16:9. Ning Chi was still looking forward to it. The laser swords in the movies and TV shows of his previous life always made him yearn for it, and the effect of the inner energy extending inside the body is basically equivalent to the laser sword, but it cannot be shot out of the body. With a goal. Ning Chi's cultivation is even more motivated. With the Great Dream 9 Deaths, his cultivation speed has always been very fast. In just over a year, he has already completed the 5th level of inner energy, and now he is almost at the 6th level of great success. In the Seeking Tao Academy. The peach blossoms are brilliant. With Ning Chi's perception, he can know that there are more disciples coming and going in the Sutra Pavilion recently than before. The news that Qin Yun had betrayed the Zhenwu sect had already spread throughout the outer and inner sections. Some people were angry, some were sad, but some were also glad, because without Qin Yun, it meant that Taoist Longshan was very likely to accept disciples again, and some disciples wanted to seize this opportunity to soar to the sky. Ning Chi didn't think there was anything wrong, it was human nature. People strive for higher goals. He just practiced silently. During this period, it seemed that because of Qin Yun's matter, the senior brothers and sisters came more frequently and cared about Ning Chi very much. They were afraid that one day Ning Chi would also have a demon in his heart, and they didn't want to experience the same pain a second time. Ning Chi was not impatient. He gradually felt that pursuing immortality was not to cultivate himself into a ruthless and indifferent cultivation machine. In the past, he might have thought that he hoped to be alone more and have more time to grow, but now he felt that he should cherish the people in front of him. When the senior brothers and sisters came, he would chat with them with a smile, and it actually didn't waste much time. That's it. When the peach blossoms were blooming the most brilliantly, Ning Chi ushered in the opportunity for the 5th fake death. His internal energy and body have been fully connected. He only needs to fake death for the 5th time to advance to the 6th level,
and then he can try the joy of the laser sword. But just when he was about to go to the treasury to get some resources to fake death, Luo Wentian brought an extremely exciting news, which made Ning Qi temporarily stop. The fifth disciple Jiang Baishan broke through the Gangyuan realm. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Because of Qinyan's incident and the Longshan Taoist retreat, Jinwu sect has been affected to a certain extent. Although it has recovered somewhat during this period, morale is still somewhat low. And now, Jiang Baishan's breakthrough to the Gangyuan realm immediately made everyone feel extremely excited. With the Gangyuan realm in charge, at least some of the little thieves' thoughts can be stopped. The Jinwu sect established the Jinwu mountain, and with so many disciples eating and drinking, it was natural that they were not relying on the mountain. Actually, there are two main sources of wealth for the Jinwu sect. First, if some wealthy families send their disciples to the Jinwu sect to practice martial arts, they will naturally need to pay a large fee every year. Of course, the Jinwu sect will also take care of their safety. When others see it, it will give the Jinwu sect some face and dare not infringe. Nowadays, the world is becoming more and more chaotic, and the income of this type is also rising every year. The second is the Jinwu sect's own industry. Some disciples in the sect are not good at practicing martial arts, so they will arrange to go down to run businesses, such as escort agencies, restaurants, and banks. The accumulation over time is quite considerable. When Jinwu sect disciples go down the mountain to practice, they will also solve the troubles encountered in these industries. The rest are small heads. But no matter which, strong force is the guarantee. If they knew that the Jinwu sect was weak, a pack of wolves would swarm up and devour them. During this period, first the true disciples rebelled against the sect, and then the only Gangyuan realm retreated, which naturally attracted a lot of temptations. After all, the true disciples knew that Taoist Longshan wanted to break through to the heavenly realm, but others did not know, and rumors that Longshan Taoist and demon sect masters had fought against each other aroused all kinds of speculations in people's minds. Fortunately, Longshan Taoist's time in seclusion was not long, and the deterrent was still there, so Luo Wentian and others could solve it for the time being. And now, Jiang Baishan's promotion to the Gangyuan realm was enough to completely silence these people. On the martial arts field, Jiang Baishan was surrounded by disciples, and everyone was very excited. Congratulations to 5th senior brother for entering the Gangyuan realm. Ning Qi had heard the congratulations from far away. Luo Wentian specially summoned the disciples here just to spread the news and increase his power. He looked on with a smile, without any displeasure. He was the oldest and could be said to have witnessed the childhood of most of the true disciples. Juvenile. Congratulations to 5th senior brother. Ning Qi smiled and congratulated Jiang Baishan, with some curiosity in his eyes. The Gangyuan realm he has come into contact with are all top experts like Longshan Taoist and the Divine Sword Old Man. He has never seen the Gangyuan realm he has just broken through. He has always wanted to know which one is stronger between his current strength and the White Mist realm. Now might be an opportunity. Jiang Baishan was in high spirits. He originally thought that he would need another year or two to settle down, but he did not expect that during this period, he would be stimulated by Qinyan's incident, hold his breath, and directly break through the Gangyuan realm. Xiaojiu, do you want to see what Gang Qi looks like? Jiang Baishan laughed. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The 4th disciple next to him, He Yen, laughed and said, Okay, Xiao Wu, we've been talking for a long time about you being mysterious, and now Xiao Joey is here, and you haven't even said anything yet, and you're about to show it off. Everyone laughed. 4th senior brother, just tell me whether you want to watch it or not. Have a look. All the disciples were looking forward to it, and then dispersed. Ning Qi stared at Jiang Baishan. Jiang Baishan let out a breath, then looked solemnly. When he was in the Niyuan realm, he practiced the heaven-shaking power, and the Gangyuan realm technique he inherited was the heaven-shaking power. At this time, he had just changed to practice and already had an extraordinary power. Everyone has noticed the feeling of oppression. He waved the sword lightly in his hand. Streams of sword energy shot out like meteors, their sharp edges seemed to cut through the air, and landed on a boulder 30 feet away. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the bright sword energy cutting back and forth. The sword light was sharp and dazzling. Then, everyone gasped. I saw that the huge boulder in the distance had turned into a pile of extremely neat rubble. The cuts were extremely smooth, and they were even almost the same size. This is Gang Chi. There is such terrifying power 30 feet away. It is much stronger than Nei Jin. No wonder they say that when Nei Jin Judy encounters the Gang Yuan realm, he can only run for his life. The gap is too big. Disaster. Luo Wendian couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's eyes were filled with wonder. It was the first time for many people to see a strong man from the Gang Yuan realm demonstrating the power of Gangchi at such a close distance. Even Yi Qinghe, who had never been that interested in martial arts, had a rare desire for the Gang Yuan realm. Jiang Baishan laughed even more, and he began to practice a complete set of sword techniques. Under the blessing of Gang Chi, the originally ordinary sword techniques were terrifyingly powerful. One after another exclamations continued to sound. Dazzled. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Ning Chi is also watching. He was also a little surprised. The Gang Chi is 30 feet away from the body, which may not be the limit, but it is indeed powerful. However, Ning Chi discovered that he seemed to have both underestimated and overestimated the strength of Gang Yuan realm. Call it an underestimation. It's because he didn't expect that Jiang Baishan was only in the White Mist realm, and his Gang Chi could fly 30 feet, kill enemies, and protect his body. The sword Chi was much more powerful than his internal strength. Call it overrated. Comparing it with his own strength, Ning Chi felt that although the power of Gang Chi was great, it seemed that if he tried his best, it would be even more powerful. The advantage of a strong person in the Gang Chi realm is that Gang Chi can leave the body and has a long-range attack advantage against me. But if you let me get close and use my terrifying physical strength to strengthen my majestic inner energy, I am afraid that the Gang Chi will not be able to protect my body. Block me. Ning Chi considered the pros and cons of Gang Yuan realm and himself. He used Jiang Baishan as his imaginary enemy and finally came to a conclusion. If I attack with all my strength, fifth senior brother should not be my opponent? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Although he had never fought, he felt that his speculation was quite accurate. However, the power of the Gang Chi still made him a little afraid. He thought that if he encountered an enemy in the Gang Yuan realm, it would be best to use his body skills to avoid the Gang Chi, and then approach the enemy with lightning speed and achieve success in one fell swoop, otherwise he would be defeated. It's a bit troublesome to distance yourself from the Gang Yuan realm. News spread that Jiang Baishan was promoted to the Gang Yuan realm. The situation of the Jinwu sect is stable. With a lifespan of 400 in the Gang Yuan realm, he was already considered a famous and powerful man in Great Yen. Ordinary forces did not dare to offend him at all, and the original covetous glances disappeared immediately. Ning Chi also began to fake his death for the 5th time with peace of mind. Half a month later, Ning Chi wakes up. The physical body transformed again, and its strength has reached 6 times that of the perfect state of quenching the body, which is extremely exaggerated. But what makes Ning Chi happy the most? It's still a breakthrough of inner strength. In the 6 layers realm, Niyuan is completed. Ning Chi stretched out his hand to explore, and there were wisps of extremely solid inner energy surging out from his palm. The inner energy continued to condense and stretch, until it was more than 1 foot long, and then it reached its limit, like a rope growing out of the fleshy palm. Hilt sword. He had a thought in his mind. The originally invisible sword of inner power suddenly changed. Sometimes it was scorching hot, sometimes it surged with ice, sometimes it roared like a beast, sometimes it roared like an ancient eagle, and it was mixed with vibrations and rotations and other mysterious things. Ning Chi smiled. Ordinary Judy realm warrior's internal energy is not as solid as mine. With this extension of internal energy, I can 100% say that 5th senior brother is no match for me and may be defeated by me relatively easily. This thought passed quickly, and then he focused on the white ape, which was a bit strange.
Now that the inner energy can extend outside the body, maybe we can try to explore the bloodline in the natural body?
With this thought, Ning Qi's curiosity could no longer be stopped.
Tian, come here.
Ning Qi smiled kindly.
Bai Yuan couldn't help but tremble.
He felt that his teacher's eyes were a bit scary.
Don't worry, it's a good thing for you.
If I find out what's going on in your body, I might be able to activate the blood in your body in the future.
Hear the words. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up.
Speaking of which, the current white ape has grown a bit, and has even surpassed Ning Qi. It may be in the growth stage, and I don't know how tall it will be after it is finally formed. Ning Qi smiled and put his hand on Bai Yuan's shoulder. He originally wanted to start from the head, but he felt it was a bit dangerous, so he decided to start from the body.
Relax. Say it.
There were strands of soft inner energy coming out of Ning Qi's palm. This was because he had activated the water-soft characteristic. White Ape screamed instinctively, but then he discovered that in addition to being a little itchy, there was also something on his shoulder. Of soft comfort. But Ning Qi gradually frowned. He found out. After he penetrated the white ape's body, he could still sense his inner strength at first, but it was immediately exhausted at a terrifying speed. He had no time to go far. He could only barely feel the skin and flesh of his shoulders.
Could it be that the internal energy is not solid enough?
Ning Qi retracted his palm, guessing in his mind. Inner energy is a magical power born from one's own body. I'm afraid if you want to get into other people's bodies, you will be repulsed.
It seems I have to wait until my inner strength becomes stronger.
He was not disappointed. On the contrary, White Ape was a little disappointed after the early expectations.
You little monkey, I'm feeling disappointed now.
Practice your martial arts well and strive to perfect your internal organs as soon as possible so that you can learn the art of ventriloquism. Looking at the aggrieved Bai Yuan writing, Ning Qi laughed and cursed. He had already created ventriloquism for White Ape. But ventriloquism requires strong internal organs. There was a look of expectation in Bai Yuan's eyes. He saluted respectfully, and then practiced martial arts. Although the ventriloquism did not mean that he actually spoke, he could still communicate. He is not too far away from this step. As expected, Yi Qinghe's peach blossom brew failed again. But she felt that she had made great progress this time. At least the peach blossom stuffing was not sour, but tasteless. But fortunately, I have the wine brewed by Bai Yuan to protect me. This time she was open and honest. This is brewed by me and little White Ape. All the true disciples laughed secretly. There was still praise on his face. Longshan Taoist has not yet come out of seclusion. This time, he will not come out of seclusion until he breaks through the realm of heaven and man. I don't know how long it will be. Maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. But everyone felt that with Master Longshan Taoist's talent, it would never take more than 2 years for him to succeed. If it hadn't been affected by Qinyan's previous incident, I'm afraid Taoist Longshan would have already broken through to the heavenly realm. It was rare for everyone to gather together in Ning Qi's Taoist temple. Drinking the peach blossom brew made by Yi Qinghe and Xiao Bai Yuan, and eating fresh peach fruits, it was a pleasure. Xinyan's incident made everyone cherish their friendship even more. Xiaojiu, I always feel that the peaches outside your courtyard are more delicious than those in other places. They seem to be even more delicious than last year. The second disciple, Xiongshi, is quite honest.
Qinghe, I think you can wait until the peaches are ripe next time you make wine. Maybe adding them in will give you a different feeling.
Yi Qinghe refused, crossed his arms and looked at Xiongshi sideways.
Second senior brother, are you saying that the wine I brew doesn't taste good?
Xiongshi quickly begged for mercy, and everyone laughed. But let me tell you something, the peaches outside the courtyard are really delicious, little junior brother.
Everyone nodded in unison.
After trying it last year, they were quite familiar with the taste.
Ning Qi smiled and said,
If you, brothers and sisters, think it tastes good, how about we come here every year from now on when the peach fruit is grown? He also optimized the cultivation technique. Maybe in a few years, this peach tree will begin to look magical.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Xiaojiu, your suggestion is good, but it won't disturb your practice?
Ningqi smiled and shook his head. He felt more and more that if he wanted to live forever, he should also cherish the people in front of him. Luo Wentian made the decision directly.
Well, at this time every year from now on, no matter what happens, we must come to my junior brother's courtyard to gather together. Well, let's just call it, what will happen to Jinwu Tao? Everyone got excited. Maybe many years from now, this will become a good story. Yi Qinghe said quickly.
Junior brother will provide you with peach fruits, and I will provide you with peach blossom stuffed wine.
We complement each other perfectly. Everyone laughed. I was thinking about what I should bring next time to have fun. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version.
Looking at the senior brothers and sisters talking excitedly, Ningqi smiled and felt more peaceful inside.
After the fuss,
I begged the Taoist temple to become quiet again.
There is nothing that Ningqi is not used to. He continued to practice. Time passes slowly.
In the blink of an eye, autumn has arrived.
Taoist Longshan still showed no sign of leaving seclusion.
On the contrary, Ningqi broke through again.
He successfully connected his inner energy with his physical body and entered into his sixth suspended animation. Another half-month later, he woke up from the state of suspended animation, with a frightening light in his eyes and a strong aura.
In the seventh layer realm, my inner energy can now extend more than 3 feet outside my body.
It's a bit scary.
It's even condensed to the point where it smells like gang qi.
If I'm caught off guard, the enemy will suffer a big loss.
Ningqi feels that she is very strong now. After the inner strength gradually became stronger, he has begun to study the ultimate move.
Though martial
arts such as sword intention and fist intention that he had learned before, if added to the inner strength, will explode with powerful power, especially Ningqi's inner strength characteristics. It can be superimposed, and it becomes even more terrifying. For example, there is a move called the Triple Sword of Cold Flame.
It not only contains the dual characteristics of ice and fire, but also has the triple characteristics of shock, rotation and cutting. If this move is used, the fifth senior brother's body-protecting aura will definitely not be able to stop it.
Ningqi tried again to use his inner strength to penetrate the white ape's body, but still failed.
However, this failure also made Ningqi more convinced that the internal strength was not strong enough.
Once we break through again and reach Bati realm, there should be no problem. Ningqi felt that there should be no problem in arriving at Beijing when he was around 7 years old.
While thinking,
Luo Wentian's joyful call came from outside the hospital.
Xiaojiu, are you out of seclusion?
Luo Wentian had been here before, but Bai Yuan told him that Ningqi was in retreat, so he didn't bother him. When he came back this time, he found that Ningqi had already left the retreat.
Ningqi smiled and said, I just came out today and haven't had time to tell my senior brother yet. Luo Wentian waved his hands and said, It doesn't matter, I just came over casually to take a look.
If you need anything, please feel free to tell senior brother.
Ningqi nodded. He has no doubt about this.
Speaking of which, he has never gone down the mountain to obtain martial arts resources until now. Unlike those untrained people who may have to fight desperately for a breakthrough pill, he feels that he is quite lucky.
Avoid fighting when you are weak. Elder brother, how is the situation inside the door recently? It's pretty good. There's nothing major. It's just that master still hasn't come out of seclusion.
Luo Wentian's eyebrows were a little worried. Although he believed in his master, he had been in seclusion for nearly half a year.
Master, there must be nothing wrong with it. The two chatted.
After a while, Jiang Baishan's call came from the distance. Elder brother, the people from Zai Sword sect are here again. Ningqi keenly grasped the key words.
Here we go again.
He naturally knew that Zai Sword sect was one of the first-class sects in Qingzhou, and the strongest member of the sect, Zai Sword Master, was also a top expert in the Yuandan realm.
Elder brother, has this Zai Sword sect come here more than once? Ningqi asked. Luo Wentian nodded. This is the second time.
Next month is the 120th birthday of Sword Lord Zai. It is reasonable to ask Master to come forward to attend, but Master was in retreat last time they came here.
Now they are probably invited again. Master still has a lot of respect in Xingzhou. I'm going to meet them. It's not a big deal. You can just do your own thing in peace.
Luo Wentian patted Ning Qi on the shoulder and prepared to leave.
Ning Qi said,
I'll go there with senior brother. Luo Wentian was stunned for a moment. It was rare for Ning Qi to take the initiative to make a request.
That's fine, you will eventually have to see more of the world from now on. Soon.
A few people saw the arrival of the Zai Sword sect. The leader was the third disciple of the Zai Sword sect. He seemed to be about the same age as Luo Wentian, but his cultivation level was lower. Brother Luo, I have taken the liberty to come here to disturb you. It's really my mentor who is thinking about Senior Lon Shan and hopes he can go and talk about it.
I don't know if Senior Lon Shan has been released from seclusion. Luo Wentian shook his head and said, Thank you for the kindness of Sword Master Zai. Unfortunately, my master is still in retreat. I will go there on behalf of my master at that time. Please forgive me.
The third disciple waved his
hands repeatedly. Brother Luo is serious.
I was already bothered by the second invitation, but my master wanted to see if there was anything Senior Longshan needed help with, so he just asked me to come and see him.
Luo Wentian narrowed his eyes, then smiled and said,
I'm sorry for Sword Lord Zai's thoughts, but it's only a matter of time before my master breaks through to the realm of heaven and human in this retreat.
It's almost certain.
The third disciple had some awe in his eyes. I see, then I wish Senior Longshan a smooth escape. I have to invite others, so I won't bother you for now. Watching the people of Zai Sword sect leave, Ning Qi, who had been silent until now, slowly spoke. Elder brother, why do you always feel that this person from the Zai Sword sect is not here to invite you to the birthday banquet, but instead to test the master's situation?
Luo Wentian said. Junior brother is smart. Do you know what rumors are going on in Qingzhou now?
I don't know. Some people say that Master was injured by a strong man from the demon sect, and was forced to retreat to heal his wounds. He was even seriously injured and on the verge of death. Jiang Baishan next to him snorted coldly. If it weren't for that traitor, how could this happen?
Luo Wentian shook his head slightly.
Manhwa sect has become very popular in recent years, and it will always attract some covetous eyes. This time the master retreats to break through the heaven and human realm. It is also a test for us. Fortunately, the fifth junior brother has been promoted to the Gangyuan realm, and there is no need for him to be in charge.
Big question.
Zai Sword sect is not the only one who is testing, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Since he has invited me, I will go there openly, otherwise it will appear that we are not confident enough.
I will go to the birthday banquet then.
Fifth junior brother should cheer up and discuss more matters with second junior brother and the others.
Jiang Baishan nodded repeatedly.
Eldest brother, don't worry. As long as we are here, nothing will happen to your family.
Just don't worry and go to the birthday banquet.
Ning Qi's eyes flashed slightly. He always felt that things were not that simple, and secretly made up his mind that he had to cheer up during this period of time. He was worried. Fifth senior brother Jiang Baishan may not be able to control the situation.
Time passes.
Half a month later, Luo Wentian selected a few outstanding inner and outer sect disciples and prepared to go down the mountain to attend the birthday banquet of Zai Sword Master. The journey is long, so you need to start early.
Fifth junior brother, you are the strongest.
You have to be more careful recently.
There are also second junior brother and 3 junior sisters.
You should all be more vigilant and don't allow anyone to disturb Master's retreat.
Luo Wentian warned.
Elder brother, don't worry, it just so happens that the sword hasn't been stained with blood since I broke through the Gangyuan realm. There was murderous intent in Jiang Baishan's words. It is true that the Zhenwu sect has justice in their hearts, but as a warrior, who does not have blood on his hands?
Don't be careless. With another warning, Luo Wentian took the people away.
In the Taoist courtyard, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly after receiving the news. He asked Bai Yuan to pay more attention to the movements inside the door recently and tell him immediately if there was anything abnormal.
No one knows. This junior, who is only over 6 years old, is the most powerful being in Jinwu sect besides Taoist Longshan. Luo Wentian's departure did not bring many changes to the Jinwu sect. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Jiang Baishan is in charge of Jinwu Mountain, which makes all his disciples feel at ease.
Looking at the world, there are not many sects with strong Gangyuan realms. These are all great masters who are famous. Even though the Niyuan realm and the Jinwu sect is just a disciple, if they were placed outside, they would be first class.
Master. The Great Yin dynasty was divided into prefectures and counties.
In one county, those who had perfected the tempering body were enough to rule the roost and become the local powerful.
However, Jiang Baishan and others remembered Luo Wentian's instructions and did not relax their vigilance.
The disciples patrolled even more closely.
In the blink of an eye.
It is already 10 days later.
The night is dark.
The foot of Jinwu Mountain. 3 figures in black squatted on the tree trunk, not showing their true faces, only showing fierce eyes, like nighthawks, a little penetrating. One is stout, the other is tall, and the one in the middle has the most ferocious aura. If there are people who are familiar with the 3 here, they will be able to recognize their identities. The 3 evil men of Tiling, the river dragon Tailong, the ground tiger Tiehu and the flying eagle Taiying, are well-known evil men in Qingzhou. They kill people and their whereabouts are unknown. All 3 are in the White Mist realm, and ordinary first-class sects dare not provoke them.
Boss, you have been waiting for so long, when will you kill us?
Tiehu couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, his eyes were a little bloodthirsty. It's been a long time since I did such a thing of exterminating a family. I'm afraid that the land of Qingzhou has almost forgotten the prestige of the 3 of us. He sneered, which made people shudder.
But Tailong in the middle shouted in a low voice. Tiehu, do you want to die? Taoist Longshan is still here. Do you want to destroy his sect?
There is a rumor in Qingzhou that Taoist Longshan had his heart broken by a powerful demon sect. I am afraid he is not far from death. I haven't killed a Yuandan realm yet.
TSK, if I can kill a Yuandan realm, my life will be worth it. Tiehu didn't care. Idiot. Tailong scolded. Do you really think that rumor is true?
There is also a rumor that Taoist Longshan is about to be promoted to a celestial being.
Why don't you believe it? Tiehu shut up immediately. He is in the celestial being realm.
Killing him is no different from crushing an ant. Taiying, who had been silent, smiled and spoke. Okay, boss, you've known that the 3rd brother has always been stupid for a long time, so don't be angry with him.
What about being seriously injured and dying, breaking through to the heavenly realm?
I don't know if it's true, but there is one thing that Wang definitely didn't lie to us.
The Taoist priest Longshan is in seclusion.
As long as we don't make too much noise, he will never fight to the death and come out. Without the Taoist priest Longshan, the Jinwu sect only has Jiang Baishan who has just broken through to the Gangyuan realm.
The rest are not to be feared. All 3 of them smiled easily. Taiying continued.
But our goal this time is not to kill the Jinwu sect, but to inherit the Jinwu sect.
Tailong nodded and said.
Yes, the first target is the Sutra Pavilion.
Second brother, you are the fastest. When the time comes, you go to the Sutra Pavilion.
I will make some noise in front to attract the true disciples of Jiang Baishan.
If anyone blocks it, your speed will be the best. Solve it and find the inherited skills in Jinwu sect. Third brother, you are supporting us from behind. If there is any movement, support our retreat at any time. In addition, we must keep an eye on the bottom of the mountain.
It would be bad if someone else is also eyeing the Jinwu sect and collides with them.
Taihu and Taiying both nodded.
The 3 people have been famous for so many years, but they can still be carefree and comfortable, which is inseparable from the tacit cooperation.
However, Tiehu said unwillingly. Boss, this man surnamed Wang spent so much money to ask us three brothers to take action.
It seems that the inheritance of this Jinwu sect is not trivial.
Are we just going to give it to him?
Tai Long was helpless. You idiot, why don't we secretly make a copy ourselves when the time comes, and give a copy to the one named Wang?
In case old Master Longshan comes out of seclusion and becomes active, we can also attract Master Longshan's attention.
There are rumors in the world that Longshan's ability to enter the Yuan Dan realm so quickly is inseparable from the inheritance he received.
This time we have the opportunity to see it.
If it is really a peerless inheritance, and we robbed it and left Sangzhou, wouldn't it be possible for Mr. Wang and old Master Longshan to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to find us?
The three of them smiled sinisterly. The night is getting darker. Tai Long looked at the time and said coldly, "Walk."
The three of them flew through the sky like giant eagles.
Immediately afterwards, the troops divided into three groups.
Tai Hu squatted near the Jinwu sect's mountain gate to provide support.
Tai Long went straight to the Jinwu sect.
As for Tai Ying, he concealed his figure and was ready to attack.
Not long after,
there was a roar, and then there were shouts and curses.
"You are so brave, you dare to come to our Jinwu sect and act recklessly. Where did this thief come from?
He doesn't know whether to live or die. A powerful man in the Gangyuan realm is still hiding his head and tail.
Let me, Jiang Baishan, come and meet you."
More and more disciples of the Jinwu sect gathered.
Tai Long's deep and hoarse laughter also sounded in the night sky. "I heard that old Master Longshan is about to die. I want to see if it is true and call old Master Longshan out. You brats are not worthy." On the martial arts field,
streams of firelight gathered from all directions. Tai Long was alone, standing with his hands behind his back, but he had an aura that was unstoppable. He randomly shot out a stream of Gangqi between his fingers, and shot it towards an inner disciple with astonishing power. The disciple's mind went blank, but fortunately Jiang Baishan in the distance took action in time, swinging a sword energy and cutting off the Gang energy. Otherwise, this disciple is afraid that his head will fall to the ground immediately. But even so, after being rubbed by Gangqi, there was a wound on the chest that was as deep as the bone.
The gap between Niyuan realm and Gangqi realm is too big. Jiang Baishan's eyes turned cold and he shouted,
"Everyone, step aside, I'll meet him." His body was like lightning, killing the Iron Dragon. The words continued to exchange, and he was testing the origin of Iron Dragon. He was a little shocked in his heart. He could clearly feel that the man in black was very powerful, and he still had some power left.
"Your Excellency, what are your intentions for disrupting our true martial arts sect late at night?" Tai Long just sneered and didn't answer. Taoist Longshan hadn't appeared for so long.
It seemed that he was in retreat and couldn't come out.
He was determined. He even sarcastically said, "Is this the true strength of the Jinwu sect? It's a vain name."
Jiang Baishan's face turned red, but he was helpless. Fortunately, at this time, Xiong Shi, Yi Qinghe, and other true disciples had arrived.
"Fifth junior brother, we are here to help you. The strength of several true disciples is quite impressive." After joining the battlefield, they immediately restrained Tai Long so that he could not hurt anyone. "There's a commotion here." Tai Ying immediately took action. "There is no signal arrow. It seems that the boss is able to do it with ease."
He watched the firelight gathering toward the martial arts arena, chuckled sinisterly, and then concealed himself and moved towards the Sutra Pavilion.
Tai Ying's body technique was very skillful.
Gangqi flowed on his toes, and he could cover extremely long distances with one step. He easily avoided the scattered disciples who gathered at the martial arts
field. But don't know why.
The further inside he went, the more frightened he felt.
It's like being watched by something.
He secretly increased his vigilance.
"Who are you? Get out." Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version.
Finally, Tai Ying couldn't stand the crazy feeling, so he waved his hand and blasted towards the attic next to him.
The Gang Yuan exploded, wooden pillars broke, and the pavilion crumbled. Tai Ying's eyes narrowed.
A middle-aged Taoist walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of him.
The Taoist looked ordinary and carried a big sword on his back.
This Taoist is none other than Ning Qi. He naturally sensed the movement in the martial arts field in front of him. He wanted to go over to support him, but he didn't expect that the person who attacked at night was so cunning. He built a plank road in the open and secretly attacked Shinsong, aiming directly at the Sutra Pavilion. He observed it for a moment. The person in front of him was not weak.
It is the Gangyuan realm.
The people who hide their heads and show their tails finally come out.
Tai Ying laughed ferociously.
But his inner vigilance was raised to the extreme, and he found that he couldn't see through this person.
Ning Qi said calmly. I'm afraid you are the one who hides his head and shows his tail. What are you doing visiting my Jinwu sect late at night?
He wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack, but the perception of the Gangyuan realm strongman was extraordinary, and he had no chance to get close.
This person deliberately destroyed it just to force him out. We must fight quickly.
The brothers in front were still fighting. Ning Qi couldn't waste time.
Tai Ying was about to reply.
But he found that the Taoist rushed over without saying a word, and he didn't play by the rules at all. He felt a sense of crisis all over his body. He felt that the one who could have such deterrence must also be in the Gangyuan realm.
Jinwu sect actually hides such a master? Wang is harming me.
Tai Ying shouted in his heart, and his Gangqi burst out with all his strength. Fist and claw energy blasted through the air, and the sound of an eagle's cry was faintly heard in the night sky.
His name was Fei Tianying.
He was good at body movements, but his strength was not weak either.
The Tianying Jingang he cultivated was even sharper.
At this time, the roots of Gangqi pierced through the air, carrying a very strong momentum.
But the next moment,
his eyes widened, a little unbelievable. I saw that the Taoist opposite did not show his Gangqi, but just casually swung the big sword, and actually chopped all the Gangqi into pieces.
But then, Tai Ying was furious. A powerful man in the Gangyuan realm, not showing his Gangqi, is he trying to play tricks on me?
His eyes were cold, and his figure dived like an eagle.
Tianying Jingang was best at close combat, and he wanted to teach the arrogant Taoist opposite a lesson.
Ning Qi was secretly sighing that the Dragon sword was really good. At this time, seeing the black-clothed man opposite being angry and actually rushing over, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. The most troublesome thing about Gangyuan realm for him is that Gangqi can fly dozens of feet away. If the opponent fights him from a distance, he needs to spend some effort to get close.
But now, Tai Ying doesn't know Ning Qi's background, but rushes over. It's like waving to the king of hell.
Ning Qi's figure was as ethereal as a white cloud, either dodging the energy or swinging the Dragon sword, with his internal energy attached to it, smashing the energy into pieces. But at this time, Tai Ying took the initiative to rush forward, at an extremely fast speed. Ning Qi also changed with the situation. With a tap of his toes, his momentum suddenly changed, his eyes were indifferent, and he rushed forward like a dragon in the night, even faster than Tai Ying. The ethereal dragon step he created was a unique skill. Whether it was flexible dodging or rapid sprinting, all aspects were extremely outstanding. At this time, it suddenly exploded, making Tai Ying's heart jump, and he felt something was wrong. But it was too late. The two rushed towards each other, and the distance of dozens of feet was just a breath away. Tai Ying looked at the indifferent middle-aged Taoist, and his heart was scared, but at this moment, the bravest one would win when they met on a narrow road. He also had confidence in his Tianying Jingang. If he retreated at this moment, his momentum would inevitably fall behind. He was afraid that he would return empty-handed today, and he might not even be able to retreat unscathed. There were still 3 feet left. Iron Eagle's palms turned into eagle claws. With a clang, a pair of cold claws appeared on each of his palms, emitting a faint glow in the night sky. He shouted in his heart, "Sky Eagle Claw!" His eyes flashed with ferocity, and streams of chi gushed out from his body, tearing through the cold claws, instantly forming 2 sharp eagle claw chis. One could even hear the Sky Eagle's long cry, shaking people's minds. The first move was a killing move. With this move, Iron Eagle was invincible, and even killed a Gang Yuan realm expert. But Ning Qi was not an ordinary person. The impact of the Sky Eagle's long cry on him was negligible, and several fake deaths made his mind stronger than his peers. Looking at the Eagle Claw's true Qi, Ning Qi's expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. In Taiying's surprised eyes, he gently waved the Dragon Owl sword and slashed at a distance of 2 meters. To Taiying's surprise, the sword was not surging with Gangqi, but a red and blue internal energy extended out. Inner Yuan realm? Taiying felt a little absurd, and then wanted to laugh. The guy opposite turned out to be a pig pretending to be a tiger. A person in the inner Yuan realm actually scared his Gang Yuan realm. But the sarcastic laugh stopped before it came out. Taiying's eyes widened, with a strong sense of disbelief. I saw that the red and blue internal energy extended from the Dragon Owl sword and broke through 3 meters in an instant. Ning Qi gently waved the sword. The person was 3 meters away, but the internal energy had already killed him. The physical strength was even more integrated into it. Taiying seemed to see 2 giant mountains of ice and fire pressing down on him. The faint roar made his scalp numb, and the strong burning breath hit his face. At the same time, there was a sense of extreme cold that made people palpitate. He had never heard of such a terrifying sword intent, and the internal energy was even more horrifying. Tianying's true energy was broken without any resistance. The 3-meter internal energy sword energy was invincible and continued to slash. Taiying's soul was all gone. He just had time to support the protective energy, and the whole person was frozen in place. He slowly lowered his head. I saw a horrifying wound extending from the left shoulder and cutting all the way from the right abdomen. The blood was about to spray out, but it was frozen by the extreme cold, forming a series of blood flowers. What is this? Taiying's eyes bulged, and he tried his best to move his palm, but his vitality was lost at an alarming speed. He could feel that the so-called inner strength was vibrating, rotating, and cutting. His protective chi was like brittle paper and was chopped into pieces almost instantly. You said this was the inner Yuan realm? But he was destined not to get an answer. Ning Qi swung his sword again. The sword sealed his throat, and the coldness bloomed. The blood that was about to spurt out suddenly solidified. Taiying's body fell to the ground. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. This man is weaker than I thought. White Mist Realm, it seems that this is just that. Ning Qi had a clearer understanding of his own strength. The first battle against the Gangyuan realm, he was also quite satisfied with the power of the Cold Flame Triple Sword, and it was easy to slash the protective chi of the White Mist realm. Of course, it is also possible that the man in front of him is not very powerful in the White Mist realm. I have to support my senior brother and them. Ning Qi glanced at the body of this man. There was no time to deal with it now. He ran quickly towards the direction of the martial arts field, where the battle was still going on. But what he didn't know was, at the moment he killed Taiying, the situation in the martial arts arena changed. Originally, Tai Long fought all the true disciples alone, and even had some strength to spare. He made provocative remarks from time to time, attracting everyone's attention completely. TSK, Xingzhou said that Longshan Laodao's disciples were all talented, but today I saw that they were just a so-so. A correct version of the book in 1619. But just after he finished saying this, his face changed drastically. A faint pain came from his heart. It made his pupils show an incredible look. The second brother is dead? How is it possible? Tai Long was almost cut by Yi Qing his sword light when he was distracted. Yi Qing Ha cursed. You are hiding your head and showing your tail at your age. I think you dare not provoke my master's waste. If I practice for a few more years, I will kill you like slaughtering a dog. Tai Long punched out, and the fist force repelled everyone. He didn't care about talking nonsense, but just looked in the direction of the sutra library in horror, with a huge wave of emotions in his heart. When the 3 evil men of Teeling had their fortuitous encounter, they had 3 heart-sharing goo, which the 3 of them swallowed separately and parasitized in their bodies, which could enhance their martial arts practice. In addition, if one of them dies, the other 2 can sense it.
And now, Taiying's Tongxinggu is dead. What does this mean? How is it possible? How long has it been since the second brother came? Maybe he hasn't even reached the sutra library yet. How could he suddenly die? Doesn't it mean that the second brother has almost no resistance in the hands of the person in the dark? Tielong's eyes flashed with fear. To be able to kill the second brother in seconds with such strength, even if it is a sneak attack, it must not be underestimated. Is it another hidden master of the Jinwu sect, or is it that the old Taoist Longshan has come out of retreat? Fuck! That bastard surnamed Wang is cheating us. Tai Long gritted his teeth and felt scared at the same time. Although they all called the old Taoist Longshan, if they really let them fight against the Taoist Longshan, they would run faster than anyone else. The reputation of the Taoist Longshan is not blown, but earned by killing with swords in the past. The three of them together are not enough for others to see. The reason why he dared to come to Jinwu's sect and act wild now was because he knew that Taoist Longshan was in a dead-end retreat and couldn't come out. We have to retreat. Retreat quickly. Tai Long immediately wanted to retreat. He had no intention of avenging Taiying. He didn't know what the master in the dark was like, and now the Tongxinggu was backlashing, causing his strength to decline. He had to find a place to recuperate immediately. If he continued to delay here, he might die here. Tai Long waved his fists repeatedly, and dragon-shaped energy flew out, attacking indiscriminately, with constant roars. But Jiang Baishan and others were not easy to deal with, and they immediately saw Tielong's intention to retreat. Although they didn't know what happened, they certainly couldn't let the man in front of them leave easily. Come when you want, leave when you want. What do you think Jinwu sect is? Don't let him escape. This man's strength has declined. Jiang Baishan's eyes lit up and he noticed something. This man was not in the right state, and his Gangchi was no longer as ferocious as before. His eyes were cold, his sword wrapped around Gang Yuan, and he charged forward. The man in front of him came out of nowhere, and he had to figure out his intentions. It was best to capture him, otherwise he would be staring at the Jinwu sect in the dark, making it difficult for people to sleep peacefully. Kill him while he's sick. All disciples of Jinwu sect know this truth. The martial arts practiced by several true disciples originally came from the same source. Although they have not yet reached the final level of 9 heavens and humans fighting martial saints, their cooperation at this moment actually suppressed the declining Iron Dragon. Iron Dragon was furious. If he hadn't been bitten by the Tongxinggu and had no desire to fight, how would he have been bullied by these brats of the Jinwu sect? Now. Anyway, Taiying had died in the Sutra Pavilion, so he couldn't care less about hiding his secret knowledge. He waved out his palm. The Gangchi was like a dragon, roaring furiously, blasting towards Yi Qinghe with astonishing power. Jiang Baishan's expression changed, and he immediately dodged and landed in front of the mad dragon's aura. His sword energy was like rain, and finally shattered the mad dragon's aura. Xiongshi recognized Tai Long's identity and shouted angrily. Hunji Anglong. You are the Hunji Anglong among the 3 fiercest men in Tiling. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. They had naturally heard of the reputation of the 3 fierce men of Tiling, but what worried them most was not their individual strength, but the fact that the 3 of them had always been inseparable, which meant that 3 of them at the Gangyuan realm came to Jinwu Mountain. When they thought of this, everyone's hearts beat wildly, they looked around with alert expressions, and they didn't dare to pursue. Take this opportunity. Tai Long has quickly distanced himself. He glanced at Jiang Baishan and others coldly, but said nothing. At this time, a thick figure flew from a distance and roared. Boss, I'm here to support you. How did the second brother die? His eyes were red, like a man-eating ferocious beast. He immediately let everyone in the Jinwu sect know his identity, the ground tiger Tiehu, but what Tiehu said made everyone stunned. Is the flying eagle, the second of the 3 evils in Tiling, dead? Tai Long shouted angrily. You idiot, we've been tricked, let's go. He didn't bother to explain. He took the lead and rushed down the mountain. Tiehu, who had just come to support him, was stunned on the spot. He glanced at the distance unwillingly, stamped his feet and turned around to leave. Everyone in the Jinwu sect did not dare to act rashly. After all, who knows if the flying eagle is really dead? If there is a fraud, wouldn't it be just what he and others wanted to pursue him? And even if he is really dead, the remaining 2 Gang Yuan realms are not something that he and others can pursue. The Iron Dragon and the Iron Tiger flew through the mountains and forests until they were very far away before the Iron Dragon stopped panting. Damn it! He punched the tree hard, making a hole. Tiehu said unwillingly. Boss, what is going on? Those brats just now, what are we too afraid of? How did the second brother die? Tai Long turned his head and said fiercely. We were tricked by that man surnamed Wang. The Jinwu sect is not limited to Jiang Baishan and only the Gangyuan realm. It is very likely that there are hidden masters. Just now I attracted everyone's attention, and the second child took advantage of the chaos to go to the scripture pavilion, but after just a moment, the Tongxinggu began to bite back. Do you know what this means? The second child was easily killed by the hidden master. I even suspect that that person is Longshan Taoist. He is not in seclusion at all. Maybe he is taking this opportunity to fish. After figuring out the ins and outs, Tietu's pupils shrank sharply, and then hesitantly said, It can't be Longshan Taoist, otherwise the 2 of us wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly, and the master hiding in the secret didn't come after us. Maybe, the man in the secret is not that strong, and he is just careless? Tai Long thought about it carefully and found that what Taihu said made some sense. He was indeed frightened, but then he said, Even if he is not an old Taoist from Longshan, the person in the secret is definitely not simple. The second brother is always cautious in his actions and is not easy to trick. In any case, today's matter ends here. Now that our identities have been exposed, we must leave Qingzhou immediately, otherwise the old master of Longshan will come to take revenge in the future. The 2 of us will not be able to resist it. Tietu's face was filled with unwillingness, and he looked in the direction of the mountain. But my tyrant's true intention. Tai Long angrily yelled. Don't lose big because of small things. If you go back now, wouldn't you be throwing yourself into a trap? Tiehu fell silent immediately. Tai Long patted Taihu on the shoulder and comforted. Ahu, it's just the 2 of us from now on. Big brother promises you that this matter will never end. Wait until we go to other states to hide for a few years. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. In the future, we will break through to the Jade Liquid realm and even the Yuan Dan realm. Come back to avenge the second child. Iron Tiger responded with a loud sound. Yes, brother. But he was a little unhappy in his heart. If the elder brother lost his true intention of the mad dragon, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so rational. After all, what was lost was not his own. He scratched his back and touched the bump. The lines are a bit irritating. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The 2 rested for a while, and then gradually moved away. At this time, the Jinwu sect was on the martial arts field. Jiang Baishan, Xiongshi and the others were still in full position, vigilant, and the firelight illuminated their surroundings clearly to ensure that the enemy would not suddenly kill from the darkness. Why did the 3 evil men of Teeling suddenly attack my Jinwu sect? The 2 men just now should be Hunjianglong Tai Long and Zudidihu Tiehu. There is no third person. Could it be that Fiishiniang Taiying is really dead? If he is really dead, who killed him? Questions surged into everyone's mind. When Ning Qi approached the martial arts arena, he had already heard the identity of the intruder from the disciples' whispers. The 3 evil men of Teeling? Could it be that Fiishiniang was the one who died in my hands just now? Ning Qi pondered in his heart. Should I go down the mountain now to chase them and catch them all in one fell swoop? This idea just came up, but was quickly rejected by Ning Qi. It is not known whether the enemy is only the 3 evil men of Teeling. If he goes to chase the enemy now and others come to kill him, it will be too late to regret. It is better to stay in the mountain and protect everyone. Besides, it may not be possible to catch up with these people in the mountains and forests late at night.
It would be bad if they fall into an ambush. Ningqi performed the transformation and bone reshaping technique in the dark, restored his original appearance, and strode out. Yi Qinghe immediately spotted Ningqi carrying a sword on his back.
Xiaojiu, why are you here? She scolded, there are thieves attacking, how can you walk around? If you run into thieves, wouldn't it be bad? Ningqi whispered.
I heard the noise and wanted to come over to help my brothers and sisters. Everyone felt relieved, but still said. If you encounter this in the future, Xiaojiu, just hide well, and leave the rest to us. Although they all knew that Ningqi was gifted and could look down on his peers, he was still young after all, and he probably couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. Everyone was alert. A disciple's shout came from a distance. Second brother, third sister, traces of fighting were found here, and there is a body. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Where is it? Take us there now. Jiang Baishan almost shuddered all over and immediately realized what happened. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Then, the others also thought of something, and they couldn't help but rush over there. Ningqi felt helpless. Of course he knew what it was. After killing Fei Tianying, he was in a hurry to come to support and didn't have time to deal with his body. Now he should have been discovered by his disciples. His eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Soon, everyone appeared at the place where Ningqi and Taiying had fought before. The conspicuous traces made people gasp. The almost collapsed pavilion and the crisscrossing traces on the ground all showed that the battle that had just taken place here was definitely at the level of Gangyuan realm. A master of Gangyuan realm sneaked in. Did Hunji Anglong attract our attention just now? The enemy was obviously plotting something big by repairing the plank road in the open but secretly attacking Chinsung. Looking at this direction, it happened to be the only way to the Sutra Pavilion. Wolf ambition. He actually plotted to inherit the martial arts of Jinwu sect. Everyone was shocked and angry. Then Yi Qinghe was the first to react. Just now, Zodihu said, how did Lao Er die? Could it be that, the man in front of us is Fei Tianying? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. A powerful man in Gangyuan realm, actually died like this? Xiongshi squatted down. He pulled off the mask of the corpse in front of him, and suddenly, a thin and sinister face appeared in front of everyone, but on this face, the wide eyes still retained fear and horror, as if he had seen something incredible. Is it Fei Tianying? The others asked repeatedly. Xiongshi just frowned and shook his head slowly. I can't tell. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and took out a dagger from the waist of the disciple next to him. With one knife, he immediately cut the black clothes of the corpse, and the vague pattern was immediately revealed. Xiongshi's eyes lit up, and with his hands, the pattern on the back of the corpse was completely exposed in front of everyone. It was a tiger coming down the mountain, with extraordinary power and filled with a special charm. Xiongshi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It is the flying eagle." Jiang Baishan asked, "Second senior brother, how do you know?" Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Xiongshi said slowly, "You all know the three evils of Tiling, but do you know their origins?" Everyone shook their heads, but Yi Qinghe frowned and said, "It is rumored that they are not brothers, but they are from a place called Tiling, and they became sworn brothers later." Xiongshi said, "Yes, now it seems that the rumor is true. When these three people came out of Tiling, they had an adventure, but they didn't trust each other that much, so they became sworn brothers. Not only that, it is said that the three people got three martial arts related to dragons, tigers and eagles, so they changed their names to Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger, and Iron Eagle." Ningqi was staring at the tiger picture in a trance. He had already seen that there was a mystery in the tiger picture. Once the mind was immersed in it, the tiger seemed to come alive, roaming the mountains and forests, and every move contained the truth of martial arts. Hearing Xiongshi's words at this moment, Ningqi subconsciously asked, "Brother, do you mean that this pattern is related to Fei Tianying's identity?" Xiongshi nodded and said, "Yes, these three brothers have committed many evil deeds, and they are even a little wary of each other. In order to prevent themselves from being betrayed one day, they tattooed all 3 true intentions they got on their bodies. He paused here, with a playful look in his eyes. But it's not their own martial arts tattooed on themselves, but each tattooed on other people's bodies. Everyone suddenly understood. So, this Fei Tianying has the martial arts of the other 2 evils? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Zodihu's Tyrant Tiger true intention. Xiongshi nodded. If so, then the one on Hunjianglong is the Sky Eagle true intention, and the one on Zodihu is the Crazy Dragon true intention. At this moment, everyone believed that the man in front of them was Fei Tianying. No wonder Tiehu was so angry when he came up before, and even left reluctantly. It turned out that the root was here. Feishinying died in Jinwu's sect, which means that Zodihu has no true intention from now on. It would be strange if he was not furious. True intention is different from the martial arts recorded in the book. If you observe and comprehend it at any time, it is like a sudden enlightenment. You can more easily reach the advanced level of martial arts, and even create different martial arts from it. It is a treasure that can only be made by a powerful person who has refined a certain martial arts to the best level. A correct version can be found in 16191 book and 1 forum. Everyone's eyes are a little hot. This Tyrant Tiger's true intention is a good treasure. But soon, Jiang Baishan's words shocked everyone. Then, who killed Feishinying? Before, I was busy confirming Feishinying's identity, but forgot this important thing. Who was fighting with Feishinying, and even killed Feishinying here? Jiang Baishan's eyes were dim. He was the only one in the Gang Yuan realm among the people present, so he naturally looked more carefully. He had just been observing the traces of fighting nearby. At this moment, he squatted down, stroked the 2 wounds on Taiying's chest and neck, took a deep breath and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Fei Tianying was killed instantly by this unknown strongman with 1 sword. Without the sword on the neck, Fei Tianying would also die." He felt tremendous pressure. Just now, he kept imagining that if he were in Fei Tianying's position, he would probably not be much better. It would be nothing more than a matter of 1 or 2 swords. Jinwu Mountain suddenly had such a sword master, which made him feel a little uneasy. Everyone was silent, shocked in the heart. Although the 3 evil men of Tiling had a bad reputation, their strength was still real. Gangyuan realm was among the top masters in the whole Qingzhou, but now they were easily killed by someone. You can imagine how powerful the person who shot was. Could it be someone else who invaded my Jinwu sect? As soon as this thought came up, everyone felt great pressure. But immediately a disciple came to report. "My fellow brothers, there is no sign of invasion in the Sutra library, and there are no traces of fighting in other places." Everyone looked at each other. If this unknown strongman really has bad intentions, I am afraid that no one in Jinwu's sect can stop him, and he can enter and exit places like the Sutra library freely, unless it is his own master who has come out of retreat. But now there is no movement, which means that this unknown strongman is most likely not malicious. You say. Is it possible that this unknown strongman is the hidden foundation of my Jinwu sect? After he found the flying eagle sneaking in, he shot it to death. Everyone's eyes lit up. Automatically imagined an old Taoist priest with a crane-like appearance. It is very likely. Otherwise, it cannot be explained. Looking at the increasingly excited expressions on the faces of his senior brothers and sisters and many disciples, Ning Qi raised his head from the tiger's true intention, with a strange look on his face. To some extent, they were not wrong. Ning Qi is the protector of the Jinwu sect, and he is indeed a member of the Jinwu sect. However, one thing he guessed wrongly is that Ning Qi is not an old man, but a child under 7 years old. Ning Qi laughed dumbly. He had no idea of an explanation. One is because of what happened to Qin Yin before, and the other is that he is a protector of the Jinwu sect. Naturally, the deeper he hides himself, the better. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Ning Qi will not expose his strength. Before he is strong enough, Ning Qi will do his best. Low profile. It would be better if he was in the dark. Fortunately, our Jinwu sect still has strong men guarding us secretly, otherwise today would be terrible.
Everyone was a little scared afterwards. If the Flying Eagle were to loot the Sutra Pavilion, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the Jinwu sect. I wonder how powerful this senior is. The Jade Liquid Realm, or the Yuan Dan Realm like master? Everyone was a little curious, but they were too wise to explore his identity. Since Taoist Longshan didn't tell them the secret, there was obviously no need to explore it. They just guessed in their hearts. But there is no doubt that such speculation has cheered everyone up a lot. After all, what happened today has also dealt a certain blow to the morale of the Jinwu sect.
Ningqi watched as Xiongshi cut off the true intention of the tiger on the back of the Flying Eagle.
The true intention was imprinted on the back in a special way and could only be cut off. He was a little moved.
I have already understood several martial arts through simple observation. If you can immerse yourself carefully, you can definitely gain greater gains.
But he was in no hurry. This tiger's true intention is most likely to be placed in the Sutra Pavilion. Yi Qinghao was in a daze.
She was thinking about what Jiang Baishan and Xiongshi said, and she always felt a little weird in her heart.
What is the secret background of my Jinwu sect?
I always feel that the death of this Flying Eagle is a bit strange.
He was killed on the way to the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. She frowned. Suddenly,
a figure came into her sight, carrying a big sword and carefully watching the bare stone peeling.
Yi Qinghe's pupils trembled. Junior brother?
An idea suddenly appeared in her mind that she found unbelievable, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of panic in her heart, but then she shook her head and laughed, feeling that she was a little stupid. Xiaojiu is a monster, but he has only been practicing martial arts for 4 years. I guess he has just broken through to the inner Yuan realm.
How could he have the strength to instantly kill a strong man in the Gang Yuan realm?
Yi Qinghe took a step forward by mistake and saw that Long Zhao's sword was not stained with dust and had no smell of blood at all. If Ningqi felt something, she turned around and smiled.
Third senior sister?
Yi Qinghe let out a breath and cursed himself for being too stupid for having such unrealistic thoughts.
She smiled and said, "You're still young, don't look at this.
Second senior brother will send it to you after he has taken care of the true intention.
Don't worry." With that said, she pulled Ningqi away. After all, skinning is not a beautiful sight.
In their hearts, their junior brother is still a simple little white sheep who stays in the yard reading and practicing all day long. After the night attack of the 3 evils in Teeling,
the entire Jinwu sect was on alert.
There were several times more disciples on patrol to ensure that there would be no blind spots. They had been slacking off over the past few years, but one attack last night was enough to wake everyone up. Although there might be a great master in this sect, they couldn't
go gamble.
Now that Fuxianying died in the Jinwu sect, Xiongshi and others were worried that Hanjianglong and Zudihu might not be willing to let go and might be waiting for an opportunity to
retaliate.
What's more, I don't know if there are other forces coveting the Jinwu sect. But Ningqi was more relaxed, because he knew that he was the one who killed the Flying Eagle. He was not worried at all about the other 2 coming to take revenge. They were just delivering food when they came. He actually hoped that those 2 would come. In this case, there might be hope for him to put together 3 true intentions. Ningqi stared at the true intention of the tyrant in his hand, feeling a little regretful.
The true intention is indeed not that simple.
Bahujuan, Bahujin, Bahujin Gang, the techniques from the body tempering realm to the Gangyuan realm are all in the same line, and they are all superior. Not only that, they even contain some of the secrets of heaven and man.
In the past few days,
after Xiongshi dealt with the true intention, he sent it to Ningqi. They all knew that Ningqi was very interested in different martial arts classics. With Ningqi's understanding, this true intention has no secret in front of him.
Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version.
Zodihu spent decades of hard work, but he only understood part of the Decepticon's true power, which was not as good as Ningqi's one-night comprehension. This part of the secret technique of heaven and man is the most powerful, and it can even be said to be the essence of true intention.
Unfortunately, this is only 1/3.
The other 2 parts are estimated to be contained in Tianying's true intention and Quanglong's true intention. Ning Qi slowly put away the human skin roll in his hand, feeling a little regretful. If he had chosen to pursue him that night, he would have had the chance to kill both Hanjianglong and Zudihu, so that the three true intentions would be in his hands, and the value would be much greater. But he has no regrets. Compared with the true intentions of the 2 volumes, he cares more about the safety of his brothers and sisters. If something unexpected happens, he will regret it. It's not a big problem. When your realm is higher in the future, you can try to complete it or even take it to the next level. After all, Ning Qi is only in the Niyuan realm. It would be a bit too much for him to create the secret art of heaven and man now. He still doesn't know what the so-called resonance between heaven and man and the power of heaven and earth is. But even so, this tiger's true intention has benefited Ning Qi a lot. The Wanxiang chapter he created has made further progress. He has even begun to create the Wanxiang Zheng'an that will be practiced in the future Gangyuan realm. A few days later, the Jinwu sect has been calm, and there is no sign of Hanjianglong and Zudihu. Jiang Baishan and others are slightly relieved, but they don't relax their vigilance. This lasted until 10 days later. Luo Wentian and a group of disciples appeared outside the mountain gate. They looked anxious. When they saw Jiang Baishan and others, they asked repeatedly, "Xiaowu, what's going on?" Luo Wentian looked a little ugly. They received the news on their way back from attending the birthday banquet of Zai Jianzuan, and immediately rushed back at full speed. Jiang Baishan hurriedly said, "Big brother, everything is fine inside the sect." He immediately described the details of the night attack. Seeing Luo Wentian coming back, everyone felt relieved. Although Luo Wentian's cultivation was not the highest, he had always been the one who worried about the affairs of the Jinwu sect and managed them in an orderly manner. The growing strength of the Jinwu sect was inseparable from his contribution. Luo Wentian's originally ugly expression eased a little, but he was still very solemn. He let out a long breath and said, "We just came down the mountain not long ago, and the sect was attacked at night. It is impossible to say that there is no connection between the two." Everyone had also guessed it long ago, and their eyes were condensed with anger. "Big brother, you mean Zai Sword sect?" Ning Qi's eyes condensed slightly. Zai Sword Master was a master of Yuandan realm. The Gangyuan realm is divided into 3 realms, Baiwu, Yuye, and Yuandan. The differences between each realm are huge. In the Yuandan realm, he is already the strongest person among gods and humans, and can even float across the sky for a short time with his powerful Gangqi. Even Ning Qi doesn't think he can cross so many realms and fight against Yuandan realm experts. He is not so arrogant. Luo Wentian looked solemn. There is no such coincidence in the world. This matter is absolutely inseparable from the Zai Sword sect. Ever since Master went into seclusion, there have been various rumors in the world. Some said that Master was seriously injured and dying, and some said that our Jinwu sect has a supreme inheritance. This time the 3 evils of Teeling attacked Jinwu Mountain at night. I am afraid that they were influenced by such rumors. Influence. Everyone was shocked. If others believe it to be true, then the Jinwu sect will be nothing more than a piece of fat in the eyes of those who are desperate to take risks. Perhaps this incident of the 3 evils in Teeling is just a test. So what should we do now? The plan for now is to guard Jinwu Mountain and don't let young people disturb Master's cultivation. Once Master comes out of seclusion, everything will be solved. Luo Wentian's eyes were firm. Issue a recall order to recall all the disciples who are training outside. From today on, Jinwu Mountain is closed. No disciple is allowed to enter or exit at will. We are waiting for the Master to come out. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. There was forbearance in their eyes. Because everyone in the Jinwu sect knows that Taoist Longshan is not seriously injured at all, but is in seclusion to hit the bottleneck of heaven and human beings. Once Taoist Longshan comes out of seclusion and the Jinwu sect has a strong person in the heavenly and human realm, any crisis will be easily solved. Ning Qi felt calm. He is not needed for patrols on the surface. If there is another Gangyuan realm strongman intruding, he will take action.
However, he felt that the setback of the Teeling Three Evils this time should also be a deterrent. Those who covet the inheritance of the Jinwu sect may not continue to act. The Jinwu sect has completely entered a state of martial law. Teams of disciples patrol back and forth every day, and the intensity is at least 10 times higher than before. Disciples who were outside were also called back. The foundation of the Jinwu sect has begun to emerge. Thousands of disciples gathered on Jinwu Mountain. On the surface, there was Jiang Baishan, a strong man in the White Mist realm. Ordinary people did not dare to take risks easily. Period. There were also thieves who wanted to sneak up the mountain, but they were discovered by Jinwu sect disciples and surrounded and killed. However, apart from the 3 fierce men from Teeling, there was only one White Mist realm powerhouse who came quietly and concealed his identity, but was repelled by Jiang Baishan and his disciples. But they don't know. The White Mist realm expert was quietly killed by Ning Qi. But this time, I was not so lucky. I did not get the treasure secret book like the true intention of the tyrant tiger. I only had the sword of the White Mist realm strongman and a few pills. After Ning Qi identified them, he suppressed these things. Under the corner. Time passes slowly. Months have passed in the blink of an eye. After the Jinwu sect was completely under martial law, after experiencing the initial chaos and temptation, the others also knew that the Jinwu sect was not to be trifled with, especially as Jiang Baishan gradually gained a reputation, so no one dared to come. In particular, Luo Wendian was also actively sending signals to the outside world that Taoist Longshan was about to be promoted to heavenly being, which shocked a group of Gangyuan realm masters. Many people have gradually come to believe this statement. It can be said that this was killed with one sword by a disciple of the Jinwu sect. And during this time, the number of times Ning Qi took action was also very few. He only secretly intercepted 2 Gangyuan realm masters. On the surface, he didn't need his help, so his practice wasn't too affected, he just needed to be more vigilant than usual. Last month. No thieves dare to go up the mountain anymore. The storm has almost subsided. Ning Qi also gradually felt relieved. Seeking Taoism in the courtyard. Ning Qi felt the inner energy in his body that had once again connected with the physical body, and his eyes flashed slightly. Half a month ago, he had been able to fake his death for the 7th time, but he was still a little worried about the instability of the Jinwu sect. It wasn't until another half-month passed and it was basically confirmed that there was no danger that Ning Qi made up his mind. Sheng Tian, if anything happens in the door, wake me up as soon as possible. Ning Qi ordered. The state of suspended animation cannot be forcibly awakened, otherwise the previous accumulation will be in vain, but compared to wasting a few months, the status of senior brothers and sisters is obviously higher in Ning Qi's mind. Yes, teacher. A respectful low voice sounded. The one who spoke turned out to be the white ape. I don't know when the edges of his eyes began to have a trace of gold, which looked extremely magical. A few days ago, he finally perfected his internal organs and learned the art of ventriloquism. Now he can communicate with Ning Qi in language. Ning Qi nodded slowly. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Then it closed the door. The 7th time he faked his death, he was already familiar with it. Listening to the gradually disappearing breathing sound inside the door, determination flashed in by Yuan's eyes. He naturally knew about the recent affairs of the Jinwu sect, and he felt even more powerless in his heart. He felt that he could not help, and was a little frustrated. I have made up my mind to practice harder in the future and strive to become a strong person in the Jinwu sect as soon as possible. The white ape is practicing the Ape King stake. This pile skill in his hands is already somewhat different from the one originally created by Ning Qi. Bai Yuan is trying to adjust the pile skill according to his own characteristics to achieve a better fit. His cultivation speed was also very fast. During Ning Qi's retreat, no one came to disturb him. During this period, all the true disciples were very busy, and few people came to Ning Qi. Half a month later, Ning Qi woke up again. Feeling his body that had been improved again and his extremely solid internal energy, he had an unexpected surprise in his eyes. Eightfold Realm.
now my internal energy can extend 10 feet.
This is extremely amazing.
You know, ordinary warriors who have reached the perfection of the 9th level of the inner realm can only extend their internal energy by 10 feet, but Ningqi can extend it 10 times.
Moreover,
Ningqi is only in the 8th level, and has not yet reached the 9th level of perfection. It is hard to imagine how powerful Ningqi will be after he reaches the perfection of the inner realm. With a stronger strength, it will be much easier for me to meet the flying eagle again. Even if the 10-foot internal energy cannot leave the body, it is enough to kill him instantly if he is caught off guard. Ningqi was very satisfied. Moreover, he had a hunch that after the 8th layer of internal energy, it was already solid enough, and perhaps there would be unexpected gains this time.
Tian Shang, nothing happened during my half-month retreat, right?
The white ape stood respectfully.
Teacher, everything is safe in the sect.
That's good.
Ningqi
nodded slowly, and then a smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
Teacher has made another breakthrough this time. Maybe I can find out the situation in your body, let's try?
The white ape was stunned at first, and then he shuddered uncontrollably.
Then he closed his eyes and looked forward to death. Teacher, come on. Seeing this,
Ningqi laughed dumbly, and couldn't help knocking on the white ape's head and scolding.
You bastard.
The white ape chuckled. Of course he knew that Ningqi would not hurt him, but he was always a little afraid when facing unknown things, but also a little expectant, because Ningqi had told him that perhaps this method could be used to activate his blood in advance. Whether the alien beast is strong or not depends on the strength and degree of development of its root heavenly beast blood. The former determines the upper limit of the alien beast, while the latter determines the current strength of the alien beast.
Ningqi thought so.
He put his palm on the white ape's shoulder, and the internal energy that was much more condensed than before immediately penetrated into the body of the white ape.
Before,
every time Ningqi's internal energy penetrated, it would dissipate at a very fast speed, resulting in a lack of follow-up power, but now it is different. The internal energy has sufficient stamina, and it is now constantly passing through the tendons, membranes, and blood of the white ape. Ningqi has roughly explored it several times, and has also made various assumptions through medical means. After the breakthrough of internal strength, he felt like a fish in water. The natural tendons and bones are indeed different from those of humans. I had deduced it before when I created the Ape King pillar for him. Now it is more intuitive to explore through internal strength, but the biggest difference should still be in the blood. Ningqi closed his eyes and tried his best to perceive, with a strange look in his eyes. The internal strength obviously had a more stagnant and blocked feeling in the blood. Not only that, he had vaguely felt a certain sense of oppression from it.
The natural blood is indeed extraordinary.
This further confirmed Ningqi's guess. He used to think that the blood of the heavenly beast in Yuan Tianqing's body might be too strong to awaken. Now it seems that this is the case. He couldn't help but look forward to it. If one day, Yuan Tianqing's blood awakens, coupled with the martial arts he practices, how powerful it will be, and he must be a king among the strange beasts.
The internal strength flows slowly.
The joy in Ningqi's eyes became more and more intense, and there were flashes of inspiration in his mind. The first time he had a clear understanding of the situation inside the white ape, this body, which was completely different from that of humans, gave him a lot of inspiration. The secrets deep in the blood cannot be explored for the time being, but the secrets of the flesh can be explored. Ningqi slowly withdrew his internal energy and opened his eyes.
At this moment,
the internal energy in his body had been basically consumed.
It was not an easy task to probe the internal energy into someone else's body. Perhaps even ordinary Gangyuan realm masters could not do it.
The white ape was also a little tired. However, he had been sitting respectfully without any resistance. He said he was afraid, but in fact he was very cooperative. He knew that Ningqi was doing it for his own good. Seeing the white ape looking at him expectantly, Ningqi laughed.
Good, little monkey, you are looking forward to it now.
The white ape showed a flattering look on his face, and hurriedly massaged Ningqi's legs and shoulders respectfully. Ningqi said with a smile, "Don't worry, we should be able to figure it out after a few more times." Then I can tailor a secret technique for you, and maybe we can activate some of the blood power in advance."
The white ape was overjoyed and couldn't help but somersaults.
He scratched his ears and cheeks excitedly. Ning-Chi looked at him with a smile.
He was a little emotional.
The little monkey who had been so stubborn to follow him back then has now grown up and even has a strength far beyond that of the iron-armed ape. 3 years of companionship. Ning-Chi has regarded the white ape as his family. Finding out the blood in his body is not only to help him, but also to satisfy his curiosity, enhance his knowledge and background, and of course, to see if there is anything he can learn from. Thinking of this, Ning-Chi suddenly thought of the fat man Zhuangchen from the Divine Sword sect.
If we can find out the principle of the innate sword bone, maybe we can create a batch of acquired sword bones through acquired means in the future?
Ning-Chi smiled slightly.
In the following days, the turmoil in the Zhenwu sect has completely subsided.
However, patrols were still not relaxed, especially near the Sutra Library. Luo Wendian and others finally made some time to visit Ning-Chi, and there were more people coming and going in the Tao Academy again. They were also worried that the recent turmoil in the Zhenwu sect would make Ning-Chi anxious.
"Xiaojiu, just wait for Master to come out of retreat, and everything will return to the way it was before. Don't worry,"
the senior brothers and sisters all asked with concern. Ning-Chi just smiled and said that he was not affected.
Luo Wendian and others naturally didn't know.
A correct version in 16-9-1 Book 1 bar. Every night, Ning-Chi would patrol Zhenwu Mountain to prevent any Gangyuan realm masters from sneaking in. Even without their knowledge, he also solved several groups of powerful invaders, including Baiwu realm masters, and masters of Niyuan Deshang or Niyuan Yuan Yuan.
In addition,
Ning-Chi still worked hard according to his own practice rhythm, while continuing to connect the internal energy with the physical body step by step. On the one hand, he used his inner strength to continuously probe the condition of the white ape's body, and also kept searching for records and descriptions of strange beasts and heavenly beasts in the Sutra Library.
10 days passed.
The spiritual light accumulated in Ning-Chi's mind became more and more intense.
Heavenly beasts are beasts that are blessed by heaven in legends.
They are born with all kinds of powerful abilities and can control the power of heaven and earth.
Alien beasts have the blood of heavenly beasts.
No matter what kind of beasts they are, they all have a little bit of heavenly beast blood in their bodies.
If the blood of heavenly beasts awakens, they will have all kinds of powerful abilities and become alien beasts. The awakening of blood makes alien beasts powerful. Then, conversely, if the alien beasts themselves become powerful, can their blood be further awakened?
Ning-Chi was thinking about how to activate the blood in the white ape.
He already had an idea. At this moment,
if the existing body is not enough to activate the blood, then make the body strong enough. In this way, the blood will be forced to awaken, forming a positive cycle, and the natural strength will usher in a leap.
In Ning-Chi's mind,
auras intertwined, and martial arts involving the secrets of the body flowed in his mind. The physical condition of the white ape that he had explored clearly in recent days also flooded into his mind. He closed his eyes. Deep in his mind, he could vaguely see an ancient ape roaring to the sky. All the spiritual light blossomed in born fruit, and a secret technique was formed. It's called the Ape King's true body. Ning-Chi opened his eyes full of joy and a sense of accomplishment. He couldn't wait to see what the white ape would look like after practicing the Ape King's true body.
"Tian Shang, I'll teach you a secret technique." Hearing this,
the white ape quickly stopped his standing practice and ran over happily, with anticipation in his eyes.
4. So many days, he had been cooperating with Ning-Chi's investigation, from the initial fear of death to the later willingness to accept it, just because Ning-Chi said that it might be possible for him to awaken his bloodline in advance. Bai Yuan always thought that he was just an ordinary ape, but Ning-Chi told him that the reason why he could not become a strange beast was because the blood in his body was too strong to awaken. This made him look forward to and long for the day when his bloodline would be awakened. In the past few days, the Zhenwu sect has been under enemy attack. He saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Although he practiced very quickly, he was only in the body tempering stage after all. He really couldn't be of much help in such a matter. At most it helps with patrolling. And now, he finally had a way to become stronger quickly. As long as he awakens his bloodline, he will definitely be able to make a leap in strength, and then he can become stronger by constantly tapping his bloodline. Coupled with the martial arts taught by Ning Qi, his growth rate will be much stronger than that of ordinary alien beasts. Please teach me, teacher. The white ape bowed respectfully. He has always admired and been grateful to Ning Qi. If Ning Qi hadn't brought him back, he would still be just an ordinary white ape in the mountains. At most, he would be a little smarter than other beasts. Ning Qi smiled slightly and began to tell. The so-called true body of the Ape King starts from the heart, visualizes the Ape King, condenses the physical body, and has access to spiritual thoughts. The white ape sat cross-legged on the ground. He listened to Ning Qi slowly speaking, fascinated, and felt that a door to a new world was slowly opening. The mystery between body and soul unfolded before his eyes. He didn't notice that Ning Qi's voice had stopped, and he still kept his posture with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. His mind was filled with the secret technique just mentioned. A long time. The white ape just woke up from that obsessed state. His eyes were full of admiration, and he looked at Ning Qi as if he were looking at a god. Student, thank you teacher for giving me the Dharma. Ning Qi just nodded with a smile and encouraged. With your talent, if you work hard, you should be able to see results in 2 months. After that, he left with his hands behind his back. Ning Qi is now 7 years old. He is like a young boy. His posture with his hands behind his back is a bit funny, but in Bai Yuan's heart, it is so unfathomable. The biggest desire in Bai Yuan's heart is to one day be truly recognized by Ning Qi and become his disciple. Others don't know how powerful Ning Qi is, but Bai Yuan and Ning Qi get along day and night, so he naturally knows a little bit about it. He feels that if he wants to become a disciple of a peerless person like his teacher, he must work harder. Otherwise, even if Ning Qi agrees, he himself will not have the face. Students must work harder. Bai Yuan's eyes were firm. After the teaching, Ning Qi did not stop his steps. Although the Ape King's true body was a secret technique created for the white ape, it could also be used for his own use. Ning Qi continued to compare the differences between his own body and the white ape's body. As long as you understand the principles, you can easily use it on Ning Qi. While steadily moving towards the Judy realm, Ning Qi is also constantly accumulating. Creating magic is a must-have activity for him every day. To this day, he has created so many martial arts secrets, large and small, that he himself the number is unclear. Some are placed in the Sutra Pavilion, and some are not recorded for the time being. One night, Ning Qi stood in the mountains and forests, his perception magnified to the extreme. After making sure there was no one around, he started taking action. The originally short body swelled up, as if blown by air. In the blink of an eye, it already exceeded 2 meters. It continued to expand at an alarming speed, and finally stopped at a height of more than 1 foot. Like a little giant. If the Taoist robe had not been made of a very special material, it would have been completely shattered. Even so, it was still tightly attached to the swollen body, which looked a bit weird. But Ning Qi's focus is not on this. He is feeling his own great power. At this moment, he was moving at will, blasting and throwing boulders with both hands, creating hideous holes in the mountain, or uprooting giant trees. The pleasure of releasing his power made him unable to hold back. Want to roar. But I still held back. Although this place is some distance away from the gate of the Zhenwu sect, it would not be good if the movement is too violent and draws everyone here. There was something strange in Ning Qi's eyes. What a powerful force, at least 5 times stronger. This is an exaggeration. You know, Ning Qi's own physical body is extremely terrifying. Now in this special state, if the physical body is 5 times more powerful, I am afraid that one punch can easily explode the White Mist realm. This is exactly what Ning Qi achieved during this period. It is also the true form of the Ape King, but he has made optimizations that are more suitable for him after combining the transformation and bone replacement technique. After testing for a while, Ning Qi slowly returned to his original form. It's a pity that the Ape King's true body can only strengthen the physical body. If my inner energy can be 5 times stronger, I'm afraid I can even reach the Yuandan realm?
But this can be the direction of our future efforts, striving to make the secret technique of the Ape King's true form more powerful. If one day it reaches the level of the heaven and the earth, then it will be a true magical power. Ning Qi has some expectations. In some myths of the past life, immortals revealed their dharma appearance in their battles, which were infinitely high and infinitely far away, and contained immeasurable power.
Perhaps one day he could do the same.
White apes are the best objects to observe.
Let the white ape cultivate the Ape King's true form, and then feed back the blood, which may bring unexpected changes to this secret technique. Next,
Ning Qi let White Ape practice on his own. Although he looked forward to the day when White Ape would succeed, he would not force him too much and would do everything from his heart. But the day when White Ape became the true form of the Ape King was much earlier than the 2 months estimated by Ning Qi.
It's snowing heavily.
Bai Yuan succeeded and was waiting outside Ning Qi's house early in the morning. When he saw Ning Qi coming out, he immediately said respectfully,
"Teacher, the student has become the Ape King's true form." Ning Qi's eyes showed surprise.
Then he nodded with satisfaction. It took half a month less than expected. It seemed that Bai Yuan had put in a lot of hard work.
"Come and try." Bai Yuan hesitated.
Because Ning Qi once said that he should not show his martial arts skills in front of others, he was worried that his words here would make too much noise and be seen by others. Ning Qi saw his thoughts and smiled.
"It doesn't matter, I can find it if someone comes over."
Every time his senior brothers and sisters came over, he could already feel it from a distance.
Hear the words. White Ape didn't hesitate.
In Ning Qi's expectant eyes, he activated the Ape King's true form. In an instant, Ning Qi's eyes became surprised. He saw that the white ape's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was originally about the same size as Ning Qi. The height was close to 2 feet, but in an instant it was already close to 2 feet. This is even more exaggerated than when Ning Qi turned around the Ape King's true body.
The white ape at this moment. It can no longer be called a little monkey, but a 2-foot-tall giant ape.
The white hair on its body is not dry at all, but is extremely shiny. The muscles on its body are bulging high, showing a sense of strength.
Not only that,
the golden color in the white ape's pupils became more and more obvious, with some kind of mystery. The white ape's face was extremely excited, and he seemed to want to howl, but he suppressed this instinct. Ning Qi looked at the white ape at this moment and asked,
Tian, how do you feel now?"
The white ape's heavy hum sounded.
"Teacher, I feel better than ever before. I feel that my power is much stronger.
There seems to be a magical power emerging from my body." Ning Qi's eyes flashed, especially when he paused for a moment on the white ape's golden eyes.
"Is this the bloodline?"
As I speculated before, the rapid and powerful physical body forced the awakening of the bloodline. I just don't know what kind of bloodline I was born with.
Maybe the master will know. He continued to ask. "Do you feel it's easy to maintain your current status?"
Yuan Tiansheng scratched his head and said,
"It feels pretty good. If it wasn't a fierce battle, it could even last forever."
Ning Qi was a little surprised. You must know that he needs to consume energy to maintain the true form of the Ape King. With his physical foundation, he can only maintain it for a few hours at most before taking a break.
Unexpectedly, the white ape can maintain it forever.
It seems that some changes have taken place after the bloodline awakened and the Ape King's true body was combined. To a certain extent, it can be said that the current state is also a natural true body, so he does not need to work hard to maintain it, but only needs it when fighting.
The consumption is more intense. Ning Qi was a little happy.
He likes this unexpected change.
Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version.
Although the Ape King's true form was created by him, after combining with the blood of the white ape, it can undergo new changes, allowing him to get more inspiration.
Come, try your current strength.
Ning Qi stood with his hands behind his back.
White ape didn't hesitate. Any hesitation in the slightest is disrespectful to one's teacher.
It would be damning if one's own strength could hurt the teacher. Yuan Tianqing took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled, with overwhelming momentum, suppressing him like a mountain. There was no bells and whistles, only the oppressive feeling of absolute power. But Ning Qi was calm and calm. His left hand was still behind his back, and then he slowly raised his right palm. The white ape's giant palm, which looked like a boulder, was so easily fixed in Ning Qi's palm. The visual impact was extremely shocking, but the disparity in power made the white ape even more odd. He originally thought he was like this in this state. I might be able to shake the teacher a little bit, but now that I have such close contact, I realize how impressive my teacher is. Ning Qi slowly retracted his palm and nodded in approval. Yes, you have a strength of 30,000 kilograms. When your body tempering is completed and your bloodline is further developed, you may be able to have a strength of 80,000 to 90,000 kilograms. Even though he is in a giant ape state, he is still quite powerful. However, it is still incomparable to the supreme foundation created by Ning Qi. Ning Qi does not use any secret skills or martial arts, but he has a strength of 100,000 kilograms with one arm. White Ape returned to his original state, scratched his head and said sheepishly, "I feel like I've never been in better shape now, but I'm just a little hungry." Ning Qi nodded. "It should be caused by the awakening of the bloodline. I will ask senior brother to prepare more food and treasure materials for you. During this period, your strength will leap forward. Now that the bloodline has awakened, you don't have to be as cautious as before. Hurry up. It doesn't matter if you reveal one or two things to senior brother." In the past, the white ape was not allowed to be shown in front of people, out of caution, lest people know that he knew how to perform meritorious deeds. But now that the bloodline has gradually awakened, and with the identity of the alien beasts covering up, there is no big problem in showing off one's strength. Ning Qi stared at Bai Yuan's golden eyes. Some powerful beasts will awaken talents. He thinks that the white ape's golden pupils may be one of them, because the white ape just said that if he concentrates on it now, the speed of moving objects will slow down a little. However, if this kind of talent is to be fully awakened, it requires a certain degree of blood development. He thinks that the white ape's golden pupil talent will be very strong. If he can study it clearly, the harvest will be great. But with my current internal strength, I can only explore this level at most. It involves the deeper changes in the blood of the heavenly beast. I need to be stronger, and I am afraid that even the Gangyuan realm cannot do it. Ning Qi can only suppress this thought temporarily. Next. The strength of the white ape is almost different every day, and the progress of body tempering begins to surge. In just a few days, it has already broken through from the perfect refining of the internal organs to the refining of the marrow. And then it has moved forward all the way, as if it is assisted by God after the awakening of the blood. According to this trend, perhaps the body tempering can be perfected next year. But even now, as long as the white ape shows the true body of the Ape King, it can also beat most of the warriors who have perfected the body tempering realm. Luo Wentian and others came upon hearing the news. They all knew that the white ape had awakened its bloodline. Ning Qi did not hide it from them. After all, the rapid growth of the white ape during this period also required a lot of resources. I don't know what kind of bloodline Tianqing has, but he is so powerful just after awakening. The eyes of the true disciples were extremely happy. Yuan Tianqing in the distance showed his true form as the Ape King, with abundant power, which was amazing. They all thought that this was the talent of the white ape. They searched various records in the classics and rejected most of the known bloodlines of apes and exotic beasts. Such exotic beasts as Tongtian ape, iron arm ape, white giant ape, silver ear ape, etc. are different from what Yuan Tianqing showed now. Yi Qinghe sighed. There are thousands of bloodlines of exotic beasts in the world, and a special bloodline will appear from time to time. Tianqing may be this kind of exotic beast. We can only wait for Master to come out of retreat to see if we can recognize it. I didn't expect that the little monkey who couldn't even beat a gibbon at the beginning is so powerful now. The white ape scratched his head honestly. Everyone praised him. In everyone's opinion, with the talent of the white ape, he will definitely become a great foundation of the Jinwu sect when he grows up in the future.
Ningqi just smiled and watched. The original white ape had a lot of strength, but he could only hold it back. Now he can finally show himself openly. As long as he doesn't tell others about the Zhuanggong, there is no big problem with ordinary killing martial arts. That only involves the use of strength. But if he steps into the inner Yuan realm and Gang Yuan realm in the future, he must be more careful.
In this regard, the white ape himself is also very clear. Although he is sometimes naughty, he can distinguish the importance of things.
Time passes. The awakening of Yuan Tianqing's bloodline caused a big sensation among the disciples of the Jinwu sect.
Everyone was excited and happy for him, but the white ape only showed the real body of the ape king in front of the true disciples.
Slowly, the heat gradually passed.
The white ape still mingles with the disciples as before, but now there is a new project. He can learn from the disciples of Jinwu sect to increase his practical experience.
Yuan Tianqing's strength is steadily improving. Ningqi is the same.
After the white ape awakened his bloodline, he also explored the changes in the ape king's true body and adjusted this secret technique at all times.
So, in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. This year's Jinwu sect's end of the year competition was obviously quieter. The previous events still had a great impact on the Jinwu sect.
Although the storm has gradually subsided, the disciples are still on guard every day and dare not relax, for fear that the enemy is just paralyzing themselves.
Master has not come out of retreat yet.
I don't know if his state of mind has been affected. After the competition, Yiqing has said with some worry.
Taoist Longshan has been in retreat for almost a year.
But at this moment, Ningqi was the first to look at the back mountain, followed by Jiang Baishan, and then many true disciples.
Everyone sensed that special fluctuation.
Ningqi's eyes were filled with surprise.
Is Master about to have a breakthrough?
The fluctuation from the back mountain was extremely conspicuous and extremely special, full of a sense of oppression.
Everyone thought of this almost immediately. Because at this time, only Taoist Longshan was in retreat in the forbidden area of the back mountain.
All disciples, listen to the order, immediately guard Jinwu mountain. Luo Wentian was the first to react and shouted directly. All the inner and outer disciples immediately dispersed and went to the surroundings. After several true disciples looked at each other, they all ran towards the back mountain. There was hope and expectation in everyone's eyes. Taoist Longshan had been in retreat for so long, and the disciples hoped that he could succeed soon. The closer they got to the back mountain, the more they could feel the strong sense of oppression.
At this moment,
that area seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth. Every step closer, they had to bear greater pressure.
Everyone stopped. The power of heaven and earth. This is the power of heaven in man. Master really succeeded. Jiang Baishan said ecstatically. Everyone was delighted.
Although they had known for a long time that Taoist Longshan would succeed in breaking through, the feeling was completely different when it really happened before their eyes. Ningqi was delighted, and at the same time, there was something strange in his eyes. He was carefully sensing the power of heaven and earth that was spreading everywhere. The scriptures in the Sutra library recorded that when one was just promoted to the heavenly man realm, the power of heaven and earth would gather.
The heavenly man realm could mobilize the power of heaven and earth.
For low-level warriors, this sense of oppression was extremely serious, and it was also called the power of heaven and earth. With Ningqi's strength, he could still move forward, but his brothers and sisters had already stopped, so he couldn't move forward. Ningqi just carefully sensed the power of heaven and earth that was spreading everywhere. On weekdays, the power of heaven and earth was silent, and he had no chance to sense it even if he wanted to. Now he happened to meet a heavenly man realm strongman who broke through, and the power of heaven and earth was extremely active. This was a once-in-a-century opportunity.
Feel, the power of heaven and earth seems a little familiar?
Ningqi's mind was full of flashes of light.
At this moment,
all the disciples looked closely at that area.
Suddenly,
a figure in a Taoist robe appeared in the distance, and then soared into the sky.
the Taoist stood with his hands behind his back, smiling. He stood in the sky like an immortal. Who else could it be if not Taoist Longshan? Even some outer and inner disciples saw this scene. All the disciples were excited. Flying in the air, the realm of heaven and man. This is the symbol of the realm of heaven and man.
A Yuandan realm expert can only float in the air for a short time with the help of powerful Gainchi, and it consumes a lot of energy. Only a strong person in the realm of heaven and man can control the power of heaven and earth to fly in the air. This is a qualitative breakthrough. At this moment, everyone looked at Taoist Longshan with respect, especially Luo Wentian and others. Recalling their experiences in the past year, they all felt that they had finally gotten what they wanted. Taoist Longshan slowly closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. When promoted to the heavenly man realm, the power of heaven and earth is extremely active. To some extent, this is a blessing from heaven and earth to the newly promoted heavenly man, and the opportunity must be firmly grasped.
Luo Wentian and others also knew this.
Therefore, no one spoke to disturb. Moreover, they themselves were also trying their best to perceive, but unfortunately, they could only feel that awe-inspiring sense of oppression, as if it were real, with Longshan Taoist as the center, spreading outward in circles. Even after Longshan Taoist came out, everyone was forced to retreat another step. Luo Wentian and Jiang Baishan and others smiled at each other, all helpless. They all felt like they had entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Obviously, the blessing is right in front of them, but they can't touch it. Fifth junior brother, can't you feel it either? Jiang Baishan shook his head slowly. I feel a little bit, but my realm is not enough, or if my comprehension is stronger, I can gain something.
He was also helpless. Everyone sighed. At this time,
Yi Qinghe exclaimed in surprise, which immediately attracted everyone's attention.
She whispered. Xiaojiu seems to have had an epiphany? Everyone was shocked, and then they all looked at Ning Qi.
They saw that Ning Qi was closing his eyes at this time, and a special aura was all over his body, as if he had no perception of the outside world.
When he was 4 years old, Xiaojiu had had an epiphany.
I didn't expect that he would have an epiphany again now. Yi Qinghe's words were a little envious. Ordinary people may not be able to enter the epiphany state in their lifetime, but Ning Qi has had it twice in just 3 years.
A correct version of the book in 1619. Everyone was envious.
At the same time, they were happy for Ning Qi.
Today was a double happiness.
Not only did the master successfully break through the heavenly realm, but the little junior brother also entered the epiphany state again. But what they didn't know was that Ning Qi had more than 2 epiphanies in 3 years.
At this moment,
Ning Qi's mind was constantly flashing with inspiration.
The accumulation of the past burst out at this moment.
He finally remembered why the power of heaven and earth was a little familiar.
This is when the root bone was formed.
I once sensed a strange connection between myself and the world. At that time, I also used it to find the trace of my second senior brother. I didn't know what it was before, but now I know that it is the power of heaven and earth. In other words, the root bone is not only related to the entry of martial arts, but also involves the level of heaven and man.
The root bone may be the key to prying the power of heaven and earth? At this moment, Ning Qi had too many thoughts in his mind.
Root bones, innate energy, power of heaven and earth, innate bone building skills, various descriptions and records about the heavenly man realm, and even the only heavenly man realm skill in the sutra library, wisps of spiritual light merged into his mind. Ning Qi did not expect that he would have the opportunity to come into contact with the power of the heavenly man realm so early. Although he only observed from a distance and did not reach
the essence.
But he also benefited a lot. He had a deeper understanding of the heavenly man realm. When he stepped into the heavenly man realm in the future, it would be much simpler, and he would not have to grind at the bottleneck like ordinary people. I don't know how long it has been.
Ning Qi finally opened his eyes again.
The root bones of the human body have a certain connection with heaven and earth.
This is a shortcut.
Through this, we can touch the mystery of the power of heaven and earth in advance.
This secret technique can be called the unity of heaven and man. His eyes were full of joy. The secret technique of the unity of heaven and man. It was the result of his sudden enlightenment just now. It can be used in battle. If this secret technique is used, it can activate the magical root of the body and draw a little bit of the power of heaven and earth in advance. Although Ningqi cannot directly control this level of power of heaven and earth, it can greatly increase the internal strength. In addition to being used in battle, it can also be used for comprehension. From time to time, the power of heaven and earth is drawn, even if it is not as active as it is now, but after a long time, Ningqi can also comprehend a lot of things with his comprehension, and can clear the obstacles to the promotion to the heavenly realm in advance. It can be said that this is a secret technique that makes Ningqi happier than the real body of the Ape King. This time the harvest is huge. If it weren't for the breakthrough of Taoist Longshan today, forming a field where the power of heaven and earth is active and rich, even if Ningqi's comprehension is against the sky, he can't create such a secret technique. This opportunity is hard to come by. Xiaojiu, how are you? When everyone saw Ningqi open his eyes, they all looked forward to it. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Somewhat enlightened. It's not that he hides his secrets, but that even if he teaches him step by step, fellow seniors may not be able to learn such secret techniques. Many of the martial arts and secret techniques he created can only be used by himself, and he can only take some. The reduced version is placed in the Sutra Pavilion. Everyone was overjoyed. They know Ningqi's character. Since they said this, they must have gained a lot. Finally, the opportunity brought by Master's breakthrough to the realm of heaven and man was not wasted. Everyone was about to speak. Now, Taoist Longshan has also opened his eyes. The power of the surrounding heaven and earth began to dissipate and cool at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was some regret in his eyes. Although he had tried his best to seize this opportunity, his ability was limited after all. Didn't achieve much breakthrough. In the years to come, I can only rely on my own hard work. But Taoist Longshan was still extremely happy. He has already entered the heavenly realm before he was 100 years old, and he still has more than 700 years of life. He cannot say that he will definitely break through to the martial saint realm, but at least there will be no problem in entering the advanced realm of heavenly human realm. Looking up to the sky and laughing, Taoist Longshan flew as fast as lightning, and then slowly landed in front of Ningqi and others. He had already seen the disciples. Not seeing each other for so long makes me miss you a little. All the disciples congratulated together. We congratulate Master on his promotion to heaven. From now on, Fengsu can control the wind and live freely in the world. Luo Wentian and others all had joy in their eyes. This is simply a shot in the arm for the Jinwu sect. From now on, the Jinwu sect has heavenly beings in charge and has become one of the top martial arts sects. The Jinwu sect is already on the road to prosperity. It has heavenly beings sitting on its side and a lifespan of 800. In the future, as long as there are strong men from generation to generation, it will continue to prosper. On Shinwo Mountain, everyone's gazes were fiery. At this moment, all the disciples had known the news, and the boiling sound had even reached here. The atmosphere was even more lively than at the previous New Year's Eve. Everyone, get up. Taoist Longshan was also in a pretty good mood. Is everything okay inside the door during this period? He asked with a smile. But immediately, the smile gradually faded. Because he had already seen some clues from the embarrassed expressions of the disciples. Taoist Longshan said calmly. Let's go and tell my master slowly. I'm here and I won't let you suffer any injustice. Luo Wentian, Jiang Baishan and others felt the urge to cry for a moment. Only they themselves know how stressful this period of time is. Mingwu Pavilion. Taoist Master Longshan sat at the head of the table, while the other disciples sat on both sides. He slowly listened to Luo Wentian's account of what happened during this period, and his expression remained calm. However, everyone who was familiar with Taoist Longshan knew that the master was probably suppressing a lot of anger in his heart. That is to say, during the period of retreat as a master, the Jinwu sect has been under attack. Among them, the 2 waves of attacks by Black Sand Poison Man and Teeling 3 Fiends are the most serious? Luo Wentian nodded and said.
That's right, the Black Sand Poison Man was repelled by our joint forces that time, and the 3 evils of Teeling were the most dangerous that time.
If it weren't for my Jinwu sect's background to kill the Flying Eagle, I would have disturbed Master's retreat. He was still a little scared.
If Taoist Longshan were forced to leave the seclusion that time, it would definitely affect his ability to break through to the realm of heaven and human beings, and may even damage his origin and prevent him from being able to enter the realm of heaven and human beings for the rest of his life.
Hear the words.
Taoist Longshan was stunned for a moment, looking a little strange.
Luo Wendian noticed something was wrong with Taoist Longshan's expression, and he asked cautiously. Could it be that there are no other strong men in the Gangyuan realm in our Jinwu sect? Everyone's heart tightened.
If the person who killed the Flying Eagle that day was not from the Jinwu sect, it would be a bit scary. In fact, during this period, they also thought about whether it was someone else who killed him, but there was no answer. It took such a long time. Time did not appear, so they could only assume that he was a hidden strongman from the Jinwu sect. Taoist Longshan glanced at Ning Qi imperceptibly, and found that he looked at each other with an extremely calm expression, and immediately knew who this so-called Jinwu background was. He said slowly. Don't worry, he is a strong man from my Jinwu sect. All the disciples were excited, and they were completely relieved after receiving Taoist Longshan's affirmative reply.
But they didn't know that Taoist Longshan was extremely uneasy at this moment. He naturally knows the 3 evil spirits in Teeling.
They are all strong men in the White Mist realm.
Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. But his little disciple Ning Qi actually killed the Flying Eagle?
He felt somewhat dreamlike.
How old is your little apprentice?
Just 7 years old, not even 7 years old at that time. But being able to kill a strong man in the Gangyuan realm is simply outrageous.
This moment.
Taoist Longshan has an urge to know if Ning Qi has set foot in the Gangyuan realm. 7 years old in the Gangyuan realm may not be an exaggeration, but if he has not set foot in the Gangyuan realm, he kills Gangyuan with his cultivation in the Niyuan realm.
The situation seems more exaggerated?
He was a little confused. But inside I was mostly surprised and pleased. Every time he felt that Ning Qi had reached his limit, this
evil little apprentice would give him another severe shock. He didn't expect that.
Ning Qi actually grew up so fast and already looked like a protector.
But then,
a killing intent gradually rose in Longshan Taoist's heart. If it weren't for Ning Qi, the Jinwu sect would have suffered that day, and several of his disciples might have been killed or injured. Thinking of this, he was even more angry. The joy of breaking through the heavenly man realm had disappeared. At this moment, he just wanted to vent his anger for his disciples. Longshan Taoist looked at the disciples, and his words were calm and firm. Don't worry, the Jinwu sect will not be wronged in vain. All the disciples were excited.
Longshan Taoist's reputation was not blown, but earned by real swords and guns.
He had justice in his heart, but he was also decisive. The 3 evils of Teeling, Black Sand Poison Man, Purple River Sword Master, and those ulterior motives behind the scenes, I will seek justice for you.
Luo Wentian hesitated. Master, the matter of the Heavenly Man ceremony.
Longshan Taoist waved his hand. It's a good opportunity to invite fellow Taoists from Qingzhou, so that others will not think that my Jinwu sect has no one. His words were plain, but full of murderous intent.
It's better to do it today than to wait for a day.
I will go to the Purple River Sword sect today, and you stay at home.
Said.
Longshan Taoist had already stepped out of Mingwu Pavilion. Then, he soared directly into the sky. It doesn't take a day to reach the Purple River Sword sect when flying in the sky in the Heavenly Man realm. Everyone looked at the back of Longshan Taoist disappearing in the sky, and they all smiled bitterly. He had just broken through the gate and had not had time to drink a cup of tea, but he had already killed the Purple River Sword sect. This swift and resolute attitude made people stunned. But everyone felt extremely excited and proud. This was their master, Taoist Longshan.
The reckoning had begun.
Zai Sword Sect.
The pavilions are located in the mountains, dotted among them, and have a thrilling edge. This cannot be built by ordinary craftsmen, and must be assisted by accomplished warriors. The sword sect disciples walked among them, their faces full of pride. The Zai sword sect is a well-known first-class sect in Qingzhou, especially the leader Zai sword master is a strong man in the Yuandan realm. He turned 120 years old earlier this year, and there were so many people gathered there, it can be said that it made Zai sword sect very powerful. He Jianzong stole the show. The influence is taken to the next level. But today, the Zai sword sect received an uninvited guest. Above the sky, a figure wearing Taoist robes fell like a meteor and stopped above the Zai sword sect. No one noticed it at first, but as the faint voice resounded through the sky, all the disciples of the Zai sword sect immediately showed horror on their faces. Caller. Zai, get out of here. Taoist Longshan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked down at the entire Zai sword sect. An astonishing sense of oppression was already gathering. All the disciples of Zai sword sect looked up in shock. Walking in the air, a strong man in the heaven and human realm. At this time, a purple-robed figure also rushed out from the depths of Zai sword sect, and then soared upwards. But the purple-robed figure obviously did not fly so easily and comfortably, and even if he tried hard to be level with Taoist Longshan, he could not do it. He could only stand below Taoist Longshan, and he could not break away from the oppression. Although a strong person in the Yuandan realm can float into the air for a short period of time with Gangqi, there is still a qualitative difference from the heavenly man realm. Sword Master Zai's body was constantly rising and falling with sword energy, and he was frightened and angry. Taoist Longshan's actions clearly did not take him seriously. But he could only suppress the anger deep in his heart and squeeze out a smile. It turns out it's brother Longshan. I haven't seen him for a long time. I didn't expect that brother Longshan has already stepped into the realm of heaven and man. I really envy us. This sentence is the truth. Who in the Yuandan realm doesn't want to break through and advance to heaven? Originally there were rumors in Qingzhou that Taoist Longshan was in seclusion this time to attack the heavenly realm. He didn't take it seriously. Only those in the Yuandan realm know how to break through to heaven. How difficult it is for people. But now, seeing Taoist Longshan coming through the air, Zai sword master suddenly felt something bad. Taoist Longshan looked down at Zai sword master with indifferent eyes. He didn't pay any attention to the compliment. He just said, "Tell me, why are you plotting against my Jinwu sect?" Zai sword master's expression changed drastically. "Brother Longshan, what do you mean?" The ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and his eyes flickered slightly. Taoist Longshan had no intention of talking nonsense with him. The Taoist robe stirred up, and the power of heaven and earth gathered towards the purple river sword master to suppress him. The purple river sword master shouted angrily, "Longshan, do you think that no one in this world can control you after you have been promoted to heaven? Today you bullied me, the Zai sword sect, for no reason. Such evil behavior must not be tolerated in Qingzhou." He was a bit sullen, but Taoist Longshan just smiled coldly. Stubborn. He waved his hand casually, and a huge handprint flew away with astonishing power. "You really think that I, the purple river sword master, can't be squeezed out of clay? Even if you have already stepped into heaven, you can't even think of being so presumptuous." Zai sword master looked up to the sky and roared angrily, the sword energy around his body condensed, and he slashed towards Taoist Longshan with a surging edge. In an instant, the area where the two were stuck in the air had various powerful fluctuations spreading towards the surroundings. The two figures continued to rise. In everyone's nervous eyes, the war is about to break out. No, maybe it's not a big war, but a unilateral defeat. Zai sword master had just finished those words. The whole person has fallen from the sky. Just a few breaths. The outcome has been decided. A big handprint forcefully knocked Zai sword master, a high-ranking master of the Yuandan realm, down to earth. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with broken muscles and bones, coughing up blood, and even his sword was broken. The surrounding disciples looked at the scene in front of them in horror and confusion,
not daring to get close at all. The former strongest man in the Zai Sword sect was now in such a mess, which gave them an unreal feeling. The look in Taoist Longshan's eyes was filled with awe and fear. At this moment, they truly understood the difference between the heavenly human realm and the Yuan Dan realm. Sword Master Zai struggled to hold up the broken sword, his eyes full of bitterness. He originally thought that if he went all out, he might not have a chance to resist, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated so miserably. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. He waved his hand to stop the disciples who were trying to rush over, and looked to the other side. Taoist Longshan stepped into the air with his hands behind his back and slowly fell down. Taoist Longshan looked at the miserable situation of Zai Sword Master without any pity. He calmly looked at Zai Sword Master and said, "Name the people involved, and you will die alone. If you don't tell me, the entire sect will be destroyed." The words were indifferent, but everyone was extremely shocked. Taoist Longshan had already proved with his strength that he was qualified to say this. Sword Master Zai kept coughing up blood, and endless regrets welled up in his heart. If he had known this day, he would not have gotten involved in the big boat just to get on the big boat. He lamented and said with a bitter smile, "Everyone in the world knows that Brother Longshan is amazingly talented and beautiful. In the past, I always thought it was just an exaggeration and that I could rival him. But today I realize that I am ridiculous. I just hope Brother Longshan keeps his promise." Swordmaster Zai looked around the sword sect and many disciples, and shouted in a deep voice, "What happened today is my own fault. After I die, the Zai sword sect will be disbanded. You all should find your own way and practice well without any delusions." The disciples of the Zai sword sect were all sad. After that, Zai sword master brushed the broken sword and cut his throat with it. He had just celebrated his 120th birthday, and his life was also frozen at 120 years old. The Taoist Longshan just watched the scene calmly without any pity. He could pity the weak, but he would never have any sympathy for those who plotted against the Jinwu sect. If it weren't for his little disciple Ning Qi, he would have heard the bad news that he would never want to hear in his life after he came out of retreat. Looking at the Zai sword sect shrouded in a sad atmosphere, the Taoist Longshan just left a sentence, "You all should take care of yourself," and left in the air. These people are not important. Without Zai sword master, even the foundation cannot be preserved. Just before Zai sword master cut his throat, he had told him everything he wanted to know. "Wang Qingfeng, the head of the Qingzhou Wang family? Come one by one." The eyes of Longshan Taoist narrowed slightly. The Qingzhou Wang family is a top family, and there is even an old ancestor in the heavenly realm. But he is not afraid. The old ancestor is not old and is still in the first realm of heaven. If he really wants to tear his face with him, the worst thing is to fight. However, although this matter originated from the Wang family, the old ancestor may not know about it. Taoist Longshan plans to settle accounts one by one. Taoist Longshan left. The next day, the news that Zai Jianzuan was suppressed by Taoist Longshan and committed suicide spread, and Qingzhou was in an uproar. Everyone knows that Taoist Longshan broke through the barrier and stepped into the heavenly realm. From then on, he is also a truly peerless strongman in the world of Dian. At this moment, waves are rising, and everyone knows that Taoist Longshan is going to settle everything before. From this day on, the whole Qingzhou was paying attention to the movements of Taoist Longshan. Starting from Zai sword sect, Taoist Longshan moved forward all the way. With his cultivation in the heavenly man realm, with the information provided by Zai sword master and Luo Wentian before, it was much easier to track down. What's more, many people are willing to give Taoist Longshan a face. This is less than 100 years old in the heavenly man realm. It is only a matter of time for him to stand on the top of Dian in the future. In just a dozen days, all the forces or independent strongmen who participated in this matter in Qingzhou suffered, either directly killed or abolished their cultivation, and some forces were directly disbanded. Taoist Longshan's decisive killing made everyone gasp. The reputation of Jinwu sect rose. Many people were glad that they did not have greed in their hearts before. Now everyone knows that the rumors are true. The inheritance obtained by Longshan Taoist is indeed extraordinary, which can help him reach the realm of heaven and man before he is 100 years old. But it is too late to know now. No one dares to covet this inheritance after Longshan Taoist has reached the realm of heaven and man. This time, Longshan Taoist and Jinwu sect have been the focus of all attention in Qingzhou, Songzhou, Songhai Prefecture City. Two figures just walked out of Yuhua Tower. They are Tai Long and Tiehu, who escaped from Qingzhou to this place. At this moment, both of them were somewhat refreshed. Tiehu cursed. Damn it, after holding it in for so long, I finally made a big deal. Boss, I don't think we need to be so careful at all. Songzhou and Qingzhou are so far apart, and we should also create a new world here. Tai Long nodded and comforted. It's better to keep a low profile at the beginning. Don't worry, when the two of us brothers have achieved success in cultivation, we will definitely bloodbath the Jinwu sect to avenge and then take back your tyrant tiger true intention. The two were talking. But their bodies were all frozen. They looked forward with astonishment and fear in their eyes. They were very familiar with the figure standing in the void. Longshan Taoist. The two people's voices were difficult and unbelievable. They had seen Longshan Taoist, but they never dreamed that Longshan Taoist would actually set foot in the Heavenly Man realm and chase him to Songzhou. They wanted to escape, but the gap between the White Mist realm and the Heavenly Man realm was too big. Spare my life. The voice of fear squeezed out from his throat. The Taoist of Longshan had already come to their door. They had no chance at all. The Taoist of Longshan just looked at the two people in front of him calmly. He spent a lot of time chasing these two people and sold several favors. But only by finding these two people can he go to Wang's house openly. Tell me, did Wang Qingfeng instruct you to take my Jinwu inheritance? Tai Long and Tiehu could only nod their heads. The fear in their eyes almost condensed into substance. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they couldn't speak. That's good. Leave you a whole body. The Taoist of Longshan pointed out, and Tai Long and Tiehu's eyes widened instantly, and then they died silently on the spot. So far, the three evil men of Teeling were all killed. I'm afraid they would never think that they would be found by the Taoist of Longshan even if they ran to Songzhou. It's their fault that they didn't know how to restrain themselves, otherwise the Taoist of Longshan would have to spend more time. Carrying two corpses, Taoist Longshan flew away in the eyes of awe from the people nearby. Qingzhou. Ever since Taoist Longshan made a fuss, all eyes have been focused on this matter, but after more than 10 days, there has been no follow-up, and even the trace of Taoist Longshan has disappeared in Qingzhou. Just when everyone thought that this matter would come to an end, something happened that made everyone in Qingzhou excited. Taoist Longshan brought the collected evidence and went to the gate of the Wang family. The Wang family of Qingzhou is a real top family. After all, it has the ancestor of Tianren sitting in the gate, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary forces. There has been news circulating before that the attacks suffered by the Jinwu sect during this period are inseparable from the Wang family. But no one expected that Taoist Longshan would be so brave. When the bodies of Tai Long and Tiehu hit the gate of the Wang family, everyone gasped. Wang Qingfeng, get out. The Taoist Longshan stood in front of the Wang family's gate, his expression calm, but his words were thunderous and resounding throughout the extremely luxurious Wang family's mansion. Soon, people came out one after another, including many powerful people in the Gangyuan realm, demonstrating the powerful foundation of the Wang family. A correct version in the 16:9 book forum. The head of the family, Wang Qinghe, said solemnly, Master Longshan, although you are a powerful person in the Tianren realm, my Wang family will not tolerate bullying. The surrounding Wang family children all looked angry. They were used to being aloof, and they didn't expect that someone would dare to come to their door now. If they hadn't been concerned about the strength of Taoist Longshan in the Tianren realm, they would have started to curse. But there was a middle-aged man with a pale face and flickering eyes. Taoist Longshan's eyes stayed on this man for a moment, and said lightly, You are not qualified to talk to me. Everyone was furious. Just as he was about to scold, an old voice sounded from deep inside the mansion.
I wonder if I am qualified. Everyone saw an old figure stepping into the air. The voice was still far away when it sounded, but the man had already appeared in front of everyone. He had white hair and a hunched body, but standing in the government office, a strong sense of oppression still gushed out. The identity of the visitor is already clear. Ancestor of the Wang family. See you, Ancestor. Everyone in the Wang family bowed respectfully. Taoist Longshan looked directly at him, a little solemnly, but did not flinch. He slowly raised his figure to be level with the ancestor of the Wang family, and said calmly, "Senior Wang, I'm not being aggressive, but your Wang family's descendants plotted against my Jinwu sect first. All the evidence is here. I need an explanation." His Taoist robe moved automatically, but the words he spoke shocked everyone. Having just stepped into the heavenly realm, it takes a lot of courage to dare to challenge an established heavenly being. The ancestor of the Wang family condensed his eyes. He stared at Taoist Longshan for a moment and slowly exhaled. 3 flowers of energy and spirit, which one did you cultivate? Taoist Longshan speaks confidently. Only when 3 flowers gather at the top can one achieve the realm of martial saint. The ancestor of the Wang family narrowed his eyes and sneered. What a loud tone, this junior doesn't know how high the sky is. Taoist Longshan's expression remained unchanged. Then don't worry about it, senior. Ancestor Wang's whole body was condensed with aura, and his voice became a little indifferent. You are asking for the way of 3 flowers gathering together. You must be cultivating the flower of essence now. I was lucky enough to become a heavenly being near my end. I have been cultivating the flower of essence for more than 300 years now. Since you want an explanation, then let me see your strength. The words fell. The figure of the ancestor of the Wang family has begun to change. His rickety figure gradually became upright, and his dry skin became plump at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair turned black, and the decrepit old man disappeared. Instead, a tall and strong man appeared. A middle-aged man, his eyes are indifferent and sharp, full of a strong sense of oppression. Subdued uproar spread everywhere, and many people who saw the celestial realm taking action for the first time had incredulous expressions in their eyes. This kind of reversal of vitality in the body is a bit incredible. Taoist Longshan looked up to the sky and laughed, his figure getting taller and taller. Senior Wang invites you, how dare you refuse to obey? The Taoist robe of Longshan Taoist fluttered, and he had a transcendent demeanor. His expression was calm, and he was on par with the ancestor of the Wang family. His eyes were bright. Although he did not have the amazing reversal of vitality like the ancestor of the Wang family, his momentum was no less impressive. Good. Very good. The ancestor of Wang shouted suddenly. The next moment, the 2 of them soared into the sky, and the rich power of heaven and earth violently collided with the 2 of them as the center, and then continued to spread to the surroundings. All the onlookers were horrified. Only the Gangyuan realm could barely maintain their bodies, and the rest of them were all staggering. If the 2 had not taken the initiative to take off, I am afraid that the aftermath alone would be enough to cause the Wang family's Huafu to suffer a devastating disaster. Everyone in the Wang family looked solemn, especially the middle-aged man Wang Qingfeng who caused the trouble this time, whose face was pale. At this moment, he regretted it very much. He shouldn't have been greedy and wanted to get involved in the inheritance of the Jinwu sect. Who knew that this Taoist Longshan actually promoted to a celestial being and came to kill him so fearlessly? Now, he can only hope that his ancestor can force Taoist Longshan to retreat, otherwise he will not have a good end today. Wang Qinghe and others naturally saw Wang Qingfeng's appearance. They were so angry that they wanted to cut Wang Qingfeng into pieces, but they could only unite to face the outside world at this time. If there was any punishment, they could only wait until later. All eyes looked up at the sky. 2 figures rushed towards each other with a strong murderous aura. Unable to see the true appearance, only 2 groups of bright light could be vaguely seen blooming, which was shocking. The loud noises that echoed from time to time shook the sky, and the eyes of the entire city were attracted. That was the physical body fighting and wrestling. There was also the power of heaven and earth colliding,
bursting out amazing fluctuations. The opportunity for the masters of the Heavenly Man realm to fight was extremely rare. Many people stared at it, fearing that they would miss this great opportunity to increase their knowledge. Even if their eyes were pierced with tears, they would not move away. Some knowledgeable masters of the Gangyuan realm were full of shock and whispered to themselves. It is said that the strong men in the Heavenly Man realm cultivate the three flowers of spirit, energy, and spirit. Each path has supreme power when it reaches the extreme. The ancestor of the Wang family just said that the two of them cultivated the flowers of spirit. I am afraid that their physical bodies have reached a realm that we can't imagine. I just never thought that Master Longshan had such a terrifying strength just after breaking into the Heavenly Man realm. Everyone was shocked. The combat power displayed by Taoist Longshan was somewhat extraordinary and amazing. He entered the Heavenly Man realm before he was 100 years old, and he still had such combat power. It is almost inevitable that Master Longshan will enter the Heavenly Man list this year. I just don't know if he has a chance to break into the top 10. But some people saw some clues. The ancestor of the Wang family seems to be a little weak. It may be that his time is coming and his energy is declining. It is rumored that the ancestor of the Wang family broke into the heavenly realm by using extraordinary means. Now it seems that there may be some truth. Above the sky. The two balls of light continued to rise into the sky, and finally only some movements could be vaguely seen. The ancestor of the Wang family seemed to have a certain upper hand, but the Taoist Longshan was not without the power to fight back. Such a result made everyone hold their breath. Originally, it was thought that the ancestor of the Wang family might be able to easily suppress the Taoist Longshan if he practiced for a few hundred more years. But now it seems that the situation has changed. I don't know what the final outcome will be. Everyone is looking forward to it. The faces of the Wang family were extremely ugly. They knew a little about the ancestor situation, especially the current head of the family, Wang Qinghe, who gritted his teeth and stared at Wang Qingfeng, wishing to chop off his head. After today, the decline of the prestige of the Wang family is almost inevitable. One after another looked at the sky. Time passed in tension and solemnity. Finally, the two rays of light in the sky slowly fell. Everyone stretched their necks, and they were all shocked. They saw that the two people at this time had changed from before. The Taoist robe of Longshan Taoist was a little messy, the Taoist hairpin was broken, and his black hair fell to his waist, dancing with the wind. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but the brilliance in his eyes did not diminish at all, but became more and more intense. The ancestor of the Wang family no longer looked middle-aged, but became an old man in gorgeous clothes, but his breath was quite stable, with his hands behind his back, and I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, everyone had guesses in their hearts. Could it be that Taoist Longshan lost? Everyone in the Wang family was happy. But the next sentence of the ancestor of the Wang family made them change their expressions. The young are formidable. He sighed, his eyes were a little complicated. The gap between geniuses is much greater than the gap between geniuses and mortals. Originally, I thought that I could force Taoist Longshan to retreat, but now it seems that I underestimated Taoist Longshan. Being able to enter the heavenly realm within 100 years is indeed different from someone like me who relies on external forces to enter the heavenly realm near the end of the lifespan. Now I can still suppress him a little, but it may not take too long before the other party can easily surpass me. Taoist Longshan said lightly. Senior Wang is too flattering. I am not your opponent. A correct version can be found in 16191 book and 1 forum. He said inferior words, but his momentum was not at all timid. He was not Wang's opponent for the time being, but it was not difficult to surpass him. He still had a long life, like a rising sun, completely different from the other party who was a candle in the wind. He had never thought of defeating the ancestor of the Wang family. He just needed to make the other party afraid. As long as the other party still cared about the foundation of the Wang family, he had to bow his head. The ancestor of the Wang family looked at Taoist Longshan with a decisive look and slowly said, I will give you an explanation. The voice fell. He didn't even turn his head and reached behind him. In an instant, Wang Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, his face twisted, his eyes filled with fear, but he couldn't say anything. The ancestor of the Wang family looked indifferent and shook his hand slightly. Wang Qingfeng's head was twisted off. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were beating. They never expected that the ancestor Wang would actually bow his head. Are you satisfied? The ancestor Wang looked at the Taoist Longshan. The Taoist Longshan was silent for a while, then bowed slightly to show respect. The culprit was Wang Qingfeng. As for the other people in the Wang family, they should not know about it, but if he didn't show his strong strength and potential today, he would have no chance to negotiate. He knew these aristocratic families that had been passed down for hundreds of years very well, and he would not bow his head easily even if his own people were wrong. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Wang. I will apologize for what happened today tomorrow. The Taoist Longshan pointed his hand, and the bodies of Tai Long Tiehu fell behind him, and he was ready to leave. But the voice of Patriarch Wang sounded again. Wait a minute. What else can Senior Wang teach me? Taoist Longshan turned around and raised his eyebrows, his eyes calm. Everyone was shocked. If there wasn't a fierce battle today? But Patriarch Wang smiled after being silent. Wang Qingfeng covets the inheritance of Jinwu sect. My Wang family's family tradition is not strict. Today, we can say that we have no acquaintance without fighting. Qinghe, bring the Ninggang pill. Everyone was stunned. Ninggang pill, this is a priceless treasure, and its function is very simple. It can help warriors who have reached the 9th level of the inner Yuan realm to condense Gang Yuan and step into the Gang Yuan realm. Of course, it is not a 100% probability, but it can only play a blessing role. But even so, it is extremely precious. If there is news that Ninggang pill appears somewhere, there will definitely be a bloody storm. But now, from what Wang Laozu said, it seems that he wants to use this Ninggang pill as an apology? Wang Qinghe was immediately anxious. The Wang family only has this treasure. Ancestor. But Wang Laozu just snorted with his eyes slanted, and Wang Qinghe trembled all over, his face was depressed, he gritted his teeth and ran towards the mansion. Not long after, he returned, holding a square of golden red wooden box in his hand. Wang Laozu stretched out his hand and slightly guided it, and the wooden box fell in front of Longshan Taoist. It is true that my Wang family was disrespectful first, but it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. What do you think, Immortal Longshan? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Taoist Longshan with more awe. It can be said that this was almost like Patriarch Wang using his own and Wang family's reputation to elevate Taoist Longshan. Not only did he kill a disciple of the clan, but he also offered Ninggang Dan as compensation. Such behavior made people have to make all kinds of speculations. Taoist Longshan's eyes were slightly condensed, and finally he smiled. Senior Wang, you are too polite. This matter has nothing to do with the others in the Wang family. Since Wang Qingfeng is dead, there is no need to talk about any grudges. Later this year, I will hold the Heavenly Man ceremony in the Jinwu sect. I hope Senior Wang will come to the ceremony. Patriarch Wang smiled and nodded. The Heavenly Man ceremony is a ceremony that most powerful Heavenly Man masters with power inheritance will choose to hold. This is a good opportunity to expand their prestige and show their background. I will definitely go there then. Everyone was puzzled as they watched the two celestial beings chatting and laughing, without the previous tension. Some young people were even more confused. It was obvious that Wang Laozu had the upper hand before, so why was he in such a posture? Only some old Jianghu people could see it clearly. This was because Wang Laozu was afraid of Longshan Taoist's potential. Just imagine, if Wang Laozu passed away in the future, and Longshan Taoist was in his prime, what would happen if he remembered this old grudge one day? Killing Wang Qingfeng was to give an explanation, and sending Ninggang Dan was to show goodwill. This two-pronged approach also understood Longshan Taoist's character of being decisive but keeping his promises. Longshan Taoist accepted the Ninggang Dan, which also meant that this grudge was settled. Everyone couldn't help but secretly praise Wang Laozu for being an old fox who had lived for more than 700 years. He was able to bend and stretch. No wonder he could lay such a great foundation.
Taoist Longshan bowed again, then left with the wooden box and the two bodies. The Wang family's door gradually closed.
Everyone was still unsatisfied, and felt that today's events were full of ups and downs. Everyone was extremely excited, and they continued to discuss while dispersing around, but they tried to keep their voices down for fear of angering the Wang family.
It can be foreseen.
Today's events will inevitably spread in Qingzhou at an alarming speed, and even spread to other states, and Taoist Longshan will also become famous.
Inside the Wang family's mansion,
the expression of the old ancestor Wang, who originally had a faint smile, has become cold, and his whole body exudes a cold breath.
Wang Qinghe and other high-level Wang family members all knelt on the ground.
The younger generation is incompetent, which makes the old ancestor ashamed. The old ancestor Wang's voice was cold.
You are indeed incompetent. There has not been a decent seedling of heaven and man for so many years. If the Wang family had successors, why would it be like this today?
There was anger in his eyes.
If there was
one person in the Wang family who had the qualifications to be promoted to a celestial being, why would he have to be so humiliated and offer Ning Gang Dan today, and he wouldn't even have to crush Wang Qingfeng to death in public? Wang Qinghe and others knelt on the ground, feeling extremely aggrieved, but helpless.
After a long time,
only then did the ancestor Wang let out a long sigh of relief.
After all, the Wang family's foundation was still a little worse, not as good as those 1,000-year-old sects and aristocratic families.
Any 1,000-year-old aristocratic family must have produced more than one celestial being, and some even mastered the complete path to cultivate the celestial being realm. In recent years, he has been unable to support the family alone. The Wang family seems to be prosperous, but in fact, as his deadline is approaching, there are signs of decline, and the infighting in the family has exacerbated this point.
This time, Wang Qingfeng's attempt to seize the inheritance of Jinwu is actually the same. If it doesn't work, then I can only try my method back then. The ancestor Wang's eyes were dim. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to try this method again.
But this time, Taoist Longshan came to his door, which made him a little shaken. But after a while, he thought of a piece of news he had heard by accident before.
Maybe, we can do this first.
He remembered the Heavenly Man ceremony of Longshan Taoist, and his eyes gradually brightened.
The news of the battle between Longshan Taoist and Wang's ancestor spread throughout Qingzhou at an astonishing speed. Everywhere was talking about it.
The reputation of Longshan Taoist was at its peak, and many people said that it was only a matter of time for Longshan Taoist to be on the Heavenly Man list of DN. Only 36 people were selected from the Heavenly Man list.
There is no wrong version in the 16:9 book and forum. Everyone is a peerless strongman standing at the top of DN.
The strong man on the Heavenly Man list can easily suppress ordinary Heavenly Man realm. In the 13 states of DN, almost only those who stand at the top of a state can enter the Heavenly Man list.
Various news about Taoist Longshan and the Jinwu sect are constantly fermenting.
The Jinwu sect is well deserved to be among the top sects and has fallen into everyone's attention. However, what everyone is looking forward to the most is the Heavenly Man ceremony of Taoist Longshan.
That must be another grand event in Qingzhou.
Jinwu Mountain at this moment.
Also extremely boiling.
Ever since Taoist Longshan came out of seclusion and went down the mountain to clean things up, news has been coming back, making all the disciples extremely happy.
One by one, the grievances ahead are gone. Taoist Longshan's domineering power made all the Jinwu disciples feel proud.
Even Ning Qi, who had always been calm, was a little excited inside. His master was really powerful, and his protective energy made him feel safe. This time Taoist Longshan was promoted to heaven, which made him fully understand how charming the realm of heaven and humanity is. This also made him look forward to what it would be like to step into the heavenly realm one day.
Now,
a group of Jinwu sect disciples are waiting at the martial arts arena.
The distant sky.
A figure descended from the sky and fell slowly. Ning Qi and other true disciples all stepped forward with joy on their faces.
Welcome Master back to the mountain. Taoist Longshan looked at the disciples in front of him with a smile, feeling very happy. He nodded slightly and said with a smile. Is everything okay? Luo Wentian laughed. Master's reputation is so great in Qingzhou, how can there be such a short-sighted person? Everyone is smiling. There were quite a few people going up the mountain during this period, but they were basically there to make friends. The scene was completely different from before. The Jinwu sect was now very popular, and many previously unrelated forces also wanted to curry favor with them. That's good. Taoist Longshan had a smile in his eyes. The prosperity of Jinwu sect was his greatest wish. Now that he has entered the heavenly realm, he has finally brought the Jinwu sect to a whole new level, but what worries him now is that the cultivation of some of his disciples cannot support the situation. So far, there is only one in the Gangyuan realm in Jiangbaishan. It's not that these disciples are not good, but that they are too young. If they are given another 10 years, they can have several more Gangyuan realms under them. Think so. Taoist Longshan said slowly. This time I went down the mountain for my teacher and got some good treasures. Everyone was shocked. This time Taoist Longshan went down the mountain and killed several powerful men in the Gangyuan realm, and naturally he got a lot of trophies. Even Ning Qi rarely looked forward to it. That day, the 3 ferocious men from Teeling attacked at night, leaving only the flying eagle behind. He got one of the deceptive tiger's true intentions, which benefited him a lot, but he always regretted not being able to get the other 2 true intentions. But this time Taoist Longshan chased Sangzhou and killed all the remaining 2 murderers. Maybe this time I have a chance to put together 3 true intentions. Taoist Longshan couldn't help but smile when he saw the appearance of his disciples. He didn't show off, he stretched out his hand and the golden mahogany box suddenly fell in front of all the disciples. Everyone's eyes lit up and their hearts beat wildly. The news that Wang used Ninggang pill as an apology naturally spread to Jinwu Mountain. The wooden box was opened, and a black pill the size of a dragon's eye fell into everyone's eyes. The color is crystal clear, and it also has a strange fragrance that makes people swallow their saliva subconsciously. This is the Ninggang pill. You must know its function. Taoist Longshan's face was calm. He had already thought about who to give it to. The disciple's eyes were a little hot, and then Luo Wentian stood up. The nostalgia in his eyes flashed away, and then he said, Master, please be brave and ask Master to give this Ninggang pill to the second junior brother. He has now reached the 9th level of Niyuan. If he gets the help of the Ninggang pill, he has a high probability of breaking through to the Gangyuan realm. As for the other junior brothers and sisters, the realm is still a little bit worse for the time being. Xiongshi suddenly became anxious when he heard Luo Wentian's words. Senior brother, don't you make me ashamed by saying this? You are the hardest worker in the entire Jinwu sect. If it weren't for the affairs in the sect, I'm afraid you would have already broken into the Gangyuan realm. Now that you have the Ninggang Dan in front, you can just make up for the time you missed before. How can my junior brother have the nerve to take Ninggang Dan as your own? Yi Qinghe also said. That's right, this Ninggang Dan belongs to none other than senior brother. Jiang Baishan nodded in agreement. Elder brother, please don't refuse. Master will hold a grand ceremony for heaven and man in a while. As the top disciple of my Jinwu sect, you are the face of the game. If you are not in the Gangyuan realm, the people who come to my Jinwu sect to watch the ceremony will still be looked down on us. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. Luo Wentian hesitated immediately. He was the first to refuse in order to set an example. In this way, the other junior brothers and sisters would not have any other ideas. After all, there was only one Ninggang Dan. Unexpectedly, all the junior brothers and sisters wanted to give him the Ninggang pill. This moved him a little. Taoist Longshan looked at the scene of his disciples being humble to each other, and felt relieved. In his heart, Xinyan's incident made him doubt that he was a good disciple before, but now it seems that maybe everyone has their own nature. Okay, give this Ninggang pill to Wentian. You have indeed delayed a lot of practice due to internal affairs in the past few years. As the senior brother of the Jinwu sect, you must control the situation. Due to emotions and reasons, this Ninggang pill should be given to Luo Wentian.
His contribution over the years has been seen by everyone. Although the others had some envy in their eyes, they were still happy for Luo Wentian from the bottom of their hearts. Taoist Longshan smiled and said, "You don't have to be discouraged. Although the Ninggang Dan is precious, I will just go and find a few more for you in the future." Everyone hurriedly confessed and did not dare. Only Ning Chi kept staring at the Ninggang Dan, and he suddenly said, "Master, can you let me study this Ninggang Dan?" Everyone was suddenly startled and looked at Ning Chi. Luo Wentian was stunned for a moment and then said, "Since it's Xiaojiu you want, then just take it." Ning Chi smiled and said, "Elder brother, you misunderstood. I don't want to take Ninggang Dan. I just want to see if I can use it to derive the Ninggang Dan recipe. By then, as long as we gather the materials ourselves, we may be able to refine it. Ninggang pill, then all the senior brothers and sisters will have Ninggang pill." Over the years, Ning Chi's medical skills have developed rapidly, and he has also been involved in alchemy. However, the previous elixirs basically had auxiliary functions. The most important thing was that they needed to be practiced by themselves. He did not want to spend too much time refining them. But Ninggang Dan was different and had a great effect, which made him very interested. Everyone looked at each other, almost suspecting that they heard wrongly. On the contrary, it was Taoist Longshan whose heart skipped a beat and a hint of excitement arose. He stared at Ning Chi and said, "Xiaojiu, are you sure?" Ning Chi said modestly, "There should be no problem. It can be as fast as 1 month or as slow as 3 months, but maybe this Ninggang Dan will be consumed." Taoist Longshan stroked his beard and laughed. "It doesn't matter. If we can come up with the formula for Ninggang Dan, it won't be a problem for me to find 2 more Ninggang Dan for you. Although Ninggang Dan is precious, it is not impossible to find it. But if one obtains the Ninggang Dan prescription, it can be said that the Jinwu Sex Foundation will be greatly improved in the future, and the probability of being born in the Gang Yuan realm will be greatly increased in the future. It can also be used to attract some powerful people in the inner Yuan realm to join. Looking at the entire Great Yin dynasty, there are only a few forces that can refine treasures such as Ninggang Dan. Many people come to seek elixirs, and even need to prepare a few materials. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version." Seeing that Luo Wentian and others were still stunned, Taoist Longshan was in a good mood and couldn't help but smile and said, "Your junior brother is very accomplished in medicine and alchemy. The improved body tempering powder in the sect was made by him." Luo Wentian's body trembled, a little unbelievable. This improved body tempering powder was actually made by Xiaojiu? He was in charge of all matters within the sect, so he naturally knew how much this improved body tempering powder would improve the Jinwu sect. He used to think that his master had gotten it from somewhere else. Everyone stared at Ning Chi with wide eyes. Ning Chi just smiled slightly. Some things are destined to be impossible to hide for a lifetime. Now that he is growing stronger, he can slowly reveal some of them. Those who are here are the closest people and are trustworthy. Xiaojiu, you are really good at hiding it." Everyone laughed in amazement, and then their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Although they unanimously decided to give the Ninggang pill to Luo Wentian, who would not be tempted by such a treasure. Everyone wants to reach a higher level on the peak of martial arts. And now there is an opportunity. If Ning Chi can reverse the formula of the Ninggang pill, the Jinwu sect will not lack Ninggang pill in the future. Luo Wentian stuffed the wooden box containing the Ninggang pill into Ning Chi's hand, patted his chest and said, "Xiaojiu, if you need any help later, just tell your senior brothers and sisters." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. It does require a lot of experiments to reverse the Ninggang pill, which inevitably consumes some medicinal materials. Without the support of his master, he can't cook without rice even if he has a full level of comprehension. Everyone was excited. The Taoist Longshan waved his hand again, and several treasures suddenly floated in front of everyone. There were precious swords and armors, and there were also several treasures with different uses. Some were obtained by the Taoist Longshan when he went down the mountain this time, and some were accumulated before, which was enough to ensure that every disciple would not miss out.
The Taoist Longshan didn't intend to favor one over the other.
Ning Chi's eyes lit up and looked at the two true intentions.
The true intention of the Sky Eagle and the true intention of the Mad Dragon.
Ning Chi had previously obtained the Tyrant Tiger true intention from the Flying Eagle, and from it he realized several superior martial arts such as the Tyrant Tiger True Gang, enriching the foundation of his Wanxiang chapter and adding several more martial arts to the Jinwu Sect's Sutra library. But what moved him the most was the Heavenly Man's secret technique contained in it. However, he saw at that time that the Tyrant Tiger true intention was only 1/3 of it. If he wanted to collect the complete Heavenly Man's secret technique, he had to comprehend 3 true intentions. Originally, Tai Long Tiehu escaped, and Ning Chi thought there was no chance to collect the 3 true intentions.
But he didn't expect. His master was so fierce that he chased Wanli and killed Tai Long Tiehu in Sangzhou. The disciples chose their favorite treasures one by one.
Taoist Longshan saw Ning Chi looking at the 2 true intentions and couldn't help but smile.
Xiaojiu, you can comprehend these 2 true intentions first.
All the disciples smiled. They had also comprehended the Tyrant Tiger's true intention before, but the time and energy required were not proportional to the gains, so they only tried it briefly and only used it for reference occasionally.
Ning Chi smiled and nodded.
He was interested in these 2 true intentions, so he would not be hypocritical and refuse. After he comprehended it thoroughly, it would also benefit the Jinwu sect. After the gift of treasures,
Taoist Longshan looked serious. My master has now reached the realm of heaven and man.
According to the convention of the world, the heaven and man ceremony will be held. At that time, not only many forces in Qingzhou, but even people from several nearby states will come.
There will be a mixture of good and bad people, and there will be many tentative eyes.
You need to be mentally prepared and don't let him look down on our Jinwu sect. This is also one of the reasons why he gave treasures. He wanted to improve the strength of the disciples as much as possible. Luo Wentian and others all looked solemn, and they also guessed a little. The heaven and man ceremony was originally full of troubles, and coupled with the turmoil caused by Taoist Longshan in Qingzhou this time, it will make this heaven and man ceremony have some variables.
Master, have you set the date for the heavenly man ceremony?
Longshan Taoist said slowly. Generally speaking, the ceremony can be held within 1 year after being promoted to heavenly man.
I still have some insights to digest after coming out of retreat this time. We can set the date after I come out of retreat, which will be around autumn and winter. There is still more than half a year. You should work harder and urge your disciples not to slack off. Longshan Taoist is going to retreat again. This is normal.
When the heavenly man realm has just been broken through, it is the time when the connection with the world is the closest and the progress is the fastest. Longshan Taoist just succeeded in his promotion and went down the mountain to vent his anger for his disciples. This time, naturally, this precious time cannot be wasted.
Everyone saluted respectfully. Disciples, remember, we must work hard and diligently.
They all had firm eyes. They all knew that the Heavenly Man ceremony was an excellent opportunity to strengthen the reputation of the Jinwu sect. They secretly made up their minds to work harder. Even Yi Qinghe, who has always been lazy, did the same. The Jinwu sect had been attacked repeatedly before, which also made her gradually concentrate.
Now she is much more diligent in martial arts than before. After explaining many matters, Taoist Longshan went into seclusion again.
But unlike before, the current Jinwu sect is as stable as Mount Tai, without the previous panic. After the storm in Qingzhou, everyone knows that Taoist Longshan has stepped into the heavenly realm.
Now no one dares to provoke the Jinwu sect, and the disciples can practice in peace. In the Taoism Academy,
Ning Chi felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to ask his master Taoist Longshan to demonstrate the power of heaven and earth for him, but he didn't expect that his master would go into seclusion again.
However, he could understand it.
After all, his master also had his own practice and it was impossible for him to revolve around him alone.
There will be plenty of time in the future.
I will slowly ask the master for advice.
Now there are 2 things to do.
Ning Chi's eyes were on the wooden box and the 3 true intentions in front of him. One is to reverse the formula of Ninggang Pill, and the other is to comprehend the hidden secret art of heaven and man from these three true intentions.
Comparatively speaking, he felt that the former might take more time. As for the latter, it would be easier with the experience of comprehending the true intention of Bahu. However, now that my cultivation is getting deeper, I can try to create some secret methods to speed up the cultivation of my brothers and sisters. Ning Chi thought. He is now in the 8th level. In his eyes, there is no secret in the cultivation of the inner Yuan realm. It is not difficult to create a few secret techniques that can be comprehended by my brothers and sisters. Using secret techniques to accelerate the cultivation of the inner Yuan realm, and then taking Ning Gangdan to breakthrough, this can stably allow the Jinwu school to give birth to the Gang Yuan realm. Anyway, it is done in my spare time, and it will not delay my own cultivation. To some extent, it is also a test of my own cultivation results. The gift of the treasure given by Taoist Longshan today also reminded him that he really needs to improve the strength of his brothers and sisters, otherwise if one day he and his master are not around, it will be a bit troublesome. Take your time with the secret method, try Ning Gangdan first. Ning Chi opened the wooden box. Then he scraped a little powder on the Ning Gangdan with his fingertips, gently pinched it, rubbed it with his hands, looked at it with his eyes, smelled it with his nose, and tasted it with his mouth. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It contains the power to condense and solidify the inner strength. The main medicine should be the blood pill of the alien beast. In addition, there are blue stone grass, night-bearing flower, ice stone milk. I saw the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Blood pill. It is the essence that can only be born in the body of an alien beast with a certain degree of strength. It contains magical power. As for the other medicinal materials, they also have their own functions. Many of them are rare even in the treasure house of Jinwu sect. In just a short moment, Ning Chi had already sorted out most of the medicinal properties. Not only that, he also had several rough plans based on the medicinal properties, which was inseparable from his profound medical and alchemy realms. After scraping and tasting, Ning Chi finally figured out all the medicinal properties. Without hesitation, he asked the white ape to go to the treasure house to get the medicinal materials. Started to try. The alchemy in this world is actually not that magical, or rather, the alchemy that Ning Chi has come into contact with at this level is not that magical. There is a pill furnace in the courtyard, with a flame burning underneath. From time to time, medicinal materials are put into it, and impurities are quenched according to various medicinal properties, and turned into liquid medicine, and then taken out for use, until all preparations are completed, that is, they are continuously blended in order, and finally turned into a liquid medicine, and then condensed into pills. The most critical thing is the order of adding medicinal materials, and a step difference makes a world of difference. The second thing is the temperature. Fortunately, this is not a difficult task for Ning Chi. His internal energy is too strong, and he can change it as he wishes. He can turn it into flames or ice. This is something that other alchemists cannot compare with. Ning Chi stared at the furnace of Ningangdan liquid with a solemn look, waiting for it to take shape. An hour later, the furnace cooled down. Ning Chi looked at it with a calm face. As expected, it failed. This is within common sense. If there is a ready-made pill formula, it would be a simple thing for him, but now it is much more difficult to reverse the pill formula with just one pill. However, he has confidence. This failure taught him a lot. Ning Chi rubbed the cooled pill powder with his fingers, feeling the difference from the previous Ningangdan powder. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. A new alchemy plan took shape, which was much better than before. He was even more certain in his heart. It is not difficult to reverse the Ningangdan formula within a month. Ning Chi was relieved. In this way, it is entirely possible to refine a few condensing gang pills before the Heavenly Man ceremony, so that the eldest and second senior brothers and others can all step into the Gang Yuan realm. He was in a good mood and turned his eyes to the three true intentions. Change your mind and comprehend the secret art of the Heavenly Man. 3 true intentions. One picture shows a deceptive tiger descending from a mountain, one picture of an eagle flying in the sky, and one picture of a wild dragon heading out to sea. they are all extremely expressive. This is especially true after Longshan Taoist washed it away with the power of heaven and man, completely restoring the complete charm of the true intention. Previously, when the true intention was stripped from the flying eagle, there would inevitably be some flaws, but now they have completely disappeared. Ningqi watched carefully. With the experience of comprehending the true intentions of Tyrannosaurus, he quickly entered the state. In an instant, the three pictures in front of him all disappeared, and Ningqi felt that he had entered a magical world, completely white. Suddenly, the white mist lifts, and a strange peak rises straight into the sky. A giant tiger hovers on top of it, roaring to the sky. The hair on its body and the sharp teeth in its mouth can be seen clearly. There is a charm in every jump and breath. This is what I saw alone before. The deceptive tiger's true intention cannot be understood. Then, another sky covering. Ancient eagle parted the clouds and mists, as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was vast and majestic, its eyes overlooked everything, and its screams broke through large swaths of clouds and mists, revealing the endless sea below. The sea undulated violently, and with a long and earth-shattering roar, a divine dragon broke out of the sea, circling its upper body, confronting the giant tiger and ancient eagle. In an instant, in the originally lonely white mist space, the three beasts of dragon, tiger and eagle faced each other, each showing their magical powers, and it was indescribably beautiful. Ningqi's mind was completely immersed in it. A series of insights flow through my heart. The true intentions of these three paintings seem to exceed his imagination. I don't know how long it has been, but Ningqi has opened his eyes again, with joy in his eyes. These three true intentions represent 3 inheritances, which can also be regarded as one inheritance. The tyrant true intention corresponds to the tyrant stake, the tyrant strength, and the tyrant true gang. They are in the same line from the body tempering realm to the Gangyuan realm. This is true for both the Sky Eagle true intention and the Mad Dragon true intention. I now have these 3 true intentions. Pictures, integrated into the Wanxiang chapter, take my Wanxiang chapter to a higher level. Not only that, but the Wanxiang Zhang'an that I have been imagining for a long time has almost completely taken shape. It only needs to be perfected a few more times, and I will no longer have to worry about the method of the Gangyuan realm. Ningqi also has high hopes for Wanxiang Zhang'an. Understand all phenomena and transform all phenomena. Gangqi changes according to the heart and combines at will. This is a state that ordinary people cannot imagine. Ningqi was in a happy mood, and the harvest was already huge. But this is not the essence of the 3 true intentions. The 3 evils of Teeling simply guard the treasure mountain and are not allowed to enter. Before, I thought that what was contained in it was just a simple secret technique of heaven and man. I never thought that it turned out to be complete. The secret record of celestial beings' cultivation. The secret record of the tyrant tiger is to cultivate the spirit of the tiger, the secret record of the wild dragon is to cultivate the spirit of the dragon, the secret record of the sky eagle is to cultivate the spirit of the eagle. These 3 methods can all lead directly to the realm of perfection between heaven and man, so they can be regarded as 3 paths. Inheritance. But if the 3 are combined into one, cultivating the tiger spirit, dragon energy, eagle spirit, and the 3 flowers gathered at the top, it will be a peerless inheritance that points directly to the martial saint realm. Ningqi was a little emotional. The 3 fiends of Teeling covet the Jinwu inheritance, but they don't know that they and others possess treasures that are not inferior to the Jinwu inheritance. In this way, the 3 secret records are combined into one, which is not much different from the 3 Yuan secret record of the only heavenly and human skills of the Jinwu sect. They are both peerless skills that can reach the perfection of heaven and human, and together can directly lead to the realm of martial saints. Since the last time Taoist Longshan came out of seclusion and Ningqi used it to create the secret technique of the unity of heaven and man, he has a deeper understanding of the cultivation of the realm of heaven and man. In the heaven-human realm, one cultivates the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. This situation is rather special. You can only cultivate a certain realm or 2 realms, so that you can relatively easily reach the perfect realm of heaven and man, but it will be very difficult to break through to the next realm, and there is almost no hope. If you want to become a martial saint,
you must practice in the three realms, perfect the three flowers of spirit, energy and spirit, and reach the state where the three flowers gather at the top. For nearly 1,000 years, for unknown reasons, the hope of promotion to the martial saint has been extremely slim. Many powerful people in the heavenly realm have stopped following the path of gathering three flowers at the top, so that they can obtain more powerful weapons as quickly as possible in their limited lifespan.
Combat effectiveness.
For example, the previous ancestor of the Wang family specialized in the flower of essence. His energy was usually hidden, but when it came time to fight, it was fully unleashed, and he was able to achieve such miracles as reversing vitality and rejuvenating his youth. Now that I have the Dragon Tiger Eagle secret record and the 3 Yuan secret record, I will have more references when I advance to the heavenly realm in the future, which can save more time. Ning Qi has already begun to think about future practice.
To him, there are not many secrets in Niyuan realm or even Gangyuan realm. The next step is to spend time to break through the realm.
Naturally, he had to prepare early. The secret technique of the unity of heaven and man had already given him the capital to spy on the realm of heaven and man in advance. Put aside distracting thoughts. Ning Qi began to write down the various techniques he had learned. The senior master who left this true intention hoped that his successor would have extraordinary understanding, so he deliberately set up difficulties. However, Ning Qi did not have this habit, so he wrote it down and added putting your own understanding into the Sutra Pavilion is also the foundation for strengthening the Zhenwu sect. Ning Qi estimated that this secret record of dragon, tiger and eagle would also be of great help to his master, and he could draw parallels.
Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. As for the true intention, it can be used to assist in understanding the skills.
Otherwise, with the qualifications and understanding of the Teeling Three Fiends, it would be difficult to even understand the inner Yuan realm skills, but Ning Qi does not need it. It can be used to reward other disciples in the future. The martial arts training atmosphere in Jinwu Mountain has never been higher. Everyone knows that the Heavenly Man ceremony is approaching, and many powerful people from Qingzhou will come to watch the ceremony. They don't want to lose face for their master. Even Yi Qinghe has become hardworking. In this way, the Seeking Tao Academy has become quiet.
Ning Qi is happy with this. His daily life is extremely fulfilling.
Self-cultivation, creating secret techniques, reversing the formula of Ning Gang Dan, reading scriptures and books. Every task requires energy to complete. So, 10 days later, Ning Qi occasionally realized something. He first used the Great Dream 9 Deaths as the basis, tried to simplify and reduce the difficulty, and finally created the sleeping dream technique. Then he studied pharmacology, continued to experiment, and created a matching sleeping dream pill recipe. The sleeping dream technique is the secret technique that Ning Qi came up with to accelerate the practice of internal strength. To some extent, this can be seen as a castrated version of the Great Dream 9 Deaths. After practicing, others can achieve faster effects of repeated strength in their dreams. It's not that Ning Qi doesn't want to teach better, the key is that they can't learn even if they teach. Even the sleeping dream technique is very difficult. For this reason, Ning Qi specially cheated for them. With the sleeping dream pill, they can achieve success without comprehending that special state of mind, and directly enter the sleeping dream state of practice. Ning Qi originally thought about whether to give it directly to his senior brothers and sisters, but then he thought it was not appropriate. He simply gave them the Ning Gang pill formula, which was almost successful, and it could be said that he had gained something from the process of deducing the Ning Gang pill formula.
Another half month.
After continuous attempts, Ning Qi successfully deduced the Ning Gang pill formula.
Double happiness.
Ning Qi didn't know that the Ninggang Dan recipe he deduced was somewhat similar to the original one, but the results spoke for themselves, as long as he could refine Ninggang Dan. There was no hesitation.
Ning Qi started to make alchemy.
The medicinal materials were consumed one by one, and the Ninggang Dan was freshly baked. Ning Qi is like an emotionless alchemy machine, with a terrifyingly high success rate.
But don't think that refining Ninggang Dan is a very simple matter.
In fact, even the few forces that can refine Ninggang Dan have a very high failure rate. Often 10 materials can be used to refine Ninggang Dan.
One serving is normal.
The reason why Ning Chi has such a high success rate is naturally inseparable from his super understanding.
He can easily discern the points that are prone to failure and improve them. Not only that,
his Wanxiang gene is also extremely crucial, which allows him to adjust the heat exactly as he wants, without making the slightest difference, as accurately as a machine. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ning Chi's performance were known to others, he would probably be regarded as the god of alchemy. But Ning Chi was calm inside. After all, alchemy is a heretic, and he would spend time on it just because he thought that at some point it would enhance his martial arts and help him find immortality. A few days later, the medicinal materials related to the Jinwu sect were exhausted, and were replaced by 10 Ninggang pills. Looking at the fragrant Ninggang Dan, Ning Chi felt a little satisfied and felt a sense of accomplishment. 10 Ninggang pills, 7 of them will be given to each of my brothers and sisters, and the remaining 3 can be given to the master as a foundation for the Jinwu sect.
Ning Chi has an arrangement. As for himself? Unnecessary. Ning Chi has never encountered any bottlenecks in his practice so far.
When the temperature reaches a breakthrough, it is just a matter of letting nature take its course.
Maybe he will encounter difficulties in the future, but definitely not now. Again.
With the majestic level of Ning Chi's inner strength, even if he really needed the Ning Gang pill to condense the Gang Chi, one Ning Gang pill would not be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. He is about to be promoted to the Judy realm, and he is very hopeful that he will be promoted to the Gangyuan realm before the celestial ceremony.
The process of reversely deducing the Ninggang Danfang gave him a little more understanding of the promotion to the Gangyuan realm.
He felt that he was in it is not difficult to advance to the Gangyuan realm around the age of 8. It just so happens that this year's Jinwu Peach Fair is about to begin. When the time comes, we will hand over the Ninggang pill and Mianmeng pill to our senior brothers.
A smile appeared on Ning Chi's lips.
At this time last year, the 8 people made an agreement. Strictly speaking, this year is the first official Jinwu Peach Club.
The peach blossoms outside Shodao Temple have already bloomed extremely brightly.
Then it gradually withered. The peaches that grew this time were plumper and fuller, making me salivate after eating them, and my mouth was full of sweetness. Ning Chi was not disappointed. Luo Wentian and others showed up at Ning Chi's courtyard on time. I thought the senior brothers and sisters had forgotten. Ning Chi joked with a smile. This year's Jinwu disciples are practicing seriously. He originally thought that a few senior brothers might forget, but he didn't expect that everyone came. It was obvious that everyone cherished this agreement.
Yi Qinghe
held up the peach blossom wine in his hand and said with a smile,
I will definitely not forget that. This time it will definitely open your eyes.
I brewed this myself. She patted her chest, her face full of excitement.
Ning Chi laughed dumbly, but one thing was true.
This time Yi Qinghe did not cheat on Bai Yuan. All the true disciples smiled and took their seats. Bai Yuan poured peach blossom wine for everyone one by one. The 7th disciple Song Cheng had a funny smile on his face, and he closed his eyes solemnly. I'll go first. After drinking a glass of wine, he opened his eyes in surprise.
Ha! Could it be that 3rd senior sister has had an epiphany?
Everyone looked at each other in surprise, and then drank it all. Although this wine is mediocre, at least it is not unpleasant to drink. In a sense, this is Yi Qinghe's first successful work.
Luo Wentian rarely gave a thumbs up and said, Qinghe, you have made great progress.
Yi Qinghe smiled triumphantly and said,
That's inevitable. This time I seriously consulted Tiansheng.
You will be blessed in the future.
A real brewing master is about to be born, don't you think, Tiansheng?
She winked at the white ape. White ape scratched his head and responded honestly.
Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version.
It's all the master's own cleverness.
Everyone was stunned and looked at the white ape blankly.
The rest of them had little contact with the white ape, and the white ape rarely used ventriloquism in front of other people, which meant that they had no idea that the white ape could actually talk.
Yi Qinghe laughed heartily.
It is precisely because the white ape can speak that she can make rapid progress in the art of brewing.
Ning Chi explained with a smile. Brothers, don't be surprised. It's just ventriloquism. I'm born very smart. After awakening my bloodline, I can speak ventriloquism, but I'm not used to it. As long as the martial arts training such as Zhuangkung is not exposed, the rest does not matter. Alien beasts will also try to learn human killing techniques, but it will not involve martial arts practice. It is too difficult. Ning Chi has never heard of any strange things. The beast created a training system suitable for his own clan. Everyone was amazed. The white ape was embarrassed to be looked at. Ning Chi was smiling. He had never thought of hiding the white ape. Sooner or later, the magic of the white ape would be exposed step by step. This requires a process. Luo Wentian and others did not dwell on this for too long. Today's Jinwu Peach Club. It was to talk about the friendship between fellow disciples and talk about everything. Everyone opened the things they prepared one by one. There were snacks made by famous chefs in Qingzhou, which could only be bought once a year, famous paintings and calligraphy works to appreciate together, anecdotes, and the stories of the martial arts world. This time, they came prepared, so it was naturally much more lively than the previous times. Everyone prepared something. Everyone felt that time was flying. Ning Chi served the peaches at the right time. This was a batch he had reserved a long time ago, and it was the most essential part. Each peach was full and shiny, which made people very appetizing at a glance. Xiongshur couldn't wait to take one to taste it, and he felt that the fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth, and even a warm current flowed into his body, and his flesh became more comfortable. He was shocked. Junior brother, your peach. Seeing this, everyone ate the peaches, and then looked at Ning Chi in shock. This peach fruit is completely different from the previous year. It seems to have some effect of strengthening the body. Although it is better than nothing for people of their realm, it is also very amazing. If it is in the body tempering realm, it must have the effect of stabilizing the body and strengthening the foundation. Although the effect is not outstanding, it should not be underestimated over time. This has already had some effect of spiritual fruit. Ning Chi smiled slightly. I used some medicinal materials to cultivate it when I was free. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest this year. He had a full sense of accomplishment in his heart. If it continues to transform at this speed, in a few years, the peach tree outside the courtyard may be able to produce real spiritual peaches. In the past week, I begged everyone to read the latest chapter. Xiaojiu, since this peach fruit has gradually become supernatural, why not give it a name? Luo Wentian suggested. Ning Chi fell into deep thought for a while and said, since our party is called Jinwu Peach Club, let's call it Jinwu Lingtao. He really doesn't know how to think of names. Everyone laughed, seeing Ning Chi's laziness, but the name was not bad. Besides, it was a peach tree planted and cultivated by Ning Chi. He could call it whatever he wanted. But when they looked at Ning Chi, they couldn't help but be even more amazed. To this day, as Ning Chi showed more and more magic, they already knew that their junior brother was far more powerful than they imagined. Even if my junior brother suddenly shows strength that surpasses us one day, I'm afraid it's reasonable. With this thought, several true disciples shook their heads and laughed, feeling that this day might still be a little far away. After all, Ning Chi is less than 8 years old now. If it were other people of the same age, they would have just started martial arts. Everyone drank happily and tasted peaches, feeling even more comfortable. The pressure accumulated in recent days was released and turned into stronger motivation. During the period, they also talked about the upcoming ceremony of gods and humans, and everyone encouraged them not to lose their masters. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to ask about Ning Chi's Ninggang Dan, not wanting to put too much pressure on Ning Chi. This made Ning Chi feel slightly helpless. Originally, he had thought of waiting for his senior brothers to take the initiative to ask, and then take it out as if nothing had happened. It's a pity that it didn't work out. It's getting late. Moonrabbit rises high. Everyone was ready to leave. Ning Chi stopped everyone with a smile. Senior brothers and sisters, please wait a moment. I have prepared some gifts for you. A Jinwu Sec's standard wooden box was delivered to each person, and curiosity suddenly appeared in the eyes of several people. Yi Qinghe smiled and said, "Xiaojiu, could it be that senior sister likes to eat spiritual peaches, so she prepared another one for us?"
Ningqi smiled and said nothing.
Everyone was even more curious.
The others were still worried about their face, but Yi Qinghe directly opened the lid of the wooden box.
In an instant, everyone was stunned. I saw only the wooden box.
What caught their eyes was not a spiritual peach, but a crystal-clear black elixir. The strange fragrance was very familiar to them.
What could it be if it wasn't a Ninggang elixir?
This time, everyone no longer cared about being reserved, and opened the wooden boxes in their hands, and the Ninggang Dan suddenly came into view.
"Xiaojiu, you succeeded?" Luo Wentian's voice trembled with excitement.
A series of excited eyes looked at Ningqi, who smiled and nodded. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my destiny. Even though I spent the previous Ninggang pill, the treasure house of medicinal materials has also been used up. After receiving Ningqi's affirmative answer, everyone laughed.
Xiaojiuqian is really a genius.
They resisted the urge to cheer, but their hearts were beating uncontrollably.
To be honest,
although Ningqi said that day that he was somewhat certain that he could reversely deduce the Ninggang Dan recipe, no one had much hope.
After all, if it could be so easy to deduce the recipe from a single pill, what would happen in the world? Ninggang Dan would not be so precious.
They support Ningqi just because Ningqi is their junior brother.
Unexpectedly.
Not long after this, Ningqi actually succeeded. Not only did he reversely introduce the Ninggang pill recipe, but he also successfully refined so many Ninggang pills.
It was not because he didn't want the Ninggang pill that everyone had given up to before. Just because Ninggang Dan is not enough. Okay, now, one for each person is enough.
In this way, both senior brother and second senior brother can hope to break through to the White Mist realm before the Heavenly Man ceremony. Everyone thought of this immediately, with smiles on their faces.
By then,
in addition to Jiang Baishan, there are 3 White Mist realms in the door, and they can fully support the scene without being too thin.
Hey, is there something else down here?
At this time, the voice of 6th disciple Sun Xuanhai attracted everyone's attention. He opened the second layer of the wooden box. A piece of white paper and several bottles of elixirs immediately fell into everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes showed doubts. They knew the Ninggang pill before, but now this thing is a bit unfamiliar to them.
All eyes looked at Ningqi.
Ningqi felt a little satisfied in his heart. His master had always spared no effort to create conditions for his growth. Now it was rare to give back to his master, giving him a different sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He didn't show off and said with a smile, "This is what I got by chance in the process of reversely deducing the Ninggang pill. The jade bottle contains the sleeping pill. After taking it, you can enter a special state of practice. What is written on the white paper is the sleeping skill used in conjunction with the sleeping pill. You can practice in your sleep and gather your inner energy faster. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. This thing is useless to the 5th senior brother, and it will have less effect on the 1st and 2nd senior brothers, but for you, the 3rd senior sister, it should be able to speed up your practice." After the words fell, there was silence. Everyone was stunned. The Ninggang pill before was already extremely amazing, but what did they hear now? The secret technique in supporting elixir to accelerate the gathering of inner energy. Are they ascetics hiding in the mountains practicing without contact with the outside world? Nature knows what this means. After a while, the sculptures gradually came to life. Luo Wentian and others looked at each other with wry smiles, which eventually turned into deep exclamation. "Xiaojiu, you really don't do anything, but if you do, you will scare people to death." At this moment, Ningqi's figure seemed to be shrouded in a certain brilliance in their eyes. Ningqi smiled and yawned. "Junior brother is sleepy, senior brothers and sisters should go back and rest early." Then he turned and went back to the house. Looking at the free and easy Ningqi, everyone smiled at each other, and the brilliance on Ningqi faded unconsciously, and Ningqi's appearance was still clearly visible. No matter how evil the junior brother is, he is still our junior brother. After the short Jinwoo Peach meeting, the true disciples fell into more arduous practice. After getting Ning Chi's sleeping dream skill and condensing gang pill, everyone was more diligent. Especially Yi Qingha and other disciples who were still in the inner Yuan realm, they experienced the magic of the sleeping dream skill. They could still condense internal energy when they were sleeping, which more than doubled the efficiency. And Luo Wentian and Xiongshi, two masters of the inner Yuan realm 9 layers, adjusted their status with all their strength, preparing to break into the White Mist realm with the help of the condensing gang pill. As for Ning Chi, the cultivation has also reached a critical moment. His internal energy has been connected with his body again, and he is about to enter the 8th suspended death. After this success, Ning Chi will reach the 9th level of the inner Yuan realm, which is the state of inner Yuan perfection. Then it will be the 9th suspended death. At that time, it is time to advance to the White Mist realm. However, at the moment, Ning Chi still has some expectations about what will be different when he reaches the inner Yuan realm perfection. Tian Shang, protect me. After the instructions were completed, Ning Chi fell into the 8th suspended death with a hint of expectation. Ning Chi had already done so many fake deaths before and after, and he was already familiar with it. Now, he could even enter the state of silence with his eyes closed. His breathing was so low that it was inaudible. Finally, he disappeared completely. Ning Chi's extremely powerful body became withered and silent. Unexpectedly. When Ning Chi woke up, it was not half a month like the previous 2 times, but 20 days. It seems that the perfection of the inner essence realm is still a little different. Ning Chi's eyes were shining. He felt that his condition was better than ever, with abundant essence and comfortable body. After 8 consecutive fake deaths, Ning Chi's body was already 9 times stronger than when he first perfected the body tempering realm. This is extremely exaggerated. You have to know that Ning Chi originally had an unparalleled foundation, and now it has been improved to 9 times the original. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine how strong this body is. It is not only reflected in strength, but also in all-round strength and profound foundation. Perhaps, I can even be comparable to the physical body of a Tianrun realm expert who specializes in cultivating the flower of essence. I wonder if the physical body of the Wang family ancestor is stronger than mine. The details of the battle between the Wang family ancestor and the Longshan Taoist that day spread throughout Qingzhou. Ning Chi naturally knew that the ancestor Wang's vitality was reversed, and he turned decay into magic, which was praised by countless people. Ning Chi felt that he might be able to do this now. If the rich vitality of his physical body was not concealed, it would be enough to cover the entire Jinwu mountain. Of course. Even if the physical body was comparable to that of the ancestor Wang, it did not mean that Ning Chi could fight with the ancestor Wang. The ancestor Wang's powerful physical body was just a container, and the power of heaven and earth was his powerful essence. In addition, it is lifespan. I feel that my lifespan may be doubled compared to that of an ordinary inner Yuan realm. My comprehension has improved again. Ning Chi moved his body slightly, and the crystal luster covered his physical body. He sank down and began to realize the most important breakthrough this time. When the inner realm is perfected, the biggest change is naturally in the inner strength. When the inner realm is perfected, the inner strength is almost as solid as an object, and can extend nearly 10 feet outside the body. It only needs to wait for the last transformation to condense into Gangchi, and then it can be completely solid and kill people outside the body. But Ning Chi's inner strength could extend 10 feet when he was in the 8th level. And now, Ning Chi stood in the yard and tapped lightly. An invisible and intangible inner strength shot out like a silk thread, and the peach branch 30 feet away quietly slid down, and the cut was extremely smooth. Ning Chi's mind moved again, and the peach branch was actually lifted up, rotated back, and slowly fell into Ning Chi's hands. Ning Chi smiled. If I remember correctly, the 5th senior brother's chi could only fly 30 feet. If it was beyond 30 feet, its power would be greatly reduced. And now, my internal energy can actually extend 30 feet, which is even better than the chi that leaves the body and never returns.
Moreover, if I want to, I can also let the internal energy leave the body.
Ning Qi flicked his fingers lightly, and sword qi and knife qi flew into the air. It can almost achieve the same effect as the qi, and even the power is much greater than the qi. Ning Qi's Wanshang chapter can make the internal energy he blasted out have all kinds of magical powers.
This is extremely terrifying.
It's a pity that the essence has not yet transformed, otherwise there would be no need for such a large consumption.
Ning Qi smiled and shook his head.
Even if the internal energy in his body is incredible now, it can't withstand such consumption. The reason why he can let the internal energy leave the body is completely unreasonable.
It is equivalent to having a faucet draining the internal energy while fighting.
Only Ning Qi can support such consumption. But for him, the most reasonable way to fight is to kill the enemy with a 30-foot-long internal energy machete. If Ning Qi is put on the battlefield, it will be like mowing the grass.
With my current combat power, if all means are used, maybe I can fight with Yuandan realm?
This is not because he thinks too highly of himself, but the conclusion he came to after fighting with Gangyuan realm masters repeatedly. He has estimated it quite conservatively. The two secret techniques of the Ape King's true body and the unity of heaven and man that he has recently realized can greatly increase his combat power.
Ning Qi is in a good mood.
Unknowingly, he has reached such a height. Looking at the world, he can also be called a strong man. However, he still needs to continue to settle down. Combat power is only for protecting the way, and one's own realm is the foundation.
Next, I will fully prepare for the last fake death.
The Great Dream 9 deaths will be perfected, and I will naturally reach the Gangyuan realm.
Ning Qi is looking forward to it.
Ordinary Gangyuan realm can live for 400 years, and he will only be stronger. Now there is still a long time before autumn and winter, and he feels that it is not a problem for him to be promoted to Gangyuan realm before his master comes out of retreat.
Time is quiet, and the summer is strong.
Check out the correct version in 16-9-1 Book 1 forum.
Ning Qi's cultivation is progressing steadily. For him, there is no bottleneck in Gangyuan realm.
He only needs to accumulate and then he can break through naturally.
The Zhenwu sect also received good news one after another.
The true disciples broke through one after another. With Ning Qi's Nianmeng Gong and Nianmeng Dan, a group of true disciples in the inner Yuan realm basically broke through a small realm. After all, the effect is the best at the beginning, especially Yi Qinghe, who broke through to the perfection of the inner Yuan realm. Unfortunately, it still takes time to settle, and it is impossible to advance to Gangyuan in one go.
Fortunately, the eldest disciple Luo Wentian and the second disciple Xiongshi did not disappoint everyone.
With the help of Ninggang Dan, and the two of them practicing Daijin Gong, their foundation was solid, and there was no surprise in their breakthrough.
Luo Wentian was the first to break through the Gangyuan realm.
And 10 days later,
Xiongshi followed closely and stepped into the Gangyuan realm. For a while, Zhenwu sect was jubilant.
From now on, in addition to Longshan Taoist, the peerless strongman in the Tianran realm, Zhenwu sect has 3 Gangyuan realms. Although they are only in the Baiwu realm, they are also good enough to show off, and they are also enough to dominate the scene at the Tianran ceremony. Coincidentally, the 3 of them practiced one of the heaven-shaking True Gang, earth-shaking True Gang, and sea-covering True Gang, which can form a combined attack technique, and have a hint of the prototype of the 9 heavenly and human fighting martial saints. As a sect that has only been established for a few decades, this
growth rate is already extremely amazing. It can be foreseen.
When these true disciples have grown up thoroughly, the Zhenwu sect will definitely be a giant-level force in the future. Afterwards, Jiang Baishan, Luo Wentian and Xiongshi, 3 Gangyuan realm masters, fought against each other several times.
The battle scenes dazzled the disciples of Zhenwu sect, and they all yearned for it.
However, as expected, Jiang Baishan was still the strongest. After all, he was the first to step into the White Mist realm, and he had the highest talent. Ning Qi felt the jubilant atmosphere of his master, and he couldn't help but feel happy, and his practice became more enjoyable. However, he still put most of his energy into his own affairs. Reading scriptures, practicing, creating laws, planting trees, refining pills, teaching white apes. Ning Qi was content. Although the Heavenly Man ceremony was a grand event for Jinwu sect, and Ning Qi was also very concerned, he felt that there would be many such things in the long years to come, and he needed to seek peace of mind in the hustle and bustle and get used to it in advance. Anyway, Ning Qi was doing what he should do. When it was time to work hard, he would not back down. Although Taoist Longshan has not come out of retreat, the Heavenly Man ceremony has been prepared in full swing. After Luo Wentian broke through the Gangyuan realm, he once again devoted himself to the affairs of the sect. The current Jinwu sect is very lively. Many buildings need to be renovated, or even demolished and rebuilt, which requires the help of skilled craftsmen and warriors. After all, Jinwu Mountain is steep, and it takes a lot of effort to transport some materials. Fortunately, there are many disciples in the Jinwu sect, so there is no need to worry about this. The movement is not small, even Ning Qi can occasionally hear some in the secluded place of the Seeking Tao Academy. He occasionally watched the changes from a distance and sighed slightly. He has been in Jinwu Mountain for nearly 8 years. This is the first time that such a large-scale renovation has made him feel familiar and unfamiliar. However, it is a good thing. Luo Wentian also told him that the original town far away from the foot of Jinwu Mountain is also constantly expanding, and it is likely to become a big city. After all, the appeal of the Heavenly Man realm and the Gangyuan realm is completely different. The world is becoming increasingly unstable. A powerful person in the Heavenly Man realm is not far away, which can at least make the villains a little more afraid. Many people come here because of his reputation, and even some wealthy businessmen and gentry are moving their families here. Many people are asking how to join the Jinwu sect, which makes the disciples who joined before extremely proud and full of a sense of belonging to the sect. In Qingzhou, eyes are also looking at the Jinwu sect, guessing when the Jinwu sect will start to send out invitations. Everyone is looking forward to the Heavenly Man ceremony, when there will be a Heavenly Man strongman talking about martial arts, and Qingzhou has not produced a Heavenly Man strongman for a long time. Everything is going in an orderly manner. Ning Qi is practicing silently. Steadily moving towards the Gangyuan realm, the 3 realms of Gangyuan, White Mist, Jade Liquid and Yuandan, he is getting closer and closer to the White Mist realm. The main reason is that his internal strength is too strong, otherwise it is very easy to transform into Gangqi. The autumn wind gradually blows over Jinwu Mountain. Ning Qi did not set foot in the White Mist realm, but the White Ape Yuan Tianchen completed the breakthrough first. It took 4 years to complete the body tempering, which is much faster than I thought before. It seems that Tianqing's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Ning Qi looked at the white ape immersed in boxing in the distance, nodded slightly, and showed satisfaction. This cultivation speed cannot be compared with him, but if compared with other humans, it is also shocking. This is due to the white ape's extremely high spiritual wisdom, the extremely high degree of fit of the ape king pile and the awakening of blood. All 3 are indispensable. At this moment, the white ape's body is sometimes like lightning, sometimes very slow, and the whole figure has merged into the sunset. The ape king's divine will is manifested, making people seem to see a towering ancient ape roaring to the sky, moving mountains and filling the sea. His body is flawless, and now it is at the critical moment of the birth of internal strength. But then, Ning Qi's eyes showed surprise. He exclaimed lightly and found something wrong. In an instant, the white ape roared and its body expanded rapidly. Its silver-white hair swelled up in the wind, and a silver giant ape, which was 25 feet long, appeared in the courtyard. Facing the sunset light, it roared silently, looking extraordinary, but Ning Qi had seen this scene before. At most, the white ape was much larger when it showed its true form as the Ape King. What really surprised him was the white ape's eyes. Originally, there was only a faint golden color, but now there was a lot more golden color, half of it, with some special meaning. Ning Qi watched quietly, suppressing his curiosity, until the white ape completely vented and recovered its body. "Teacher, I have been promoted to the inner realm." The white ape was extremely excited. He felt the powerful power in his body, and felt like a dream. Once upon a time, he just thought that he could defeat the iron-armed ape, but with his current strength, he was afraid that he could make the iron-armed ape call him daddy with just one punch. And all this was given by Ning Qi in front of him.
He looked at Ning Chi with gratitude and admiration. He was even more grateful for his choice back then. If he was still in the mountains, even if his bloodline awakened one day, he would only be an ignorant beast. How could he see the true martial arts? He had a hunch that if he could follow his teacher all the way, he would reach a height that he could not even imagine in the future. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. How do you feel? It's better than ever before. My body is perfect and my spirit is growing. This is an all-round improvement. The real body of the Ape King is even stronger, and even my bloodline has been further awakened. As the white ape said, his pupils gradually turned golden. However, he respected Ning Chi very much, and the golden pupil did not look at Ning Chi. Ning Chi saw the white ape's behavior and asked, "What changes have these golden pupils made?" When he first awakened his bloodline, the white ape had said that if he focused his attention, the speed of moving objects would slow down. Now that he has awakened further, there should be more magical things. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. There seems to be a message in my blood telling me that this talent is called the delusion-breaking spiritual pupil. The speed of ordinary creatures will be much slower under my sight, but it won't work if they are too strong. In addition, I seem to be able to see through some things that I couldn't see before. He scratched his head, a little honest. This delusion-breaking spiritual pupil has taken shape, and he is still exploring it. This talent is far from complete. Ning Chi was a little surprised by this talent. Delusion-breaking spiritual pupil, delusion-breaking. He pondered. Try looking at me. Ning Chi activated the silence technique and shapeshifting technique, and his vitality disappeared. His true face disappeared, and he turned into a pockmarked teenager. The white ape was eager to try. Then he was dumbfounded. Under the golden pupil's gaze, there was no flaw. Ning Chi in front of him looked like an ordinary person, but the question was, how could his teacher be an ordinary person? And the teacher didn't look like this at all. The teacher's realm is too high, I can't see through it. The white ape was a little ashamed. Ning Chi returned to his original state, smiled and waved his hands. He clearly felt a strong prying force just now, but since Ning Chi realized the secret art of the unity of heaven and man, he optimized the silence technique and shapeshifting technique a little bit, so that even the strong people in the realm of heaven and man could not see through him, so it was reasonable that the white ape could not see through him. On the contrary, he felt that the white ape had a strong talent, and maybe one day, he could break all illusions. Ning Chi did not use internal energy to explore. He had tried several times. At his current state, being able to dig out the true body of the Ape King is already the limit. If he wants to study the power of blood, he may have to reach the heavenly man realm. At that time, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, he may be able to figure out the essence of the delusion-breaking spirit pupil. He is somewhat looking forward to it. In the future, dig out your blood well and practice martial arts at the same time. Don't slack off. Ning Chi reminded. He has higher and higher expectations for the white ape. With a strong bloodline and practicing martial arts, the white ape's combat power is very strong. It cannot be measured only by the martial arts realm. It can even be said that even if he does not practice martial arts, with the current blood strength of the white ape, it is enough to compete with the strong men in the inner Yuan realm. The white ape nodded respectfully. Ning Chi passed the recently created Ape King power to the white ape and continued to practice. Calculating the time, he is about to enter the 9th fake death. Seek Taoism. Ning Chi was running the Great Dream's 9 death energy, and could feel that his inner energy had reached the edge of qualitative change. For ordinary people, the final leap of the 9 stacks of inner energy into a gang requires a lot of energy to transform little by little. But in Ning Chi's deduction, during his last state of suspended animation, his physical body and internal energy would transform on their own. Luo Wentian visits. He brought another batch of recently collected medicinal materials, including 2 medicinal materials for Ninggang Dan, which were urgently sent from some industries under the Jinwu sect. If he wants them in the future, he really only has to. It can be accumulated slowly. This was not because Luo Wentian wanted Ning Chi to make elixirs, but because Ning Chi took the initiative. Xiaojiao, alchemy is certainly good, but you must not put the cart before the horse and don't indulge in it. Luo Wentian couldn't help but remind him. He was afraid that his junior brother would become addicted to it after trying to refine the Ninggang pill and waste his martial arts practice. Although he didn't know what level Ning Qi was now, Ning Qi's future would be higher than everyone else. This was the tacit truth in the hearts of all the disciples. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Elder brother, I know. He was just trying it out in his spare time to see if he could deduce an elixir that could be used to speed up the cultivation of Gangyuan realm. Cultivation in the Gangyuan realm is a matter of hard work. Even a genius like Taoist Longshan takes 10 years to break through the realm. Although the Wanxiang Zheng'an created by Ning Qi is powerful, it is more reflected in the all-encompassing above. As long as you know what's going on, don't blame senior brother for being nagging. Luo Wentian stood up with a smile. He also knew that Ning Qi had not needed others to worry about her since she was a child, but he still couldn't help but say that this was instinctive love. Then I'll leave first. Master is probably going to be released from seclusion soon. I have to prepare everything before he comes. Out of seclusion. Ning Qi said. I just have to go into seclusion for a while. If Master comes out of seclusion, please tell me, senior brother, that I can't come to greet you. Luo Wentian waved his hand and walked away. Ning Qi looked at the medicinal herbs and smiled knowingly. He looks within himself. Blessing to the soul. The internal energy and the physical body have been completely connected. It was late autumn now, and the cold wind was bleak, but it could not blow away the joy in Ning Qi's heart. Tian, don't go out during this period. With a warning, Ning Qi strode into the house. He took a deep breath and felt slightly excited. Although he had faked death 8 times in a row, this last one was more critical. The inner energy was stacked into a gang, which was a qualitative transformation. After adjusting his state, Ning Qi gradually lost his thoughts. He fell into a state of silence, and his whole body seemed to sink into a chaotic space. Boom! 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 The flesh body is beating, and the essence of life surges out from the depths, with a rhythmic sound that only Ning Qi can hear. The combination of inner energy and life essence began to produce inexplicable changes. Above the endless and silent Dantian space, the first breath like white mist appeared. Then, wisps of water fell like drizzle, filling the entire space. Time passes slowly. The white mist is gathering more and more, becoming a vast expanse, like a hazy mist. Until a certain moment. There was a faint buzzing sound. Ning Qi opened his eyes and felt as if he was in another world. Even though he was already familiar with suspended animation, the duration of his sleep was far longer than he expected. 1 month. He was a little amazed. Originally, he thought that this last time of suspended animation would be about the same time as the last time, but he underestimated the majesty of his inner energy and the strength of his physical body. The newly born Gangqi and white mist gathered together, like rain, and it was incredibly huge. It also took a lot of time to transform. Fortunately, everything is worth it. Ning Qi had heard several senior brothers describe the conditions inside their bodies. Far inferior to myself. Is this the Gangqi realm? It is indeed powerful. Ning Qi felt a little emotional. As soon as he thought about it, Gangqi suddenly beat at his fingertips. This was a power that was completely incomparable to the previous inner strength. White mist, jade liquid and yuan dan are actually 3 forms of Gangqi. The practice of the Gangyuan realm is to continuously refine the Gangqi and combine it with the essence of life. From the initial gaseous white mist to the final solid yuandan, you can try to unify the gods with heaven and earth. Man becomes one, thus reaching the realm of heaven and man. There is no secret to Ning Qi in the cultivation of Gangyuan realm. He has even created the Gangyuan realm Kung Fu in the Wanxiang Zhengang. He can feel that his current state is better than ever before, his mind is turning, and auras are constantly rising. This is a significant improvement in the essence of life, driving the upper limit of understanding to rise again. Ordinary Gangyuan realm can live for 400 years, but Ning Qi may have to live for 400 years. more exaggerated. He guessed that his lifespan might be close to the realm of heaven and human beings. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. But Ningqi's biggest feeling now is, I am very strong. He is already a little unsure of his own strength now. The majestic gang chi in his body surged with powerful power, making him feel that he could easily kill his previous self in an instant. Maybe I can try flying. A trace of excitement and expectation emerged in Ningqi's heart. Ordinary warriors who reach the Yuandan realm can barely fly into the sky, but Ningqi's Gangyuan is too majestic and of high quality. So maybe he can do it. He resisted the urge and walked out the door. White Ape has been waiting for him for a long time, with a look of reverence in his eyes. After awakening the delusion spirit eye, his perception was extremely sharp. The fleeting sense of terror and oppression before made him know how powerful the ordinary teacher in front of him was. Has Master come out of seclusion? Ningqi asked. White Ape bowed respectfully. The real person hasn't come out yet. Ningqi has not officially accepted him as his disciple, so Bai Yuan dare not call Taoist Longshan his master. Ningqi was slightly surprised. I originally thought that after 1 month of feigning death, my master would be out of seclusion long ago, but I didn't expect that he hadn't come out of seclusion yet. It seems that master has gained a lot this time. He felt a little emotional. Generally speaking, for those who have just broken through to the heavenly realm, the longer it takes to digest and understand, the greater the harvest. Perhaps the previous battle with the ancestor of the Wang family gave Taoist Longshan some inspiration. When master comes out of seclusion, I can share with him the secret technique of the unity of heaven and man. I don't know if it can be of help to him. By the way, master can help me feel the power of heaven and earth. Ningqi thought secretly. At night, Ningqi left Jinwu Mountain quietly. He was extremely fast, like a ghost. Sensing that there was no one around, Ningqi's eyes rose with anticipation. The next moment, the majestic white mist in the body surged, and Ningqi's figure slowly rose from the ground. It was a little unstable at first, but after getting familiar with it, it has become quite stable, coming and going like the wind. He stood high in the sky, opened his arms involuntarily, closed his eyes and felt the night wind caressing him. In my previous life, I was lying on a hospital bed unable to move, but in this life I can fly high in the sky. Ningqi couldn't help but feel wanton and joyful. And this is just the beginning. He will cherish this hard-won opportunity and go further. Ningqi was flying in the sky. After gradually getting used to flying, he liked this way of moving. He stood with his hands behind his back and tapped his feet in the air. He appeared in the distance. Both the comfort and style were better than his previous body movements. But there were also flaws. First, the speed was not fast enough. It was still inferior to the running body movement. Second, the consumption was a bit high. This was normal. After all, Ningqi was only in the white mist realm now. The reason why he could fly was entirely because his own chi was too huge. However, this was not a difficult task for Ningqi. He slowly closed his eyes and landed on a peak. Then he opened his arms and felt the wind passing through. If the speed was not fast enough, he would speed up. If the consumption was a bit high, he would reduce the consumption. The chi in his body rolled like fog, and from time to time, various true meanings were revealed. What is Wanxiang Chi? That is, it encompasses everything and creates everything. If you want to cultivate such a supreme skill, you must have a very deep understanding of the universe. However, it takes a lifetime for ordinary people to comprehend one thing, not to mention the universe. Only Ningqi can do it. Beside him, the gang chi surged out, accompanied by various strange phenomena. Sometimes it turned into a real dragon, circling around Ningqi, as if to take him to the sky. Sometimes there was an eagle cry, and the gang chi turned into wings, rolling up the airflow. This is the use of gang chi. Ningqi is trying to fly faster and consume less. Keep trying and combining. Ningqi's mind is full of inspiration like a spring, constantly gushing.
After being promoted to the White Mist realm, his comprehension has become stronger, and it is not difficult for him to create such martial arts. I don't know how long it has been. Ningqi slowly opened his eyes with a smile in his eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and took a slight step. There seemed to be invisible steps above the void. He strolled leisurely. One step was already very far away. There was a faint sound of the roar of the real dragon and the long cry of the divine eagle. This speed was much faster than the previous flight with the strong energy, and even the consumption was reduced by 70% to 80%. Taking the shape of the real dragon and the divine eagle, combined with the wind, it is far better than the past, so it is called the stepping step. After a small test, he smiled happily. Sure enough, different true meanings applied in different scenes bring completely different effects. A major advantage of the Wanshan Zhengang is that it can evolve different true meanings of the Gangqi according to different enemies, and they can be integrated with each other, with infinite magical uses. But for Ningqi, whether it is the Wanshan Origin Post, Wanshan Jin or Wanshan Zhengang, the biggest help is to lay a foundation for him. Now he is in contact with the world. If he touches the avenue in the future, he may be able to control the 10,000 ways. Ningqi stood in the void, looked back at the peak where he just stood, and stretched out his hand slightly. The next moment, a sword aura condensed, carrying an unparalleled sharp sword intent, and flew 100 feet in an instant, cutting through the peak. The cut was extremely smooth, and the peak slowly slid down and fell into the mountain stream, making a resounding sound. A sword cuts the mountain, but that's all. But this is far from Ningqi's limit. He looked up at the sky and decided to leave. It seems that I have to create a few killing techniques, otherwise I can't fully exert my aura. This is not difficult for Ningqi. The art of seeking the Tao is the most difficult, because it involves the improvement of the essence of life. The art of protecting the Tao is simple, just the use of aura. Ningqi can create it quickly as long as he has a flash of inspiration. Time passes. Ningqi did not slack off after stepping into the Gangyuan realm, and he still practiced step by step. He tried to refine pills to speed up the tempering of aura, but in the end found that it was not very effective. It's not that the recipe for tempering aura created by Ningqi is not good, the problem lies with Ningqi himself. His qi was too strong. If he used pills to speed it up, even if he exhausted the Zhenwu sect, it would not speed it up too much. At most, it would be a few months faster. After all, according to Ningqi's own estimation, he would not stay in the 3 realms of Gangyuan for a few years. In this case, Ningqi simply focused on the practice method and improved his practice speed from this aspect. He was not a greedy person. The help from his master was enough for him. He would not empty his master because of his practice. Giving these Chu Gangdan to Luo Wendian and others could at least save them more than 10 years. No one knew that Ningqi had become the 4th person among the true disciples to step into the Gangyuan realm. And his fighting power was even more exaggerated. I'm afraid that Jiang Baishan and the other 2 would be tied together with just one sword. At this time, Zhenwu Mountain was already covered with some white snow. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Ningqi is also 8 years old. Just when everyone was wondering whether Taoist Longshan would remain in seclusion until next year, a startling fluctuation came from Mingwu Pavilion, accompanied by Taoist Longshan's loud laughter that spread throughout Zhenwu sect, and everyone's eyes showed surprise. Everyone knew that Taoist Longshan had come out of seclusion. Disciples congratulate Master on his success in coming out of seclusion. The true disciples gathered in Mingwu Pavilion as soon as possible. Just by hearing Taoist Longshan's loud laughter, they knew that this seclusion had yielded a lot. Taoist Longshan bathed in changed clothes, and met the disciples. He immediately showed surprise in his eyes. He only spent more than half a year in seclusion this time, but the mental outlook of the disciples had undergone earth-shaking changes. Except for the young disciple Ningqi, who was still unclear as always, the other disciples had made considerable progress in their cultivation, especially Luo Wendian and Xiongshi, whose aura of Gangyuan realm was fully revealed. As if he had seen the surprise in Taoist Longshan's eyes, Luo Wendian smiled and took the initiative to report. Master Qi, everything is thanks to my junior brother. He came slowly and told Taoist Longshan about the Ninggang pill and the sleeping dream skill.
Taoist Longshan was stunned. Ning Qi actually used only one Ning Gang Dan to reversely launch the elixir recipe? And this dream sleeping skill is so miraculous that it can speed up the cultivation of internal energy while sleeping?
He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi and saw Ning Qi smiling peacefully.
Taoist Longshan also smiled, feeling filled with emotion. Xiaojiu, well done.
There were only a few words, but everyone smiled knowingly, and they could hear the joy in Longshan Taoist's heart.
Taoist Longshan's biggest dream since he received the Jinwu inheritance is to revive the Jinwu sect.
Now that he has stepped into the realm of heaven and humanity, the next step is to train his disciples to become independent beings. Ning Qi's actions undoubtedly accelerated this process.
Naturally happy, Taoist Longshan stroked the goat's beard and laughed. 2 months later, on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the heavenly and human ceremony will be held. Wendian, you will coordinate the specific matters.
All the disciples were excited. They had already made preparations and were just waiting for Taoist Longshan to leave seclusion. Now that they had received the order, they were all very motivated and wanted to take action immediately.
Yes, Master. 2 months is neither long nor short. After all, Xinzhou alone is so big. After the invitation is sent out, we have to give people some time to prepare. This day,
Jinwu disciples all descended from the mountain, and their fast horses rushed to all parts of Qingzhou, and even to several other nearby states. Then, Qingzhou was shocked again.
Master Longshan is finally going to hold the heavenly and human ceremony. I don't know what powerful heavenly beings will come this time. This is a great opportunity.
If you can be valued by the powerful heavenly beings, not to mention being accepted as a disciple, even if you bring a servant with you as a servant, it will be a big deal.
Opportunity. What I yearn for most is the theory of heaven and man. If I can understand a little bit, it will be enough to benefit me for a lifetime.
Unfortunately, it is too difficult for us unsectarians to get invitations. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Even if you can't go to Jinwu Mountain, it's still good to stay nearby for a while.
What if you are taken seriously by some Gangyuan realm powerhouse? Such a grand event must be experienced, just to see what the Jinwu sect's background is like. A series of discussions resounded throughout Qingzhou. Those who get the invitation will naturally be very excited and start preparing gifts. There will be a lot of powerful people coming to congratulate them. If the gifts are too shabby and will make people laugh, this is an excellent opportunity to show off their connections. Some of the people who had not received the invitation did not give up, and they also gathered towards the Jinwu sect. Most of them were individual warriors with low cultivation levels, holding on to a glimmer of hope that they could find a chance in this gathering place. Fortunately, the city under Jinwu Mountain has been expanded a lot, and it was named Jinwu City under the instruction of Taoist Longshan. Predictable.
From now on, Jinwu City will inevitably develop into another big martial arts city in Qingzhou. The Jinwu sect became the center of countless gazes.
Taoist Longshan was thinking about Ning Qi. Late at night,
he stood by the window of Mingwu Pavilion with his hands behind his hands, looking at the night. During this period of time, he first went down the mountain to pursue Qin Yun's traces, and then went into seclusion to break through the realm of heaven and man. After coming out of seclusion, he heard that the disciples were bullied and went down the mountain to kill them at the speed of light. After returning to the mountain, he hurriedly retreated to digest the gains from this breakthrough to the realm of heaven and man. It has been nearly 2 years since I was busy like this, and there was basically no extra time to pay attention to my apprentices.
Luo Wentian and the others, Taoist Longshan, are not worried.
After all, they are adults and can take care of themselves. Only Ning Qi is too young and is only 8 years old now. He has a blood feud, but he also has powerful power. Longshan the Taoist is worried that Ning Qi's desire for revenge will become more urgent after becoming stronger, which will affect him. It is human nature to have a sharp weapon and a murderous intention, and to want revenge when you have the strength. A year ago, Xiaojiu already had the strength to suppress the White Mist realm.
I wonder what extent it has reached now. Taoist Longshan thought.
Only he knew in the entire Jinwu sect that it was this young disciple who killed the flying eagle. Until now, when he occasionally thinks about this, he still feels a little unbelievable. A year ago, Ning Qi, who was only 7 years old, could easily kill a strong man in the White Mist realm. This was something that no one else could do. To the extent that you would believe it. Luo Wentian and the others were not wrong in their guess. It was indeed Jinwu's hand. However, they never expected that Jinwu's hand was actually their junior brother. With my current strength, suppressing the Blood Rain Tower is not a problem, but I can't alert them and let them get the news in advance, lest the four wind, rain, thunder, and lightning will escape first, and if I want to find out the truth about the family's extermination, I have to carefully consider this matter. It is rumored that the four people of wind, rain, thunder and lightning have a record of working together to escape safely in the face of the heaven and human realm. To be on the safe side, it is best to defeat them one by one. Perhaps, you can take the initiative to talk to Xiaojiu about this matter, so that he won't feel upset. Thinking like this, Taoist Longshan made up his mind and headed towards the Taoist temple. Not long after, he had already appeared outside the temple of Seeking Tao, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Peach trees stood upright outside the courtyard. Although there were no peach blossoms in bloom and they were a bit lonely, it was not difficult to see with his eyesight that there was something strange about the placement of these peach trees. They vaguely echoed the small courtyard in front of him, and there was a feeling that he couldn't even describe. Looking at the 3 words Chou Dao Yuan, he smiled knowingly, as if he could see his little apprentice's ambition from these 3 words. Stepping in slowly, Ning Qi was already waiting inside, and he sensed the arrival of Taoist Longshan. Master! Ning Qi smiled and saluted. Taoist Longshan looked at Ning Qi and was filled with emotion. The 8-year-old Ning Qi was already as tall as a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He was dressed in a blue Taoist robe and had an indescribable Taoist charm. This was the result of his perennial enlightenment. A tolerance cultivated by reading scriptures. Xier, you have grown up. Taoist Longshan sighed. He had to admit that even though he had stepped into the realm of heaven and human beings, he still couldn't see through his little apprentice. He felt like the waves behind him and the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. He remembered the scene when Ning Qi asked him about immortality when he was half a year old. In more than 7 years, he could grow so much. If everything hadn't happened in front of his eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Ning Qi said seriously. If it weren't for Master, Ning Qi wouldn't have grown up so smoothly. He did not ask Taoist Longshan why he visited late at night. Taoist Longshan didn't say anything either. One master and one disciple, 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out of the courtyard inadvertently and strolled aimlessly on Jinwu Mountain. The 2 of them talked about what had happened in recent days, anecdotes about cultivation, the Jinwu Peach Fair held by the disciples, and the upcoming heavenly and human ceremony. This feeling is very comfortable. It is rare for a master and his apprentice to have such an opportunity. Ning Qi has always been grateful to Taoist Longshan for not only saving him from death, but also teaching him carefully. Although there was not much left to teach him later, he did his best to create the best conditions for him and never interfered with him. I am afraid that there will never be a second master like this in the world. He saw the hesitation of Taoist Longshan, chuckled, and took the initiative to say, Master, you want to talk about the matter of the Blood Rain Tower? Taoist Longshan was stunned, and then smiled helplessly. He found that he was not as decisive as an 8-year-old child, probably because of the previous Qin Yun incident. Taoist Longshan nodded and said solemnly, Master once told you that he would definitely help you take revenge in the future. Now that the Master has reached the realm of heaven and man, destroying the Blood Rain Tower is a piece of cake. The Master does not want this matter to bother you for too long. Ning Qi was a little moved. In fact, he really thought about the question of when to take revenge. When he was in the inner Yuan realm, although he had the combat power to rival the Gang Yuan realm, it was not stable enough. After he was promoted to the White Mist realm, he felt that he could easily suppress the Yuan Dan realm, and this idea gradually became active. He did not forget what happened 8 years ago.
That Master Feng was extremely afraid of Longshan Taoist, who was in the Yuan Dan realm. Now 8 years have passed. Even if he has made a breakthrough, he is only in the Yuan Dan realm at most. Ning Qi felt that it would not be a problem for him to kill him. However, the enemy is not a wooden person and will not wait for Ning Qi to kill him. In fact, as a killer organization, the Blood Rain Tower acts more covertly than ordinary forces. The difficulty of revenge is not to destroy the Blood Rain Tower, but to find the base of the Blood Rain Tower. Therefore, Ning Qi has thought about this, but he has no idea of acting rashly. If he accidentally alerts the enemy will hide, and it will be more troublesome to find him in the future. Master, don't worry. I will remember this, but I will not disturb my mood because of it. Revenge is one of my goals, but it is not everything I live for. Ning Qi said seriously. Taoist Longshan felt relieved. What he was most afraid of was that Ning Qi had always been worried about him. But after a chat with Ning Qi today, he found that he still underestimated his young apprentice's state of mind. His peace and tenacity made him feel a little inferior. The whereabouts of the Blood Rain Tower are secret. After the heavenly ceremony is over, I will start working on this matter. It won't take long before there should be results. At that time, I will help you. Taoist Longshan spoke with confidence. In the final analysis, the Blood Rain Tower is just a first-rate force. Even if it has some tricks, it can't compete with Taoist Longshan, who is already in the realm of gods. There are a lot of people who are willing to betray Taoist Longshan to save face. Ning Qi nodded and said, Master, when the time comes, leave the wind in the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to me. I want to take revenge myself. Taoist Longshan was stunned. The 4 gold medal killers of Feng Yulei Dian are all powerful in the Gang Yuan realm, especially that Feng, who has a record of assassinating Yuan Dan realm. That battle also completely established the reputation of the Blood Rain Tower, making many first-rate forces in Qingzhou extremely afraid of the Blood Rain Tower. At this moment, hearing Ning Qi say this, he couldn't help but feel tight in his heart. Share, you. Ning Qi laughed softly. Master, I am sure. Taoist Longshan stared at Ning Qi, and there were waves in his heart. If these words were said by others, he would never believe it. A child as young as 8 years old said that he was sure to defeat a Yuan Dan realm expert. Who? This is simply a fantasy. Ning Qi's ability to kill the flying eagle was enough to defy the sky before, but the difference between the White Mist realm and the Yuan Dan realm is not even a little bit. Even Taoist Longshan himself spent decades crossing from the White Mist realm to the Yuan Dan realm. But he knew that Ning Qi would never exaggerate. Really? Really? Ning Qi and Taoist Longshan looked at each other with calm and confident expressions. After a while, Taoist Longshan breathed a sigh of relief and decided to give it a try himself. Even if he believes in Ning Qi again, he cannot be careless. It is a good thing to want to take revenge personally, but he must have enough strength. Ning Qi's eyes gradually became a little excited. He was really curious about the strength of the powerful people in the heavenly realm, but he never had a chance. If you can't stand it anymore, tell me any time. Good. Master and disciple stood opposite each other, 10 feet apart. The words fell. Taoist Longshan's face became solemn, his Taoist robe swayed slightly, and the power of heaven and earth gradually gathered together, and then suppressed Ning Qi like a giant mountain. Ning Qi's body shook, and he immediately felt the invisible pressure. Different from the previous fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth that were unconsciously emitted when Taoist Longshan broke through, now the power of heaven and earth comes with targeted suppression, and Ning Qi suddenly feels like he is stuck in a quagmire. He raised his hand slightly, feeling that it took several times more effort than usual. The flesh body is trembling, the muscles and bones are vibrating, and the spine is cracking. The Gang Qi in his body could no longer help but move on its own, resisting the ubiquitous and increasingly stronger sense of oppression. No wonder the Gang Yuan realm has no power to fight back against the strong ones in the heavenly realm. This is not a level of power at all. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. The suppression between heaven and earth alone is already so terrifying. It is conceivable that if he actually takes action, it is no wonder that Ning Qi heard that the Zai Sword Master of the Yuan Dan realm was instantly killed by his master without even resisting a few moves. Just think about it, 2 adults are wrestling, and one of them is tied up with a rope. Isn't that just being slaughtered? It would be too embarrassing to let ordinary Gangyuan realm and heavenly realm experts compete. But Ning Qi is obviously not an ordinary Gangyuan realm. The majestic qi in his body suddenly shook, and he was able to withstand the oppression of the power of heaven and earth. Taoist Longshan's eyes widened slightly, and then he immediately increased the firepower, shrouding Ning Qi like an invisible cage. Ning Qi's gangqi changes, like clouds and fog, misty and uncertain, and like water in lakes, turning back and forth thousands of times. Taoist Longshan's eyes widened even more. What kind of aura is this? When the power of heaven and earth came into effect, he felt like he was suppressing a loach. There were no 3 parts of it. It was either shaken back, moved away, or absorbed. The aura was so miraculous that it was unbelievable, but absolutely it's not the existing skills of Jinwu sect. Taoist Longshan was amazed. He probably knew that Ning Qi had already gone his own way. Unknowingly, his Taoist robes were beating even more violently. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. He deliberately wanted to test the limits of Ning Qi's energy. The power of heaven and earth is becoming more and more surging, and the wind is blowing fiercely on the cliff. Except for not doing it himself, Taoist Longshan has no reservations about the power of heaven and earth. Ning Qi gradually couldn't bear it any longer. Resisting this astonishing pressure from heaven and earth required a large amount of gangqi to be consumed every moment. Even if his gangqi was majestic, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. He probably knew where his limits were. The strong men in the heavenly man realm are indeed extraordinary. Although my current qi is huge, its quality is still a little poor. It is already quite good to be able to hold on for a while. Unless I use the 2 secret techniques of the Ape King's true body or the unity of heaven and man, I can forcibly tear apart the oppression of the power of heaven and earth, and perhaps advance to the jade liquid realm to make the qi undergo a qualitative change. In other words, if I go all out, I may be able to fight with a strong man like Master who has just entered the heavenly man realm. It is hard to say whether I can win, but I will definitely not die. It is not difficult for me to leave. Ning Qi smiled in his heart, and he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. In this way, even without the help of Taoist Longshan, he can easily destroy the Blood Rain Tower. While thinking, Ning Qi had already said, "Master, I can't hold on any longer. It's not a life and death battle, so there is no need to use the trump card." Taoist Longshan slowly withdrew the power of heaven and earth, and he was relieved. Ning Qi's performance was too amazing. If he didn't show weakness, he might have to go down himself. Taoist Longshan was amazed. Ning Qi was only 8 years old. With such performance now, even if he was before he entered the heavenly man realm, he would not be able to do better, and at that time, he would be over 80 years old. In this comparison, he felt like he was living a dog's life. Ning Qi smiled and asked, "Master, how is it?" Facing the expectant eyes, Taoist Longshan coughed twice, trying to keep his face calm. "Not bad." He turned his back and stood with his hands behind his back. This performance is not only good, it is simply a monster, and there is no problem against the Yuandan realm. After that, the gold metal killer Feng of the Blood Rain Tower will be left to you to deal with. Taoist Longshan's words were light, but the arc of his mouth betrayed his mood at the moment. In such an atmosphere, all the Jinwu disciples were also extremely excited. This gathering of heroes at Jinwu Mountain can be said to be the biggest event since the founding of Jinwu sect, and it is the turning point of Jinwu sect's prosperity. Luo Wendian has repeatedly ordered the sect to welcome the guests with the best spirit and energy, and not to make any mistakes. Luo Wendian is in charge of Jinwu Mountain, and Xiongshi is sent to Jinwu City. Nowadays, more and more warriors are gathering in Jinwu City. Although many people will restrain themselves, there will always be some friction when there are too many people. It is naturally better to have a strong man who can control the situation. As for those who are stronger than Xiongshi, they will not make trouble.
The killing reputation of Taoist Longshan is still in front of them some time ago, and no one will find trouble at this juncture. All the disciples performed their duties. Ning Qi, on the contrary, became quiet again. He wanted to help, but there was really nothing he could do. After all, he didn't get involved in the affairs of the sect on weekdays. As for asking him to go down the mountain to deliver the invitation, it was even more impossible. In the eyes of Luo Wentian and others, the junior brother is only 8 years old, so it is better for him to stay in the sect. Ever since the Taoist Longshan talked about the way of heaven and man that day, Ning Qi seemed to have some enlightenment and created the heaven sword technique. He has returned to his previous practice again. However, he felt that the tempering of Gainqi was a bit too slow. Practicing in Gangyuan realm, turning white mist into jade liquid, condensing jade liquid into Yuandan, each realm is a qualitative change of Gainqi, quenching Gangdan is useful to me, but the consumption is too large. The spiritual medicine foundation of the sect cannot support my practice, unless I go down the mountain to find resources myself, but that may not be fast. Combined with the secret art of Tao Tai in my previous dream, I can try to obtain the energy for tempering Gainqi from food or other resources, but the problem has not been fundamentally solved. Is there an inexhaustible energy? Ning Qi fell into deep thought. In fact, he has thought of it, that is the power of heaven and earth. If the power of heaven and earth is used to temper Gainqi, the effect is absolutely good. But the problem is that his control over the power of heaven and earth is entirely with the help of the secret art of unity of heaven and man. At most, it can be roughly condensed into a ball like the heaven sword art. It is naturally no problem to use it in combat, but it cannot be so fine for tempering the qi. Inspirations kept coming to his mind, and various thoughts flashed through one by one. Ning Qi took a long breath. Take it slow. This is the gap in hardware conditions, and it is naturally not easy to make up for it. However, Ning Qi felt that even if he continued to practice like this, it would not take too long to break through the heaven and man realm. 7 or 8 years should be enough, which is a long time to look at the world. After all, the Taoist Longshan, who was called a peerless genius, also took 40 or 50 years to break into the heaven and man realm. The difficulty can be imagined. Time passed slowly. The 8th day of the 12th lunar month is getting closer and closer. Taoist Longshan has come back again after going down the mountain. He personally sent invitations to some Tianran realm masters, but it is unknown how many people will come at that time. After all, Taoist Longshan has just set foot in the Tianran realm. Some Tianran realm masters have only met in the past, and there are not many good relationships. The Jinwu disciples who went out to send invitations have all returned to the mountain. Ning Qi no longer stays in the Chiudao Academy. It is time for guests to go up the mountain one after another. It is cold and snowy in Jinwu City, but Jinwu Mountain is not affected. This is because Taoist Longshan has controlled the power of heaven and earth in advance. At the level of Tianran realm, it is not difficult to change the celestial phenomena in a small range. On Jinwu Mountain, the pavilions are brand new, and the disciples are also in high spirits. Taoist Longshan is dressed in a white Taoist robe with a crane bone fairy style, and all the true disciples are in blue Taoist robes, while the inner and outer disciples are in dark blue and light blue respectively. There are still 3 days before the Heavenly Man ceremony. Jinwu Mountain welcomes its first guest. Xinjian Gate. The strong and upright Xinjian old man looked at the familiar Jinwu Mountain with a complicated expression. He originally thought that he would have to wait until the next 10-year appointment before coming again, but he didn't expect that he would come again after only 3 years. Longshan. Old Taoist. The Xinjian old man finally didn't shout out the word bull nose, but replaced it with Old Taoist. Now Longshan Taoist has reached the Heavenly Man realm, and there is a big gap between him and the other party. Longshan Taoist laughed loudly, without putting on the airs of a master of the Heavenly Man realm. Brother Xinjian, this is not like you at all. The Xinjian old man glared and snorted. Longshan Old Taoist, don't be complacent, give me a few years, and I will definitely surpass you by then. He was still as stubborn as ever. His eyes fell on the disciples behind Longshan Taoist, and after feeling the aura of those Gangyuan realm, he sighed in his heart, and then looked at the youngest boy again.
Ning Chi. The old man with the magic sword fixed his eyes, and he found that Ning Chi's body shape had not changed at all, and was still as symmetrical as before. Could it be that he didn't understand the art of Tao Tai in his dream? He was a little puzzled. According to Ning Chi's understanding, this shouldn't be the case. The sword that his little apprentice Zhuang Chen showed 3 years ago still amazed him. Check out the correct version in 16,191 book in one forum. But before he could think about it, Taoist Longshan had already laughed and pulled him in. The two teachers were in front, and the disciples followed closely behind. However, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect were obviously more reserved this time. After all, the Jinwu sect was too popular during this period. Not only did Longshan Taoist step into the Heavenly Man realm, but several masters of the Gangyuan realm emerged one after another. Only one person was not affected. Ning Chi, long time no see. Zhuang Chen's excited voice sounded. Ning Chi looked at the small meat mountain in front of him and was a little stunned. If Zhuang Chen 3 years ago was just a little fat, then now he is a real fat man. Zhuang Chen, who was only 11 years old, was about the same height as Ning Chi now, but his circumference was more than twice that of Ning Chi. However, his face was still silly, and the uniform clothes of the Divine Sword sect were stretched by him to be a little funny. Zhuang Chen? Yes, yes. Zhuang Chen nodded repeatedly. Although he was a little fat, he didn't look greasy. When he walked, his flesh shook, which was quite funny. The two fell behind, and the other disciples just smiled knowingly when they saw them. Is this from practicing the Tao Tai in the dream? Ning Chi couldn't help asking. Zhuang Chen scratched his head and laughed. On the one hand, it's like this, and on the other hand, I like eating more and more. He was a little puzzled. Ning Chi, didn't you practice the Tao Tai in the dream? Why didn't you gain weight at all? Without waiting for Ning Chi to reply, he continued. If you didn't practice, then I can tell you that you definitely can't beat me now. I'll tell you secretly that I'm almost at the inner Yuan realm now. Master won't let me tell anyone else. Well, he's still as talkative as ever. However, Ning Chi looked at Zhuang Chen and was still a little surprised. His body was flawless. I'm afraid that he would give birth to inner strength in a few days. This training speed can't be compared with his own, but compared with ordinary people, it's a bit of a monster. It seems that Zhuang Chen and the secret art of Tao Tai in the dream are very compatible. However, what interested Ning Chi the most was not the compatibility between Zhuang Chen and the Tao Tai in his dream, but the innate sword bone in Zhuang Chen's body. Ahead. Dong He, the senior fellow of Xinjiang sect who was talking to Luo Wendian, turned around and suddenly found that his junior brother was missing, and he was shocked. Luo Wendian smiled and held him back. It's okay. My junior brother should be taking him to play. Don't worry. Dong He was immediately relieved. He looked at Luo Wendian in front of him with a little envy, even a little jealous. He heard that Taoist Longshan showed great power in the Wang family in Qingzhou. In the end, the Wang family even took out a Ninggang pill as an apology, which allowed Luo Wendian to succeed. Set foot in Gangyuan realm. He is now also in the perfect state of inner Yuan realm. If he has the Ninggang pill, it will not be difficult to set foot in the Gangyuan realm. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance. Ninggang Dan is so precious. There was something complicated in his heart. Brother Dong? Brother Dong? Don't worry, as long as my junior brother is here, there will be no problem. Luo Wendian only thought that the other party was worried about Zhuang Chen. Dong He waved his hands quickly. Brother Luo is serious. My junior brother has been mentioning Ning Chi for the past 3 years. Now that we have met for the first time, it is normal to be more friendly. After all, they are all children. A smile grew on his face. Qiudao Temple at this moment. Zhuang Chen was trembling. Just now, when Ning Chi proposed to take him to Qiu Taoist Temple to play, his eyes lit up and he agreed without hesitation. But at this moment, when he saw Ning Chi's smiling eyes, he panicked and felt a chill. Ning Chi, what are you going to do?
Looking at Zhuang Chen's expression in front of him, Ning Qi couldn't help but feel black lines in his head.
This guy acted as if he was going to do something weird.
Slapping Zhuang Chen on the forehead, Ning Qi said angrily.
Do you want to teach you a secret skill related to swords? Zhuang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Really?
The sword that Ning Qi taught him 3 years ago made him regard it as a treasure, and he even realized the domineering sword intention through it. Now that he heard that Ning Qi was going to teach him a new secret sword technique, he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. I can still lie to you, but you have to cooperate with me in doing some research these days.
Don't tell anyone else. I guarantee that this secret technique is much stronger than the sword I taught you before. Ning Qi did not lie to him.
The previous exploration of the white ape's physique created the powerful secret technique of the Ape King's true form. This time, if we explore Zhuang Chen's physique, we can definitely gain something even if we can't fully study it. If he really created a secret technique like the Ape King's true body, Ning Qi would not hide it.
Zhuang Chen nodded excitedly. Yuan Tianqing next to him looked at it with a smile. Although the Ape King's true form was good, the process was a bit torturous.
Sit tight, Ning Qi said, then raised his hand and slowly pressed it on Zhuang Chen's back.
The next moment,
wisps of Gang Qi surged from Ning Qi's palm and penetrated into Zhuang Chen's body. Gang Qi was transformed from the inner strength and naturally had the same effect as the inner strength. However, Ning Qi used Gang Qi to explore again. After going through the body of the white ape, I found that it was still powerless to deal with the essence of the bloodline, so I gave up for the time being.
But now it's no problem to touch the surface. Ah! Zhuang Chen screamed, trembling all over, and instinctively wanted to break away.
Fortunately, Ning Qi's power suppressed him, and Zhuang Chen couldn't move at all.
Zhuang Chen reacted immediately and held back.
Strange feelings arose from all over the body, numbness and itching, and some soreness and weakness. As Ning Qi explored, the Gang Qi would continue to vibrate in the body and meridians, and it felt a bit sour.
Zhuang Chen looked at the white ape who was gloating about his misfortune and wanted to cry.
Fortunately, the secrets of swordsmanship promised by Ning Qi were attractive enough, so he could endure it.
Don't know how long it has been.
Zhuang Chen was already sweating profusely, just when he could no longer hold on. Ning Qi finally removed his right hand. Before Zhuang Chen could ask questions, Ning Qi had already sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes.
Innate sword bone.
To put it bluntly, it is a special physique among humans. This type of physique is particularly sensitive to the understanding of swordsmanship, and even has additional blessings when using the unique skills of swordsmanship.
This always feels a bit similar to the bloodline of heavenly beasts. Could it be that there were once people beloved by heaven and earth among the human race, similar to celestial beings? Are they born with powerful talents?
But if this is the case, there should be such powerful bloodlines in the human race.
Really? How could it be so rare? However, the physique that is keen on swordsmanship is a bit acquired. Could it be that among Zhuang Chen's ancestors, there are powerful men who are all-powerful, and they have cultivated to an unprecedented level, and then even changed their own bloodline?
Ning Qi felt that the innate sword bones were not simple and he couldn't understand them, mainly because there was too little information.
Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version.
Various speculations arose in his mind, but he finally gave up one by one. That's all, let's understand the innate sword bones first.
I just checked and found that Zhuang Chen's physique is indeed different from ordinary people.
Especially around the bones, there are strange fluctuations that resonate with the muscles, flesh, and blood. This may be the innate sword bones. One of the reasons for the miraculous performance. Ning Qi's mind kept having flashes of inspiration. He had previously thought about whether he could create a secret technique for cultivating acquired sword bones, but now that he thought about it, that was a bit too far. First, he had to figure out these strange fluctuations. It would not be difficult to create a powerful secret technique of swordsmanship.
Time passes. Zhuang Chen's stomach was already growling with hunger, but he didn't dare to disturb Ning Qi. Finally,
Ning Qi opened his eyes, and Zhuang Chen asked expectantly.
How? Ning Qi smiled.
I have already got some clues, but you need to cooperate with me a few more times. With the experience of the Ape King's true body, Ning Qi was much more familiar with it this time. If he was not worried that Zhuang Chen's body could not bear it, he could continue to use the Gangqi to explore. After all, the strength of his Gangqi now is a world apart from the previous inner Yuan realm. Zhuang Chen immediately had a bitter face. But when he thought that if he gave up halfway, the secret art of swordsmanship would be ruined, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Let's go and eat. Ning Qi smiled when he heard Zhuang Chen's stomach growling. Zhuang Chen followed happily after hearing this. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were settled in the guest house. 3 days later, Ning Qi would take Zhuang Chen to the Seeking Dao Institute for research for an hour every day. Zhuang Chen was in pain and happiness. There was a chicken leg hanging in front of him, so he had to grit his teeth and hold on. Ning Qi estimated that it would be enough in 1 or 2 days. He planned to find a reason to let Zhuang Chen stay in Jinwu Mountain for a few more days after the Heavenly Man ceremony. He felt that this sword art was very suitable for swordsmen, and it could greatly enhance the sword art. He was looking forward to it. And in these 3 days, one after another, the famous forces in Qingzhou came. The Gangyuan realm masters who were rarely seen in the past could be seen everywhere at this time, and there were even many Yuandan realm masters. Those who could be invited were either famous masters, or righteous people with good reputations, or at least first-class forces, and the elders among them brought some disciples to expand their horizons. And some warriors who could not go up the mountain for various reasons gathered in Jinwu City. They were eagerly waiting, and they could hear the news from the mountain in real time. The 8th day of the 12th lunar month. It arrived as promised. There was heavy snow in Jinwu City, but it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the warriors. Inns were full, and everyone was waiting with warm wine and talking loudly. There were special people going back and forth between the mountain and the foot of the mountain to ensure that the news from the mountain would be received as soon as possible. This is also the reason why everyone rushed here even if they could not go up the mountain, so that they could get first-hand news. At this moment, on Jinwu Mountain, it was a clear sky. The mountain and the foot of the mountain were like two worlds. From the horizon, there was a very obvious dividing line. On the Jinwu dojo, tables were placed according to a special pattern. The guests who arrived in the past 3 days had been seated under the guidance of Jinwu disciples. In the center was a high platform, which was currently empty. But everyone looked at the high platform with awe. They knew what kind of person would be sitting there, and they were looking forward to it. Guests arrived one after another. Sangzhou Yanyu Pavilion came to congratulate. Luo Wentian's voice sounded, and many eyes were attracted. Luo Wentian stretched out his hand and beckoned, and several graceful women in white dresses came down from the mountain. They were graceful, and even though they were covered with white gauze, it was clear that these women were the most beautiful in the world. Some young people who were brought here by their elders to broaden their horizons stared at them and lowered their heads in shame. Ning Qi looked at the leading woman curiously. The woman was also wearing a white dress, but it was embroidered with a bright moon. He was not amazed by the woman's grace, but her unconcealed aura. She was actually a master of the Yuandan realm, and was not much inferior to the old man with the magic sword. Yi Qinghe came over with a smile and said, "That is Lu Mingyue, the second pavilion master of Yanyu Pavilion. Although she looks young, she is actually about the same age as our master. The last time our master chased the 3 evil men of Tielingtat Sangzhou, Yanyu Pavilion helped a lot." Ning Qi suddenly realized and replied with a smile. "Pavilion Master Lu is good, but not even 1/10 of what my senior sister is." Zhuang Chen next to him wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded repeatedly. Yi Qinghe was in a good mood and cursed with a smile, "2 little rascals," and then ran to greet the guests. The forces that arrived today are more than those that arrived in the previous 3 days, especially those who came from faraway places. The Yunzhou Kuxing sect came to congratulate. The Chuzhou Never Nightblade sect came to congratulate. The Sanzhou Fuhai gang came to congratulate. Gu Bai of the Three-Eyed Divine Fist came to congratulate. Yi Chen of the Swift Wind Sword came to congratulate. There were constantly powerful forces or famous masters coming, many of which were first-rate forces, and even top forces. Among them, the heavenly masters did not come in person, but they also sent enough people to watch the ceremony. As for those independent masters, at least they were at the Jade Liquid Realm, and even some were Yuan Dan Realm masters. Every time a famous master came, there would be a burst of exclamations. Ningqi discovered that the people who came to watch the ceremony were basically from Qingzhou, Yunzhou, Sangzhou and Chuzhou. The Xinwu sect was located at the junction of Qingzhou and Yunzhou, and the most people came from these two states. As for Chuzhou and Sangzhou, they were the places where Longshan Taoist traveled more in the past, and he made many connections there. The sun was rising in the east. Xinwu Mountain was also becoming more and more lively. Ningqi was in a good mood, not only because today was the master's Heavenly Man ceremony, but also because many of the guests who came to watch the ceremony brought gifts, including many classics in martial arts. Naturally, gifts that could be used as gifts at the Heavenly Man ceremony today would not be ordinary stuff. Ningqi had already read all the classics in the sutra library over the years, and now he had a new wave of blood, which naturally made him happy. He and Zhuangqin stood aside, and with the white ape following them, they would attract some attention from time to time. But he was calm. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. The originally noisy Xinwu dojo was also quiet, and an inexplicable wave came from the distant sky. One after another, eyes were involuntarily attracted, even the Yuandan realm masters were no exception. In the spotlight, a figure came in the air. No, to be precise, there were 3 figures. The middle-aged man in white looked ordinary, but he was holding a beautiful woman on each side. The 2 women looked very similar and had high cultivation levels. They were actually a pair of pretty twins. A correct version was found on the 16:9 book forum. At this moment, the 3 of them were quite oblivious to the people around them. The 2 beautiful women held spiritual fruits and fine wine, served them gently, twisted their fingers slowly, and kissed them from time to time, and caressed them with fragrant breezes. Many young people were envious of this scene, but their elders were in awe. Those who could act so comfortably must be powerful people in the realm of heaven and man. Some of the knowledgeable people had recognized the identity of the visitor and were surprised. When they first met, the 3 were still far away, but in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Xinwu Mountain. The figure of Longshan Taoist soared up and also appeared in everyone's sight. He took the initiative to greet the middle-aged man and laughed. "Brother Xiaoyao came here in person, I am very grateful." The identity of the visitor was revealed in his words. Ren Xiaoyao, known as Xiaoyao Jun, is a carefree and romantic person, but he also has a bit of chivalry. His experience is somewhat legendary. He was born as a wanderer, but he encountered many adventures and finally reached the level of a powerful person in the heavenly realm. He is the goal of countless wanderer warriors. Xiaoyao Jun also laughed heartily. "Brother Longshan, I will definitely attend your Heavenly Man ceremony. I thought I would be late because I went to Yunzhou Wanyue Tower to get a pot of fine wine, but now I didn't expect that I would be the first one to arrive." Everyone was fascinated. When Zayajin said that he was the first person to arrive, he naturally meant that he was the first one among the Heavenly Man realm strongmen to arrive. In the eyes of the Heavenly Man realm strongmen, only those in the same realm can be in their eyes. There is a saying that everyone below the Heavenly Man is an ant. Even if you are a Yuandan realm warrior, you can only be slightly valued by the Heavenly Man realm strongmen. Unless they have the hope of stepping into the Heavenly Man realm, they will look at you differently. If you can't see the power of heaven and earth, you can't be considered a real strongman after all. The Taoist Longshan stretched out his hand and invited. "Brother Xiaoyao, please." The 2 sat on the high platform in the center, chatting and laughing, and their Heavenly Man demeanor made everyone even more impressed. Ningqi looked at him curiously. From a distance,